You've been reborn on the very night your stepmother set you up. Your stepsister lies half naked across your chest. Outside the door, your stepmother waits to catch them in the act. Yet you smile. The girl's scalding tears fall onto your eyelids. You slowly open your eyes, and images from your past life being slandered, stripped of your job, and dying a miserable death in the countryside flash frantically before you, but this time, you are no longer the defenseless teenager. You pinch your thigh, the searing pain confirms it, this is real. Gazing at the dark figure outside the door, poised to catch you in the act, a cruel smile curls at the corners of your mouth. Just as you're about to exact revenge on your enemies in their own style, a cold, mechanical voice explodes in your mind, sign and system activating. Chapter 1, Reborn in the 1970s, One Night to Erase All Grudges. Ping-in, I'm sorry. The girl wept as she rested her head on Ping-in's chest. Her tears fell onto Ping-in's eyelids, jolting him awake. Where am I? Ping-in surveyed his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on a girl before him who looked vaguely familiar. She had delicate features, but her face was streaked with tears. Ping-in looked at her and called out uncertainly, "Jolin?" Lin, seeing Ping-in had woken up, began to cry even harder. "Ping-in, Ouch." Ping-in pinched his thigh to make sure he wasn't dreaming, then said, "Give me a moment." If he wasn't mistaken, he had been reborn. Reborn on the very day his stepmother had betrayed him. In his previous life, after Ping-in's mother passed away, his father soon brought a stepmother, Guifan, into the family. She came with a young girl named Lin, and they formed a blended family. At first, life was bearable after all, Ping-in was Chang's biological son. In terms of food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities, the child wasn't shortchanged. However, where there's a stepmother, there's bound to be a stepfather. Once Chang and Guifan had a child of their own, Chang gradually began to neglect Ping-in. Still, since Ping-in was his biological son, he wasn't about to let him starve. By the time Ping-in graduated from elementary school, Guifan refused to pay for his education under any circumstances. Tuition and textbooks cost several yuan a year. She'd rather save that money for her own precious son. Eventually, Chang was persuaded and came to believe that sending his son to school was pointless. Just then, Ping-in's biological uncle, Jun, arrived. "If you want to pay for it, I will." Jun was firm and resolute. He simply took Ping-in away from home. Although Chang was reluctant to part with his son, Guifan was overjoyed. With one less mouth to feed at home, they'd save quite a bit of money each year. At first, Ping-in thought he'd be living as a dependent in someone else's home, but his uncle raised him as his own son. Whatever his cousins had, he got a share too. Ping-in was very sensible. He studied diligently and did whatever household chores he could handle without needing to be told. After graduating from junior high, Ping-in realized he wasn't cut out for academics. When the time came for educated youth to be sent to the countryside, he was ready to leave. However, what Ping-in didn't expect was that his uncle sent his own son to the countryside instead. His aunt, on the other hand, gave her job to Ping-in, sparing him the trouble of having to leave. With a job, Ping-in no longer had to go to the countryside. Deeply moved, Ping-in even considered taking his mother's surname. But his uncle and aunt refused, and since his biological father was still alive, he certainly wouldn't agree either. In the end, the matter was dropped. Chang wasn't much of a father, but he occasionally thought of Ping-in and would call his son home for a meal on the 1st and 15th days of the lunar month. Ping-in didn't hesitate to take advantage of this on those days. He'd show up empty-handed, eat his fill, and head home. One meal at Chang's house meant one less meal he'd have to eat at his uncle's. Today was no different. It was the 15th. Plus, his half-sister Lin was about to be sent down to the countryside, so they had a few drinks that evening and passed out right there. And just then, Lin climbed into his bed. Looking at Lin crying beside him, Ping-in's expression was somewhat complicated. It was only later that Ping-in learned his younger brother Jebo had reached the age for being sent down to the countryside. Guifan didn't want her biological son to go, so she schemed to use Ping-in to hand over the job. To this end, Guifan was even willing to sacrifice her daughter Lin. In his previous life, Guifan succeeded. When Ping'an woke up in Lin's bed the next morning, he found Lin unconscious in his arms, her face bearing the marks of a slap. Although he hadn't done anything, Lin's disheveled appearance left Ping'an with no way to defend himself. Ping'an had been caught in bed with her. Not wanting to air the family's dirty laundry in public, he had no choice but to agree to Guifan's unreasonable demands. Give the job to Jiabao, and then Ping'an and Lin would go to the countryside. When Lin woke up, she denied that Ping'an had harmed her, but Guifan insisted that her daughter was only saying this to keep the family scandal from becoming public. Ping'an couldn't be bothered with Lin's false kindness, because in his view, the whole affair was a deliberate plot by the other party. He refused to forgive her, even as she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him. He berated Chang Jiabao, and Guifan, and naturally, he didn't spare Lin, who had betrayed him. But he never expected that, just one day before he was due to go to the countryside, Lin would jump into the river and kill herself. Did Ping'an hate Lin? Yes, he did. But later, he came to understand that she had merely been a pawn sacrificed by Guifan. Lin, stop crying. Ping'an wiped the tears from Lin's face and said, "Your mother told you to set me up." "Did you know that?" Ping'an. Lin's tears flowed even faster as she said guiltily, My mother said that if I didn't agree, she'd come over herself, and then you'd be even more in the wrong." Damn it! Hearing Lin's words, Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine. Son and stepmother? What kind of soap opera plot is this? But Ping'an knew that for Jiabao's sake, Guifan was capable of anything. In her past life, after Chang died, Ping'an had returned from out of town to secretly break Jiabao's legs, then set a dog on him to bite off his third leg. And Guifan, to save her son, a woman in her 50s, had literally bitten that Tibetan mastiff to death. It was then that Ping'an witnessed the greatness of a mother's love, though, unfortunately, that mother was his enemy. Now, if it were just a matter of scheming against Ping'an, would Guifan really be willing to go that far? At this moment, Ping'an was even somewhat relieved that it was Lin who had come. In a blended family, a marriage between relatives might invite gossip, but at least it wasn't illegal. If Ping'an had simply acknowledged the child in his past life, he might have been able to persuade Lin, and the two could have planned to marry. That would have been a way to break the deadlock. Unfortunately, back then, Ping'an was filled with resentment toward Lin and hadn't thought that far ahead. Guifan is right outside the door. Ping'an had already realized it. Today was a critical moment. The other party would certainly be waiting outside. Waiting until dawn to expose everything, so she could deliver the fatal blow. At this crucial moment, Ping'an would absolutely not leave. Ping'an quietly got out of bed and immediately opened the door to go out. Sure enough, Guifan was waiting right at the door. "You." Before Guifan could finish her sentence, Ping'an slashed her neck with the edge of his hand. It was a little trick he'd learned in his past life, not enough to kill, but enough to keep her unconscious for several hours. Just as expected, Guifan showed no sign of surprise and passed out instantly. However, Ping'an wasn't entirely confident it would be enough, so he struck her neck once more. She was an enemy anyway. As long as he didn't kill her, it would be fine. After all, if she actually died, Ping'an wouldn't be able to explain himself. Since she dared to frame him, she had no right to complain if he used the same tactics. Turn the tables on her. After knocking her out, Ping'an hoisted her onto his shoulder and headed straight for Jiabao's room. Unlike Lin's cramped room, which had only a 1-meter wide bed, Jiabao's bed was a full 1.5 meters wide. There was more than enough room for both mother and daughter to sleep. Ping'an wasn't sure if Chang knew about Guifan's scheme, but Jiabao definitely did. Jiabao wasn't much of a drinker, and usually paid Ping'an little attention. But last night, in an effort to get Ping'an drunk, he poured him drink after drink, using every sweet word in the book. Ping'an could guarantee he wouldn't wake up until noon. Right now, he was sleeping like a log, completely oblivious to the extra person beside him. After taking care of everything, Ping'an went back to Lin's room. Ping'an took a deep breath and looked at Lin. "Lin, what do you think?" Lin had just secretly seen what Ping'an had done. She had no intention of stopping him. On the contrary, she felt a sense of satisfaction. I don't know. Lin looked at Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, why don't you slip away under cover of night? That way, my mom won't have any evidence, and you'll be safe. I'll be safe, but what about you? Ping'an shook her head. By then, you'll be in danger, won't you? That woman, Guifan, was capable of using her daughter to scheme against Ping'an. Who knows, she might even use her daughter to scheme against Chang. She was the kind of person who had no limits when it came to her son. Having been reborn, how could Ping'an possibly let Guifan off easy? So what if it's a scheme? Let us scheme against each other. If she doesn't tear this family apart, Ping'an's rebirth will have been for nothing. Hearing Ping'an's words, Lin's face lit up with joy. Ping'an, are you still concerned about me? Overcome with emotion, Lin hugged Ping'an. Ping'an, I'm so happy. Guifan favored sons over daughters, so at home, Lin was nothing more than a servant who did all the chores. Since she wasn't Chang's biological child, her stepfather naturally didn't treat her well. When she was little, Ping'an was the only one who treated her like a human being. Ping'an was clear about who was good to him and who wasn't. He returned that kindness in kind. Just because she had washed his clothes when they were children, Ping'an would share his food with her whenever she was hungry. Even though her childhood memories were hazy, Lin knew that without Ping'an, she would have starved to death during those 3 years. Compared to her biological mother and stepfather, Ping'an was a living Buddha. You could say Ping'an was the light of her life. She planned to sleep in Ping'an's arms tonight, then slip out before dawn so there'd be no witnesses. But unexpectedly, Ping'an woke up. And not only that, he took direct revenge on her mother. Sensing Lin's shifting emotions, Ping'an suddenly realized, this girl is completely head over heels in love. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being a little bold. Lin, Ping'an said suddenly, do you like me? Ha? Hearing Ping'an's words, Lin's face flushed. Ping'an had already known the answer before asking the question, so seeing her expression, she knew she was right. As if luring an innocent girl into mischief, Ping'an said, Lin, do you want to have sex with me? Ping'an's question was too blunt, and Lin's face flushed even deeper. But knowing Ping'an was waiting for her answer, Lin nodded slightly. All right, then. Do as I say. Ping'an stroked Lin's cheek and said, Guifan wants to trick me? Well, I'll make sure she ends up losing more than she gains. She'll lose her daughter and come out worse off. Don't worry, I'll take full responsibility. As she spoke, Ping'an began to undress. What are you standing there for? Ping'an asked. What's the point of doing this with our clothes on? Lin's face flushed even deeper, but she still obeyed Ping'an. Soon, the two were locked in a passionate kiss. Mum. Lin, after today, I won't hate you anymore. Half an hour later, their lovemaking had subsided. Lin was drenched in sweat and didn't want to move at all. Sign-in system activated. Chapter 2, 1 check-in a day. Sign-in system activated. Current check-in count, 1, do you wish to check in? Yes. Ping'an made her choice without hesitation. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining spatial inventory. Spatial inventory, a 10m x 10m x 10m space capable of storing any non-living items. Evolvable. Staring at the spatial inventory, Ping'an remained in a daze for a long time. Is this the legendary spatial pocket? Ping'an had read about it in novels in his past life. He never imagined he'd actually experience a day like this. A daily check-in. There must be plenty of good things to come. As Ping'an stood there in a daze, his gaze remained fixed on Lin. Thinking about the check-in and the spatial pocket, a faint smile spread across his face. Lin thought Ping'an was smiling at her. Though she felt shy, she was also secretly delighted. Ping'an, if you want, I can keep going. Ping'an was startled out of his reverie by Lin's voice. He gently touched her cheek and said, You're tired too. Let us call it a night. We'll have plenty of chances in the future. We have all the time in the world. After getting dressed, Ping'an looked at the rumpled sheets and said, We definitely can't keep these. Go get a fresh set to change them out. As he spoke, Ping'an had already walked downstairs. Lin was now completely at Ping-Yin's mercy. Whatever he told her to do, she did. She hurried to get up, but a searing pain prevented her from standing. Be careful. Ping-Yin quickly reached out to support Lin, realizing she was having trouble moving, and said, "Just tell me where they are, and I'll get them." Lin pointed with her finger and said, "The second shelf in the closet." Ping-Yin nodded. Instead of rushing to get them, he pulled the old sheets off the bed. Ping-Yin opened the cabinet, took out the new sheet, and spread half of it over the bed. Just as Lin was about to step aside, Ping-Yin said, "Let me do it." In a single motion, Ping-Yin scooped Lin up in a princess carry and set her down on the other side of the sheet. Then he smoothed out the rest of the sheet, and everything was back to normal. "Lin," Ping-Yin said, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. "Will you listen to me?" "Ping-Yin, I will." Lin's gaze was as resolute as if she were joining the party. "My mother has only Jiabao in her heart. She'd even sacrifice her own daughter. Since she doesn't want me, I'll treat her as if she never existed. From now on, I'll only listen to you." At this point, a hint of hesitation flashed across Lin's face. "But I have to go to the countryside in a few days. I'm afraid I won't have a chance to listen to Ping-Yin anymore." "Don't say that," Ping-Yin retorted. "As long as I get Jiabao sent to the countryside, you can stay here." "Really?" A glimmer of joy lit up Lin's face. If possible, she truly didn't want to be separated from Ping-Yin. At that moment, Lin had completely forgotten that she'd already filled out the paperwork to go to the countryside. Changing her mind wasn't as easy as just saying so. Ping-Yin looked at Lin and shook his head in silence. She really was love-struck. Whatever he said, she believed. "With someone like you, I could trick you into bed twice a day." "Really?" Ping-Yin nodded and said, "Now get some good sleep. Tomorrow, you'll claim you don't know anything." Lin thought Ping-Yin was going to head back that very night, so he nodded and said, "Ping-Yin, be careful on the road." "What do you mean, be careful on the road?" "I'm in no hurry to leave." Ping-Yin laughed. "I've got a good show to watch tomorrow. For now, I'm just going to catch some sleep here." Hearing Ping-Yin's words, Lin didn't object at all. In fact, he shifted closer to him. Ping-Yin didn't refuse Lin's offer either. He simply lay down. However, he was wide awake and had no intention of sleeping. He said, "It's still early until dawn. Let me explain the situation. Tomorrow morning, get up and cook as usual. No matter what my dad asks you, just play dumb." Lin obediently agreed, looking as though she'd follow her husband wherever he went. Back during the famine, her mother had wanted to sell her off. Unfortunately, everyone was starving back then, so no one wanted her. In the end, her mother abandoned her on the outskirts of the city, intending to leave her to fend for herself. It was Ping-Yin who brought her back. Otherwise, even if she hadn't starved to death, she would most likely have been snatched up and eaten by people driven mad by hunger. In those days, the scent of meat wafting from the seediest corners wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Lin knew all this. If she could have escaped this family, she would have left long ago. At first, her mother wanted to send her away. Later, once she'd grown a bit, she wanted her to work. And then, she wanted to send her to the countryside to marry into a good family and get a hefty dowry. Mother-daughter bond? Not a shred left. If Ping-Yin could take her away, Lin would be overjoyed. Before long, she was already dreaming sweet dreams. Beside her, thinking of the tasks awaiting him at daybreak, Ping-Yin was too excited to sleep. Ping-Yin wasn't a big thinker. He knew his capabilities were limited. Heaven had granted him a second chance at life, but he didn't have much of a plan. All he wanted was to torment his stepmother and this younger brother. And then, make them disappear completely. In the moonlight, Ping-Yin gazed at Lin's face and remarked, "I never noticed before, but Lin is actually quite pretty." Lin was a little over a year younger than Ping-Yin, standing at 1.6 meters tall and weighing less than 80 kg. She had a lovely face, but as for her figure, Ping-Yin had just noticed that Lin was a bit on the skinny side. Her breasts weren't perky, but wasn't curvy. It was all due to malnutrition. Her legs, however, were a sight to behold and felt amazing to the touch. div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 imgsrc equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic or a75a44131f5b991cd6d0828b52f42 tplv LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 187292825 signature equals IMX of 9F5FVQ0Y6 LK34DFV%2FVQ%3D width equals 508 height equals 762 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. If only I could gain another 20 pounds. Muttering to himself, Ping-Yin's hand activated the auto navigation. Especially here it'd be better with a little more meat. At 6 in the morning, Ping-Yin woke Lin up to cook breakfast. He didn't return to Chang's room until nearly 7 o'clock. Chang was still snoring. Ping-Yin sat on the edge of the bed, pretending he'd just woken up, and shook his shoulder. "Dad, wake up. It's time to get up for work." After Ping-Yin's persistent efforts, Chang finally woke up half a minute later. Ping-Yin said, "Dad, it's time to get up and go to work." "HM?" Ping-Yin, Chang rubbed his eyes and asked, "What time is it? Has your sister made breakfast yet?" "I don't know," Ping-Yin replied. "I just woke up too. Lin should have it ready by now." "Oh," Chang acknowledged, getting up to get dressed. As he dressed, he called out, "Lin, what's for breakfast?" There was no response for a while. "Maybe Lin didn't hear me," Ping-Yin said, putting on a serious face as he made up an excuse. "Never mind, I'll go check." Ping-Yin walked out, feeling a slight sense of relief. His father's expression and tone hadn't changed. Most likely, he was unaware of the situation. Although there wasn't much of a father-son bond left between them, Ping-Yin didn't want his biological father to scheme against him. As for Guifan and Jiabao, his stepmother and half-brother, they didn't mean a damn thing to him. Ping-Yin used to treat them like human beings, but he didn't need to anymore. Chapter 3. Once the wheel has turned, not even a county magistrate could make him change course. Ping-Yin pretended to take a leisurely stroll around the kitchen, then called out into the house, "Dad, the cornmeal porridge and mixed flour buns for breakfast are ready." "Sounds good. Throw in a few pickles too." Hearing Ping-Yin's voice, Chang came out. "I'll go wake your mom. You called Jiabao out to eat." As he spoke, Chang knocked on the door of Lin's room next door. "Guifan, time to get up." As far as he could tell, since his son had slept in his room last night, his daughter-in-law must have gone to his daughter's room. But he knocked for quite a while before Lin finally opened the door slowly. "Dad, what's up?" "Where's your mom?" Chang asked. "Haven't she gotten up yet?" "Huh?" Lin paused in surprise. She quickly replied, "Shouldn't mom be in the same room as you?" "Huh?" Chang was taken aback. "Ping-Yin slept in my room last night. She shouldn't be in yours." Just then, Ping-Yin arrived at Jiabao's door, knocking and calling out, "Jiabao, Jiabao, time to get up." There was no answer clearly, the two inside were still fast asleep. Chang didn't think much of it. His son had slept in his room last night, so it wasn't unusual for his daughter-in-law to spend the night with her younger son. Seeing that Ping-Yin hadn't managed to wake them up after a while, Chang said, "You two go wash your hands and eat first. I'll go wake them up." Ping-Yin didn't object. She washed her hands with Lin and sat down at the dining table together. "Eat up," Ping-Yin said. "You're too skinny." Lin nodded obediently and picked up a steamed bun to eat. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have dared to eat even a quarter of it. Just then, Chang pushed the door open and went inside to wake them up. But soon, the sound of things being smashed came from inside. Lin instinctively stood up. Something must have gone wrong in there. "Just eat your meal. They're probably just hugging each other in their sleep at most," Ping-Yin said simply, munching on a steamed bun as he went over to check out the commotion. By the time Ping-Yin arrived, Guifan and Jiabao had already been woken up by Chang. The two were frantically getting dressed, while Chang's face looked grim. "Jiabao, you're 16 years old, for God's sake you're still not weaned, are you?" Chang shouted, raising the sole of his shoe to strike his son. "Today, I'm going to wean you once and for all." It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Gu Weifen hurried to intervene. Husband, if you're going to hit anyone, hit me. Don't hurt the child. Pingyan stood at the doorway watching, unable to suppress a faint smile. This was just the beginning, there was plenty more to come. Dad, I'm off to work. Just as Lin finished eating, Pingyan spoke up, I need some new clothes. Have Lin come over and make me a couple of outfits. Let her have lunch at my uncle's place today. Go on, go on. Chang couldn't care less about his son and adopted daughter right now, all he wanted was to beat his youngest son. Pingyan walked over to the table and drained the bowl of warm corn porridge in one gulp. Then he picked up 3 steamed buns, grabbed Lin's hand, and headed for the door. Pingyan handed 2 buns to Lin, hopped onto his bicycle, and said to her, hop on. I'll take you to Uncle's house. Okay. Lin tucked the 3 steamed buns away and obediently climbed onto the bike. Pingyan set off with Lin in tow, heading toward his uncle's house. Along the way, he took big bites of the still warm buns. As they rode, Pingyan spoke to Lin. With what happened yesterday, my dad and your mom are bound to have a huge fight. It's good you weren't home. If you had been, you'd have definitely gotten a beating. Pingyan said, I'll figure something out over the next few days to keep you in the city. Okay, I'll do whatever you say, Lin replied softly, adopting a completely submissive attitude, as if to say, you're the boss, you call the shots. Lin, let me teach you a lesson, Pingyan said, sensing that Lin was a bit too soft-hearted. Even if you're heartbroken, even if you're angry, even if you've been betrayed, you must always keep a smile on your face. Oh, Lin replied. She thought Pingyan was talking about her. But just then, Pingyan added the second half of his sentence, when you have the strength, you must get your revenge. Lin suddenly realized Pingyan was talking about himself. Uncle Jun's house was only 5 li away from the Chang family's, so they arrived in no time. When Pingyan led Lin into the courtyard, Uncle Jun had already left for work, and Aunt Fong was washing clothes in the yard. Aunt Fong, I've brought Lin over, Pingyan said. Let her stay here and chat with her younger sister for a while. Hello, Aunt Fong, Lin replied. She had been to the Chun household before, but today, following Pingyan's lead in addressing her as Aunt Fong, her expression grew slightly awkward. Aunt Fong replied, all right, go ahead. Lily has finished her meal, she should be reading right now. Okay. Pingyan gave a quick nod and led Lin into the house. This room used to be shared by him and his cousin Chen Jiangwo, but since his cousin had been sent down to the countryside, he'd been living here alone. According to the policy, each family was allowed to keep 1 child. Just like his cousin Lily, she didn't have to worry about being sent down to the countryside at all. Since Pingyan's household registration was with the Chang family and he had a job, he naturally didn't have to leave. If he didn't have to go, then Lin and Jiabo would naturally have to be sent down. Gu Weifen had schemed against Pingyan precisely to secure this job. If Pingyan and Lin were sent down, Jiabo could stay behind. Come to think of it, there was one way Pingyan could keep Lin from leaving. He just had to get married. But Pingyan already had a fiancée. They were planning to tie the knot by the end of the year. Before long, Pingyan arrived at the textile factory. Little Chang is here. As soon as he reached the gate, the security guard greeted him. Pingyan smiled and replied, I'm here. I'll go in first. When Pingyan first took over his aunt's job, he was a textile worker. Later, he apprenticed under a master to learn how to drive and became a driver. The work was much easier, he just had to drive the finished products out of the factory and bring materials back from outside. I wouldn't trade this steering wheel for a county magistrate's seat. That perfectly described his current profession, driver. The work was simple, and the pay was generous. Plus, being young and handsome, he was a real catch in the eyes of the young women at the textile factory. But while others might dream of him, Pingyan already had a girlfriend. Pingyan's girlfriend was named Ing. A few months younger than him, they'd grown up together as childhood sweethearts, and she now worked as a factory worker at the textile mill. If things had gone as planned, Pingyan would have married his girlfriend Ing by the end of this year. But in his past life, Pingyan was betrayed, and the job went to Jiabo instead. Before Ping'an was sent down to the countryside, Ing had promised to wait for him to return. To make up her mind, she even took the initiative to drag him to a guesthouse for a night of passion. But right after Ping'an left for the countryside, Ing waited a year and then married someone else. Ping'an didn't blame Ing after all, she had a younger brother to support. If she hadn't married and given up her job, her brother would have had to go to the countryside instead. Ping'an even thought that Ing had already done enough for him by waiting a whole year. After Ping'an left for the countryside, Ing would often visit his aunt and uncle with gifts. Besides asking for news of him, she would help out around the house by wiping tables and sweeping the floor. It was just a pity that Ping'an couldn't come back. Making Ing wait was nothing but a waste of her time. Later, he wrote a heartless letter to Ing, telling her that life in the countryside was too hard for him to bear and that he had already married the village chief's daughter. That was how he made Ing give up hope, and the two went their separate ways. But Ping'an later heard that Ing had died suddenly on her wedding day. Ping'an knew that Ing's sudden death in her previous life must have had other causes. It was either suicide or murder. At the time, Ping'an had no interest in determining the cause of Ing's death. After killing Jiabo and Guifan, he bought a packet of rat poison and secretly fed it to the family Ing had married, effectively eliminating them all. After exacting his revenge, he fled to Hong Kong, where he fell into a life of drinking, gambling, and womanizing. He became a gangster and slept with female celebrities. Life was comfortable, but also empty. Now that he has been reborn, he wants to live a better life. I've let Ing down, Ping'an thought to himself. This time around, he is determined to make it up to her. Just as Ping'an was lost in his thoughts, a voice called out from behind him, "Ping'an, we've got a job." Got it. Chapter 4, Girlfriend, Ing. This is such a feast. At noon, Ping'an invited Ing to have lunch together. He ordered 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetarian dishes, making Ing's heart race. "You're overdoing it. Ordering so much at once, are we even going to finish it all? We haven't had meat together in days. What's wrong with getting an extra meat dish?" Ping'an shrugged it off, picked up a piece of meat for Ing, and said, "Let us eat. Let us eat our fill." "Fine, let us eat," Ing said, pulling a meat ration ticket out of her pocket and handing it to Ping'an. "I won't give you the food ticket, but you have to give me this meat ticket." Although they were dating, Ing didn't really take advantage of the situation. Aside from the occasional time when Ping'an treated her to a movie or a soda, whenever they went out to eat, they always split the bill. Unlike Lin, who had been malnourished and underdeveloped as a child, Ing's living conditions were fairly decent. She wasn't exactly overfed, but at 5'5" she was considered quite tall for a woman. With rosy cheeks, almond-shaped eyes, and double eyelids curves in all the right places, she was a real stunner. The phrase "round as a pearl, smooth as jade" couldn't be more fitting to describe Ing. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 imgsrc equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpic r49c05686928f7f6a08b5f529eba64atplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 187292825 x signature equals %2 BCCN 75U3 GK %2 FBEC 9 SIGCHIAP %3 D width equals 819 height equals 1232 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. In other words, she didn't have the right connections, otherwise, she would have been qualified to join the cultural troupe. Having a girlfriend like that is definitely a win for Ping'an. As they chatted over dinner, Ping'an brought up a question. "Ing, do you textile workers have any plans to hire new staff lately?" Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing paused mid-bite. She looked up at Ping'an and said, "So, you're trying to get your non-blood related sister into the textile factory? Ing, you're really sharp." Seeing that his girlfriend had already guessed, Ping'an didn't hide anything. "I wanted to see if you had any leads. If we could get her a job, she wouldn't have to go down to the countryside." "A job? There really isn't one." Ing looked troubled. "You know as well as I do, when kids reach a certain age, everyone goes crazy looking for work." Seeing that no one was paying attention, Ing whispered, "We actually had 2 textile worker positions at our factory, but they went to the children of relatives of the leaders at the steel rolling mill and the cannery." In exchange, the child of our factory's leadership went to work over there. Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an couldn't help but frown. He'd heard rumors like this before. To avoid public scrutiny, many high-ranking officials wouldn't placed their own children in the factories where they worked. But then again, if everyone just swapped positions, wouldn't everyone end up with a job? Where there's a will, there's a way. For Ping-an, it seemed the only option left was to buy a job. But buying a job cost several hundred yuan, and he really didn't have that kind of money. It was true that Ping-an was a driver, but he was still a rookie, earning only a grade 5 salary. Ping-an didn't have to worry about his biological father's living expenses, but he did pay his uncle's family for food and lodging, and he bought a few things each month to show his respect to his master. He had saved up a little money before, but he spent it on a bicycle. Now he only had about 150 yuan left, far from enough to buy a job. Worried? Seeing the look on Ping-an's face, Ing clenched her teeth and said, "If you really care about that girl, I actually have an idea." "Ha?" Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an looked up. "What's the plan? Tell me." He hadn't even figured out a solution yet, but it turned out Ing already had one. Well, we could just get married." Ing blushed as she spoke. "If we get married, I can stay even without a job. I'll give my job to Lin, and then she can stay too." "But can Lin really keep that job? Her mother isn't exactly easy to deal with." Ing paused for a moment before continuing, "Besides, my brother will be old enough next year. If I give the job to Lin, my brother will have to find a new one." Listening to Ing's words, Ping-an frowned. "That's not a good idea." The two issues Ing raised were obvious. If they weren't resolved, landing the job would be pointless. "It's fine for us to get married early, but giving up your job? Absolutely not." Ping-an shook her head, flatly rejecting Ing's condition. That would be far too unfair to her. When the two families discussed the marriage, the Tang family had agreed that the young couple could keep the money they earned for themselves and wouldn't have to hand it over to them. However, once Ing's younger brother reached the age for rural assignment, Ing's job would have to be handed over to him to ensure he wouldn't be sent to the countryside. After all, Ing's job had originally been inherited from her mother, and the family's plan had always been to use the job to keep both children in the village. "I'll think of a way," Ping-an said. "Your brother still has a year to go. If we work hard and save up for a year, plus a little help from your parents, we can buy him a job and keep him here. But as for Lin, she can't handle Guifan. If they really wanted to keep her here, they could buy her a job with enough money. It would just cost a bit more." The real problem was that they didn't have enough money. It was fine for Ping-an to help Lin on his own, but he couldn't drag his uncle's family and his girlfriend's family into this. Especially his uncle's family. They already sent their son to the countryside. Why should they spend money to keep Ping-an's sister here? Ping-an couldn't bring himself to ask. Not wanting to dwell on troubles, Ping-an decided to focus on dealing with Guifan and Jiabao. After dinner, he chatted with Ing for a while before they parted ways. People these days are so reserved. Hanging out with a date for that long is considered pretty open-minded. That afternoon, Ping-an made another delivery, but since it was a short distance, he was back home early. After work, Ping-an hopped on his bike and headed home. He had barely reached the gate when he heard a commotion inside. Ping-an recognized it. It was Guifan's screams. "Where's that good-for-nothing Ping-an? Tell him to come out. And you good-for-nothing girl, you're such a disgrace. Get the hell home right now." She was cursing at Ping-an and at Lin, too. Meanwhile, his aunt had gathered the neighbors and was trading insults with Guifan. His uncle hadn't come home yet, but Chang and Jiabao were standing there as well. "What's going on? What's going on?" Ping-an pushed his way through the crowd and shouted, "Which little punk dares to bully my aunt?" Ping-an snatched a broom from a neighbor's hand and declared, "Let us see who dares to yell at her. I'll beat you to a pulp today." As she spoke, Ping-an glared menacingly at Guifan. Guifan took a step back in fear, but remembering why she'd come here today, she regained her composure. "Husband, look at him." Guifan pointed at Ping-an and said, "Does he even act like he is treating me like a mother?" As she spoke, Guifan sat down on the ground. Oh my goodness, I can't go on living. Why is my life so miserable? Guifan. Pinyin said coldly, are you sure you want me to say something I shouldn't here? Chapter 5, Guifan, you're a tough one. Hearing Pingin's threat, Guifan fell silent. She dared to come and cause a scene precisely because she was counting on Pingin not wanting to wear the family's dirty laundry in public. Even if this morning's incident was her own family's shame, exposing it wouldn't do Pingin the slightest bit of good. But the moment he spoke, she was taken aback. Guifan looked at Pingin and said, you dare. Pingin glared at her and shot back, just watch and see if I dare. Chang looked at his son and called out helplessly, Pingin. Pingin shot his own father a withering look and snorted coldly. He didn't talk back to his father, but he was still somewhat disappointed in him. Pingin addressed the crowd, everyone, the show is over, you can all go now. We've got some family business to take care of. Hearing Pingin's words, a few neighbors left, but most stayed put. Who doesn't love a good spectacle? Pingin ignored the others and turned to his aunt, Auntie, let us go inside. As he spoke, Pingin took his aunt's hand and led her back inside. Once inside, he saw Lin and Lily, both looking terrified. Lin, in particular, had a look of sheer terror in her eyes. Don't worry, Pingin reassured them. Lily, take Lin back to the room. Leave what's happening outside to me. Okay. Lily nodded and said, brother, you can't let Sister Lin leave. That old witch isn't a good person. Don't worry. Pingin sent the two away, then pulled his aunt over to sit on a stool. Before long, Chang came in with the other two. Tell me, Pingin said, looking at his father. Dad, why did you come over? There's nothing to say. Guifan cut in. I'm here to take my daughter home. Pingin, you can't just let this slide taking advantage of Lin like that. She is your own sister, and you had the nerve to do that. Guifan was up to her old tricks again. You must give my Lin an explanation, or I'll report you to the police and have them arrest you for indecent assault. What? Hearing Guifan's words, Fong was taken aback. Then she burst into a tirade, Guifan, have you no shame? How dare you use such filthy language to slander your daughter and Pingin? Auntie, calm down. Pingin soothed his aunt, then turned to Guifan and said coldly, it seems you've truly decided to throw your dignity to the wind. My 16-year-old son who hasn't weaned yet. Pingin looked at Jabo and said sarcastically, I saw with my own eyes that you were sucking on your boss's head. You're slandering me. Jabo retorted, it's a lie, it's all a lie. It was clearly you. Hearing her precious son's words, Guifan was about to join the verbal battle. But she was stopped by Chang. Pingin. Chang looked at his son and said listlessly, tell me the truth. Last night, was it you who carried your mother into that room? You're just a senile old fool. Pingin knew he couldn't hide it, nor did he intend to. He looked at Chang and said, when have Jiabao and I ever gotten along? He kept toasting me last night, didn't he? You see that? The two of you got me drunk, and then this old hag dragged me into Lin's room. Can't you figure out what they were up to? They just wanted to threaten me and steal my job. Hearing her nephew's words, Fong realized just how much he had suffered. Just as she was about to explode in a tirade, Pingin calmed his aunt and urged her to sit down. He looked at Chang and said calmly, it's a good thing Lin didn't mean to harm me, and it's a good thing I sobered up quickly and woke up early. That old hag can scheme against me, but does that mean I can't scheme against her? After Pingin finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Chang, if you hadn't married such a piece of trash, I would reported this straight to the police. Don't even think about us making amends, it's impossible. As long as they're in the Chang family, there is no room for me. I've said my piece. You can take Guifan and her daughter away now. Pingin's tone was calm as his gaze swept over the three members of the Chang family. Lin will be staying here for the time being. Don't even think about taking her away. With 3 kids on our household registration, there is no way I'm going to the countryside. Pingin pointed at himself, then shot a sidelong glance at that coward Jiabao, and said coolly, I think you'd better find him a place to go in the countryside as soon as possible. Hearing his son's words, Chang couldn't help but clench his fists. Although he had grown distant from his eldest son, he still trusted his character. Earlier today, when Guifan claimed she'd been framed, Chang had already harbored some doubts. Now, hearing Ping An's explanation, Chang glared at Guifan with anger in his eyes. Is what Ping An said true? Guifan was startled by Chang's expression. She stammered, "Husband, I." Smack! Chang slapped Guifan across the face and roared, "Guifan, you're a ruthless woman. To scheme against my son, you'd even sacrifice your own daughter. This old hag is even more ruthless than you could ever imagine." Just then, Ping An poured fuel on the fire. "Lin didn't want to betray me, but this old hag told Lin that if he didn't agree, she'd do it herself." Ugh, disgusting. Chang couldn't believe it. He stared at Guifan with wide eyes. Could this old hag really be willing to sacrifice not only her daughter but even herself to scheme against her own son? You disgraceful woman. Chang slapped Guifan again, grabbed her by the collar, and snapped, "Get the hell back home." With that, Chang dragged Guifan toward the door. He kicked Jiabao on the way out and ordered, "Get out of here." Jiabao meekly followed behind them as they left. After the three members of the Cheng family had departed, Fang showed no intention of getting up to see them off. Ping An went over to close the door, then returned to the room and said, "Auntie, let Lin stay here tonight and share a bed with Lily. If she goes back, I'm worried that old hag will use Lin to scheme against that senile old man. Even if he is good for nothing, you shouldn't talk about your father like that." Fang scolded her nephew, then added, "Let Lin stay. We can afford to put her up." Fang knew Lin had already signed up to go to the countryside, so she could let her stay for a few days before she left. Before long, Lily and Lin emerged from the room. Both of them looked visibly shaken, as if they were still afraid the Chang family might come over. "Don't worry, it's all over now," Ping An said with a smile to the two girls. Lin expressed her gratitude, though she still seemed a bit reserved. Lily, however, sitting between her mother and her cousin, asked, "Cousin, what did you mean when you said Jiabao wasn't weaned until he was 16? Is he that shameless? Kids shouldn't ask about that." Ping An tapped his cousin on the head and said impatiently, "Don't worry about things like that." Humph. Lily pouted in displeasure, then turned her gaze to Lin. Her words were filled with curiosity. Lin blushed and said, "You're still too young. Don't ask." Chapter 6, Literal Meaning. While they were talking, Uncle June returned. "Oh, Lin is here." June, unaware of the commotion that had occurred earlier that day, greeted everyone upon coming home. "Dad, you're back." Lily noticed the envelope in her father's hand and asked curiously, "Huh? Is that a letter from my brother?" "That's right." June nodded. "He wrote a bit about life in the countryside and complained a little. It seems he is not getting along very well with the people in the production brigade. I'll have to send him some more money and ration tickets." "Oh no." Hearing his uncle's words, Ping An's heart skipped a beat. Having been reborn, he'd been so focused on solving his own problems that he'd completely forgotten his cousin was in trouble too. Her cousin, Chen Jiangwo, was a few months older than Ping An and had been sent down to the countryside several years ago. At first, he struggled to adjust, but the group of educated youth supported one another, so things went smoothly. Later, however, a woman from the production brigade took a fancy to him. She deliberately jumped into a river so he would save her, then blackmailed him into marrying her. Such tactics were common among men trying to find a wife, but she hadn't expected her cousin to fall victim to such a scheme. Naturally, my cousin didn't want to marry her, but the villagers in the production brigade started targeting him in every way. That's why things eventually went so badly for him in the end. He had no choice but to marry her. Ping An remembered that in his previous life, my cousin had passed the college entrance exam and stood a chance of leaving. But the woman's brother tore up his admission notice, forcing him to waste away in the countryside for a long time. According to the timeline, my cousin's wedding won't happen for another 6 months. Right now, it's just harassment. The other party's scheme won't come to light for another 4 or 5 months. It looks like I'll have to figure out how to get my cousin out of this mess." Ping An thought to himself, unconsciously falling into deep thought. There's really a lot to do next. Ping-an prioritized the tasks: keep Lin here, take down Guifan and Jiabao, and rescue my cousin. All of these needed to be addressed, but Lin was the top priority. Ping-an gathered with his uncle's family to look at the letter Chen Jiangwo had sent. After reading it, they discussed today's events over dinner. That good for nothing. Hearing Ping-an's words, Jun slammed his fist on the table in anger. How could I have failed to see Chang's true colors back then? I actually married my sister off to him. All right, calm down. Fong nudged her husband. Our nephew is right here. Saying things like that will only upset Ping-an. Uncle, you're the best. Ping-an gave his uncle a thumbs up. After all, he is my own father. At most, I'll just call him a senile old fool. Otherwise epsilon equals omicron psi, I'd have to break his legs at the very least. You really shouldn't scold him, otherwise, people will talk behind your back. June nodded and said, don't go over there anymore. Except for a visit during the new year, don't go even on the 1st or 15th of the month. I'll take your advice. Ping-an agreed wholeheartedly. He'd only gone over to scrounge a free meal and help his uncle save some food. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to go at all. Beside them, Lin watched Ping-an and the Chen family getting along so harmoniously, and she was absolutely envious. This was what a real family looked like. What on earth was the Cheng family all about? After dinner, Lin volunteered to wash the pots and dishes. Even when Fong told her to rest, she refused. She was so dutiful that Fong almost wished she could adopt her as a daughter. Once everything was tidied up, everyone went back to their rooms. Lin would be sharing a room with Lily for the next few days. Since both of them were on the petite side, they managed just fine. Lying in bed, Ping-an pondered how he could use legal means to take out Guifan and Jiabao. He only had a sign-in system. Although he'd been lucky enough to draw a spatial ability, he hadn't acquired any other powers yet. If he killed them and disposed of the bodies, he'd be an easy target for suspicion. After all, he had a grudge against Guifan and her son. The police would surely summon him for questioning. Even without evidence. But did investigations require much evidence in this era? What if they performed a major memory restoration spell on him? So even if Ping-an were to kill them, he couldn't let anyone suspect him. As for legal means, that was exactly what stumped Ping-an. Guifan was just a malicious woman at most. She'd have a verbal spat with a neighbor. Jiabao was a coward. The boldest mischief he'd committed so far was stealing. With these two, it's impossible to bring them to justice through the law. Time ticked by, and soon it was past midnight. Ping-an was overjoyed, thinking to himself, check in. But there was no response. How could this be? Where's my check-in? Ping-an sat bolt upright in bed. Although being reborn and gaining an extra 1,000 cubic meters of space was a blessing in itself, but who wouldn't want to claim rewards every single day? Yet no matter how much Ping-an mentally pleaded, it had absolutely no effect. Check-in temporarily unavailable. Unavailable? Ping-an furrowed his brow. Well, if it's not working, it's not working. He'd just have to try again later. Ping-an lay in bed for 2 hours, spending the time either thinking of a plan or waiting for the check-in. Since he couldn't check in right now, Ping-an got out of bed and headed to the living room to get a glass of water. Ping-an poured himself a glass of lukewarm water and began to drink it. Gulp gulp. Just as he was about to head back to his room, he noticed the door next to him had opened. Lin. Ping-an was a bit surprised. After all, Lin was a very honest and down-to-earth girl. She was a guest in someone else's home, and it wouldn't like her to wander out of her bedroom late at night. Seeing Ping-an, Lin quickly replied, Chung Ping-an. I think I ate too much. My stomach hurts a little, and I need to use the restroom. Ping-an nodded and led Lin out into the courtyard. 5 minutes later, Lin came out of the restroom. Seeing Ping-an waiting for her at the door, she whispered, thank you. Lin, Ping-an said, gently stroking her cheek. After what happened last night, there's no need for us to be so formal with each other. Hearing Ping-an's words, Lin nodded slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she said shyly, Ping-an, my assignment to the countryside, it's not going to be easy to resolve, is it? Lin was willing to believe Ping-an's sweet talk, even if he couldn't make it happen. She said, if there's no way, then never mind. Going to the countryside is still better than staying with my mom. I can't bear to let you go. Ping-an pulled Lin down to sit on the steps by the door and whispered, I want you to stay by my side. Lin didn't speak, she simply leaned boldly against Ping-an's shoulder. Lin knew Ping-an had a girlfriend he was already planning to marry, and she understood that her place in his heart didn't hold a candle to hers. Still, she cared, she just hoped Ping-an would reserve a tiny spot for her in his heart. It was a lowly hope, but it was all Lin could ask for. Don't worry so much. I'll help you stay. Ping-an's promise sounded somewhat hollow, he knew it would be difficult. Ping-an. Suddenly, Lin whispered, take me one more time. If I can stay, I'll be the one who gains. Lin snuggled closer into Ping-an's embrace and said, even if I have to go to the countryside, I won't lose out. I'm willing to be Ping-an's woman. Chapter 7, Without money, how can you sustain your family ties, strengthen your romance, and maintain your friendships? Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving 1,000 yuan in cash. Seeing the 100 yuan bills appear in the space, Ping-an was overjoyed. What Ping-an wanted most right now was to keep Lin by his side, and this 1,000 yuan was the confidence he needed to make that happen. With money, he had the confidence to buy a job. Without money, how can you maintain family ties, strengthen your romance, or nurture your friendships? With just your words? Don't be ridiculous, everyone's pretty busy. Lin. Ping-an looked at Lin beside her and asked softly, does it hurt? No, it doesn't. Lin was a little shy as she replied, it feels really good. I like it. It felt so good she almost cried out. If she hadn't known they were at Ping-an's uncle's house where making a sound would get them caught, she really wouldn't have been able to hold back. As long as it feels good and you like it. Ping-an kissed Lin on the lips and said, don't give up just for this pleasure, okay? I'll make sure you stay here. Lin wrapped her arms around Ping-an's neck and said, Ping-an, I like you, I want to stay here, I want to sleep with you every single day. As she said this, Lin's face flushed slightly. She felt a bit shameless and brazen. She knew full well that Ping-an had a partner acting like this was clearly flirting with a married man. Hee, I want that too. Ping-an listened to Lin's words and chuckled softly, then Lin, you have to stay by my side forever, you're not allowed to leave. Hearing no trace of disgust or contempt in Ping-an's words, Lin was overjoyed. Ping-an, I love you. Ping-an gave a soft reply and leaned in to kiss Lin. An hour later. After waiting for Lin to leave, Ping-an tidied up the room. He had to make sure the scent in the room dissipated completely, otherwise, his uncle and aunt would definitely notice something was off. Looks like I'll have to find a place to live, Ping-an thought to himself. If they didn't move out, neither he nor Lin would have the freedom they needed. And then there was Ing. Thinking of Ing, Ping-an knew he'd have to find a way to reassure her. Lin was willing to be the other woman, but Ing probably wouldn't be so happy about it. Opportunity rune, upon use, you will receive an opportunity within 24 hours. An opportunity. Seeing this, Ping-an's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure what kind of opportunity it would be, but he knew something good was bound to happen. The next morning, Ping-an got up and sat down to eat with his usual composure. Lin, on the other hand, was a bit reserved because of what had happened last night. Her uncle's family didn't notice anything amiss, they just assumed Lin was still adjusting since she'd only just arrived. After all, she'd been acting much the same way during dinner yesterday. Sister Lin, just treat this place like your own home. Lily comforted Lin, saying, you're too thin. You need to eat more. As she spoke, Lily picked up a steamed bun and split it in half. She handed the slightly larger half to Lin, let us share this. It's no big deal. This is so nice. Watching the two get along like sisters, Fong was quite pleased. Although everyone was struggling with food and clothing at this time of year, June and Ping-an's salaries and benefits were quite good, so feeding the whole family was no problem at all. Lin was only staying here for a few days, could they really not afford to put her up? After eating her fill, Ping-an said, Uncle, Auntie, I'm heading out now. As he spoke, Ping-an ruffled Lily's hair and added, since school hasn't started yet, stay home and spend more time with your sister Lynn. I'll bring you some treats tonight. Really? Lily asked, delighted. I want orange-flavored candy. Sure, I'll make sure to get some for you. Ping-an turned to Lynn. And you, Lynn, what would you like? Ping-an, I don't need anything, Lynn waved her hand. I'm eating and drinking well here, I don't need anything else. Alright, I got it, Ping-an nodded. Since Lynn didn't say what she liked, he'd just have to use his own judgment. Come to think of it, Lynn had never really eaten anything good at home. Even if Ping-an asked her what she wanted, she'd probably wound know herself. As he headed out, Ping-an put that so-called opportunity rune to use. Ping-an wasn't in a rush to get to work. Since he'd left early today, he could take a stroll around the neighborhood. For instance, he could swing by his girlfriend's place and head to work with her. While on his way, Ping-an kept a close eye on his surroundings. Where was the opportunity? 10 minutes later, Ping-an arrived outside Ng's house. Mr. Tang happened to be coming out of the house. Upon seeing Ping-an, he smiled and said, "Little Chang, you're here?" Ng's parents had already met Ping-an's father, uncle, and aunt. The wedding was just a matter of setting a date. They didn't show any resistance toward Ping-an, on the contrary, they were very fond of him. "Uncle," Ping-an said. "I'm here to pick up Ng so we can go to work together." "That's perfect. She has been complaining these past few days that she walks too slowly," Mr. Tang replied, calling out toward the house, "Ng, it's time for work." After calling out, he turned to Ping-an and said, "I'm heading to work now." Mr. Tang hopped on his bike and left, showing no intention of being a third wheel. "Coming!" Ng called out, stepping out of the house. As she walked out, she spotted Ping-an and smiled. "Ping-an, you're here." Ping-an replied. "Let us go to work together." "Sure," Ng said, hopping onto the back of Ping-an's bike. She wrapped her arms around his waist and said, "Let us go." "You seem to be in a pretty good mood today," Ng remarked. "Did you sort out your sister's job?" "Not yet," Ping-an replied. "But I've got a lead. I think I'll be able to get it sorted out in the next few days." The 1,000 yuan she received at the early morning sign-in was Ping-an's confidence booster. With such a large sum in hand, she could practically force a job out of thin air. The real question now was what kind of job Ping-an could find for Lynn. After all, with 1,000 yuan in hand, she was in a position to be picky. However, while securing a job for Lynn, she'd also need to deal with Guifan and Jeba first. That shameless mother and son were quite a hassle, after all. Chapter 8, Little Junior Sister, Please. No sooner had he entered the textile factory than Ping-an received a notice to deliver a shipment. He didn't hesitate. After saying goodbye to Ng, he immediately drove off to pick up the materials. As a driver, Ping-an's job was simply to drive back and forth. Tasks like loading and unloading weren't his responsibility. He pulled up to the warehouse entrance, and the others immediately began loading the goods onto the truck. "Xiao Chang, these are all for the department stores." The warehouse supervisor led Ping-an to the truck and pointed at the items. "East City, West City, South City, there are several locations. One package per location, and it's clearly labeled which goods go where." "Got it." Ping-an glanced at the list in his hand, checking off each item against the quantities. All he had to do was deliver the goods to the corresponding department stores. Loading was the warehouse's job, and accounting was the bookkeeper's job, but getting the goods into the right hands was his job. In this regard, Ping-an never made a mistake. After confirming everything was in order, Ping-an said goodbye to everyone and left. He'd been to these locations many times before, so the route immediately formed in his mind. He knew exactly which one to hit first and which to visit next, avoiding detours and saving time. After all, today's delivery involved several stops. Once he finished, he could rest for the rest of the day. 20 minutes after leaving the textile factory, Ping-an arrived at the nearest department store. After parking, Ping-an found the person in charge and said, "The goods from the textile factory have arrived. We're here to unload them." Coming. Hearing that someone from the textile factory had arrived, the department store manager hurried over. "Oh, it's Brother Chang making the delivery today." The manager recognized Ping'an and handed him a cigarette as he called the others over. Ping'an didn't smoke, but he never turned down a cigarette when someone offered one. They were being polite, so why not accept it? After all, a cigarette wasn't a big deal, and it gave them a chance to chat while they waited. "This is yours, don't mix it up," Ping'an said, pointing at the goods. "I'll be keeping a close eye on things. If you get it wrong, it won't just be a hassle for me, it'll be a hassle for you too." "Don't worry, Comrade Chang," the unloader said with a smile. "I'm paying close attention, I'll make sure nothing goes wrong." Before long, the goods were unloaded. After confirming everything was in order, Ping'an locked the truck bed. He didn't rush off, but went into the store to buy half a pound of fruit candies. Once he finished shopping, he quietly asked the manager, "Brother Wang, are you hiring? I'm thinking of getting my little sister a job." "Your sister?" Manager Wang paused for a moment before replying, "I thought your sister was only 13. There's no rush." "Not that sister, the other one," Ping'an said. "Are you planning to hire any new sales clerks? I'll need your help with that." As he spoke, Ping'an rubbed his right thumb and index finger together. "Ah, you've come to the wrong person," Manager Wang shook his head helplessly. "We're fully staffed here, and plenty of people are already eyeing the new positions. Why don't you try asking around in South City?" "All right," Ping'an said with a sigh. "Brother Wang, if anything comes up, be sure to let me know." "Don't worry. With our relationship, I'll definitely keep you in mind." After exchanging a few more polite words, Ping'an drove off. Half an hour later, he arrived at the next department store. He went through the same routine again, calling people over to help unload the goods, buying a few pieces of fruit candy for himself, and asking about job openings. He asked the managers at every department store, but unfortunately, none of them were hiring sales clerks. Ping'an didn't approach the sales clerks privately to ask if they'd be willing to give up their jobs. He knew the situation for most of them, their families weren't short a few hundred yuan, and the sales job was more important to them. Even if he were to buy a job, he could only target those who were older. After making the rounds, Ping'an had delivered all the goods. However, instead of rushing back to the factory to park, he went to the home of Xiao Hao, the mentor who had taught him to drive. Unlike Ping'an, who was a novice and only drove within the city, Xiao Hao mostly drove long-haul routes. Based on the schedule, his mentor should have returned today. "Mentor, are you home?" Ping'an asked as soon as he stepped into the courtyard. "I came to see you." "Ping'an." Just then, his mentor's daughter came out of the house. "My dad isn't back yet." "Haven't you seen him?" "Oh, it's Chio." Ping'an saw her and smiled. "I just finished a round of deliveries and haven't made it back to the depot yet." As he spoke, he walked toward Chio, holding the bag. "I saw that meat looked good, so I cut off a piece to bring over." "It's Chio." Hearing Ping'an call her Chio again, Chio retorted unhappily, but upon seeing the meat, she swallowed hard and said, "Ping'an, my dad says times are tough for everyone, you don't need to bring us things all the time." Xiao Hao had taken Ping'an on as an apprentice to teach him how to drive because the two of them had lost a bet over a meal, but Ping'an was a decent guy. Every month, he'd buy something to show his appreciation for his master. And Xiao Hao was touched by Ping'an's kindness. After teaching him to drive, he went on to teach him car repair skills as well. Ping'an knew full well that if his master hadn't taught him these skills, he'd never have been able to become a driver at the factory. This favor of passing on his skills was nothing short of a second chance at life. Heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teacher, the status of a master is no small thing. In Ping'an's heart, Xiao Hao ranked no lower than his own irresponsible biological father. Why wouldn't it be necessary? Ping'an habitually pinched Chio's little cheeks and said with a smile, "That cute chubby face of yours has gotten all skinny from hunger." Chio had fair, delicate skin, and his chubby baby face was especially adorable. Every time Ping'an saw him, he wanted to pinch it a couple of times. Perhaps because they met when Chio was still young, there was no sense of propriety between them. The two got along just like real siblings, and even master and mistress had never tried to stop them. Ugh, I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao dodged Ping An's hand, grabbed the pork, and ran into the house. Oh, it's Xiao Chang. Come on in, have a seat. Just then, the master's wife, Sun Yan, came out of the house. Your master isn't back yet, but he should be here soon. Master's wife, I want tea going then. Seeing that the master wasn't there, Ping An shook his head and said, I just wanted to check on master. My car is still parked out front. Oh, you have a car? Hearing Ping An's words, Sun Yan said, then you'd better head back right away. It's government property, we can't have anything go wrong with it. Ping An gave a smiling nod and turned to walk out. Just as he reached the doorway, a man carrying some items walked in. The two nearly collided, but fortunately, Ping An reacted quickly and took a step back, otherwise, the man would have dropped what he was carrying. Ping An was about to tell the man he wasn't paying attention, but when he saw the man's face, the words on his lips changed to, Brother Chiu. Chapter 9, Work Has Come. Xiao Zhenghua saw the person he nearly bumped into and couldn't help but laugh. Comrade Chang is here. Don't rush off, come on in and sit down. As he spoke, Xiao Zhenghua led Ping An inside. Ping An had been about to leave earlier because he felt it was inappropriate to stay at his master's house without any men present. Now that his master's son was back, there was no need for such reservations. Ping An followed Xiao Zhenghua into the house, and Xiao Zhenghua called out, Mom, Xiao, I'm here. Zhenghua's here. Sun Yan was quite happy to see her son arrive and said with a smile, You're here, so why bring things? Your parents aren't so poor they can't feed themselves. Hey, where is your wife? Though she said this, Sun Yan still took the items. Xiao looked at the things her brother had brought, took them, and put them away in the inner room. When she came back out, she was carrying a bowl of sunflower seeds with a few pieces of candy on top. Brother, Ping An, have some. As she spoke, Xiao handed a piece of candy to Ping An. It's one thing that mom and dad aren't short on food, but I can't just come empty-handed. Xiao Zhenghua took the offering from his sister and said, Mom, I've come here specifically to ask a favor of you. Oh, Sun Yan replied. What trouble are you talking about? Listening to their conversation, Ping An realized they were likely about to discuss family matters. However, he also sensed that what was to follow might be related to his own fate. With that in mind, he decided to stay. Xiao Zhenghua began by sharing some good news. Mom, Mimi is pregnant with twins, no less. Really? Hearing Xiao Zhenghua's words, Sun Yan and Xiao were both overjoyed. Xiao Zhenghua and his wife had been married for 4 years. When she was 6 or 7 months pregnant with their first child, she slipped and fell during the winter, and the pregnancy was lost. At the time, the couple had nearly broken down. Now, after 2 years of trying, she was finally pregnant again and with twins, no less. How could they not be happy? It's true. We went to the hospital for a checkup yesterday. Xiao Zhenghua nodded and said, but the doctor said the pregnancy isn't very stable, so it's best for her to rest at home. It's just a matter of taking care of the pregnancy. Sun Yan said. Zhenghua, just have your wife rest properly. I'll even go over there to take care of her. Resting is a given, but it's just her job, Xiao Zhenghua continued. You know how things are at my in-laws' place. If they hear that my sister-in-law needs to rest, they'll definitely take her job away. If they just bought it out, that would be one thing, but my in-laws. As he spoke, Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but shake his head. Xiao Zhenghua's wife was named Li Mei, and her job had been secured by Xiao Hao after the two were married. Li Mei also had an older sister who was married, and 2 younger siblings who were about to be sent down to the countryside. If they heard that Li Mei was pregnant and unable to handle the job, her father-in-law's family would certainly snatch the position for their son. Xiao Zhenghua said, Mom, I've come to ask for your help today. I just want you to see if there's a way to keep this job in our family. Keep the job, or keep the money from selling it. Hearing her son's words, Sun Yan hesitated for a moment before saying, Why don't I take the job? Mom, can you really handle it? Xiao cut in immediately. You're not exactly young anymore. Even if you took over the job, you'd have to start from the bottom as a level 1 worker. What if you wear yourself out? Then what should we do? Sun Yan asked. Qiuqiu is still in school. We can't very well send her. Pingyan had been listening for quite a while. Suddenly, he said, why don't you give this job to me? Hearing it was about a job, Pingyan was overjoyed inside. He'd been running around all day just to find a job for Lin. He never expected that just when it seemed there was no way out, a new path would open up. Thank goodness he hadn't rushed off just now, otherwise, he would have missed out on this opportunity. You? Hearing Pingyan's words, Sun Yan asked, Xiao Chang, do you need this job? I do. I really do, Pingyan replied. My sister Lin is actually looking for a job right now. This job from you, sister-in-law, comes at just the right time. Xiao Zhanghua didn't know who Lin was, and he felt a bit puzzled. Sun Yan, however, couldn't help but frown. Isn't that the daughter your stepmother brought with her? As for being so kind to her? Pingyan guessed what his master's wife was thinking and said, although Guifan and Jiabo aren't exactly good people, Lin is different from them. If we can help, we should. Brother Qiu, Pingyan turned to Qiu Zhenghua and said, I recall your sister-in-law works at the state-run restaurant, right? Lin has been running the household since she was a child. She can handle anything. If we give her this job, she'll pick it up in no time. All right then. Seeing that Pingyan was genuinely interested in the position, Xiao Zhenghua replied, Xiao Chang, we're all family here. I won't rip you off. My dad spent 420 to pull this job through. If you want it, take it for 400. That's too low. Pingyan shook his head. Brother Qiu, my master went out of his way to find a job for your wife. I'm willing to pay 500 for this position. You won't lose out, and I'll come out ahead. What are you talking about? How could I possibly take advantage of you like that? Hearing Pingyan drive up the price, Xiao Zhenghua waved his hands repeatedly. If you don't take this job, my brother-in-law might snatch it up any day now. You're actually helping me by taking it. How could I possibly let you pay more? The two argued over the price for quite a while, with Pingyan wanting to pay more and Xiao Zhenghua wanting to accept less. Guys, Pingyan, stop arguing. Finally, Qiu spoke up, let us make it 420. Buy it at the original price, sell it at the original price. Sounds good to me. Sun Yan nodded from the side and said, Zhenghua, Pingyan, let us settle on 420. All right then. Seeing that his master's wife and Qiu had both spoken up, Pingyan no longer insisted. He said, Brother Qiu, it's settled then. Tomorrow, I'll bring Lin, and you bring your wife. We'll go to the restaurant together to handle the paperwork. Xiao Zhenghua had no objections either. He didn't want to drag things out and wanted to get it settled as soon as possible. He said, let us do it tomorrow at noon. We'll all be free then. With that, the two had reached an agreement, and the matter was settled. Pingyan checked the time and realized it was time to leave. Master's wife, Brother Qiu, and Xiu, I'm heading back to the factory to return the truck. Hearing that Pingyan was leaving, the three members of the Qiu family didn't try to stop him. They walked into the gate together. Pingyan walked over to the truck, confirmed everything was in order, and drove off toward the textile factory. As he drove along, he muttered to himself, this rune of opportunity is actually pretty useful. It actually solved Lin's job problem for me right away. Pingyan was in a great mood now that Lin's job was settled. She wouldn't have to go down to the countryside. As for the fact that she'd already filled out the paperwork at the Educated Youth Registration Office, it would be easy to fix. It was just a matter of giving a few gifts. Just as Pingyan was mulling this over, she suddenly spotted a figure darting out of an alley ahead. Pingyan slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. Chapter 10, Taking Down the Criminal in 3 Blows. The car came to a stop, but the person who had just darted out also fell to the ground. Pingyan confirmed he hadn't hit the person, immediately turned off the engine, grabbed a 1-meter-long rebar, and got out of the car. He said coldly, damn it, are you trying to get yourself killed? Trying to stage a hit and run on me, are you? The young man who had fallen scrambled to his feet. He certainly wasn't there to stage a hit and run. Just as he was about to leave, someone from the direction he'd come from shouted, "Grab him! He's a criminal!" Pingin instinctively grabbed the man. Seeing the pursuers in blue and white police uniforms, he immediately realized the police had arrived. If the police were arresting someone, helping out would count as police-citizen cooperation, right? Before Pingin could grab the man, he noticed a dagger appear in the man's hand, blocking his attack. Pingin quickly withdrew his left hand and brought the rebar in his right hand down with a strike. Clang! Having been a small-time thug in the past, Pingin was no slouch in a fight. With that single blow, he knocked the dagger out of the man's hand. Once he was sure he was safe, he immediately swung the rebar down at the man's leg to prevent him from escaping. Ah! The young man let out an agonized scream. And just then, Pingin's third blow came down. Thud! Getting hit in the face with rebar now that was a real kick in the teeth. Just then, 2 police officers finally arrived. Seeing the criminal's battered state, they felt no pity, only a sense of satisfaction. One stepped forward to handcuff the criminal, while the other showered Pingin with praise. "Young man, you did a great job." The officer gave Pingin a thumbs up and said, "Thank goodness you subdued him, otherwise, we'd have had our hands full for quite a while." "No big deal," Pingin replied. "Officer, now that the suspect is in custody, I'll be on my way." "Young man, what is your name, and where do you work?" one of the officers asked. "You've been such a great help to us, we'll have to send a letter of commendation to your workplace." "Comrade officer, my name is Pingin. I'm a driver at the textile mill." Pingin pointed to the vehicle beside him and said, "This is our mill's truck. I can't stay long, I really have to get back." "Oh, what a coincidence," the officer laughed. "Comrade Chang, our station happens to be on the way to your mill. Why don't you give us a ride?" "Well, all right." Pingin thought it over and decided it was fine. "But the back is for cargo. Don't mind the bumpy ride or the discomfort, comrades." What's the big deal?" The officer pointed at the criminal and said, "We've got a human cushion right here, how could it possibly be bumpy?" While they were talking, Pingin had already opened the back of the truck. The 2 police officers didn't waste any time, tossing the handcuffed criminal right in. The way they handled him, they clearly didn't treat him like a human being. Watching the 2 officers get in, Pingin couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, "What did this guy do?" "Him? Murder." The officer didn't hold back after all, the guy was due to be executed in a few days. He stole money from his family to gamble. His dad caught him, and in the scuffle, he knocked his dad unconscious. His mom thought he'd killed him and was so scared she knelt on the ground crying. I don't know what snapped in his head, but he took a knife and stabbed his own mother. What a ruthless guy. Listening to the police officer's account, Pingin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He'd only been plotting to get rid of his stepmother and younger brother, but this guy. As expected, you have to do it legally. Pingin walked uneasily toward the driver's seat, muttering to himself, "Even if it's not legal, I can't let anyone suspect me." Although there were no surveillance cameras or anything like that, killing someone and hiding the body wasn't particularly difficult. But these days, the police didn't need that much evidence to make an arrest. This was the 1970s, after all, often, mere suspicion was enough to take action. And even if there was no suspicion, didn't people still act? On the way back, Pingin grew increasingly calm. Until he had absolute self-defense capabilities, he absolutely couldn't resort to illegal means. He just hadn't expected that legal means would come so quickly. After dropping off the 2 police officers and the criminal at the station, Pingin drove toward the factory. There was still half an hour left before the end of the workday when Pingin had handed in his assignment, so he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he asked around at the factory. His master had already returned, but the factory director had called him over for a drink. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to meet his master, Pingin decided not to stay any longer, that he could just go to his master's place tomorrow. For now, he'd head over to see his girlfriend instead. Pingin waited for a while at the entrance of the textile factory until it was time to clock out. Ing came out less than 2 minutes later. When she saw Ping'an, she smiled and said, "You're here?" "I'm here," Ping'an replied with a smile. "Let us go. I'll drive you home." "Okay," Ing replied, following Ping'an out the door. Everyone at the textile factory knew they were dating. Though some envied them as they walked together, no one made any snide remarks. Everyone was just scraping by as long as it didn't affect their own interests, who would go around gossiping about others. At most, there were a few envious people who wished they could take his place. Ping'an let Ing out. On the way, Ing spoke up, "When I went to find you at noon today, I saw your master. He'd just gotten back, but then the factory director called him away. I'm not sure exactly what they talked about, or if it was good news or bad. I stopped by my master's place on my way back from delivering goods today, but he wasn't there yet. After I got back, I heard the factory director had called him out for drinks." Ping'an frowned and said, "My master is a veteran worker, but he is not worth the factory director treating him to a whole day of drinks. I have a feeling something is up. But master is honest and hard-working, there shouldn't be any trouble." Ing frowned. She sensed there was definitely something fishy about this. "I think so too." Ping'an paused for a moment before saying, "I'll take you home first, then I'll go find my boss and ask him about it." "Okay." Ing nodded and said, "No matter what happens, don't act impulsively." "Don't worry, I've got it under control." Ping'an smiled. As the great leader said, everything has two sides. There is no such thing as absolute good or bad. Advantages and disadvantages always go hand in hand. On the surface, the factory director is treating master to a meal, but chances are he wants something from him. Ping'an continued. "If that is the case, what is there to worry about?" That is impressive." Listening to Ping'an's words, Ing was slightly surprised. "I remember you weren't this good at school before. You can actually quote the great leader off the top of your head." Ping'an laughed. "People always have to keep learning and improving, don't they?" Back when Ping'an was in school, he was a poor student, but after being forced to go down to the countryside, he ended up memorizing the great leader's quotations inside out. The more he recited them, the more he got into it, discovering that they were full of wisdom. If he studied them seriously as a child, he probably wouldn't have ended up being outmaneuvered by Guifan. Chapter 11, Someone Wants to Steal the Opportunity? That is great. After dropping Ing off, Ping'an went back to his uncle's house. As soon as he got home, Ping'an immediately brought over the gifts he bought for Lin and Lily. For Lily, he bought orange-flavored fruit candies, while for Lin, he gotten malt sugar, pear syrup candy, big white rabbit milk candy, as well as clam oil and snow cream. Lin had had such a hard life before. Now that she was with him, she certainly deserved some special treatment. Lily still had some clam oil and snow cream left, so there was no need to buy her more. Ping'an did, however, pick up some shampoo, toothpaste, and soap on the way, asking his aunt to see who might need them. Lily saw that Lin had more things than she did, but she wasn't jealous. She took a piece of candy and fed it to Lin, then took a piece of malt sugar from her hand and started eating it herself. This was the first time Lin had received such things in the past. Whenever there was candy at home, it was always Jabbo who ate it. It had nothing to do with her. As for clam oil and snow cream? Forget about it. Hee tasty, isn't it? Lily giggled, then picked up another piece of candy and stuffed it into Ping'an's mouth. After waiting for Ping'an to open her mouth and take it, Lily offered some candy to her mother as well. It was true she loved candy, but ever since her cousin had bought her some, she never ate it first. If her father hadn't been away right now, she would have definitely fed him a piece too. Ping'an chuckled, "This girl all that love hasn't gone to waste." Hee. Lily ate a piece herself, then tucked the rest away, smiling as she said, "The rest is all for me and Sister Lin." Ping'an and Fong didn't bother to intervene. After all, she was the only one in the family who loved candy. As for the others, they all preferred the meat they rarely got to eat, maybe once a year. Before long, Uncle June came home from work. During dinner, Ping'an spoke up, "Uncle, my master is back from his delivery run. I'm going to check on him in a bit." "Old Chio's back? You should definitely go see him." Jun also regarded Xiao Hao as a benefactor to his nephew. After a moment's thought, he said, "Remember to bring some cigarettes when you go. Old Xiao's a heavy smoker." "I know," Pingyan said with a smile. "I've been saving the cigarettes they give me during my regular deliveries." As he spoke, Pingyan pulled out a cigarette pack. It already contained over a dozen cigarettes of various brands. Pingyan divided the cigarettes he saved, half for his uncle and half for his mentor, treating them equally. Jun nodded at this and said, "You don't need to give any to me this time. Give them all to old Xiao." "All right," Pingyan nodded. "I'll give the next batch to uncle." After dinner, Lin once again volunteered to wash the dishes. Pingyan knew Lin had come to terms with her situation. Whether she stayed or left, she was content. Pingyan didn't rush to tell her the good news that he found a job. He planned to surprise Lin with it later. By now, the restaurant outside the textile factory had closed, and Pingyan guessed his mentor had already gone home. He didn't bother looking for him there. Instead, he headed straight toward his mentor's house. When Pingyan arrived at his master's doorstep, he saw his master sitting outside smoking before he even stepped inside. There wasn't much alcohol on his breath, but a hint of worry was clearly visible. "Master," Pingyan approached, sat down beside him, and asked, "Why are you looking so worried right after you got back?" Pingyan, Xiao Hao's expression grew slightly awkward upon seeing his apprentice. "I'm here, master," Pingyan said, looking at him. "What's wrong? You just got back from a delivery out of town. Why do you look so down?" I feel guilty," Xiao Hao said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette as he looked at his apprentice. Sitting there, he began to ramble. "We've known each other for 3 years now. Since you became a driver, it's time for your probationary period to end. After becoming a driver, one starts at a grade 5 salary." Pingyan's base pay was 43 yuan and 50 cents a month, plus a daily subsidy of 60 cents when he had work. But for a veteran driver like Xiao Hao, his base pay was already 72 yuan a month. And since he drove long-haul routes to other cities, he received a monthly subsidy of about 20 yuan all told. That's even higher than the factory director's salary. Now that Pingyan had passed his probationary period, he was eligible for a 50 yuan monthly salary and qualified to drive long-haul routes. "Actually, you were supposed to get a raise next month," Xiao Hao said, looking at his apprentice with a hint of moisture in his eyes. "But the boss told me that Xiaoniu was a good comrade and wanted to save this opportunity for him. He felt awkward asking you to step aside, so he had me play the bad guy instead." Hearing his master's words, Pingyan immediately understood. The Xiaoniu his master mentioned was named Niu Ben, also a driver at the factory. As luck would have it, he did become a driver right around the same time as Pingyan. However, Pingyan honed his skills by training under a master, while his rival had some connections. When it came to driving alone, Niu Ben was just about passable. As long as he didn't drink, he rarely made any mistakes. But nowadays, drivers also need to know how to fix cars, and in that regard, Niu Ben was far behind Pingyan. Yet his rival had connections and was determined to snatch up what were already scarce opportunities for a raise. Between the two of them, whoever gets the raise will earn an extra 5 to 10 yuan a month. It might not seem like much in a single month, but what about a year? The factory director and Niu Ben didn't want to be the bad guys, so they had Xiao Hao step in instead. Pingyan, however, didn't really care about this. So what if the raise comes a little later? What he lacks right now isn't money, it's something else. "Master." Suddenly, Pingyan spoke up. "The factory director sent you to talk me out of this, didn't he? Did he mention what he'd offer me in exchange for giving up this opportunity? Compensation?" "Humph." At the mention of this, Xiao Hao retorted, "The factory director said he'd give you an extra 2 yuan a month and a caddy of national grain coupons." "That's all? Is he trying to fob off a beggar?" "Master, I'm not saying I can't let this opportunity go." Listening to his mentor, Pingyan replied, "But I think we can still negotiate the terms." "What you mentioned that must be the factory director's private subsidy, right?" Pingyan asked. "Since Comrade Niu Ben got a perk, shouldn't he throw me a bone too?" Niu Ben had his own connections and channels. He wanted to move up in pay grade, but more importantly, he wanted the qualification to drive long-haul routes, long-haul runs, sneaking in some private cargo on the side that's all extra cash. Veteran drivers all know this. Ping-an might be a rookie, but he is well aware of the ropes. If he gives this opportunity to Nyo Ben, he has got to get something else in return. Ping-an, what do you want? Xiao Hao looked at his apprentice and said, tomorrow, I'll put in a good word for you. I'll make sure they pay up. Master, there is actually something I want, Ping-an replied. You see, I'm getting married, but I don't have a place yet. Although the factory has already approved a marriage apartment for me and Comrade Ing, could you help me get one with a larger floor area? Chapter 12, Dual Cultivation Skill, Yin-Yang Harmony. Long haul? Not even a dog would do that. What makes a good job? High pay, light workload, close to home, high rank, great authority, little responsibility. Sleep until you wake, naturally count money until your hands cramp. Get bonuses during holidays while others work overtime, I get a raise. Sipping tea and reading the paper, what joy, earn extra income from side gigs. And Ping-an's current job as a driver is exactly that kind of job. As long as he doesn't think about asking for a raise, even if he goes to the factory every day, he only has to do a little work and still gets paid a decent amount. Long haul? Whoever wants to go ahead. In his past life, Ping-an sold his job and went to the countryside before it was time for a raise, so this matter naturally has nothing to do with him. Now that Ping-an has earned 1,000 from check-ins, he couldn't care less about a few extra bucks in his monthly paycheck. He'd be more than happy to just coast along at the factory. A long-haul trip takes at least 2 or 3 days, sometimes up to half a month. There's even a chance of running into danger along the way. If he had the chance, wouldn't it be better to just check in with Lin from home? Since Nyo Ben is willing to go, let him go then. But he is definitely taking a loss on the surface, so he'll have to make sure the other party compensates him. Now that Ping-an's job offer for Lin looks promising, the next step is finding a place to live. Partly to keep his mistress hidden away, and partly so he'll have a separate place to live once he marries Ing. Ping-an and Lin's relationship can't be made public yet, and he won't tell anyone about it, but he and Ing are the envy of the entire factory as a young couple. He voiced his demands and hoped his mentor would join him tomorrow to negotiate with the factory director. Housing? We absolutely have to bring this up. Xiao Hao said. You're a driver, but since you and Xiaotang haven't been here long enough, I won't complain about the 20 square meter marriage apartment they offered you before. But now that the factory director needs your help, if he doesn't give you a 40 square meter apartment, I'll camp out in his office and refuse to leave. Housing in the city was extremely tight. Ping-an and his uncle's family combined barely had 40-odd square meters to live in. If Ping-an and Ing could be allocated a 40 square meter apartment, it would truly be a form of compensation for him. With a goal in mind, the master and apprentice began discussing how to make it happen. Before long, their plan was nearly finalized. All that remained was to head to the factory tomorrow. After finishing their conversation, the two shared a hearty laugh. After their conversation, Ping-an left a cigarette for his master and headed home. Ping-an hadn't mentioned Lin's housing situation. Even if he bought her a job, it wouldn't be at the textile factory, so there was no way the factory could arrange housing for her. Her problem could be dealt with later. They weren't short on money now. At worst, they could just rent a place. It's the common folk who don't have homes, not the well-connected and influential. Even in this day and age, the common folk's problems could be solved with money. If she ran out of money. With a daily check-in, she didn't believe she wouldn't be able to earn even more money in the future. Money was a man's courage. Ping-an had to step up her game. When Ping-an returned home, her aunt, cousin, and Lin had all gone to bed. His uncle, however, was still waiting for Ping-an to come home. You're back? Jun said as he saw his nephew return. Did you have a chance to talk to your master? Is he okay? He is fine. He is worried about my housing situation, Ping-an replied. I'm about to get married to Ing, and my master said he'd help me apply for a better apartment through the factory. Ping-an turned the situation on its head, turning a troublesome matter into a positive one. He didn't mention Nyo Ben's desire for a long-distance route assignment. He didn't care about it anyway. His uncle was a worker at another factory and had no connection to the textile mill. Bringing up Nyo Ben's situation now would serve no purpose other than to worry him. Now that everything had been resolved, if his uncle found out, he might even end up making things worse. "You've found yourself a good mentor." Listening to his nephew's words, June didn't doubt a single thing. On the contrary, he said with satisfaction, "You're better than your father, and better than me. In the future, between the Chang and Chen families, you're definitely the one with the brightest future." "Uncle, the only connection I have left with the Chang family is this surname," Pinyin said. "My father has a job now, so I don't need to support him. When he retires, I'll just make sure he has enough to eat. He raised me for 12 years, I'll take care of him until the end. He hasn't lost out. It's you and me who are family. Ever since my father remarried, he has been no different from a stepfather to me," Pinyin said. "Without you, uncle, I would have either starved to death or been sent down to the countryside long ago. I owe my good job entirely to you. I've been thinking these past few days that we should find a way to bring our cousin back," Pinyin said. "He has been in the countryside for several years now. I've saved up a little money over the years. Let us pool our resources and buy him a job so he can come back." Listening to his nephew's words, June was deeply moved. "Pinyin, that's very kind of you." The uncle and nephew chatted for a while, and June took the matter to heart. If he could bring his son back, how could he possibly refuse? But with the current policies, would it really be possible to bring him back? Pinyin took 2 pastries over to his uncle, then happily went back to bed. Pinyin, however, wasn't in a hurry to go back to his room. He sat in the living room for a while, thinking about tomorrow's plans. Tomorrow he could arrange a job for Lin, and while he was at it, he'd have to go to the educated youth office to have her registration cancelled. As for how to cancel it, Pinyin already had an idea. "Jiabo, of course. Come to think of it, I'll have to head back over there tomorrow morning to pick up the household registration book," Pinyin muttered to himself. Quite a few procedures required the household registration book to be processed. Just as Pinyin was mulling this over, the door to Lily's room opened again. "Congratulations, host, on obtaining Divine Art Manual. Divine Art Manual, circulate kidney essence into the sea of vitality. The infant and maiden harmonize yin and yang. After practicing the Divine Art Manual, it can strengthen both partners' bodies, enhance vitality and spirit, whiten and nourish the complexion, and prevent pregnancy. Please explore additional functions on your own." After successfully checking in, a memory entered Pingin's mind. It was none other than the Divine Art Manual. It contained a wealth of knowledge, and after reading it, Pinyin, this young driver, truly felt his horizons had broadened. This Divine Art Manual was not a martial arts manual. It couldn't grant him superhuman strength. But the ability to strengthen the body and enhance vitality, energy, and spirit was more than enough. It was good for him, and good for her. Chapter 13, The Silencer. As he thought this, Pinyin broke out in a cold sweat. He'd been so preoccupied with checking in these past 2 days that he'd completely forgotten about Lin's temporary inability to conceive. If such a scandal were to be exposed, the two of them would surely end up behind bars. Now that he had this Divine Art Manual, he no longer had to worry about it at all. Pinyin thought to himself, letting out a sigh of relief. He ran one hand over Lin's leg, feeling utterly content. Lin wasn't tall enough to have long legs, but the shape of her legs, her skin, and the way they felt were so lovely that Pinyin couldn't get enough of them. In the language of the future, they were legs to die for. He wondered if practicing the Divine Martial Arts Manual a few more times would make those beautiful legs even more stunning. "Lin, I have some good news for you." Pinyin didn't forget the main business and said to Lin, "I found you a job at the state-run restaurant. I'll go back tomorrow to pick up your household registration, and I'll take you to sign the employment contract at noon." "Huh?" Hearing Pingin's words, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed Lin's eyes. Really? Of course it's true." Pinyin kissed Lin on the lips and explained, "The job is at the restaurant, but you'll be working as a cashier taking orders and handling payments. You just need basic elementary math skills to do it. you're so smart you'll pick it up in no time. I won T let Ping In down. Hearing Ping In's words, Lin nodded in agreement. After all, being a cashier was no problem for her. Lin was a girl who took her responsibilities seriously. If she couldn't handle something this simple, she'd feel terrible letting Ping In down. She said, Ping In, you're so good to me. I don't even know how to repay you. Oh? Hearing Lin's voice, Ping In smiled and said, didn't you just repay me a moment ago? That doesn't count. Hearing Ping In's words, Lin whispered, that was my choice, and besides, I really enjoyed it. Come to think of it, I guess I took advantage of you. We both enjoyed it, so there's no question of one of us taking advantage of the other. Ping In said, his fingers wandering over Lin's body. We'll talk about work tomorrow. For now, do you want to keep going? Mum. With that, Ping In decided to test whether the check-in feature was really as amazing as everyone claimed. After another round of lovemaking, Ping In felt not the slightest bit tired. On the contrary, he was full of energy. He looked as refreshed as if he'd slept for 8 hours straight. As for Lin, although every part of her body felt like it couldn't move, her spirits were high. Ping In knew this was the true power of the Divine Art Manual. It allowed him to use sleep as a substitute for sleep. Good girl, it's time to go back. Ping In kissed Lin on the forehead and said, once I've sorted out your job, I'll find you a place to live. Then, when we're living in our own home, you won't have to hold back and stay silent anymore. Chang Ping In Lin's face flushed involuntarily as she listened to Ping In's words. She hurriedly got up and walked toward the next room. Watching Lin leave, Ping In lay down to sleep. Check-in successful. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the silencer. Silencer, when activated, blocks all noise within a 5-meter radius. Good girl. Looking at the silencer, Ping In wore an expression of delight and surprise. This is a real treasure. In an instant, Ping In could think of countless ways to use it. It's not just for doing good deeds, it can be used for mischief too. Early the next morning, Ping In left his uncle's house. Within minutes, he arrived at his biological father's place. What are you doing here? Guifan saw Ping In arrive, and the disgust in her eyes was completely unmasked. You're not welcome here. This is the Chang family's house, not the Ho family's. Ping In said indifferently, pushing open the door and walking inside. Chang hadn't drunk any alcohol the night before and hadn't woken up particularly late that day. Yet when he saw Ping In, his expression still froze. He felt a mix of love and hate toward Ping In. He loved him for his exceptional abilities. Everyone around him praised him as a prodigy. He hated him for being too capable. His salary was even higher than his own, as his father. Add to that the incident from a couple of days ago, and the Chang family's reputation had been completely ruined. It was Guifan who schemed, and it was Guifan who brought shame. Ping In shouldn't have to bear the blame. But Guifan was, after all, Ping In's stepmother. It was one thing to see through her scheme, but why knock her unconscious and dump her on her son's bed? Especially first thing in the morning, when he saw Jiabao still suckling in his sleep. It made his blood boil. Ping In, you're here. Chang frowned, pointed to a chair, and said, sit down and have breakfast with us. No, thanks. Ping In waved his hand and said, I just came to pick up my household registration book. Hearing the tone in Ping In's voice, Chang's expression stiffened. What do you need the household registration book for? To get the factory to assign me a new apartment, Ping In replied casually. I'm getting married soon. I've got to get the factory to finalize the housing arrangements. There were few occasions when the household registration book was needed, and the housing assignment Ping In mentioned was the most straightforward use. When he brought this up, Chang didn't think anything of it. After all, he met Ing's parents, and their daughter was a good girl, a worthy match for his son. Oh, that, Chang replied upon hearing Ping In's words. Of course, of course. Chang got up and quickly found the family household register. Ping In snatched it from him and said, all right, I'm heading out. No one wants me here anyway. With that, Ping In turned and walked toward the door. Ping In, this is your home. No one here is unwelcome, Chang said, watching his son's retreating figure. Stay for a meal before you go. Dinner? Ping-An snorted derisively. What if that old hag slips something in the food to knock me out and then comes in to take advantage of me? With that, Ping-An turned and left. Throughout the entire exchange, he didn't spare Guifan a single glance. As for Jiabo, he wasn't even awake at this hour. Chang stood frozen in place. Only after watching Ping-An leave did he let out a sigh. He and his son had truly grown apart. From the moment he walked in until he left, Ping-An hadn't even called him dad once. Meanwhile, Ping-An grabbed the household registration book and headed back to his uncle's house. When he walked in, everyone was already up and getting ready for breakfast. Just as he walked in, he heard Lilia's voice, "Sister Lin, I think you've gotten even prettier. And you look so much healthier too." "Of course I have." Ping-An stepped into the room and said, "Lin has found a job. He doesn't have to go to the countryside anymore, so the weight on his mind has lifted naturally. When good things happen, a person looks radiant." Chapter 14, Master will stand up for you. What? A job? Hearing Ping-An's words, Uncle's family all looked surprised. They knew how hard it was to find a job. They just hadn't expected Ping-An to land a job for Lin so quickly. "It's a job offered by my master's daughter-in-law." Ping-An knew his family wasn't the gossipy type, so he explained, "She is pregnant with twins, but the pregnancy isn't very stable." Ping-An knew he shouldn't appear to have too much money on hand, so he explained to his uncle and the others, "My master's wife might have to go take care of my sister-in-law at any moment, and Chocho is in school. The family is worried that their job might be taken back by her parents' family and never returned, so they let Lin fill in for now. Technically, they sold the job, but it still belongs to my sister-in-law." Ping-An continued, "Once my sister-in-law gives birth, if she still needs it, we'll give the job back to her." These words were, of course, made up. After all, Ping-An shouldn't be able to pull out several hundred yuan to buy a job on the spot. Was he supposed to tell his family he'd earned it from check-ins? It was better to say Lin was just filling in for now. As for who the job would belong to in the future, that was entirely up to Ping-An. If Lin found a better job, he could sell the restaurant position to someone else. As long as he didn't have to be sent down to the countryside, that was enough. Uncle and the other two listened to Ping-An's words and nodded in understanding. "Your sister-in-law won't be able to work for at least a year while she is pregnant. That gives Lin a year's chance to avoid being sent down to the countryside." Fong nodded and said, "Who knows? Maybe something else will come up during that year." As she spoke, Fong glanced at Lin. She'd already heard her husband mention wanting to try to bring their son back. If their son had a job and married Lin, wouldn't that mean they could all stay here? She had a favorable impression of Lin. She was down to earth, hardworking, and not bad-looking. If she could become her daughter-in-law, that would be truly wonderful. Of course, this was all just Fong's wishful thinking. She had no idea that Lin was already her nephew's wife. After dinner, Ping-An hopped on his bike and left. Just like yesterday, he picked up Ing before heading toward the textile factory. When Ing saw Ping-An arrive, she happily climbed onto his bike. "This is great, no more walking for hours," Ing said softly from the back of the bike. "Walking to work used to wear me out completely." Ping-An knew Ing was just pretending to be delicate and acting coy. She wasn't some delicate little girl. She had plenty of strength. She wouldn't just walk to work. She wouldn't even mind running there. But girls are like that. They like to act vulnerable in front of their boyfriends to spark their protective instincts. She might not be able to open a bottle cap in front of her boyfriend, but she could crack open a skull anywhere else. Ing was no exception. "Then I'll drive you to and from work every day from now on," Ping-An said. "Once we're married and living together, it'll be even easier for me to pick you up." "Getting married," Ing said wistfully, "there are still several months to go." Hearing Ing's words, Ping-An chuckled, "Who knows, maybe we'll do it sooner." "I knew you were just teasing me." Ing gave Ping-An's waist a gentle twist and said, "We haven't even found a place for our wedding yet. Are we going to live at your uncle's house after we get married? It's fine for a day or two, but if we stay too long, people will start to resent us." "Hee hee, I know. Pinyin said cheerfully, Sister Chun from the courtyard often wails in the middle of the night. It keeps people awake all night. What are you talking about? Ing gave Pinyin's waist a hard twist. Don't talk nonsense. Even if she hadn't experienced it herself, she certainly heard those kinds of wails before. Thinking of that embarrassing sound, Ing blushed slightly. Pinyin teased, I didn't say it was you. I'm not talking to you anymore. Ing declared she wasn't speaking to him anymore and remained silent for the rest of the walk. But Pinyin kept cracking jokes, a mix of Rune-era humor and contemporary puns that had Ing stifling her laughter the whole way. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of the textile factory that she finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing. I never knew you were such a great joke teller. Pinyin thought for a moment, then said with a straight face, I guess it's because I'm so handsome I don't even have to say a word, just seeing me makes you laugh out loud. After dropping her off at the women's workshop in the textile factory, Pinyin pushed the cart to the driver's area. Pinyin locked the cart and waited for 5 minutes before his master arrived. Pinyin, come with me, Xiaohao said to his apprentice. We're going to see the factory director right now to settle this matter. Got it, Pinyin replied, immediately following behind him. They had already discussed it last night. Xiaohao would take the lead, and Pinyin would just play the victim. Before long, the master and apprentice arrived at the factory director's office. When plant manager Lu Fengyao saw the master and apprentice approach, there was no trace of resentment or dissatisfaction on his face. He knew the matter was practically settled. Comrade Xiao, Comrade Chang, you're here, Lu Fengyao said with a smile. Please, have a seat. Xiaohao nodded and led his apprentice to a seat. Lu Fengyao smiled and said, Comrade Chang, I suppose your master has already told you about this. My master has told me, Pinyin nodded honestly and said, since the factory has made this decision, I will abide by the higher-ups' arrangements. Hearing Pinyin's words, a smile spread across Lu Fengyao's face. Just then, Xiaohao spoke up, Director, please call Comrade Niu Ben in as well. We should discuss this matter with all 4 of us together. No problem, of course not. Lu Fengyao readily agreed and immediately called in Niu Ben, who was waiting outside. After entering, Niu Ben politely greeted the 3 of them, Director Lu, Master Qiu, Comrade Chang. Have a seat. Lu Fengyao gestured for Niu Ben to sit down, then said, Comrade Chang just mentioned that he'll follow the factory's arrangements. Hearing Director Lu's words, a hint of joy flashed across Niu Ben's face. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Master Qiu. Thank you, Comrade Chang. Don't rush to thank us. Xiaohao kept a stern expression as he looked at the other 2. You know, Pinyin is my apprentice. I treat him like my own son. Yes, yes. Hearing Xiaohao's words, Lu Fengyao and Niu Ben didn't argue. They both knew that the next step was to negotiate terms. If there were no terms at all, that would be strange. But as long as they could negotiate, everything would be fine. This promotion opportunity can go to Niu Ben, Xiaohao said, looking at the 2 of them calmly. But you'll have to make sure the compensation is generous. What else with 2 yuan a month and a pound of national grain coupons? Are you trying to fob off a beggar? Hearing Xiaohao's words, both men breathed a sigh of relief. Those terms were merely a baseline, they knew they weren't enough. Comrade Xiu, you're a veteran of our factory, Lu Fengyao said. Since you've brought it up, we'll definitely have to raise the stakes. Just tell us, what do you want? First is the wage issue. Xiaohao said. If Pinyin can't bump my rank up this year, the earliest I'll have to wait is next year. I'm not asking for much, just the 60 yuan difference for the year, paid in a lump sum. And as for the grain coupons, give me 20 caddies of national grain coupons right now. Chapter 15, The Commendation Letter from the Public Security Bureau. Hearing Xiaohao's words, Lu Fengyao glanced at Niu Ben. That extra 2 yuan each month had originally come out of Niu Ben's pocket. No problem, Niu Ben nodded and said, I've already taken advantage of Comrade Chang. I'll make up for the money and the coupons within 3 days. 60 yuan and 20 caddies of national grain coupons. Niu Ben's family certainly wasn't short on that sort of thing, never mind a year's worth of the difference. They could easily afford even 3 years' worth. Straightforward. Xiaohao nodded with satisfaction and continued, and then there is the housing issue. My daughter Pingin is getting married, so the factory needs to finalize her housing as soon as possible. Xiaohao turned his gaze to Lu Fengyao. He was the one in charge of housing allocations at the factory. Well, housing is in extremely short supply at our factory, Lu Fengyao hesitated before saying. As for the marriage housing requested by Comrade Cheng and Comrade Tang, I'll do my best to finalize it completely by next month. That won't do. Xiaohao slammed his hand on the table and said, do you realize that if this housing isn't secured, it'll delay my apprentice's wedding? It has to be done faster. And what's the point of those 20 square meters? It might be passable for the young couple now, but will there be enough room once they have children? We have to swap it. We absolutely need a bigger one. Xiaohao insisted. Pingin is a driver for the factory, and Comrade Ing is an outstanding textile worker. Their elders have already dedicated half their lives to the factory. Once they take over, it's a lifelong commitment for them too. You all know just how big the difference is between each pay grade for drivers. Xiaohao said with great emotion, tapping his fingers on the table a few times. Niu Ben, you should understand. Just getting promoted a year earlier brings such huge benefits. Listening to Xiaohao's words, Niu Ben fell silent. It was precisely because he knew this all too well that he wanted to get his pay grade raised. Promoting a driver requires passing strict procedures like political vetting and on-the-job training. He wasn't lacking in those areas, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to bring this up with the factory director. What Niu Ben truly lacked was his vehicle repair skills. And that, too, was tied to his pay grade. Niu Ben had been studying vehicle repair diligently lately, but it would take at least another 6 months to reach the required qualification. That was why he was trying to pull some strings. If he could get his only competitor, Pingin, to back out and have his dad talk to the evaluators, he'd have the opportunity. Once he secures the position, he can get a raise, and driving long haul would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Once he is driving long haul, making a little extra cash on the side would be a breeze, wouldn't it? I wouldn't trade this steering wheel for a county magistrate's seat. Do you really think it's about that meager official salary? Of course it's the extra income. A year ahead of schedule, his extra income would be unimaginable. Niu Ben's family held a bit of influence, but he had no intention of using it to bully others. He wanted to drive long-haul routes to make a fortune. If he offended people, wouldn't they go down fighting? That would be a case of the cure being worse than the disease. Any problem that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. At worst, he just doesn't have enough money. Niu Ben looked at Lu Fengyao and said, Director Lu, please help Comrade Chang. I'd love to help, Lu Fengyao replied, a bitter expression crossing his face. But the main problem is that our textile factory really doesn't have any suitable housing. He'd be more than happy to use the factory's resources to earn a favor from him. The real issue was that there simply weren't any larger apartments available. With so many people at the factory keeping an eye on things, who wouldn't want a bigger place? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the factory director's office. The director's secretary walked in and said, Director Lu, someone from the police has come to deliver a letter of commendation, thanking Comrade Pingin from our factory for helping to catch a murderer. What? Comrade Chang helped catch a murderer? Hearing the secretary's words, the three people in the room immediately became restless. Xiaohao and the others all turned to look at Pingin, their eyes filled with disbelief. At that moment, the secretary also noticed that Pingin, the one being commended, was right there in the room. Why are you all staring at me like that? Pingin felt his scalp prickle under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes and said, helping the police catch bad guys isn't that what we're supposed to do? The great leader said, united as one, with a single heart and mind, any powerful enemy and any difficult situation will surrender to us. Pingin continued, the great leader was absolutely right. Just yesterday, I joined forces with the police comrades, and we took down that murderer in a snap. The others were speechless. That was a murderer, after all. You actually dared to go after him. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. The police had sent a letter of commendation, didn't they need to go over there right away? The 5 men walked out together and saw the bureau chief from next door standing there with the 2 police officers from yesterday. Lu Fengyao knew Bureau Chief Fong and exchanged a few brief words with him. Bureau Chief Fong exchanged a few pleasantries and, guided by his subordinates, found Ping'an. He said, "This must be Comrade Chang. You really are a fine-looking young man." Director Fong saluted, then took out the commendation letter and read it aloud. Most of it praised Ping'an's bravery and fearlessness, as well as his willingness to take the lead. After finishing, he handed the letter and 5 yuan to Ping'an. "Comrade Chang," he said gratefully, "thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, that guy wouldn't have been caught so easily." "It was only my duty," Ping'an replied politely, without taking credit for himself. Modesty is a fine virtue. Director Fong nodded, handed over the items, and left with his 2 colleagues. It wouldn't do to invite them to stay for a meal at a time like this. After seeing the 3 police officers off, Factory Director Lu turned to Ping'an and said, "I had no idea you'd done something so significant. Why didn't you tell the factory?" Ping'an glanced at the factory director and replied, "Director, this was just something that happened yesterday evening. It wasn't a big deal, so it wasn't worth mentioning." "That would been like tooting my own horn. You don't go bragging about things like this yourself. Of course you let the police officers spread the word. If I say it, the impact is 1. If others pass it on, it's 3. But if the police say it themselves, the impact is 10. Just look at this. Even Director Lu's gaze toward me now carries a hint of awe. That was a murderer, after all, and Ping'an just went after him." In reality, when Ping'an took action, he had no idea what the other guy had done. Who would thought 2 police officers would go after a murderer? Speaking of murder, that actually reminds me of something. Once they were back in the office, Lu Fengyao suddenly said, "Recently, the only deaths in our neighborhood have been the Fong couple. One was murdered, and the other died from a heart attack after getting so upset. Come to think of it, that elderly couple were actually among the first employees of our textile factory, and the house they lived in was also provided by our factory." At this point, Lu Fengyao looked at Ping'an and said, "Previously, we couldn't close the case because the killer hadn't been caught. Now that Comrade Chang has helped apprehend the suspect, a verdict will be handed down soon. Then our factory will be able to reclaim the house." Lu Fengyao looked at Ping'an and said, "Little Chang, I wonder if you'd be interested in this apartment?" "No way. Absolutely not." Before Ping'an could even speak up, Xiao Hao objected, "Who would want a place where 2 people died?" Lu Fengyao said calmly, "It's south over 80 square meters. Well, that changes things. Chapter 16, Shopping for Clothes. An 80 square meter apartment that's more than enough for 6 or 7 people. If we turn this down, we'd be fools." The Feng's elderly couple had made significant contributions to the factory, and back in the day, they had a large family, so naturally they were allocated a big apartment. However, the eldest son of the Feng family had died on the battlefield during the Korean War, his wife had remarried, the second son's daughter had long since married, the third son had died young from illness, and the youngest son, who was also the murderer of the elderly Feng couple, was set to be executed by firing squad in a few days. With such a large house, there was simply no one left to inherit it. As a result, the factory could naturally reclaim the property, but even if the factory reclaimed the house, such a large space would have to be divided up to accommodate 3 or 4 families. But who would want a house where someone had died? Ping'an was in need of a place right now, so why not just give him the whole thing without dividing it up? As long as the space was big enough, the minor drawback of a death in the house could be overlooked. Hearing factory director Lu assign such a large house to him, Ping'an was naturally delighted. So what if someone died there? There are plenty of big houses where people have died. An 80 square meter house would not only solve the housing problem for him and Ing's marriage, but even provide a suitable place for Lin to live. So much had happened yesterday, and it was all good news. For a moment, Ping'an didn't even know which specific event the opportunity rune had influenced. But what did it matter? He was the one benefiting anyway. Since you're happy with it, then it's settled. Lu Fengyao said. The house is approved, it's all yours. Thank you very much, Director, Ping'an replied gratefully, then turned to Niu Ben and said, I think Comrade Niu Ben is quite suitable for a promotion. Ha ha. Hearing Ping'an's words, Niu Ben smiled. Comrade Chang, thank you so much. Nyoben had already made up his mind. To avoid any complications down the road, he had to deliver the items to Ping'an as soon as possible. Only once Ping'an accepted them would he be able to put his mind completely at ease. With the deal settled, everyone was happy. Nyoben covered the cost of the cigarettes and liquor the factory provided. The apartment Lu Fengniao gained the favor and Ping'an reaped the benefits. Looking at the big picture, it seemed that only Qiu Hao had come away empty-handed. But Nyoben knew how to handle things. He immediately asked factory director Lu for time off, intending to go out and buy 2 cartons of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor to give to Master Qiu. Director, I need to take the day off today, Ping'an said, noting that he had no work scheduled for the day. I need to go to the police station to split my household registration. Right now, my registration is still listed under my dad's name. No problem, your leave is approved, factory director Lu replied. I've got a few things to take care of this morning, but this afternoon I'll head over to the station to speed up the process. It'll take 2 days at the earliest, 5 at the latest. I'll make sure you get that apartment. After getting his leave approved, Ping'an left. Qiu Hao also came out and admonished his apprentice, Ping'an, don't be so reckless next time. Running into a murderer isn't a good thing. Master, how was I supposed to know he was a murderer when I ran into him? Ping'an explained, he darted out and rammed into my car. I got out with a baton to scare him off, thinking he was trying to stage an accident when 2 police officers ran over. I knocked him down with the baton right away. It wasn't until we were on our way to the station that I found out he was a murderer. So there was nothing heroic about it at all. It wasn't that Ping'an didn't want to be heroic, it was that the criminal simply didn't give him the chance. So that's how it was. Listening to Ping'an's account, Qiu Hao let out a sigh of relief. I thought you'd charged in full of passion. Don't be so reckless in the future. Got it, I understand. Ping'an nodded. It wasn't like he ran into situations like this every day. His fighting skills were only good for dealing with ordinary thugs and hoodlums. Why go looking for trouble? After saying goodbye to his master, Ping'an hopped on his bike and left. Things had gone smoother than usual today, so he decided to pick up Lin and run some errands. She needed a household registration to secure her job, so it was a good opportunity to separate her registration from the family register. Before long, Ping'an rode his bike back home. When he arrived home, Lin was doing laundry. She hadn't brought anything with her when she left home with Ping'an, and now she was wearing her aunt's old clothes, which looked a bit awkward on her. What a scatterbrain I am, Ping'an said, tapping his forehead. He remembered buying food for Lin yesterday, but had forgotten to buy her clothes. Fortunately, it wasn't too late, he could go buy everything now. Ping'an? Lin exclaimed in surprise when she saw him. You're back? Yeah, I took the day off, Ping'an said. You wash, and I'll wring them out. Once we're done, we'll get down to business. Oh, I know, Lin replied, pulling the last load of laundry out of the machine. It was Ping'an's socks. Ping'an walked into the room and said to his aunt, Aunt Fong, I'm taking Lin out. We won't be back for lunch. Okay, go ahead. Fong knew her nephew was out looking for a job for Lin, so she said, I'll give you 2 meat coupons. Treat him to a nice meal at noon. No need, I've got some here. Ping'an couldn't possibly accept his aunt's meat coupons. Save these for Lily, he said. She has been craving meat, too. She has craving it? Fong shook her head. She is the chubbiest one in the family. There were no overweight people in the family. Lin was even malnourished. Lily, on the other hand, had a hearty appetite and lacked exercise, so she looked a bit chubbier than her peers. But this chubby was only relative. At 13 years old, she was just over 5 feet tall and weighed only a little over 70 pounds. By modern standards, she wouldn't be considered malnourished, but she'd still be on the thin side. Ping'an offered a word of comfort and turned to walk out. He took Lin with him, but instead of heading to a restaurant, they walked toward the department store. On the way, Ping'an chatted with Lin for a bit. It was only then that he realized how little he actually knew about her. They talked the whole way, mostly about trivial matters. Lin didn't know which restaurant they were going to, so she just looked around in silence. When they arrived at their destination, Lin paused for a moment before saying, "Pingyan, I'll pay you back for the gift later." "Thinking about making it up to me again?" Pingyan said with a smile. "Let us not talk about money." Pingyan locked the bike and led Lin toward the department store. Pingyan had quite a bit to buy today. In addition to gifts for brother Chiu and his wife, there was a whole new wardrobe for Lin. Otherwise, she'd have a hard time even changing her clothes on a regular basis. The two walked into the store. Pingyan bought 2 cans of malted milk powder, plus a can of meat and a can of fruit. Better safe than sorry. Once they finished shopping for those items, Pingyan took Lin to the clothing section, specifically the women's section. Lin thought Pingyan was going to buy clothes for Ing, and a faint pang of envy welled up inside her. She was very clear about her own place. Ing is Pingyan's girlfriend, so it only makes sense to buy her clothes. "Lin," Pingyan said, holding up a cream-colored striped dress with lace trim. "Go try this one on." Div data fontia type equals image source equals user p class equals picture group id equals 1 img src equals http p3 reading sign.fq novelpic.com novelpicker 4302338618667 at 992 fc455e3 f0276 etplv noop.jpg LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 187292825 signature equals XBID PD0 is 7JBZ NWP%2 BCQLCY%3D width equals 517 height equals 778 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. Chapter 17, Finalizing the Outfit. Soon, Lin had the dress on. Pingyan had decent taste. The dress looked great on Lin. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't exactly a showstopper. Neither the dress nor Lin's figure was quite at that level. But Pingyan thought it looked good. He seemed quite satisfied. Right now, Lin had the air of a delicate, demure young woman. "Pingyan, isn't this a little too small?" Lin thought for a moment before saying, "Sister Ing is taller than me and has a better figure. This would be too tight on her." Pingyan looked at Lin and said, "I bought this for you. Why are you comparing it to Ing's figure?" "You thought this was for her?" Pingyan quickly caught on. He looked at Lin and said, "Lin, this is yours. All the clothes we're buying today are for you." After saying that, Pingyan turned his attention back to the other clothes. Besides the skirt, there were blouses, pants, shoes, and socks, all of which needed to be bought. Once he had put together 2 complete outfits, Pingyan stopped. He was out of fabric coupons. "Let us stop here for now," Pingyan said, looking at Lin. "These clothes should be enough for you for the time being. In a few days, I'll get you some more." "Pingyan, this is more than enough," Lin said, waving her hands hurriedly. "You've spent too much." "It's mostly a matter of time," Pingyan explained. "Otherwise, I'd have just brought some fabric home to make you new clothes." "Where does Pingyan work?" "At a textile factory. The one thing a textile factory has in abundance is fabric. He could get some seconds at employee prices, and making clothes at home wouldn't be too difficult. But sewing takes time, and Lin needed clothes right away. There wasn't enough time for that." Pingyan leaned close to Lin and whispered, "You're my wife. Isn't it only natural for me to buy you things?" "Wife?" Hearing Pingyan's words, a faint blush spread across Lin's face. "Am I even worthy of that?" After finishing their shopping, Pingyan led Lin toward the exit. Just as he was about to pay, he had the misfortune of spotting 2 annoying people. Guifan and Jeba. "Bad luck," Pingyan muttered under his breath, but he didn't engage with the pair. Guifan saw Pingyan, her eyes flashing with anger. But she knew they were in public, and as a stepmother, there wasn't much she could do. Jabal, on the other hand, saw the pile of groceries Pingyan and Lin had bought, and he could barely hide the envy in his eyes. "Mom, the canned food." Jabal pointed at what Pingyan was holding and swallowed hard. "I want to eat canned food." Hearing her son's words, Guifan clenched her teeth and said, "Fine." "Lin." Guifan turned to her daughter and said coldly, "Give me the canned food." Pingyan looked at Guifan and said indifferently, "Get lost." "Pingyan, how dare you curse at me?" Guifan stared at Pingyan in disbelief. "He actually cursed at me in public." How unfilial. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat Jiabao to death. Ping'an spoke with a calm tone, yet his words were vicious. It's none of anyone's business if an older brother beats his younger brother, right? I'll see who dares. Jiabao was Guifan's Achilles' heel. If Ping'an dared to lay a finger on him, Guifan would fight to the death. Ping'an didn't bother to respond, he simply took his items to the counter to pay. Ping'an had delivered goods to every department store in the city, so the sales clerks and managers all knew him. When it came time to pay, they were exceptionally courteous to him. While they didn't exactly give him a discount, they certainly provided the best possible service. After finishing their shopping, Ping'an took Lin and left. Behind them, a pair of eyes seemed to be glaring at them as if ready to devour them. Ping'an, just you wait. With their shopping done, it was about time. Ping'an first took Lin home to change clothes, then immediately headed toward the restaurant. Come to think of it, this state-run restaurant was a bit far from Uncle S' house. It wasn't a big deal by bike, but on foot it took over half an hour. But even if the distance were twice as far, the job would still have everyone flocking to it. When the two arrived, Xiao Zhenghua and his wife were already there. This restaurant was where his sister-in-law worked. Since the official handover hadn't taken place yet, she was essentially there for her last day on the job. Upon seeing them, Xiao Zhenghua walked over warmly. Ping'an, this must be Comrade Zhou, right? Brother Qiu, Ping'an greeted Xiao Zhenghua and said, this is my sister, Lin. She is a bit shy, but she is a real workhorse. Plus, she is a good student. If it weren't for her mom's preference for sons over daughters, she might have gone on to high school. Ping'an and Xiao Zhenghua had known each other for several years. They were close and didn't bother with formalities. These words weren't meant for Brother Qiu and his wife, they were mainly for the restaurant manager standing nearby to hear. We've taken over the job, but we'll continue to do it with dedication. Maybe it won't make anyone look at him any differently, but he just hopes they won't make things difficult for him. The manager simply nodded. These days, buying and selling jobs is perfectly normal. As long as the process is in order, he won't interfere too much. Soon, Lin had signed the job transfer contract with his sister-in-law. And since the restaurant manager was right there, he stamped it into effect on the spot. He looked at Lin and said, Comrade Lin, you can start work tomorrow. Comrade Li Mei can explain the specifics of the job to you. Li Mei was the name of Qiu Zhenghua's wife. Yes, sir, Lin replied promptly. I understand. I have other business to attend to, so I'll be going now. The manager addressed the group, picked up his things, and turned to leave. As for staying for a meal? Although he was the manager, he still had to pay for his own food here. Stay and wait for someone else to treat him? With one being a former subordinate and the other a current one, he couldn't bring himself to do that. Lin. After the manager had left, Li Mei pulled Lin over and said, my job is to take orders, collect money, and handle grain and meat ration coupons. Li Mei's job was indeed that of a cashier. Being a cashier was an excellent job, one that Xiu Hao had secured for his daughter-in-law a few years ago thanks to his connections. If it had been anyone else, how could they possibly have bought a cashier's position for 420? I'll show you how it's done. After you finish eating, I'll walk you through it so you can handle things here for the rest of the afternoon, Li Mei said with a smile, turning to Ping'an. Comrade Chang, why don't you order something? Comrade Li Mei, I understand, Ping'an replied in a business-like tone. He glanced at today's menu and ordered 1 serving of braised pork, 1 serving of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, 1 serving of shredded potatoes, 1 serving of braised cabbage with tofu, and a pound of rice. Ping'an placed his order and handed over the money and ration tickets. Li Mei took the money and tickets, recorded the order, and sent the chef to prepare the dishes. Meanwhile, Lin stood nearby, watching intently and taking notes on every detail. Starting tomorrow, no, starting right now, she would be the cashier at the state-run restaurant. Chapter 18, Sending Jiabao to Zishuangbana. After finishing their meal, Lin began to follow Sister Li Mei's example and took on the role of cashier. It wasn't until there were no more customers that Ping'an led Lin toward the educated youth office. Lin had previously been dragged by Guifan to sign up to go to the countryside as an educated youth, but now that she had a job, she naturally had to cancel that plan. Aunt Lu, you're busy. Pingyan said, handing her a piece of candy. "A few days ago, Guifan just grabbed people at random and forcibly signed my sister up to go to the countryside. That's not by the rules." Aunt Lu knew Pingyan. She had actually held Pingyan when she was a baby. Not only had she held her, but she done so even before Pingyan's own mother. Because back then, it was Aunt Lu who had delivered Pingyan. Back then, who went to the hospital to give birth? Everyone just hired a midwife to deliver the baby at home. When Aunt Lu delivered Pingyan, Chang even spent 20,000 yuan. That was the first edition of the 20,000 renminbi yuan could buy 20 jin of rice. Back when Pingyan's own mother was alive, the two families still kept in touch. It wasn't until after his mother passed away that contact between the two families was severed, but now that Pingyan needed a favor, he naturally had to butter her up. "Look, could you please cancel Lin's assignment to the countryside?" Pingyan began. "She has a job. She doesn't need to go out there at all. That woman Guifan is just causing trouble." "Well, that's not possible." Aunt Lu shook her head. "Xiao Chang, it's already been registered. And the subsidies have already been distributed." As she spoke, Aunt Lu unwrapped the candy Pingyan had handed her and popped it into her mouth. "But Guifan signed her up. How can that count?" Pingyan saw her eating the candy and knew there was still a chance. Speaking up, Pingyan handed over the household registration book. "Aunt Lu, how about this? My sister wants to go to the countryside. Jebba, will go in her place. I'm willing to switch to the much harsher Zishuangbana and let my sister's original assignment go to another educated youth." Zishuangbana lies on the frontier of Yunnan province. The climate is hot and humid during the dry season. Residents must perform heavy labor in the primeval forest, while the rainy season brings torrential rains and mud. Living conditions are rudimentary, transportation is isolated, and medical and educational resources are scarce. It's fair to say that Zishuangbana is the most difficult place to be sent to, a place no one wants to go. Compared to it, even the great northern wilderness is paradise. Pingyan believes that once Jiabao arrives in Zishuangbana, he'll have a blast. Who knows, maybe one day he'll get kidnapped by the neighbors to have his kidneys harvested. Aunt Lu feigned deep thought, then subtly pulled out the 10 100 yuan notes Pingyan had tucked inside his household registration book. "For the sake of Jiabo's sincere feelings for your older sister, I'll make an exception this once." Aunt Lu glanced up at Pingyan and said, "But let us make one thing clear, if anything goes wrong, you're on the hook for it." As she spoke, Aunt Lu pulled out the application form for the Educated Youth Program. "No problem," Pingyan said. "I, Jiabo, am the most loyal of friends." With that, Pingyan took the form and filled in Jiabo's personal information. When applying to go to the countryside as an educated youth, the most important information was one's identity and household registration. Since Pingyan had the family household register in his hands, he could fill it out directly. After all, there were no photos who could prove he hadn't filled it out himself. Once he was done, Pingyan handed the form over along with the remaining half a pound of milk candy. "Aunt Lu, thank you so much." Go on. Aunt Lu waved her hand and said, "Your sister already received her benefits when she applied to go to the countryside before, so I won't give you any this time. However, the bus to Zishuangbana leaves in 5 days, and staff will deliver the Glory to the Rural Service banner to your home tomorrow or the day after." "Okay, no problem." Pingyan agreed readily. After saying goodbye, Pingyan left with Lin. Lin watched Pingyan handle everything the whole time without saying a word. He hadn't expected it to be settled so easily. What's wrong? Stupid? Pingyan waved his hand in front of Lin's face and said, "What are you spacing out for? We've still got things to do." Lin really wanted to ask why Pingyan had managed to get the head of the Educated Youth Office to change the rural assignment so easily. Wasn't it supposed to be really hard? If Pingyan knew what Lin was thinking, he would have simply said, "Money talks." With 100 yuan spent, how could Aunt Lu possibly refuse? Pingyan hopped on his bike and rode off with Lin toward the Public Security Bureau. It was time to get their household registration sorted out. When Pingyan and Lin arrived at the bureau, they happened to spot a police officer who had been involved in yesterday's arrest of the murderer. The man recognized Pingyan and smiled, saying, "Comrade Chang, you're here?" What brings you here? It's Comrade Li Long. Ping-An greeted him and said, I'm here to handle some household registration matters. I want to separate our household registration from our previous address. Household registration? Hearing Ping-An's words, Li Long replied, let me take you there. I know the folks in the household registration section well. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Long enthusiastically led the two of them inside. Ping-An was a bit taken aback. Was Comrade Li Long really this enthusiastic? As soon as they arrived at the household registration section, Ping-An heard Li Long say, Comrade Yang Qin, my friend is here to process a household separation. Could you take care of it for him? Comrade Li Long, I understand. But this is the household registration section, please step outside. This is my friend the hero who helped catch the criminal yesterday. You'd better handle this properly. Li Long said as he walked toward the exit. Ping-An finally got the picture. It turned out Comrade Li Long had a crush on Comrade Yang Qin. Bringing him here was true, but his real motive was to chat with Comrade Yang Qin. Wow, he is treating me like a wingman. Yang Qin looked at Ping-An and asked, are you sure you want to split your household registration? Under the current household registration system, splitting a household requires that children be of legal age or married, financially independent, living separately, or have proof of employment. Only then can they apply to split the household and establish a separate registration file. Yes, I'm sure. Ping-An nodded and said, Comrade Yang Qin, I'm a driver at the textile factory, and Lin is a cashier at the state-run restaurant. We're both over 18 and meet the requirements for applying to split our household and establish a separate household registration. As he spoke, Ping-An handed over his and Lin's employment certificates, along with their original household registration book. Yang Qin glanced at the documents and confirmed that everything was in order. Everything looks fine. After reviewing them, Yang Qin asked, where are you living now? We're currently staying at my uncle's place. Ping-An gave the address, then paused for a moment before adding, Comrade, the textile factory has allocated a new apartment to me, and we're in the process of finalizing the paperwork. Should I list the new address instead? The new address? Hearing Ping-An's words, Yang Qin set down the documents in her hand and began searching through her files. The Feng family's apartment, the textile factory gave it to you? Chapter 19, the textile factory theft case? Hearing Yang Qin's question, Ping-An nodded. He said, the factory director said they're assigning that apartment to me as a wedding home. I've been here these past few days to handle the paperwork. Is that so? Hearing Ping-An's explanation, Yang Qin replied, then we'll process your household registration after the apartment is officially assigned. You can take these documents with you and come back once the house is finalized. Or you can leave them with our household registration section, and I'll process your registration once the house is officially confirmed. Hearing Yang Qin's words, Ping-An nodded. He knew these were all standard procedures. Then I'll leave them with you for now, Ping-An said. I'll come back to pick up my new household registration after our factory director finishes the paperwork. Yang Qin nodded in agreement. She placed the documents in a file folder and wrote Ping-An's name on the cover. I'll keep these here, Yang Qin said. Once the housing is finalized, we can process it right away. Alright, goodbye, Comrade Yang Qin. With that, Ping-An turned and walked out with Lin. As he stepped out of the household registration office, Ping-An happened to see Factory Director Lu chatting with Director Feng. Factory Director Lu, you're here so quickly to help with the housing? Ping-An felt a surge of joy and walked toward the two of them. But as he approached, he suddenly heard Factory Director Lu mention something about a theft. Something was missing from the factory? Did something go missing from the factory in his previous life? Ping-An thought for a moment, and suddenly a vague memory surfaced. The textile factory had indeed been burglarized. In his previous life, after Ping-An had been sent down to the countryside, Ing had mentioned this incident in a letter to him. And it wasn't until 3 months later that the thief was caught. Ping-An hadn't expected that the butterfly effect of his rebirth would cause the theft to be discovered about 10 days earlier than it should have been. Who was the thief, as the investigation had revealed in his previous life? Ping-an quickly remembered and immediately stepped closer. Director Lu, has something gone missing from our factory? Ping-an asked, looking anxious. Is it serious? When something goes missing, how could it not be serious? Hearing Ping-an's words, Lu Fengyao wore a bitter expression. Even though it's just some defective fabric, it's still our factory's property. If we can't recover it, our factory will suffer a huge loss. Oh, right. After venting his frustrations, Lu Fengyao suddenly remembered. Ping-an, you came here to handle your household registration, didn't you? Have you finished the paperwork? Not yet. Hearing factory director Lu mention it, Ping-an replied, we're moving to a new place, aren't we? Comrade Yang from the household registration office said it's best to finalize the housing arrangements first before processing the paperwork, otherwise we'll have to make another trip later. Ah, what a scatterbrain I am. Hearing Ping-an's words, Lu Fengyao slapped his forehead. I've been so preoccupied with the burglary today that I completely forgot about this. Lu Fengyao gave an apologetic look and turned to Director Fong. Director Fong, I'll leave the burglary investigation to you. Also, old Feng's family from our textile factory has had their household registration revoked, so we need to reclaim the apartment. After a factory-wide discussion, we unanimously decided to allocate this apartment to Comrade Ping-an, the driver. I appreciate your help in facilitating this. Hearing Lu Fengyao's words, Director Fong also wore a helpless expression. You, man. There really is so much to handle. However, as a good public security officer serving the people, Director Fong really couldn't refuse. Director Fong said, I'll have Chu Fei and Li Long go back with you to investigate the theft. As for the housing issue, everything will follow standard procedures. I'll give them a nudge to speed things up. Director Fong agreed to handle the matter and instructed the relevant staff to begin processing it. After Director Fong went back to his duties, Ping-an intended to have a little chat with Factory Director Lu. But Factory Director Lu cast a curious glance at Lin, then pulled Ping-an aside and whispered, Ping-an, you have a girlfriend. Don't make a mistake. Hearing Factory Director Lu's words, Ping-an's heart skipped a beat. This factory director has sharp eyes. Even his uncle and the others didn't know about his relationship with Lin, yet Director Lu had figured it out at a glance. Just as Ping-an was about to offer a few words of defense, he heard Director Lu say softly, this young lady is nice, but Comrade Ng is the one who is truly right for you. If you make a mistake of this nature, you could end up in jail. Hearing Director Lu's words, Ping-an felt he might have misunderstood. The two of them didn't seem to be on the same page. Director, Ping-an began, Comrade Lin is my sister. Even if she is your sister, hearing Ping-an's explanation, Lu Fengyao paused in surprise. Your sister? Judging by Lu Fengyao's expression, Ping-an knew he hadn't uncovered anything. He was just trying to warn him. Spreading his hands, he said, my dad married her mom, so of course she is my sister. Oh, so that's how it is. Hearing Ping-an's explanation, an awkward expression crossed Lu Fengyao's face. Ping-an, I was wrong, I thought you were. I understand. Ping-an picked up on his tone. The factory director was looking out for me, trying to keep me from going down the wrong path. Don't worry, I get it. With the misunderstanding cleared up, the two returned to their previous demeanor. As they chatted, they were even more cordial than before. With Ping-an steering the conversation, they quickly turned to the issue of the theft at the textile factory. Director, the missing items are defective fabric. It's highly likely an inside job. Ping-an said. Who in our factory has access to those materials? Who could smuggle them out without anyone noticing? And how would they dispose of them afterward? I've considered all that, Lu Fengyao replied. This probably isn't something one person could pull off alone. But right now, we have no evidence. If we cast suspicion on everyone including the warehouse manager, the drivers, and the security guards, we have to include them all. You make a valid point, Director, Ping-an acknowledged. But what about the whereabouts of that defective fabric? If they were for personal use, they certainly wouldn't need that much. So I'm convinced those people took them out to sell on the black market. The black market. Hearing Ping-an's words, Lu Fengyao couldn't help but frown. He was, of course, aware of the black market's existence even 10 years ago. Before he became factory director, he had gone there to trade for food. But that had been a matter of necessity, a time when not going there likely meant starving to death. Now that life was no longer so difficult, Lu Fengyao hadn't set foot in the black market since. Hearing Ping An mention it now, however, sparked a few thoughts in his mind. To which black market had their factory's defective fabric been shipped? Ping An, if you have any ideas, go ahead and share them. Lu Fengyao looked at Ping An and said, "You young people have sharper minds, perhaps you'll be better at pinpointing the target." Chapter 20, Police Community Cooperation. Director, I think when it comes to catching the mole, we absolutely must not let the security department handle it. After all, they're suspects themselves. Ping An spoke up, as for external cooperation, we'll need the Public Security Bureau to crack down on the black market. Ping An was spouting reasonable but useless platitudes. In short, he was just passing the buck to the police. Lu Fengyao glanced at Ping An and nodded in agreement. All of that was true, but it wasn't very helpful. Director Lu nodded, assuming Ping An didn't have any better ideas of his own and was just saying this to placate him. Just then, Ping An suddenly said, "Director, I haven't been on the job long and don't have many connections yet. I just happened to hear Guifan and Jiabao mention there's a black market over on East Street. Why don't we go check it out?" The black market on East Street that Ping An mentioned was just off the cuff in his previous life. Jiabao and Guifan had been there. But the real black market where the factory's people worked in collusion with outsiders to sell stolen goods was actually in the southern part of the city. The person in charge of transporting goods within the textile factory was a member of the security department. He was the brother-in-law of a minor kingpin at the South City black market, and it was precisely because of this connection that they were able to sell the stolen goods there. If they went there, there was an 80 to 90% chance they could catch the culprits red-handed. But Ping An had theoretically never had any contact with these things. How could he have guessed it right on the first try? Lu Fengyao had also heard of the black market on East Street, but since it was a bit far from their factory, it didn't seem very reliable. He hesitated and said, "Let me think about it." What's there to think about? If we have a lead, of course we have to investigate. Just then, Director Fong walked over. "Comrade Chang, the paperwork for this house is all set. You can go register your household registration." "Thank you, Director Fong." Ping An offered his thanks, grabbed his things, and took Lin inside to complete the paperwork. Once Ping An and Lin had left, Director Fong turned to Lu Fengyao and said, "Old Lu, I overheard the conversation just now. Comrade Chang's suggestion to investigate the black market actually makes a lot of sense. It's your factory that has been robbed, so a thorough investigation is essential. And the black market is the most convenient place to fence stolen goods. It's definitely a priority for our investigation," Director Fong said. "Since we have to investigate anyway, I'll lead a team to conduct a surprise raid on the black market on East Street. As the saying goes, if it exists, there must be a reason. Even ordinary citizens know the black market exists. How could the police not know? It's just a matter of turning a blind eye. The common people need a way to survive. It's only natural that they have a black market to trade for food and clothing. But this time is different. Someone has reached into the factory to steal. That changes the nature of the crime. The factory director himself came to file a report, so the police have to respond. Arresting the culprits counts as a success even if it's just for show. They have to make the trip. If they can't catch anyone, they'll just have to accept their bad luck. But if there's a chance to make an arrest, how could they possibly not go?" Bureau Chief Fong said to Lu Fengyao, "We've already sent officers to investigate your factory, so the theft ring is bound to get wind of it. There's no time to waste. You go secure the factory gates and don't let anyone out. I'll take my men and raid every black market." Bureau Chief Fong thought Ping An's mention of the East Street black market was just a wild guess, but since East Street was a bit farther away, even if someone wanted to tip them off, it wouldn't happen that quickly. Starting with East Street would be the perfect way to sweep through all the black markets in the city. Seeing that Director Fong was serious, Factory Director Lu decided to go along with the plan. He said, "Here's what we'll do, I'll block the gate, and then I'll have Ping An drive you around to check out the black markets. With a car, you'll be able to move faster." The Public Security Bureau had a car, but it was just one vehicle. How many people could it carry? To bring everyone along, they need a big truck. Factory director Lu now viewed everyone as a traitor, but Ping'an was different. Ping'an was a good comrade who dared to arrest even murderers. If he were a mole, he would be tipped off the enemy long ago. Ping'an had just been here offering suggestions. How could he possibly be a bad comrade? All right. Director Fong nodded and said, "You go ahead. I'll go get Comrade Chang right away." Director Fong left those words hanging and turned toward the household registration section, where Ping'an was currently waiting to finalize his registration. It looked like it would be signed off in a few minutes. "Comrade Chang, I need a favor from you." Director Fong walked in, pulled Ping'an aside, and explained the situation. "Could you please drive? We're going to move out together." "No problem." Ping'an readily agreed, then turned to Lin and said, "Lin, wait here for the household registration book. Once it's done, take it back to your uncle's house." "Okay." Lin nodded earnestly. "Ping'an, I got it." After giving clear instructions, Ping'an immediately said his goodbyes and left. In less than half an hour, Ping'an pulled up in his car at the entrance to the Public Security Bureau. Director Fong had already gathered everyone waiting inside and said, "We're running out of time, get in the car." As he spoke, Director Fong had already taken the passenger seat. "Chang, head to the black market in North City." "Chief," Ping'an said as he started the car, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Where exactly is the black market in the north of the city?" Ping'an genuinely had no idea. With a job as enviable as his, why would he ever need to frequent a black market? The only black market he'd ever heard of was the East Street Black Market, which he'd stumbled upon in a conversation with Guifan. As for the South City Black Market, that was something Ng had mentioned in passing while describing city life in a letter to him. Now that Director Fong had mentioned the North City Black Market, Ping'an knew nothing beyond the fact that he had to drive north. As for Director Fong not accepting his suggestion to go to East Street first, that was exactly what he'd expected. He'd only mentioned it offhand. When it came to a real investigation, the director surely had a better route in mind. The North City Black Market is on Jianxi Road. Hearing Director Fong's words, Ping'an immediately floored the accelerator. "Shoo!" With a whistle, someone shouted, "The cops are here." As the whistle blew and the cry of "the cops are here" rang out, the people around them began scattering in all directions. However, the police had already sprung into action. They arrested whoever they could catch among the shoppers. If they couldn't catch them, so be it, but their main targets were the small-time ringleaders and the stolen goods they were after. Ping'an didn't move as a driver, he simply waited in the car. Before long, the police had apprehended several people conducting transactions there. Although they didn't catch the ringleader, they confiscated a considerable amount of stolen goods. A few officers tossed the items into the car, and Director Fong signaled Ping'an to drive toward the East Street Black Market. Bureau Chief Fong knew the black market like the back of his hand, and Ping'an was thoroughly familiar with the city's streets. Whenever Fong gave an address, Ping'an would get there as fast as he could. Just as they arrived at the East Street Black Market, two familiar faces were taken into custody. Guifan and Jeba. Chapter 21, Finding the Stolen Goods. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We're innocent. We were just passing by." After being arrested, Guifan and Jeba kept shouting their innocence. Ping'an knew these two had been to the black market to buy stuff, but he never expected to run into them today. Not only did he run into them, but an old lady and a wimp, neither of whom could run fast, were immediately apprehended by the police. Watching the two of them get shoved into the police van, looking like total losers, Ping'an was absolutely thrilled. According to the law of the conservation of good mood, as long as those two were miserable, Ping'an would get happier and happier. That is exactly how it was now. Seeing them looking like total losers made Ping'an feel absolutely elated. At that moment, he was practically itching to get out and say hello, just to see the look of disbelief on their faces. But he held back. He'd just wait in the car. Going down there would only lead to pointless bickering and delay things, wouldn't it? They rounded up more people and seized more goods here. Even the truck Ping'an was driving was nearly overflowing. Director Fong waved his hand, and the goods were taken back to the police station. The team left behind registered the items, while Ping'an drove on to the next black market location. It wasn't until evening that Director Fong finally led his men to the black market in the southern part of the city. With the delay, Ping'an had all but given up hope, but just as the police were searching the premises, one of them suddenly exclaimed, "Director Fong, there is a huge amount of fabric here. We've got them." Ping'an, the young driver, heard the news from outside and looked slightly surprised. Hadn't the mole at the textile factory managed to leak any information in all these hours? But that was no longer Ping'an's concern. As long as they caught the culprits red-handed, several people would be dragged to the police station and sent to the cattle shed for detention. Ping'an had merely driven the car the whole time, yet he managed to claim a tiny bit of credit. In the end, he might receive a commendation banner or be named an outstanding employee. Ping'an didn't care much for such empty honors, he'd much rather have some tangible rewards. But people just love that sense of spiritual satisfaction, don't they? After receiving a commendation from the police, everyone from his uncle and aunt to his future in-laws would look at him with newfound respect. And just as they finished confiscating the people and goods, Director Fong grinned as he climbed into the car. "Comrade Chang, we've recovered the goods. Let us go back to the station." Hearing Director Fong's orders, Ping'an immediately drove back. Today, his only job was to drive. He hadn't contributed much beyond that. But as a concerned citizen, that was more than enough. After waiting for everyone and everything to get out of the car, Director Fong instructed the others to continue taking inventory while he climbed back into the passenger seat. "Little Chang, take us to your factory." "Got it." Ping'an agreed readily and drove off toward the textile factory. "I'll go talk to your factory director later. For what you've done this time, he'll have to write you a letter of commendation at the very least." In the car, Director Fong offered Ping'an a word of encouragement, then added, "Comrade Chang, have you ever thought about joining the police force?" No. Ping'an shook his head and declined. "Director Fong, I'm just a driver. I don't know how to do anything else besides drive." As if. With a job as a driver that offered light work, good pay, and a commute close to home, what kind of fool would want to do anything else? If he needed money, wouldn't it be easier to just ask Lin for a loan? Seeing that Ping'an had no interest in the matter, Director Fong could only let it go. In truth, Director Fong was somewhat superstitious. He sensed that Ping'an had a certain kind of luck about him. If Ping'an could become his deputy, his future work would be much easier. But since Ping'an wasn't interested, he couldn't force the issue. Once they entered the textile factory, Ping'an and Director Fong quickly met with Factory Director Lu. Director Fong got out of the car and walked over, while Ping'an headed toward the parking lot. "Director Fong, you're here." Upon seeing Director Fong enter, Factory Director Lu pointed at the two men and said, "These are the ones who betrayed us and sold the factory's goods on the black market. I'm not an expert, so I couldn't get them to confess where they sent the goods. I found some of the stolen goods at the black market in the western part of town." Director Fong glanced at the two men on the ground, then turned to Factory Director Lu and said, "I'm not sure if these are the items you reported missing, but you can go identify them later. No matter how much is missing, just make them make up the difference. Textile mills are now state-owned, so these two men's actions amount to outright theft of state property. During interrogation, they'll be dealt with to the full extent of the law. Not only will their assets be confiscated, but neither they nor their families will fare well." However, the final verdict rests with Director Fong. He might not go so far as to have them executed, but these two scoundrels certainly won't be able to live a comfortable life. After all, when it comes to theft, there is a huge difference between a standard punishment and the maximum penalty. Director Fong instructed Li Long and Chu Fei to take the men back. He didn't linger long himself. After bidding Factory Director Lu farewell, he left. Factory Director Lu wasn't in a hurry to follow him. After all, there was no way this case would be wrapped up today. When Ping'an returned to the textile factory, the drivers had already clocked out. After parking his car, Ping'an hopped on his bicycle and headed out. Just as he passed the security office, he saw Factory Director Lu waving at him. By this time, Director Fong and the others had already left, and Factory Director Lu was preparing to go home. He happened to spot Ping'an and called him over to chat. Comrade Chang, you've done it again. Director, you're too kind, Ping An replied. It's no big deal, I just helped drive the car. Ping An's contribution didn't even compare to that of any of the police officers who had made the arrest, but he had played a crucial role nonetheless. How is that not a contribution? Director Liu asked. So much stolen goods has been recovered, and quite a bit of it belonged to our textile factory. As if that was all unclaimed loot plundered from the black market. As for what exactly went missing from their textile factory, wasn't it entirely up to him, the factory director, to decide? He reported it to the police, the stolen goods found in the thieves' hideout, and the thieves themselves had already been apprehended. As a result, as the sole victim who reported the theft to the police, he held the upper hand. After all, no one would step forward to prove those items didn't belong to their textile factory, and no idiot would claim any of them as their own. Wouldn't it be perfectly normal for him to take back the items related to the factory and, while he was at it, grab a few things to put back in his own home? The two exchanged a few polite pleasantries, and the matter was settled. It's been so long, your new apartment should be ready by now, Factory Director Liu said. But you can go settle in when you have time. We've got plenty of work at the factory tomorrow, don't take time off just yet. Don't worry, Director. I'll never let personal matters get in the way of my duties, Ping An assured him offhandedly. Jewelry and a new apartment were certainly important, but they couldn't interfere with the factory's operations. As long as he was still making his living at the factory, he had to follow the rules. They chatted for a while before parting ways at the intersection. Just as Ping An was about to head home, he suddenly noticed someone standing at the intersection. Ing. Chapter 22, one on the left, one on the right. Ing, Ping An said, approaching her with delight. Were you waiting for me? Who else would I be waiting for? Ing said, I didn't see you all morning or afternoon, and 2 police officers came to our factory. I was worried something might have happened to you. Ing knew Ping An had business to attend to today, but he shouldn't have been nowhere to be found all day. Those 2 police officers came because our factory had some items stolen, Ping An explained. The thief was caught, and we recovered some of the stolen goods. It was impossible to recover everything, most of it had already been sold by the gang. What about you? Ing asked from the backseat of Ping An's bike. After you finished your business today, what did you go do? I drove the police officers around. Ping An explained, painting himself as a dedicated hero who helped the police seize goods from various black markets. Ing knew Ping An's story was half bragging, but she didn't mind. She listened with great interest. Ing, are you in a hurry to get home? Ping An suddenly asked as he rode his bike. If you're not in a rush, how about we go out for a meal? If we're talking about eating at your place, that is fine, but if we're going to a state-run restaurant, forget it. Ing replied, we're not exactly rich. A single meal at a restaurant costs as much as a day's worth of food at home. Ping An. Actually, I'm pretty well off. But seeing that Ing was insistent, Ping An didn't suggest going to a restaurant. He said, then I'll buy an extra dish, and we'll eat at my place. As he spoke, Ping An went to the state-run restaurant and picked up some braised pork. After buying the food, Ping An took Ing toward his uncle's house. By the time Ping An and Ing arrived home, June had already gotten off work and returned. Fong had also finished making dinner, and everyone was waiting for Ping An. We're back. Ping An's voice echoed through the room. He pulled Ing inside and, seeing everyone there, smiled and said, are you waiting for us to eat? I'll go wash my hands. As he spoke, he placed the braised pork he just brought back on the table. Uncle, Auntie, Lily, Lynn. Ing greeted them one by one and said, we're sorry to drop in unannounced. Please don't mind. We don't mind, of course we don't mind, Fong laughed. We're all family, no need to be so formal. Fong was quite fond of Ing, her niece-in-law. She was pretty and had a good job. Where else could you find a niece-in-law like that? She told Ing to go wash her hands, then picked up the cold cuts from the table, went into the kitchen to serve them into bowls, and brought out a bowl of porridge as well. By the time she finished and came back out, Ping An and Ing were already sitting on stools. Everyone's here, so let us not stand around, June said as the head of the household. Let us eat. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began eating happily. Ing sat to Ping-En's left and Lin to his right. During the meal, he showed no favoritism, serving a piece of meat to each of them. Accustomed to Ping-En's attentiveness, Ing also picked up a piece of braised pork and passed it to him. Lin, however, didn't dare to act out in front of Ing. She simply said thank you to Ping-En and continued eating in silence. Ing didn't notice anything amiss with Ping-En, but Lin remained completely silent. Ping-En saw everything and understood the situation between the two. He didn't say anything after all, his relationship with Lin was still a secret. Ping-En knew full well that Ing was the woman he intended to marry. His attitude toward Lin had shifted from initial resentment to something more. He'd even begun to like her a little, but her place in his heart was nowhere near as important as Ing's. He understood the difference between a legitimate wife and a concubine. But he kept these thoughts to himself. Later, he'd have to go out of his way to appease Lin. After dinner, Lin and Ing took the initiative to clear the table. Once everything was tidied up, Lin pulled out the household registration book and various documents regarding the house. Ping-En, we've got everything sorted. Your wedding home with Sister Ing has been approved. As soon as it's ready, you can move in. A house? Ing looked a bit bewildered. She hadn't heard about this yet. The factory director and I applied for the apartment, Ping-En said. It's big enough we won't be short on space once we're married. As he spoke, Ping-En handed the housing documents to Ing. Ing glanced at them, looking somewhat surprised. An apartment this big, it's all ours? The Chen family's apartment was about 40 square meters. The one Ing's family of 4 lived in was roughly the same size. She and Ping-En had applied to the factory for a wedding home long ago, but she never expected they'd actually be approved for one this big. Yes, it's all ours, Ping-En said. We'll move in a couple of days, and after a while, we can get our marriage certificate. Ing nodded, then paused for a moment before adding, let us not tell my parents about this apartment for now. I'm afraid they might get ideas. Ing's parents weren't unkind to her, but they doted on her younger brother even more. If they found out she and Ping-En had such a large apartment, they might just start scheming to swap homes. Ing didn't mind using her own money to buy her brother some food, nor did she mind waiting until next year to give him her job so he wouldn't have to be sent down to the countryside. After all, that job had originally been passed down to her by her mother, so returning it was only right. But under no circumstances could she let her brother jeopardize her and Ping-En's interests. I'll just go clean up the house when I have time, Ping-En said. We have jobs and a place to live. Once we move in, it won't be a big deal. Ping-En knew his future-in-law's personalities, neither good nor bad, just typical of the masses in this day and age. They knew Ping-En had a good job and were happy their daughter was dating him. But if they found out Ping-En had a big house, they'd surely come over to persuade them to swap homes. We don't need your help. Just then, Fong spoke up. Ping-En, Ing, if you trust me, how about I go clean up the house for you? Hearing his aunt's offer, Ping-En paused for a moment before replying, Auntie, of course we trust you. Ping-En's uncle and aunt were moral exemplars of their generation. If he couldn't trust himself, he could certainly trust them. But please don't overexert yourself, Ping-En said. If you get tired or hurt yourself, it won't be worth it. We'd rather take our time than have anything happen to you. How could I possibly get tired? Fong waved her hand with a smile and said, I'm just sitting around at home anyway. Cleaning up the house for you will be good exercise. Hearing his aunt's words, Ping-En and Ing exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Auntie, we really appreciate your help. Chapter 23, The Blessing of Having Both. With the house matters settled, Ping-En took Ing home. Ing hadn't told her family she was coming over for dinner, and if she got back any later, they'd probably start worrying. Mr. Tang opened the door and, seeing Ing and Ping-En, said with a smile, You're back. Did something come up this afternoon? Nothing. Ing spoke up, Dad, I went out to eat with Ping-En. Ping-En, you should head home first. Ing waved at Ping-En and said, See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ping-En and Ing waved to each other, then Ping-En turned to his future father-in-law and said, Uncle Tang, I'm off now. Go ahead, drive safely. After saying his goodbyes, Ping'an rode off on his bike. The night was just right, and Ping'an rode home without stopping. But just as he reached the gate, he saw a man standing there. Ping'an got a clear look. The man standing at the gate was none other than his own father, Chang. Ping'an rode his bike up to him, parked it, and asked, "What is going on?" "Ping'an." Chang hesitated for a moment upon seeing his son. "Why, your mother and younger brother have been taken away by the police." "So Guifan was taken away by the police. So what?" Ping'an had watched the two of them go in with his own eyes and spoke calmly. "What's the big deal?" Chang opened his mouth. I. He couldn't get the words out for a long time, clearly feeling too embarrassed to speak. "You wanted to pay to get them out, but you didn't have enough money, did you?" Ping'an showed no sign of anger. On the contrary, he seemed almost schadenfreude. "The whole family lives off your meager salary. Guifan never does any real work, and Jiabao is lazy and good for nothing, and now the family can't come up with any money?" Hearing Ping'an's words, Chang couldn't help but turn his head away. He had indeed come to borrow money, hoping his son would save face for him and get them out. "You can only do what you can afford." Ping'an certainly wasn't going to lend him any money. "I don't have the slightest bit of sympathy for those two. I'd actually love to see them rot in prison. Forget about borrowing money. You've been working at the factory for so long, surely you can't be completely broke." Thinking about Chang's salary and expenses, Ping'an said slowly, "It should be enough to bail out one of them. Whether you save Guifan or Jiabao, that's entirely up to you." After saying this, Ping'an turned and walked back into the house. Chang was about to say something else when Ping'an cut him off. "You've got the wrong person. I'm the type who'd gladly throw in a few extra bucks to keep them locked up a little longer. There's no way I'd save them." With that, Ping'an walked out into the courtyard. Chang watched Ping'an's retreating figure, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "We're all family. How did things come to this?" Ping'an opened the door and went back inside, where his uncle Jun was waiting. He looked at Ping'an and asked, "Did your dad leave?" "He should be on his way out," Ping'an replied. "Let him go if he wants to." Jun nodded and said, "I saw him just now. He came in without saying a word. I gave him a piece of my mind," Ping'an said. "Guifan and Jiabao got caught at the black market and were taken to the station. My dad wants to pay a bribe to get them out. He came here to borrow money from us." "The black market?" Jun couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected those two to have the nerve to do that. "Yeah," Ping'an said nonchalantly. "I drove the cops around to a few black market spots today. I was the one who drove Guifan and her son right into the station. It felt so good." "Jun. That really is satisfying." Jun looked at Ping'an and asked, "What are you planning to do about this?" "Just watch and see. If the old man has got the guts, he'll get them out. If he doesn't, they'll stay locked up." Ping'an said, "Anyway, I'm not going to rescue those two. Not kicking someone when they're down isn't my style." So, Ping'an had already chosen to kick them while they were down. It would only be a matter of the next day or two before the Educated Youth Office delivered the banner reading "Glory to going down to the countryside" to the Chang family. "As long as you know what you're doing," Jun said. "Then I'm on your side. If he comes looking for me, I won't see him either." "Of course," Ping'an replied. "We've got to stick together, you and me." After they chatted for a bit, Jun went to wash up. Just as Ping'an was about to go back to his room, the door next to him opened. Lin and Lily came out together. Lily sat to Ping'an's left and asked, "Brother, will you move out once you have your own place?" Ping'an nodded. "Yeah, I'll be moving out." His new home was quite a bit bigger than this one. Moving there would also give his uncle's family more space to live comfortably. "You're leaving?" Hearing Ping'an's words, Lily looked a little upset. She really liked having her cousin live here, someone to talk to and someone to give her candy. "You're just going to miss the candy and meat, aren't you?" Ping'an pinched Lily's cheek and said, "Even if I move out, I'll still come over often. What are you worried about?" Besides, Ping'an was thinking of bringing her cousin back. Once he found another job, it would be easier for him to return. By then, her cousin would need a place to stay, too. Lily wrapped her arms around Ping-An's arm and said, "Brother, I don't want you to leave. You're just going to miss the good food." Ping-An mercilessly called her out on her little scheme. "Never mind that I haven't even left yet. Even if I'm gone for a month, I'll still come back for a couple of days to eat at Uncle's place." He, you're more than welcome." Hearing her cousin say that, Lily felt reassured. If her cousin came over once or twice a month, and she visited once or twice a month, surely she'd get to eat some good food, right? "You little glutton," Ping-An said, giving Lily a light tap on the forehead. "All you think about is food. Even Auntie's going to start getting fed up with you." Though he said this, Ping-An was actually thinking he'd better get some more food for the family. There wasn't a single person in the family who was even a little plump. Now that he had money, it wouldn't be too hard to get a few extra pounds of rice, flour, and pork for the family. As he spoke, Ping-An didn't forget about Lin. He turned his head and said to Lin, who was sitting to his right, "Lin, you should move in with us too when the time comes." "Huh?" Hearing Ping-An's words, a look of surprise and delight flashed across Lin's face. I can?" Lin knew she couldn't stay at the Chen family's house forever. She had been planning to look for a place to live after Jeba went to work in the countryside. She hadn't expected Ping-An to invite her to live there. Would Sister Ring agree to that? Why not? Ping-An took Lin's hand roughened from hard labor and said, "The house is big enough anyway. Even if you move in with us, there'll be plenty of room. Two daughters-in-law living together, what a blessing to share the same husband." Chapter 24, Not jealous, just envious. Hearing Ping-An's words, Lin's heart leapt with joy. She replied, "If I can move in, I'd be more than happy to." Lin was a bit of a hopeless romantic. She liked Ping-An, but she knew she was the latecomer. It wasn't that she saw herself as Ping-An's equal to Ing, but rather that she hoped Ing would share a little bit of Ping-An with her. As long as they could be together, that would be enough. It was a very humble kind of love. Just as Lin was feeling elated, Lily suddenly said, "Brother, can I come live there too?" "What are you thinking?" Hearing Lily's words, Ping-An tapped her on the forehead and said exasperatedly, "I'm moving there because it's the apartment the textile factory allocated to me and your sister-in-law when we got married. Lin is moving there because it's closer to her workplace, and it's not convenient for her to stay here for too long." "What are you moving there for? Because your school is far away?" Hearing her cousin's words, Lily felt upset. She just wanted to go over to eat and drink for free, coming back whenever Mom and Dad cooked something good, and heading over whenever her brother and sister-in-law cooked something good. But Ping-An had seen right through Lily's little scheme. Fortunately, she had a thick skin. She laughed it off and quickly let the matter drop. "Don't worry, you'll get your share," Ping-An said to Lily, pulling out a meat ration ticket as if by magic. "See? I'll buy you some tomorrow." Lily tried to snatch it, but Ping-An tucked it away. Ping-An had always known his little cousin had a sweet tooth, but she never hoarded food for herself. Whenever he received various ration coupons, aside from what was needed for daily necessities, he would always try to set aside 1 or 2 meat coupons. Teasing her a bit was enough. For now he'd buy the meat tomorrow so the whole family could eat together. "All right, it's getting late," Ping-An said. "Lily, go wash up. It's time for bed." Oh, Lily obediently went to wash up and get ready for bed. As Lin was about to leave, Ping-An gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Lin's face flushed, and she hurriedly followed him out. Guifan and Jabo getting locked up this time was a complete stroke of luck. It can't really be considered my revenge. After washing up, Ping-An began to plot. His revenge against Guifan and Jabo had already begun. Aside from making them lie together so their father would see them, the only other act of revenge was signing Jabo up for the rural assignment. But that was far from enough. He had to keep tormenting Guifan until she couldn't go on living. As for Jabo, he was a beneficiary of the system, and Ping-An could take revenge on him at any time. Come to think of it, Ping-An didn't want to kill Jabo so soon. It would be best to make his life miserable first. But if he crippled Jabo early on, he wouldn't have to go to the countryside. Pingyan felt it was better to send Xiaobao to the countryside. Going to Zishuangbana would be like torturing him every single day. Just as Pingyan was pondering this, Lin slipped in quietly. Seeing Lin arrive, Pingyan stopped thinking about those trivial matters. What could be more important than checking in? Pingyan quietly activated the silencer, ensuring no sound from the room would leak out. He had secretly tested this device before. As long as it was active, no one would hear him, not even if he spoke or shouted. He held Lin in his arms and asked softly, "You've got a job, you don't have to go to the countryside, and you have a place to stay. Are you happy?" "I'm happy." Listening to Pingyan's words, Lin wrapped her arms around Pingyan's neck and said, "Ever since I've been with Pingyan, my life has become more and more hopeful." "Isn't that great?" Pingyan held Lin close. "We just need to live our own lives well." Looking at the extra little outfits that had appeared in her spatial pocket, Pingyan felt a bit unsettled. Today's check-in feels a little off. Pingyan grumbled under her breath, but she still checked the items stored in her spatial pocket. They were clothes in several different colors. She did a quick calculation: even if she wore 2 outfits a day, it would take a very, very long time to get through them all. Could she really wear them all? Pingyan felt that if it weren't for the divine skill manual she'd obtained earlier, she'd have to resort to adult methods. "Lin." Pingyan spoke up as she noticed Lin's breathing had evened out a bit. "What did you think when you saw Ing?" Pingyan couldn't tell yet, but she had to make things clear to Lin. "Sister Ing? She's so beautiful." Mentioning Ing, Lin said enviously, "Sister Ing is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen." Pingyan stared at Lin's expression, momentarily lost in thought. Pingyan had long been certain that Lin liked him. That look and expression were completely genuine. But now, all Lin could talk about was her envy of Ing. Pingyan didn't see a single trace of jealousy in her. If she were faking it, it would only mean her acting skills had surpassed even those of big stars like Bridget Lin and Maggie Chung. In his past life, when Pingyan hung out with the big shots, he'd seen those actresses perform. Their expressions weren't even as natural as Lin's were now. So, Lin wasn't jealous at all. She was just envious of Ing? "What if I end up marrying Ing someday?" Pingyan pinched Lin's cheek and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Pingyan, please don't leave me, okay?" Hearing Pingyan's words, Lin clung to his arm, her eyes pleading as she said, "I don't mind if you marry Sister Ing. I'll sincerely wish you both happiness. I can serve tea, do the laundry, and cook. I'll give you all the money I earn. I just want to be by your side. I don't want a formal relationship. I don't want anything." As she spoke, Lin began to cry. She asked for nothing. She just wanted to stay by Pingyan's side. "Silly girl, how can you say you want nothing?" Hearing Lin's words, Pingyan comforted her, "I never said I was going to leave you behind. The state only allows monogamy. I can't legally marry you." Pingyan wiped the tears from the corners of Lin's eyes and said, "But as for everything else, we'll live just as a family should. Whatever Ing has, I'll give to you too." Chapter 25, Washing the Sheets. Listening to Pingyan's words, Lin felt a surge of emotion. No need to go to the countryside, find a job, secure a place to stay, or buy clothes. What Pingyan was offering her was far more than she had ever imagined. As long as Pingyan didn't mind, she was willing to spend her whole life as a secret lover in the shadows. Don't cry," Pingyan comforted her, "our life is getting better and better, and we don't have to worry about being tormented by Guifan anymore. I can support both of you, so the 3 of us can just live together." Lin gave a soft nod as she listened to Pingyan's words, then said gently, "Pingyan, take me one more time." Pingyan replied. "After making love?" Just as Lin was walking toward the door, she suddenly said, "Pingyan, my relatives are coming in a couple of days. When that happens, it's okay." Pingyan had just finished folding the sheets when he spoke up, "Lin needs to rest too. When they're here, I'll just hold you and sleep for a while, okay?" Lin nodded slightly, then boldly kissed Pingyan on the cheek before leaving. He. Watching the girl who cared so deeply for him walk out the door, Pingyan felt truly grateful for this second chance at life. He didn't want to ruin this wonderful life in the slightest. The next morning, Pingyan got up and washed the sheets. At that moment, he also took a look at the new items that had appeared in his storage space. 99 boxes of sanitary pads. Ping-in. Not bad, quite useful. At the very least, Lynn could use them when she gets her period. Not just Lynn, even Ing and Chio Chio could use them. As for his cousin Lily. Although she is already 13, she hasn't started yet. When the time comes, Ping-in could supply her with some. He could just say they were brought up from the south by his sports car driving friend. After all, drivers often bring back little things. It's an unwritten rule in the industry. So, having a driver really does make a lot of things convenient. After checking the items, Ping-in went back to washing the sheets. When Lynn got up and saw what Ping-in was doing, she immediately realized he was cleaning up the traces left from last night. She wanted to go help, but her aunt had already woken up, and she had to join her in making breakfast. Fong had also noticed what Ping-in was doing. While cooking, she muttered to herself, the kid-s all grown up. Before, she did just get up occasionally in the morning to wash her underwear, but now she has even started washing the sheets. Ha! Hearing her aunt's words, Lynn froze for a moment. She hadn't quite caught what she meant. Oh, come on, it's a man's business. We don't need to worry about it. Fong muttered under her breath, then added, it'll be fine once your brother gets married, then someone will wash them for him. Listening to her aunt, Lynn lowered her head and whispered, I can wash them too. But her voice was too soft, and Fong didn't notice. Before long, those washing the sheets and those cooking had finished their tasks. After the family gathered for breakfast, Ping-in rode off on his bike with Lynn. Lily, however, was a bit upset now that Lynn was gone. She had no one to keep her company. Hurry up and eat, then go study. Seeing her daughter's expression, Fong said impatiently, school is about to start, you need to buckle down and study. If you don't do well on the exams and can't get a job assignment, you'll have to go to the countryside too. I don't want to go to the countryside. Lily muttered under her breath, taking another bite of her steamed bun. My brother says there's no job security in the countryside. I'm definitely staying in the city. With that, Lily took the half-eaten steamed bun and went back to her room to study. Although Lily had a big appetite, every bite she ate provided nourishment for both her body and her brain. If the college entrance exams hadn't been cancelled, she would have kept studying and actually had a good chance of getting into college. Meanwhile, Ping-in followed the information on the property deed and took Lynn to their new home. The new house was owned by the textile factory, and there were several other households in the courtyard. Upon arriving, the two didn't greet the neighbors but walked straight to their own home. The house was a bit old, but it was perfectly livable. Barring any natural disasters, it would last another 20 years without falling apart. Ping-in opened the door and gave Lynn a tour of the interior. The house was about 80 square meters. In addition to 3 modest bedrooms, it had a kitchen and a living room. None of the rooms were particularly large, but for the 3 of them, Ping-in, Ing, and Lynn, it was more than enough. Lynn, this is our new home. Ping-in, who was also visiting the first time, looked around and said, you still have a little time before work. Take a moment now to tidy up the place. We'll leave at 9:30 sharp, don't be late for your shift. Okay. Lynn nodded earnestly and replied, don't worry, Ping-in. I'll do a great job. Cleaning up? That's her specialty. Her own mother spent all day doting on Jabal, so cooking, washing dishes, doing laundry, and sweeping the floors had always fallen to her. She'd done those chores reluctantly before, but now that she was tidying up her own home, she'd be even more enthusiastic. After giving Lynn a few instructions, Ping-in stepped out of the courtyard and addressed the neighbors who were looking at him, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I'm Ping-in, a driver at the textile factory. The factory director has assigned this house to me for my wedding. From now on, we'll be neighbors. We'll be busy getting the house in order for the next few days, but once we're settled in, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Chapter 26, Looking to Make Friends. Oh. I never expected it would be you two taking over this house. Hearing Ping-in's words, the neighbors around him wore expressions that were hard to read. Ever since the old couple passed away, quite a few people in the neighborhood had been eyeing this big house. But since the house belonged to the textile factory, and the only resident nearby was a long-retired, lonely elderly man, also a factory employee. Want to take over the house? This is a haunted house, after all. You'd better consider whether the police might suspect you of murdering the owners to seize the property. That's why such a huge house has remained vacant all this time. Now the two young people have come to take possession of it, quite a few people are actually feeling a mix of envy, jealousy, and resentment toward them. Young man, think this through. Someone just died here a few days ago. If you're scared, ask the factory director to find you a different place right away. What are you talking about? The young man has strong yang energy. He is not afraid of any of this. One after another, they chimed in with words of advice, but the underlying message was clear: they didn't want the two young men to get off so easily. Pingyan, of course, saw right through everyone's thoughts. They weren't necessarily bad people, but they couldn't stand to see others doing well. However, Pingyan didn't really care about that. As long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Human nature is inherently evil, but how many people dare to let that evil out? After saying goodbye to everyone, Pingyan hopped on his bike and rode off. His new place wasn't too far from Ing's, so he figured he might as well swing by to pick her up and head to work together. Once he picked her up, the two chatted as they rode. Chang came looking for me yesterday, Pingyan began. Guifan and Jaba were taken in by the police, and he wants to get them out. If he comes to your house asking for a loan, don't be foolish. My family won't be so foolish, Ing replied. My parents aren't too picky about small amounts, but they never overlook a large sum. They're still hoping to buy another job for my brother, so I won't have to give up mine. Hearing Ing say this, Pingyan felt somewhat reassured. Still, he warned her again, Chang and I only maintain a superficial family bond. He and Guifan have absolutely no connection. If he manages to get his hands on the money, we're completely finished. Don't worry, my family isn't stupid. Ing put Pingyan's mind at ease, then whispered, how about we go tidy up the new place together after work today? Tonight? Startled by Ing's change of subject, Pingyan paused before replying, it'd be nice, but I'm not sure if I'll have time. I might have to work overtime today, and your workload these past few days hasn't been light either. Epsilon equals Omicron psi. Hearing Pingyan's words, Ing couldn't help but sigh. She knew full well that today's workload was heavy, but she still really wanted to go take a look at the new place. Moving in isn't realistic yet, but going over after work to check it out shouldn't be a problem. Pingyan said, I just dropped Lynn off there. She can do some work over there, and Auntie will be going to help too. It wasn't easy to get everything tidied up today, but at least it looks a bit more presentable now, Pingyan whispered. We can hang out in there for a while. Ouch. As Pingyan spoke, Ing twisted her hand. Ing understood exactly what Pingyan meant, especially that hang out for a while. It was clearly up to no good. I'm telling you, don't get any funny ideas. Ing's face flushed as she snapped, we got the apartment, so getting the marriage certificate early is fine. But don't even think about getting me to do anything before we're married. I really don't want to get married with a big belly. The two had known each other for over a decade. They were true childhood sweethearts. But their courtship had been very reserved. Holding hands was a rare occurrence, and a quick kiss was even rarer. As for anything beyond that, that was out of the question. Hearing Ing's words, Pingyan didn't argue. When they were together, they were truly conservative. If it hadn't been for his assignment to the countryside in their past life, Ing would never have slept with him before he left. Pingyan swore solemnly, don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. Before long, the crowd ahead grew thicker. The two lowered their voices. This wasn't the place for such a provocative topic. Once they returned to the textile factory, they parted ways quickly. There was plenty of work to be done at the factory today. Pingyan had to deliver a number of shipments, and Ing had her own tasks to handle. Pingyan. As soon as Pingyan returned to the parking lot, Nyoben immediately approached him. Comrade Nyoben, Pingyan greeted him upon seeing him. Although Nyoben had tried to steal his opportunity, Pingyan wasn't upset. He didn't want that opportunity anyway. Getting some tangible benefit was better than anything else. Pingyan, this is for you. Nyoben handed Pingyan an envelope. Ping'an opened it and found that it was indeed the difference in payment Niu Ben had promised. However, it wasn't the original 60 yuan and 20 jin of national grain coupons. Inside were 10 100 yuan notes plus 50 jin of national grain coupons, nearly double the original amount. That is too much, Ping'an said, reaching out to return the excess. Ping'an, please keep this. Niu Ben, after making sure no one was watching them, said, what I mentioned yesterday was too little. I'm giving you a bit more, I hope you'll accept it graciously. Also, I'd like to be friends with you. If there is anything I don't understand in the future, I hope you'll be willing to offer some guidance. When Niu Ben had previously tried to seize the opportunity, he had assumed Ping'an was just an ordinary person with no connections. But after hearing yesterday that Ping'an had helped the police catch a murderer, he knew this wasn't someone to be taken lightly. He'd even gone to the police station yesterday to make some inquiries, and happened to see Ping'an driving a truck to help the police crack down on the black market. Someone like that has no connections? What a joke! After returning home, Niu Ben discussed it with his father, Niu Hao, and decided to offer a more generous compensation. If they could become friends, that would be even better. So today, he is here to make amends. Ping'an looked at Niu Ben standing before him. Though he didn't understand all his subtle maneuvers, he grasped his intentions. Since you consider me a friend, I certainly can't accept this, Ping'an insisted, returning the extra money and vouchers. We'll settle this another time. Ping'an wasn't short on money. Why should he go out of his way to owe someone a favor over 40 yuan? If it had been a bicycle voucher, a sewing machine voucher, or a radio voucher, he might have accepted it, but what good were these? Seeing that Ping'an declined, Niu Ben felt a bit disappointed. Still, he understood the meaning behind "we'll see each other in business matters." Relationships are built through interaction. Ping'an. Niu Ben picked up on the implication. Is there anything you need help with? If you ever need anything brought along in the future, just let me know. Sure. Ping'an gave a casual reply, but he didn't take the words too seriously. Everything would depend on his attitude once something actually came up. After exchanging pleasantries, Ping'an went back to work. He had quite a bit on his plate today. Chapter 27, Biological Mother and Foster Mother. Just as Ping'an was getting to work, Chang had already paid to get Jiabao out. He only had enough money to free one person, and both Guifan and Jiabao had agreed that Jiabao should be released first. Jiabao, being such a coward, was terrified inside, while Guifan couldn't bear to let her son suffer in custody. Besides, she could handle it if he came out later. Husband, go find Ping'an. Guifan said venomously. Ping'an has money, make him bail me out. It's no use. Chang shook his head. I've already been there. Ping'an said he'd rather pay to keep you locked up than bail you out. How could he do this? Hearing her husband's words, Guifan cursed, that little bastard. Shut up. Chang said coldly as he listened to Guifan's tirade, he is my son. Even if he wasn't biologically his, he was still his son. If she called his son a little bastard, what did that make him? An old bastard? Hearing her husband's rebuke, Guifan dared not speak another word. She just stared longingly at her husband and son, a hint of grievance in her eyes. I'll go back and figure something out, Chang said, then left with Jiabao. Once they were out of the police station, Chang said, you go back and stay put. I'm going to see if I can borrow some money. With that, Chang headed toward the factory. Since he couldn't get any money from his son, the only thing he could think of was to ask for an advance on his wages. Before long, Chang arrived at the rubber factory. He was already 2 hours late today, so he had to get back to work immediately. He would wait until noon to go see the factory director about the advance on his wages. Old Chang, why do you look so preoccupied? Li Ning noticed Chang's distracted demeanor and quickly called out to him. If you're not focused on your work, it affects several people. We may be close, but you can't let us down. Li Ning was also Ying's father and Ping'an's future father-in-law. He and Chang were both veteran employees at the rubber factory and had known each other since before they got married. They tied the knot and had children within a year of each other, and their kids had been friends since elementary school. As parents, they given their full support to the couple's eventual union. Epsilon equals Omicron psi. Hearing old Tang's words, Chang sighed and went back to work. Family matters shouldn't be aired in public, and he really didn't want to say anything. But Li Min wasn't exactly an outsider, and after the other guy's persistent nagging, he finally told the truth. Old Chang looked at Li Min and said, "Can you lend me some money? I need to buy Guifan out. I'll pay you back as soon as I get paid." Li Min. It was that woman Guifan, just as he suspected. Li Min, of course, knew that Guifan was his beloved son-in-law's stepmother, and he couldn't stand her. If it weren't for that stepmother and her son, all the money Chang earned would eventually go to Pinyin. Even if he didn't get a single penny, wouldn't his son-in-law, daughter, and grandson be better off? But Chang had remarried and that hurt his son-in-law's interests. It wasn't enough to ruin their relationship, but there was no way Chang would ever ask him for a loan to save someone's life. "Old Chang, I don't have much money myself," Li Min began to complain. "I've got a whole family to support, and we're barely scraping by. I really can't spare a single penny." Chang listened to Li Min's words, opened his mouth, but said nothing. Of course, he didn't believe Li Min's nonsense, but it was true that the other man wasn't willing to lend him money. He knew it was pointless to argue. He'd better pin his hopes on the factory director. Pinyin had been busy all day, making trip after trip to deliver today's cargo. Fortunately, he didn't have to worry about loading or unloading. Once he parked the truck, he could grab a bite to eat and a drink. That's just how it is for drivers. They make their living with their skills. Loading and unloading isn't his job. If he were to get injured or exhausted, wouldn't that delay the delivery? By the time Pinyin finished work, Ing had already been off for 2 hours. Pinyin guessed she'd gone home, so he hopped on his bike and headed out. As he passed the police station, Pinyin happened to see Chang walking out with Guifan. Pinyin wasn't the least bit surprised that his old man had managed to get Guifan out of there. He pretended not to see them and rode on. Turning at the intersection, Pinyin headed toward the new house. He wanted to see how Lin and his aunt had gotten the place in order. If it was all set up, they'd just need to add some furniture and it would be ready to move into. What Pinyin hadn't expected, however, was that all three of them were already there when he arrived. Auntie was tidying up the house with the two girls, and it looked completely transformed. Pinyin felt that they could move in right away without any issues. "Pinyin, you're here." Fong, seeing her nephew arrive, didn't mince words. "Grab a rag and wipe down the glass up there," she said. As she spoke, she pointed to the very top. That was a spot that was usually hard to reach. Even Ing, the tallest of the three, couldn't reach it while standing on a stool, so it was up to him to handle it. Pinyin didn't hesitate. He grabbed the rag and got to work. While he was working, Lin spoke up, "Pinyin, Auntie did most of the cleaning in this house today. I didn't work for very long this morning before I had to go to work, and when I came back this afternoon, Auntie was still at it." "That's right," Ing nodded. "I came over right after work and saw Auntie covered in sweat. It took me a long time to convince her to take a break. Auntie is so good to us." Pinyin understood what the two women were implying and said from the side, "I'll never be able to repay Auntie's kindness. Ing, my birth mother has been gone for years, but Auntie's kindness to me is no less than my birth mother's. In my heart, my birth mother and my foster mother are the same." "Pinyin, I know." Ing nodded. She had always known how kind Auntie was to Pinyin, and said, "In my heart, Auntie is just like our own mother." Lin lowered her head and whispered, "I am good to Auntie, too." "Good, good." Fong listened to her nephew and Ing's words and was so moved she nearly shed tears. She told herself she had never treated her nephew unfairly. In fact, she treated him no worse than she would her own son. But she had seen and heard of far too many ungrateful people. Some people only cared about themselves, refusing to support even their own biological parents. Worse still, some had even reported their parents to the authorities, sending them to labor camps. Who could guarantee that the child she had raised would turn out well? Fong had raised Pinyin without ever expecting to reap the benefits of her nephew's success in the future. She only hoped to have a clear conscience and that her nephew wouldn't forget her family later on. But today, she never expected her usually reserved nephew to place her and his biological mother on equal footing. Fong looked at her nephew, then at Ing and Lin. They're all good kids. Just as the family of four was working, someone approached from outside. Ping'an, come out. Chapter 28, Trouble's Coming. Hearing the voices outside, Ping'an had a feeling the visitors meant trouble. The three women wanted to go out and see, but Ping'an said, "You stay inside. I'll go out for a moment." After reassuring the three, Ping'an walked toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he saw several people standing there, seething with anger. There were 7 of them, men, women, and children, none of whom he recognized. "I'm Ping'an." Ping'an glanced at the group, finally fixing his gaze on an old man in his 50s, and asked, "What's the matter?" "Of course there's a matter." The old man snorted coldly and said, "The factory's handling of this is unfair. What right does your family have to occupy such a large house?" "What right?" Ping'an looked at the people in front of him and said indifferently, "You aren't even from our textile factory. Why should you care how we got this house?" "Kid, don't get cocky," the old man said. "Back when I was at the textile factory, you probably weren't even born yet." Ping'an replied indifferently, "Who just called me old man?" "I called you old man." The old man had barely finished his sentence when he suddenly realized something was off. He snapped, "You're playing me. You're not even worthy." Ping'an shot the old man a glance. "You gave the job to your son, so your whole family lives off him? He won't show his face himself, so he sends you old, weak, sick, and disabled folks to fight over it? How shameful." After speaking, Ping'an glanced at the group. Finally, his gaze fell on a faint figure outside the gate, and he continued, "If you have any complaints, go to the textile factory and talk to the management. This is my house, it has nothing to do with you." "There are only 2 of you," a woman holding a child spoke up. "Why not just find a smaller place? Why do you have to take up such a big one?" "Exactly," a boy of 16 or 17 chimed in. "We got a big family, you should given this place to us. This is a textile mill house, it was allocated for textile mill workers." Ping'an replied calmly, his expression utterly composed. "My wife and I are both textile mill workers. What's wrong with us getting this house? What do any of you have to do with our mill? What gives you the right to come and grab this place? You little bastard." Seeing that reason was getting nowhere, the old woman was about to lash out. Ping'an grabbed the mop nearby and slammed the end of it right into her face. "What? Think you can bully me just because there are more of you? Let me tell you, if you keep acting up, I'm going to the factory to file a complaint. You scum, you're all guilty of burglary and won't get away with it. You want to fight?" Ping'an watched as the old man approached. He smacked him on the head with the mop again and continued, "If I get even a scratch, I'll go to the police station and report you for murder. You know this is a haunted house, right?" Ping'an pointed to the house behind them. "The old couple who used to live here just died not long ago." "Speak up." Ping'an snapped. "Did you kill them so you could take over this house?" "No, what does that have to do with us?" The old couple, their faces still stinging from the mop, instinctively took a step back. They heard about the deaths here and had hoped to seize the opportunity to take over the house, but their son had told them the factory had assigned it to Ping'an. They only come to take advantage of the situation, they couldn't be falsely accused of murder. "If you want to give it to us, then don't." The old man lost his nerve and backed away. "Why are you shouting so loud? Do you think running away will help now?" Ping'an threatened. "I strongly suspect you lot are the criminals who killed the old couple. Come on, follow me to the police station." As Ping'an spoke, he started walking toward the group. At that moment, they immediately ran toward the exit. None of them were decent people, they were illiterate and ignorant of the law. But they knew that once they stepped foot in the police station, they were finished. They were terrified of being framed for a crime they didn't commit. People were deeply afraid of the police. Even if nothing had happened, rumors would spread like wildfire if they were taken away. "By the way, I'm sure your son at the textile factory is the one who incited you to do this, right?" Ping-An said as he walked forward. Do you know that incitement is also a crime? Even if you didn't kill anyone, the instigator will still be locked up in the cattle shed. What's your son's name? I'll report this to the factory director tomorrow. Hearing Ping-An's words, the group ran even faster. The old man stumbled and fell, but didn't he even bother to pick up his shoe. He crawled toward the exit on all fours. Ping-An felt unlucky, so he swung the mop directly at the shoe. It flew right out and landed on the other side of the wall. Thud! It hit the old woman right on the head. Bunch of scum, trying to steal my house. Ping-An watched the figures receding into the distance and shouted, I've memorized your faces, not a single one of you is getting away. Hearing Ping-An's words, the group looked even more disheveled. You think you can take me on? Ping-An had scared them off and turned to walk back inside. Before entering, Ping-An glanced around one last time. There were a few onlookers, but no one stepped forward to intervene. Ping-An didn't care. They were just future neighbors, they didn't even share the slightest bond. Could he really expect strangers to come to his aid? With that settled, Ping-An walked back inside. The three of them were waiting nervously for him. When they saw Ping-An come in, Fang asked, Ping-An, is everything okay now? Auntie, don't worry, Ping-An replied. I've sent him away. But this was just the first time they'd been sent away. Whether they'd come back later was anyone's guess. Still, Ping-An had nothing to fear from them. His house had been provided by the factory and approved by the factory director. No one could take it away from him. It's getting late. Let us head back, Ping-An said. We're not moving in tomorrow anyway, so we can come back and tidy up when we have time. Hearing Ping-An's words, the three of them nodded in agreement. After locking the door, the four of them walked out together. Jesse, you and Lin go ahead, Ping-An said. Ing lives closer, so I'll drop her off first. That makes sense, Fawn nodded. Lin and I can take our time walking back. You go ahead and take Ing home first. Ing knew it was inconvenient to travel, so without hesitation, she said, Auntie, I'll head home first. Ing said her goodbyes and climbed into the back seat of Ping-An's car. On the way home, Ing vividly recounted the day's cleaning efforts. At this pace, the house will be all cleaned up in 2 or 3 days. Ing said, Ping-An, we'll be able to get married soon. Yeah. Ping-An held the handlebars with one hand while gently rubbing her small hand with the other. Why don't we go get our marriage certificate in a few days? Sure. Ing didn't refuse. Tomorrow? Or the day after? Ping-An. She is even more eager than I am. Chapter 29, Sitting on the Bike Frame. In just a few minutes, Ping-An had dropped Ing off at the gate. He pulled out a grain ration ticket and handed it to Ing. Take this. That way, your parents won't complain that you came home late. Huh? Ing looked at the 5 grain ration ticket in her hand and asked curiously, did you get another one? Ping-An drove around town every day, so he'd occasionally managed to get his hands on some cigarettes or ration tickets. This wasn't the first time. Ping-An had given Ing tickets before, but she'd always paid him back. This time, seeing that she was about to reach for her wallet to pay for the grain ticket, Ping-An quickly stopped her. Don't worry about the money, I'm not short on it. You were out cleaning our place, that's why you got back late. I have to show some consideration to my in-laws, don't I? That's our marital home. Your place is my place, I'm just tidying up my own home, why should I take a ration coupon for that? Ing retorted. When you give me coupons, the whole family benefits from them. Isn't it only fair that I give you money in return? Your money is my money. Ping-An shoved the money back into her hand and said, what's wrong with me leaving my money with you? If you don't like it. Ping-An pointed to his cheek and said, kiss me there, that'll do, won't it? Oh, you. Ing didn't know what to say to him. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed Ping-An on the cheek. A kiss on the cheek isn't as good as a kiss on the lips. Ing wiped her lips and said, all right, I'm heading home now. With that, Ing turned and walked home. Once Ing had left, Ping-An turned and walked away. Having seen off his wife here, he still had his sister-in-law and another wife to pick up. Soon, Pingyan caught up with the two of them. Pingyan stopped the car and said, "Auntie, Lin, hop in." "Pingyan, there are a bit too many of us," Fong said when she saw her nephew arrive. "You take Lin back. I'll just walk behind you." "That won't do," Pingyan protested. "The car's in great shape. The three of us together no problem." "Auntie, get in," Lin said as she helped Fong over. "Even if I walk, I can't let you get tired." "No need to walk, everyone get in." Pingyan steadied the bike. Once he saw Auntie settled in with Lin's help, he said, "Lin, I'm sorry to ask this of you, but could you sit on the front crossbar?" "Okay." Hearing Pingyan's words, Lin replied with delight, "Thank you, Pingyan." She had long wanted to experience what it felt like to sit in front on Pingyan's bike, but since there was usually room in the back, she had been too shy to ask. Once they were on the bike, Pingyan set off toward home with the two of them. Pingyan rode steadily, and Lin felt as if she were in his arms. Just as they were about to reach the front door, Pingyan suddenly leaned down and kissed Lin on the forehead. Feeling Pingyan's kiss, Lin's eyes lit up even more. She hadn't expected sitting in the front would bring such a pleasant surprise. She even started thinking about when she might get another chance to sit up front. Once they arrived home and locked the bike, the three of them went inside together. June saw them return, set down his teacup, and said, "You're back? Wash your hands and let us eat." He had known his wife had gone to tidy up her nephew's room, so he prepared dinner after she returned. Though his cooking wasn't great, at least it was edible. While the others were washing up, June had already brought the food to the table. Over dinner, Fong described Pingyan's new home. She couldn't stop raving about it. Clearly, she was very pleased with the place. Pingyan and Ing getting married there, they really got it all, both substance and style. That's good, that's good. June nodded with a smile. Pingyan is a lucky guy. No one had much space to live in these days, but now that they had a house, his nephew and niece-in-law finally had a place to get married. After dinner, everyone went about their own business. Just as Pingyan was about to head back to his room, June spoke up, "Pingyan, what about Lin?" Hearing his uncle's question, Pingyan paused in his tracks. But with the precedent of factory director Lu, he dismissed his uncle's inquiry as just his own mind playing tricks on him. "She's just staying here for a few days, she'll be leaving soon." Pingyan decided to be honest. "I've already signed Jiabao up to go down to the countryside in Zishuangbana, and Lin has found a job. Of course she can stay. No one has sent Jiabao a message yet today, but by tomorrow at the latest, someone will be at the door to deliver the glory of going to the countryside banner," Pingyan said. "It won't be long before Jiabao's bus leaves. As soon as he gets on the bus, Lin will be able to leave too." Listening to Pingyan's words, June nodded in understanding. It wasn't that he minded her staying at home, it was just that her status made it problematic for her to live here permanently. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 99 various ration coupons. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1,000 yuan in cash. Sure enough, as long as he checked in diligently, Pingyan would never lack for resources. Among the ration tickets, aside from the majority being for grain and meat, there were also quite a few for industrial goods and cloth. In addition, there were tickets for alcohol, sugar, and cigarettes. But what delighted Pingyan the most was that there was a bicycle ticket and a sewing machine ticket among them. Only Pingyan and her uncle owned vehicles, everyone else still went about their business on foot. Her aunt and cousin rarely went out, so she could buy a vehicle for Ing or Lin instead. They would both find it useful. As for the sewing machine coupon, that was naturally for her aunt. Her aunt had worked at a textile factory for over 20 years, and besides weaving, she was also an excellent seamstress. If she had a sewing machine, she could take on some private work at home to help support the family. And with that 1,000 yuan in cash, Pingyan felt even more confident about getting his cousin out of trouble. However, Pingyan wasn't in a hurry to bring out the items. He wanted to take his time. The longer the timeline between when the items appeared, the better. During dinner, Pingyan spoke up, "Uncle, try to find a job for my cousin. If the money isn't enough, I've got a little saved up." "What are you talking about?" I can't possibly take your money. June replied. You're about to get married, this is exactly when you need it. Uncle, don't worry. Ping'an spoke with a straight face, though he was clearly talking nonsense. We've got the house and the furniture now. All and I need for the wedding are some new quilts and clothes. Besides, finding a job isn't something that happens overnight. It'll take time to find one here and get my cousin back, too. Listening to his nephew's words, June realized he had a point. Securing a job and bringing the child back would both take time. Once he put his uncle at ease, Ping'an spoke up. Auntie, take Lily with you today, don't leave her at home. I'm worried Guafan might come over and cause a scene, scaring the child. Brother Lily suddenly piped up, why don't you take me with you? Chapter 30, The Glory of Going to the Countryside. I haven't seen your new place yet, Lily pleaded. Instead of going with my mom later, why don't you take me there early? That works. Hearing his cousin's words, Ping'an didn't object, but if you miss a day of school, won't you fall behind in your studies? No way. Lily shook her head and said, I'm doing great in school, I won't fall behind even if I skip a day. Seeing that neither his uncle nor aunt objected, Ping'an said, in that case, let us go. With that, Ping'an led the two of them out the door. Riding his bike, Ping'an glanced at them and asked, who's in front, and who's in back? I'll sit in front, Lynn said. The front seat is a bit hard, I don't want Lily's bottom to get sore. Lynn, I'll sit in front, Lily said. I've got plenty of padding on my bottom, I won't mind the hardness. After saying that, she added in a low voice, Lynn, it's daytime. It wouldn't look good if people saw you sitting up front. Hearing Lily's words, Lynn's face flushed instantly. She had gotten a little carried away just now. Ping'an understood too, and couldn't help but glance at Lily. The usually carefree little foodie actually knew that it wouldn't be good to be seen. He hadn't thought much of it just now, but now Ping'an realized it too. He'd better keep a low profile. Ping'an took the two of them with him and headed toward their new home. On the way, Lily kept asking what was going on at home that had made them send her away. At first, Ping'an didn't say anything, but as they walked, they came upon a procession of people beating drums and gongs. Ping'an paused, pointed at the procession, and said, do you see that? Seeing the people, Lily immediately said, they're delivering good news to the families of the educated youth sent to the countryside. Right. This time, Ping'an didn't beat around the bush. A while back, Guafan went behind my back and signed Lynn up to go to the countryside. So I turned the tables on her and signed Xiaobao up to go too. Wow, really? Hearing her cousin's words, Lily didn't feel the slightest bit of pity for the place, on the contrary, she seemed to take some schadenfreude in it. That little pervert deserves to be sent to the harshest place. Ping'an had been about to leave, but upon hearing his cousin's words, he sensed something was wrong. Lily, why did you call him a little pervert? If he dared to make a pass at her cousin, Ping'an had no intention of playing by the rules either. We used to go to the same elementary school, didn't we? Lily said dismissively. Back when I was in 3rd grade, I saw Xiaobao demand that a girl in his class play little wife for him. He even lunged forward to hug her, scaring the poor girl to tears. You're telling me? Listening to Lily, Ping'an spoke up. Lily, you didn't get the short end of the stick, did you? Of course not, Lily replied. He knew you were my brother, so he tried to pick a fight with me, but then me and my classmates chased him off. Bro, I even told you about it back then, Lily continued. You asked me if I'd gotten into a fight with my classmates, didn't you? I said yes. You asked if I won or lost, and I said I won. Then you told me that winning was all that mattered. That time, listening to Lily's account, Ping'an already knew what had happened. The fact that Lily hadn't been wronged put Ping'an's mind at ease. But since even a well-behaved girl like Lily called him a little troublemaker, he'd have to make sure that troublemaker couldn't cause any more trouble. Ping'an decided he'd find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. But not right now. If he injured the guy, wouldn't that ruin his plans to go to the countryside? Ping'an rode his bike with the two girls toward their new home, pondering along the way whether to give Xiaobao a physical or chemical castration. Should he just cut him off with a knife, or pour concentrated sulfuric acid on him? Lost in thought, Pinyin arrived at the new house with his companions. After dropping off the two girls, Pinyin rode off to pick up Ing from work. Ever since Lin left the Chang household, Guifan had taken on all the household responsibilities. Laundry, cooking, she had to handle every single task. Chang had left for work early after breakfast, so Guifan began serving her son his meal. "Mom, it's this again?" Jiabo looked at the food in front of him with a look of impatience. "I want meat. I want canned food." Okay, Jiabo, be a good boy." Hearing her son's request, Guifan hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, I'll get you some meat and canned food today." While she agreed with her words, Guifan was already thinking about how she could get these things for her son. They'd been arrested the last time they went to the black market to buy food. Not only did they fail to get anything, but they lost their money too. Canned food? These days, you can't get anything at all. Why isn't Lin coming back? Guifan wondered to herself. She'd been hoping to make some money off her daughter before she was sent down to the countryside. Just as Guifan was mulling this over, she heard the sound of banging and clattering outside. Jiabo's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, "Mom, what is that noise outside?" "They're delivering banners to families with educated youth sent down to the countryside." Guifan had been hearing this for years and replied, "Didn't I arrange for Lin to be sent down? Maybe they'll deliver one to our house any minute now." "Lin, huh?" Hearing his mother's words, Jiabo said, "Mom, bring Lin back. She cooks better than you do. While she hasn't been sent down yet, let her stay home and take care of me for a few days." "I'll see," Guifan replied. "She's under Pingin's protection. It wouldn't be convenient for us to take her away." "Mom, do you think Lin might really be involved with Pingin?" Jiabo speculated with the worst possible intentions. Otherwise, why would Pingin be protecting Lin? Guifan hadn't thought much about it before, but upon hearing her son's words, she couldn't help but say, that is actually possible. Lin isn't particularly pretty, and she is skinny as a rail, but she is a virgin girl delivered right to his doorstep. Pingin might just have used her. Muttering to herself, Guifan stood up. "Whether he has got one or not, I'm treating it as if he does. I'm heading over to their factory in a minute. If he doesn't pay me 200 yuan, I'll make sure he loses his job." Just as Guifan was muttering to herself, the person who had been knocking and banging arrived at the courtyard gate. Guifan hurried forward to greet them, smiling as she said, "You must be from the Educated Youth Office, right? Please come in. My family answered the call this year and signed our child up to go to the countryside as an educated youth. It's truly wonderful that a child has parents like you," Aunt Lu said, hiding her contempt well. "Come on, hang up this. Going to the countryside is an honor banner for them." The Cheng family answered the call and sent Jiabo to Zishuang Bana. "We can't just stand by and do nothing." "What?" Guifan froze for a moment, then shrieked, "How is that possible? Wasn't it Lin who was going to the countryside? How did it turn into Jiabo? She can't go. My Jiabo can't go." Guifan flung herself onto the ground, throwing a tantrum and rolling around. "Government, open your eyes and look. Jiabo never signed up. Someone else must have signed her up. Whoever signed up has to go, but my Jiabo isn't going." Guifan completely disregarded her dignity, throwing a tantrum on the ground, while the staff from the Educated Youth Office watched impassively. They'd seen people like this too many times. They didn't care at all. If he is supposed to go to the countryside, he is still going to the countryside. Aunt Lu bent down and leaned close to Guifan, saying, "I don't know if someone else signed up your Jiabo, but I know for a fact that you signed up Lin. If you keep acting like this, you'll end up at the police station to explain yourself." After saying this, Aunt Lu directed the crowd to hang the banner on the Cheng family's house. She called out from there, "Your train tickets have already been delivered. Make sure you go when the time comes. If you're late, you'll be explaining yourself at the police station." With that, Aunt Lu turned and left. For those 100 yuan notes, Aunt Lu had spared no effort. As soon as Aunt Lu's people had left, Jiabo ran over to Guifan and said, "Mom, what should I do? I don't want to go to the countryside. You've got to think of a way to help me." "Jiabo, don't be afraid. I won't let you go to the countryside. Guifan hugged her son, tears streaming down her face. She was determined to keep her son here, no matter the cost. Ping'an returned to the textile factory. He spent the morning delivering goods and had just made it back in time for lunch. As he drove past the factory gate, he spotted Guifan standing nearby, waiting for him. Ping'an took one look and knew she'd come to settle the score. He didn't mind if she hadn't come. How could he get his revenge? Ping'an ignored her and drove straight into the textile factory. Ping'an! Just then, Guifan shouted, Ping'an, you son of a bitch! You're the one who signed Xiaobao up for the rural placement, aren't you? What did our Xiaobao ever do to you to make you do this to us? Ping'an paid her no mind. He drove straight in and said to the security guard standing nearby, Brother Lu, aren't we going to get this shrew out of here? Are we going to keep her here for the new year? As he spoke, he tossed a pack of cigarettes over to him. These were Fima cigarettes he'd bought especially for the occasion. They cost 28 cents a pack and were several grades better than the 13-cent a pack Warrior cigarettes Brother Lu usually smoked. Brother Lu from the security office took the cigarettes and walked over to Guifan. Comrade, please leave this place immediately. If you don't go now, we'll have to arrest you. You're that bastard Ping'an's lackey. Guifan cursed at him. Seeing him approach, she hurriedly ran toward the exit. Once he was far enough away, Xiaobao came over. Mom, where's my job? I don't want to go to the countryside. It's just a job. Guifan snorted coldly and said, that scumbag Ping'an not only won't give you the job, but he also dares to send you to the countryside. So just steal his girlfriend. What's stealing a job? Guifan said to Xiaobao, as long as you steal his girlfriend, not only will you not have to work, but you'll have a woman to wait on you. Great! Great! Xiaobao exclaimed with delight. Mom, how do we steal his girlfriend? Isn't that simple? A flash of ruthlessness crossed Guifan's eyes as she said, Xiaobao, go to the gatehouse, tell them to finding her dad fainted, so she needs to come out. Once she's out, we'll. Listening to his mother's words, Xiaobao nodded vigorously. Mom, I get it. Just as Guifan and Xiaobao were plotting against Ping'an and Ing were sitting together having lunch. Ping'an had just clocked in and received a stack of meal tickets, so he was feeling generous. He ordered 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for lunch and sat down to eat with Ing. You're wasting money in meal tickets again, Ing said, looking at the food in front of her. If you keep spending like this, we'll never be able to save any money. Just eat. Go ahead and eat your fill. Ping'an chuckled. Just eat. I can definitely afford our meals. Ping'an said mysteriously, I'm a driver, after all. I wouldn't trade this steering wheel for a county magistrate's position. Ping'an glanced around and added, we can't afford gourmet delicacies, but having meat every few days is no problem. Ping'an's words were honest, but they made Ing feel a little uneasy. She glanced around to make sure the nearest people were still a good distance away, then said, be careful, don't get caught. Ing suspected Ping'an was involved in some shady business. If it were just a few tickets, that would be one thing, but with so much stuff, he might not be able to keep it under control. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything risky, Ping'an said. I have a steady job, why would I risk it all for a few measly bucks? Ping'an knew Ing was worried he might go down the wrong path. A little here and there was fine, but if it got out of hand, someone would report him. Ping'an had earned those ration tickets through hard work, their source was completely above board. The only challenge was not spending them all at once. As long as he kept that in mind, there wouldn't be any trouble. As long as Ping'an didn't splurge in front of the same group of people, treating Ing to a meat meal at the textile factory every few days was well within the limits of their combined meat ration tickets. Don't give me money or tickets. During dinner, when Ping'an saw Ing about to give him the ration coupons back, he quickly refused. I earn money so you can eat well and dress well. If you give them back to me, what's the point? If you feel bad about it, just give me another kiss. Fine, I'll kiss you. Seeing Ping'an say that, Ing didn't dwell on it and replied, just a kiss, nothing else, I'll come find you a little later. No problem. A smile spread across Ping An's face, as if he struck gold. Ing found it amusing too. It's just a kiss, is it really that big of a deal? Comrade Ing. Just as the two were eating, someone from the security department entered the factory cafeteria and called out, Comrade Ing, your father has fainted. They want you to come over. What? Chapter 32, Leave it to me. Hearing the news, Ing's mind went into a tailspin. Stay calm. Seeing Ing's panic, Ping An stood up as well. Although he was worried, he also had serious doubts. Why did his father-in-law have to faint right after Guifeng showed up? How could Ping An not suspect that the fainting might be a ruse? Comrade, Ping An turned to the security officer and asked, You just said Comrade Ing's father fainted. Who came to report this? Her younger brother, of course, the security officer replied. The kid is about 15 or 16, not very tall, and looks a bit dim-witted. Ing listened to the description and nodded repeatedly. Her brother really wasn't very bright. Ing, don't act impulsively, Ping An said. Let us go together. Ping An took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to the security officer. Comrade Fong, could you help us get some time off? With that, Ping An let Ing out. He suspected that it wasn't Ing's younger brother who had come to deliver the news, but Jiabao. 15 or 16 years old, a bit of a simpleton, not very tall. Every single description fit Jiabao perfectly. But he couldn't say any of that. If it really was Ing's younger brother who had come to deliver the news, and they hadn't gone to check and missed something, Ing would never be at peace for the rest of her life. Rather than let her worry about other possibilities, it was better to go together. With him there, if something happened to his father-in-law, he could lend a hand. But if it were Guifeng and Jiabao, he'd give them 20 good whacks. The two ran out of the cafeteria, and Ping An said, Ing, my bike is right here. Ping An motioned for Ing to get on. Ing didn't hesitate. She hopped on, wrapped her arm around his waist, and said, Ping An, you can go a little faster. Ping An pedaled hard, racing toward the gate as fast as he could. Before long, they reached the gate. Ping An stopped the bike to register their exit at the security office, but Ing, growing impatient, ran straight out. By the time Ping An stepped outside, Ing had already made it to the textile factory's perimeter. She spotted two people at the gate, Guifeng and Jiabao. They're tricking me. The moment Ing saw them, she realized the truth. What nonsense about her father fainting! It was clearly a ploy by this mother and son to lure her out. Guifeng, are you the ones looking for me? Ing glared at them and shouted, Your father's the one who fainted. You're nothing but a whore who sleeps with other men. How dare you curse my father? Just get lost. I usually watch my language and don't swear, but do you really think I don't know how to curse? Comrade Tang, your father got drunk at my house. I came here out of the goodness of my heart to warn you, and you dare to curse at me. Guifeng forced herself to hold back from trading insults with Ing, still hoping to lure her away. We just came to let you know. You ungrateful wretch, your father's at my house, and I'm the one who is unlucky. Jiabao, let us go. With that, Guifeng grabbed Jiabao's hand and headed toward their home. She even brought up Ing's own father. She was sure Ing would take the bait. Ing stormed off toward the factory. Just as she reached the gate, she ran into Ping An, who was coming out after checking in. Those two are just making fun of me. Ing repeated what she just heard and said, Ping An, let us go back. Ing, what do you think they're trying to get out of you? Ping An looked at Ing and asked, just to trick you into coming out. What's the point of that? Hearing Ping An's words, Ing calmed down and replied, it can't just be to make me worry. They have a more sinister motive. They're trying to lure you there. Ping An had already figured it out. You go home first. I'll go get them back for you. No way, I'm going with you. Ing had also figured out how the two of them planned to deceive her. A surge of anger welled up inside her, and she said, let us go trash their house. Trashing their house won't be enough. Ping An said, Ing, since you want to come along, then let us go together. Ping An motioned for Ing to get in the car, and the two of them headed toward the Chang family home. Since Ping An had a car, they naturally moved much faster. They took a different route home and arrived at the Chang residence before the others. Pingyan hid the car in a corner, then led Ing back to the house. The house was empty. Ing's father wasn't there at all. Seeing this, last trace of worry vanished from Ing's mind. Her father was indeed safe. Follow me. Pingyan pulled Ing toward the small hut where Lin used to live. Once inside, the two hid within. The hut was unremarkable, consisting of a pile of junk and a small bed. What are you going to do? Ing didn't sense any danger. Instead, she felt a bit of a thrill. She thought Pingyan was planning to rush out unexpectedly and beat up those two. Let us see what these two are up to. As Pingyan spoke, he quietly attached the silencer. The silencer wasn't just for those late-night activities. As long as they turned it on, anyone who didn't see them with their own eyes would have no idea what was going on here. Just as Ing was about to ask more, they heard someone enter from outside. Soon, the two of them could hear the two people outside chatting. Mom, Ing didn't come with us? Jabo said unhappily. Didn't you say she'd definitely be tricked into coming? Don't worry, she'll definitely come. Guifan was worried too, but she refused to admit it. Even if she has her suspicions, what can she do? Would she really just ignore the possibility that her own father is in danger? As soon as she gets here, I'll feed her this. Guifan said, pulling out a paper package. That little bastard Pingyan just got lucky I couldn't get the medicine before, so I had to get him drunk with alcohol this time. With the medicine, I'll be out cold for a whole day and night. One tishi? Jabao, once Ing's out cold, drag her into the room and have your way with her. As long as she doesn't dare let anyone find out, she'll have to marry you. Guifan sneered. Why bother working at the factory? Just marry her and have her work to support you. Wouldn't that be better? Great, great. Hearing his mother's words, Jabal clapped his hands. Ing is so pretty. I've had my eye on her for a while. And since she is Pingyan's girlfriend, it'll be even better. Mom, when the time comes, I'll make her serve both of us. She'll handle all the housework. Listening to the mother and son outside, Ing was so furious her chest swelled with rage. How despicable, how despicable. Ing's face was twisted with rage. How could people be so wicked? Ing realized that if Pingyan hadn't been there today, she might actually have been tricked into coming in. If that had happened. At the thought, Ing trembled with fury. Even on such a hot day, she was covered in cold sweat, her hands and feet ice cold. Ing. Pingyan soothed her. Leave it to me. Chapter 33, A Brutal Beating. As soon as Pingyan finished speaking, she kicked the door open. A loud thud startled Guifan and Jabal. You. When Guifan saw Pingyan standing there, she immediately realized that everything she just said to her son had been overheard. You old witch, you've got some nerve. Pingyan picked up a stool from the floor and hurled it at Guifan, splitting her head open and drawing blood. Too bad you miscalculated. As she spoke, Pingyan strode toward the two of them. Pingyan, stop it. Guifan watched Pingyan approach and blurted out, I'm still your stepmother, after all. If you dare hit me, I'll have you thrown in jail. Trying to intimidate me with your seniority? Pingyan sneered. Fine. I can't hit you, you old witch, but beating Jabao to death shouldn't be a problem, right? As Pingyan spoke, she had already lifted the table and slammed it down on Jabao's head. Clang. The blow was even harder than the one she dealt to Guifan. As it smashed through Jabao's skull, the solid wood table was completely destroyed. Youth has its perks. Pingyan looked down at the motionless Jabao, stepping on his leg with her foot. He is out like a light. Ah! Guifan saw her son collapse and thought he was dead. She roared, I'll fight you to the death. Guifan, heedless of the consequences, charged toward Pingyan. But Pingyan had anticipated this and immediately grabbed Jabao's body, using him as a shield between them. Guifan's claws landed on Jabao's face, the pain jolting him awake from his unconscious state. Ah! Jabao let out a piercing scream, startling Guifan into stopping immediately. But Pingyan had no intention of letting her off the hook. Gripping Jabao's head with one hand, she slammed him into Guifan's head. Thud thud thud. After 3 consecutive collisions, mother and son both crashed to the ground. Once they hit the ground, they both passed out again. Pingyan checked them over and confirmed they were only unconscious, not dead. Pingyan called out to Ing, who had been hiding inside the house watching the spectacle, and said, "Go call the police. Tell them there's been a death here." What? Dead? It had all happened so fast. By the time Ing had processed what was going on, both of them were already bleeding from head wounds. She only watched for a moment. Had they really died? They're not dead, just unconscious. Pingyan said, "Call the police. I'm going to make sure they rot in jail for the rest of their lives." But Ing hesitated. Pingyan, won't this get you in trouble too? How could it? Pingyan pointed to the paper bag that had just fallen to the ground. Guifan and Jabba were trying to rob and kill you. I'm acting as a hero. I might even get a commendation. I understand. Ing nodded, took the car keys Pingyan handed her, and headed to the police station to report it. Meanwhile, neighbors who heard the commotion outside began to gather. It was still work hours, so the only people left in the courtyard were those without jobs. Some approached and were startled by the scene inside. When they recognized Pingyan standing there, they asked, "Little Chang, are you two having a fight?" "Aunt Chu," Pingyan said to the woman who had asked him, "those 2 bastards tried to harm me, but I knocked them down. Don't worry, they won't die." Pingyan brought a few chairs out from the house and invited the onlookers to sit down. Standing there, Pingyan chatted with the neighbors. "As you all know, Guifan pushed me out of the house right after I finished elementary school. With my uncle taking care of me, I didn't want to come back here. But that damn Guifan just can't keep her mouth shut." Pingyan spoke without hesitation. "I've already left." Pingyan rarely came by, so his relationship with the neighbors had long grown distant. But they didn't like Guifan and Jabba, so of course they were going to help Pingyan now. They were just telling the truth. It wasn't exactly giving false testimony. Seeing the 2 police officers go to check, Pingyan went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a half bucket of swill, and said, "Step aside, comrades. I'll wake them up." As he spoke, he poured the swill over their heads. Guifan was already on the verge of waking up. The cold water on her head jolted her fully awake. Jabao's condition was a bit more serious when the slop hit him. He only groaned faintly in a daze. But that was enough. Now that they were confirmed to be alive, the situation wasn't as bad as they feared. With the men awake, the 2 police officers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, noticing the stench emanating from the men, they said irritably, "Comrade Pingyan, this is absolutely disgusting. These 2 were planning to drug us. Pouring slop on them to wake them up was the least of it." Pingyan pointed at the paper package on the ground and said, "Comrades, this is evidence. Please take it with you." The 2 nodded and said, "Comrade Pingyan, you're the one who injured him. Please come with us for questioning." Hearing the police officer's words, Pingyan nodded in agreement. He'd hurt someone. No matter how much he tried to talk his way out of it, he'd have to go in and explain himself. But the others were getting anxious. Ing hurriedly stepped in front of the 2 officers and said, "Officers, Pingyan is innocent. You can't frame an innocent man." "That's right, officers. Pingyan was just ridding the community of a menace." The neighbors chimed in, all at once, not wanting Pingyan to be taken away. Pingyan patted Ing on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll be out in a little while. Everyone, please rest assured." Pingyan glanced at the neighbors again and said, "The police officers uphold the law impartially. How could they possibly harm us ordinary folks?" Chapter 34, You're Getting Anxious, aren't you? 2 police officers escorted Guifan and Jabal, while Pingyan rode his bike with Ing, heading toward the police station. When they arrived at the entrance of the police station, Pingyan handed the bike to Ing. "Ing, I'll go in first. You go back to work at the factory. I might even be out before you finish your shift." "Okay." Ing nodded, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. But she knew she couldn't interfere with the police investigation, so she had no choice but to leave. But how could she possibly focus on work now? She hopped on her bike and headed straight for the rubber factory where her father worked. Meanwhile, Ping'an followed the two police officers inside. He didn't lose his cool, he simply told them the whole story exactly as it happened. He recounted everything in detail, from meeting Guifan that afternoon, to how Guifan and Jiabo had deceived Ing, to Guifan's preparations to drug her at home. These things couldn't be hidden, the security staff at the textile factory could all vouch for it. As soon as they investigated, they realized that Guifan and her accomplice had planned this well in advance. As for Ping'an, well, his actions could barely be considered self-defense. "You've already found the drugs. You must have bought them on the black market," Ping'an said, shooting a reproachful glance at the two interrogators. "You caught her on the black market just a couple of days ago and you didn't find the drugs then?" Hearing Ping'an's words, the two men looked slightly embarrassed. If the drugs had really been bought on the black market 2 days ago, then they had indeed been a bit negligent. Before long, the interrogation of Ping'an was over. Next door, after the bleeding from Jiabo's head had been stopped, the interrogation began. Jiabo was a total coward. The fear from being taken to the station a couple of days ago was still fresh, and as soon as he walked in today, he confessed to everything. He confessed to what the police asked about, and even volunteered information they hadn't asked for. In particular, he recounted in full how Guifan had bought the sedative and planned to knocking out. "Comrades, it was all my mama's idea, I'm innocent." Jiabo was crying his eyes out, and in the end, he even spilled the beans about how his mom had planned to use Lin to sabotage Ping'an's job. Police? Who knew there was such a juicy scoop? The two interrogators exchanged a glance, then continued questioning Jiabo about other matters. And then... well, Jiabo even spilled the beans about Guifan cheating on her husband and using the money to buy him meat. In the next room, Guifan was putting up a fierce fight. "Comrades of the Public Security Bureau, I'm innocent. It's Ping'an who wants to kill me and my son. You should arrest him. Arrest him, strip him of his job, and shoot him." Guifan was just an ordinary mother who doted on her child. She had no education and knew nothing of the law. All she knew was to cling on and beg, and her schemes weren't particularly well thought out. If the police wanted to investigate, they could dig up everything she'd done. Ahem, the police officer cleared his throat and said, "Comrade Guifan, your son has already confessed." "What?" Hearing the officer's words, Guifan froze. Her son had already confessed? "Yes, he has." Seeing Guifan's expression of disbelief, the officer sneered. "He confessed to everything, including buying medicine to trick Ing, getting Ping'an drunk, and sleeping with men to buy meat for Jiabo." Hearing the police officer's words, Guifan felt a thunderclap echo in her mind. Her world had come crashing down. All her scheming had been for her son, Jiabo. But she never imagined that her own son would be the one to wound her deepest. This emotional wound hurt more than when Ping'an had smashed her head. After his interrogation was over, Ping'an signed the paperwork and left. The situation was quite clear. Although he had hit someone, it wasn't a major issue. After all, he had just helped the police apprehend a group of black market dealers and seize a significant amount of goods. Grateful for his assistance, the police simply classified his assault on Guifan and Jiabo as a domestic dispute. Jiabo was considered an accessory. A stern talking to would suffice. He might have to pay some compensation, but at most, it would be a matter of 5 or 6 yuan. What was that, really? As for Guifan, the principal offender, her sentence would depend on the circumstances. She could end up serving several years. As Ping'an walked out of the police station, he happened to see Chang rushing over. Ping'an and the other two had followed the police officers, so a kind-hearted neighbor naturally went to the factory to let them know. As for Chang, he naturally hurried over as fast as he could. "Ping'an." Chang saw his son and demanded, "Did you send your mother to the police station?" Hearing his old man's confused words, Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. "What exactly was I expecting? You dare to laugh?" Chang roared. "If there's a problem, couldn't we have settled it ourselves? You had to make a scene like this. You feel embarrassed?" Ping'an wasn't angry, he just felt a sense of sadness. Looking at his own father, he said disappointedly, "You'd better not go to jail, or you'll have to face something even more humiliating. Your precious son Jebo has been arrested, Ping'an said calmly. Guifan has been involved with at least 5 men. No, that is impossible. Chang roared in anger at Ping'an's words. Guifan might not be a saint, but she wouldn't go so far as to cheat on him. You're panicking. Ping'an watched his father's furious outburst, feeling a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude. If you don't believe me, go ask Jebo. He might just rattle off the names, dates, and locations of those guys. Oh, and by the way, Jebo might not even be yours, who knows? With that, Ping'an walked away. What man would willingly believe he has been cheated on? Ping'an was kind-hearted and decided to give Chang some time to come to terms with it. Impossible. I don't believe it. Chang roared at Ping'an twice, then walked into the police station. Half an hour later, Chang emerged, looking completely devastated. Everything Ping'an had said was actually true. Guifan, how dare she? She might have been somewhat attractive in her youth, but now she is just a woman in her 30s past her prime and she cheated on him? But that was the truth. Jebo's testimony left him no choice but to believe it. Uncle Tang, Ing. Ping'an walked past his father to stand before Ing and Li Ning. I'm sorry to have worried you. I'm fine. After Ping'an arrived at the police station, Ing went to the factory to find Li Ning. Li Ning was also startled when she heard what had happened and immediately followed her daughter over. However, Ing had notified her a few minutes too late, so they arrived just as Chang was coming in right behind them. Are you okay? Li Ning asked worriedly. What did the police say? Just a family dispute, I guess, Ping'an said casually. I paid a few yuan for medical expenses and was let go. As for those two, Ping'an added nonchalantly, it's hard to say. Chapter 35, Ing, just scaring myself. As long as you're okay, who cares about them? After confirming her son-in-law was unharmed, Li Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ping'an, thank you for saving Ing. Uncle Tang, don't say that, Ping'an replied. Ing is my girlfriend, we're getting married in a few days. Saving her is only natural. That's right, Dad, Ing chimed in. You're being too formal. Li Ning glanced at his daughter and shook his head helplessly, girls are so outspoken. Ing, Ping'an, Li Ning said, looking at the two of them. Since everything is fine, I'm heading back to the factory. You two should go back too. If you don't feel like working this afternoon, just go home. All right, Dad, we got it. Hearing her father's words, Ing dismissed him. After her father left, Ing leaned in close to Ping'an and asked with concern, Ping'an, are you hurt? How could I be hurt? Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an smiled and said, don't worry, I'm totally fine. Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing let out a sigh of relief and said, thank goodness nothing happened this time. You can't be so reckless next time. It's just that they really pissed me off. Ping'an said. Don't tell me you weren't angry, I thought you were about to charge right in and slap them. Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing retorted irritably, I was angry, but I'd only slapped them a few times at most. I'd never dare to crack someone's skull open. Tisk, tisk, Ping'an teased. You're such a feisty one. So what if I am? What's your problem? Ing retorted. Regretting being my boyfriend? Too late. With that, Ing hopped onto the back seat of Ping'an's bike. Why would I regret it? I think it's even more fun now. Ping'an pushed the bike forward and asked, Ing, where are we going now? Back to the factory, or home? Of course we're going to eat first. Ing said matter-of-factly. Jabo and Guifan made us rush out without having dinner. Let us grab a bite, then tidy up the room a bit. It'll be ready to move into in no time. We've already taken the day off, why go back to work? You're right. I'll go with your plan. Ping'an agreed, hopped on his bike, and headed toward the restaurant. Naturally, Ping'an went to the restaurant where Lin worked. It was too late for lunch and too early for dinner, so when they arrived, the state-run restaurant was empty of customers. Ping'an, Sister Ing. Seeing the two of them arrive, Lin was a bit surprised but greeted them warmly, are you here to eat? Is there anything you'd like? Pingyan looked at Ing, gesturing for her to order. Ing ordered 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes, and a soup, then said, add 3 bowls of rice. Lin, you should eat with us. Huh? I've already eaten, Lin said quickly. Sister Ing, you don't need to worry about me. Why be so formal with each other? Ing glanced at the price, then looked at Pingyan and said, Pingyan, get the meat ration tickets. As she spoke, she handed over the money. Lin was just working here. If she had to pay for her own meals, then certainly others did too. Pingyan had intended to pay himself, but seeing Ing take out the money, he didn't insist. After paying, the two waited for their food. The dish had just been stir-fried. Pingyan hadn't even made it over yet when Lin had already brought the dish over. Pingyan didn't say anything about whether she should or shouldn't. They were all family, so why be so formal? The meal was soon complete, and Pingyan pulled Lin to sit beside Ing. Pingyan knew that even if Lin had eaten lunch, she would have just had a cheap, light meal. It was probably hard for her to get a proper, filling meal. Eat up, Pingyan said as he served Lin 2 pieces of meat. You're almost lighter than Lily. You need to put some weight back on. Okay. Listening to Pingyan's scolding, Lin was actually quite happy. Today Pingyan served me first. I'm so touched. Pingyan served Ing 2 more pieces of meat and said, you've been running around non-stop since noon, so you need to eat up too. Remember to have another bite when you get home tonight. I'm not skinny at all. Ing protested. I weigh over 100 kg. In those days, a woman weighing 100 kg really couldn't be considered skinny. Most were malnourished. How many were actually plump? Pingyan said, 100 pounds isn't enough. 110 is better, and 120 is best. Seeing that Ing was about to object, Pingyan added, I'll cover the meat ration tickets and the cost. But that is too much of a burden on you. Though Ing was happy inside, she still refused, saying, let us wait until after we're married. Then we can eat whatever we want. If you give it to me now, I'm afraid half of it will end up in my brother's stomach. Then before we're married, I'll just order a few extra meat dishes when we eat, Pingyan said to Ing, then turned to Lin, and you too, Lin. You're not as tall as Ing, but if you can reach over 100 kg, that should be enough, right? Lin lowered her head and whispered, I know. Lin, you're too shy. Seeing Lin acting like a doormat, Ing spoke up, be a little bolder. Don't be afraid of Pingyan. Your brother doesn't get along with Guifan and Jebao, but he is not going to pick on you. Come to think of it, Ing was a bit curious herself. Pingyan would love nothing more than to kill Guifan and Jebao, yet he didn't harbor a shred of hatred toward Guifan's daughter. He helped her find a job and secure housing. He really was something special. Ing compared her own looks to Lin's. There was absolutely no problem. Whether it was figure or looks, she was the clear winner. How could Pingyan possibly abandon her after leading her on? She was just scaring herself. Ing never imagined that Pingyan, that total scumbag, had no intention of abandoning her. He was planning to have his cake and eat it too. Before long, Pingyan had eaten his fill. He bought a few buns to take back to his aunt and cousin. After waiting for Ing to finish her meal, the two waved goodbye. In no time, Pingyan had brought Ing to the new house. Auntie, Lily, we're back. Pingyan led Ing inside and said, you must be tired. Take a rest, I'll handle the rest of the work. Pingyan. Cousin. The two greeted Pingyan when they saw him arrive. Auntie, Lily, go wash your hands, Pingyan said. Ing bought some big meat buns on her way over. You should eat them while they're still hot. No need to go to all that trouble, Fong waved her hand. We already had lunch. Pingyan didn't need to guess. He knew Auntie and his cousin had surely eaten steamed buns made from a 2-flour mix. Auntie had steamed extra this morning, clearly preparing for this very moment. Pingyan didn't call her out on it. Lily, take Auntie to wash up. You need to eat to have energy. Lily looked tempted but shook her head. Cousin, it's okay. I'm not hungry yet. Chapter 36, Snagging a Bargain. Is Lily hungry? Not really, she was just craving something tasty. Those big buns smelled so good, of course she wanted to eat them, but she also knew it would be a waste to eat them right now. If she waited until she was truly hungry to have one, the bun would taste even better. Who wouldn't be hungry at this hour? You barely ate anything at lunch. Pinyin pulled Lily toward the sink and said, "Wash your hands properly. You can't expect me to feed you, can you?" Mum. And so, Lily was half pushed, half coaxed into washing her hands. "Auntie, you should wash your hands too," Ing said. "This is a token of my appreciation. Please do me the honor of having a bite." "All right, fine." Hearing Ing's words, Fong smiled and agreed. These were buns brought by her niece-in-law, so she had to give her some face. While Fong and Lily went to wash their hands and eat the buns, Pinyin and Ing set to work on the remaining chores. Working together, the two set about tidying up the house. Their task over the next couple of days wasn't just cleaning, they also had to sort through the belongings, cleaning what was usable and discarding what wasn't. After all, this was a place where two people had died in quick succession not long ago. It was bad luck. Things that shouldn't be kept couldn't be kept, and every corner of the house needed to be tidied up. Lin and Jinji had already cleaned up this area yesterday, scrubbing the bloodstains off the floor over and over. Even much of the blood-stained furniture had been moved to one side. As for the clothes, they wouldn't be kept, regardless of their condition. All these items had already been sorted out, packed up, and set aside for disposal. Actually, in Pingin's opinion, it would be best to replace everything except the house itself. That would be the simplest solution, just take everything out and give the rooms a good cleaning. But Fong and Ing weren't having it. Replacing everything would cost money. It was a major expense, and they were reluctant to part with their belongings. Pinyin couldn't persuade his aunt and girlfriend, so he had to compromise. However, Pinyin soon realized the benefit of not having thrown everything away outright. Pinyin held a candlestick in his hand and examined it closely. It felt a bit heavy. That thing won't break. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to. Ing watched as Pinyin scrutinized the candlestick and said, "The old folks probably don't like electric lights, so they've kept these old candlesticks. I'm not used to using candlesticks, they're unsafe. We need to switch to electric lights," Pinyin said, stuffing the candlestick into a burlap sack. Immediately afterward, he took down the other candlestick and put it in as well. Once the candlesticks were packed away, Pinyin busied himself with other tasks. But just as the candlestick entered the sack, Pinyin quietly stowed it away in his spatial pocket. The moment he picked up the candlestick, Pinyin noticed something was off about its weight. Copper isn't that heavy. After giving it a quick weigh, Pinyin realized the single candlestick was about as heavy as the large gold chain he'd worn in his previous life. He knew right then that these two items weren't made of copper at all, they were pure gold. Someone had simply disguised them to keep it a secret. Gold wasn't particularly valuable back then, only about 3 yuan per gram. The two candlesticks weighed over 4 jin combined, which came to nearly 6,000 yuan. Pinyin didn't have any immediate need for such a large sum, and he certainly wasn't going to sell it as gold. But keeping these items would surely come in handy someday. Once the reform and opening up began, he could have them made into jewelry for his wife, sister-in-law, and cousin. We'll figure out exactly how to use them when the time comes. For now, I'll gladly accept them. The three women hadn't paid any attention to the two candlesticks and were unaware of Pingin's little scheme. An hour later, looking at the house that was barely livable, Pinyin suddenly had other ideas. "I'll sell these useless things to the scrapyard later." Pinyin pointed at the trash and said, "Some of this stuff is broken beyond repair, some is stained with blood and brings bad luck, some is the couple's old clothes, and some just isn't suitable for us young people. As for the rest, see if there's anything you need and take it back to use," Pinyin said. "It's one thing not to renovate this new wedding home, but we should still buy a few new pieces of furniture." Hearing Pingin's words, Fong couldn't help but frown. "You don't plan to keep any of it? Then all our cleaning up has been for nothing, hasn't it? The whole point of sorting through these things was to find what was still usable. Otherwise, if it were just about cleaning the house, we could have finished yesterday. It's not a waste of time, how could it be a waste?" Pinyin looked at the items and said, Auntie, look at this dining table, it's better than the one at home, isn't it? We can use it right away. Look at this chair, it's practically brand new. Lily can sit in it when she studies. And these. Pinyin pointed to various items that could be replaced at his uncle's house. A few of them were things the Ying family could use instead. The main reason was that when Pinyin went to the Tang family's house, he wouldn't be entering his future father-in-law's or younger brother-in-law's rooms, so he wasn't sure what else needed replacing. But if we do that, you have to replace everything with new stuff? Fong shook her head repeatedly and said, the things at home are still usable. You should keep these for yourself. Every penny saved counts, and furniture isn't exactly cheap. Ying felt the same way. She didn't mind using second-hand items, it was perfectly fine to use them as is. After all, plenty of people nowadays go to scrapyards to find tools or parts. There are plenty of people who love these well-preserved second-hand items. I heard that nowadays, weddings are supposed to include 3 spinning items, 1 musical instrument, and 48 legs, Pinyin said. Ying's parents didn't ask me to get all these things, but I can't just skip them entirely. Let us replace a few pieces of furniture from my in-law's place for now, and we'll get the 3 spinning things, 1 musical instrument, and 48 legs later when we have the money, Pinyin said earnestly. They're entrusting their daughter, whom they've raised for 18 years, to me. I can't just take her away with nothing to show for it. Pinyin planned to get a full set of new furniture. A matching set would look much nicer. It's not like I don't want to, Ying nudged Pinyin and said, why not save some money and buy a few pounds of rice instead? Just trust me, Pinyin took Ying's hand and reassured her, we'll have the money, and we'll have the rice too. All these years, I haven't really given my in-laws anything, Pinyin said. We got this furniture for free anyway, so giving it away is just a gesture of goodwill. I've been saving the money for our wedding, and now is the perfect time to use it. It's settled then, Pinyin declared. Tomorrow, we'll move things Uncle needs first. Once I've bought new furniture, set everything up, and we've moved in, we'll take the rest over to the Tang family's place. Chapter 37. Pinyin, don't you? All right, then. Hearing Pingin's words, Ying finally chose to give in. She thought to herself that she'd try to ask her mother for as much dowry as possible when she got home. She couldn't let the two of them lose out. In that case, we'll have to get the furniture sorted out as soon as possible. Seeing that Ying had agreed, Fong also relented. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find an old carpenter. Auntie, let me go. Pinyin spoke up, I met an old carpenter when I used to drive a taxi. I'll take some wine and meat to treat him to a meal one of these days and ask him to help make the furniture. Do you have enough money? Fong asked. A full set of furniture for the house isn't cheap. Where are you going to get that kind of money? Furniture is very expensive. Why are 3 spinning wheels, 1 bell, and 48 legs mentioned together? Because their value is comparable. 48 legs don't seem like much when counted separately, but put together, the materials alone are no small expense. Add in the craftsmanship, and the whole thing will run you about 200 yuan. Don't worry, Auntie, I've got enough. Pinyin nodded, not the least bit concerned about not being able to afford it. He just checked in for another 1,000 yuan early this morning, enough to buy 108 legs. Under Pingin's firm leadership, the matter was settled just like that. Fong looked a bit helpless, while Lily thought her assertive cousin looked really handsome today. Ying, however, actually liked Pingin's domineering demeanor. Pinyin used to be very kind to Ying, they'd discuss everything together. But today, as Pinyin decisively made all the decisions, it made her feel something quite different. It's kind of nice, kind of enjoyable, actually. It's all packed up now, so we don't need to stick around, Pinyin said, clearly not planning on having the 4 of them lug things out like fools. I'll just swing by to pick it up on my way to my race tomorrow. Hearing Pingin's words, the group nodded. It was almost quitting time. But Ying was a little reluctant to part with Pinyin, so she said, Auntie, you take Lily home on your bike. Pinyin and I will just walk back slowly. Fong glanced at Ying, thinking the young couple was planning a date or something. She smiled and nodded, then left with her daughter. Once the two had walked away, Ying suddenly threw herself into Pingin's arms. Wrapping her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist, she exclaimed excitedly, we have a place now. We can get married. Yeah, we're getting married, Ping'an replied with a smile. Looking at Ing's pretty face, he gave her a gentle kiss. We were planning to get married at the end of the year. Why don't we move it up a few months? Ing didn't mind the kiss. She returned it and said, let's south quietly get this place ready. Once we've got all the furniture and kitchenware, we'll tell my parents. Oh, and we can't let my brother take over the place. Ing added. We can't leave that extra room empty, let us have Lin move in. Ha! Ping'an had actually been planning to find an excuse to have Lin move in, but he hadn't expected Ing to bring it up first. He asked, Lin? Yeah. You're willing to look after her, and I can tell she is a decent person. Ing nodded. Let her stay, she'll be grateful. Otherwise, my brother might just show up, and then he'll think the place is his. Ing's parents treated her well, but they doted on her younger brother even more. And Ing's brother had a somewhat selfish streak. It wasn't that he thought everything in the house belonged to him, but he always wanted to take advantage of anything good he saw. He was especially smooth-talking, with a whole repertoire of sweet-talking tricks. Ing and Ping'an had both fallen for his schemes before. He wasn't entirely bad, but he made people feel uncomfortable. So, to avoid conflict, Ing thought it would be a good idea to let Lin move in. Ping'an worried this might be Ing testing the waters, so he said, Ing, wouldn't Lin feel awkward about moving in? I'll talk to her about it later. Ing retorted. We'll split the food costs, and she'll pay her share of the rent. Why wouldn't she agree? She is a young woman, she can't just keep staying at your uncle's place forever, can she? Ing said. Now that you've moved out, she'll definitely have to find a place to live. It'd be so much better if she just came here. That makes sense. Ping'an realized Ing wasn't testing him and said, then you go ahead and talk to her. Ing nodded and continued cuddling with Ping'an. As for the incident where Ing had practically thrown herself into Ping'an's arms, they both tacitly agreed not to mention it. They rarely had the chance to be alone like this, in a place where no one was around and they wouldn't be disturbed for hours. Now, kissing and hugging each other was the most intimate thing they could do. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Ping'an was utterly dreamy. After a while, Ing climbed down from Ping'an. Her cheeks were flushed, making her look absolutely adorable. But as she was getting down, her foot caught on something, making her blush even more. She muttered under her breath, you naughty thing. I'm innocent. Hearing Ing's accusation, Ping'an immediately protested, this is clearly your fault. Don't slander me. Ing stubbornly refused to admit it and didn't shyly run away. Ping'an chuckled, all right, it's my fault. I'm slandering you. Now, I'm going to be even more at fault. As he spoke, Ping'an picked Ing up and headed toward the bedroom. Ing panicked. She could gradually let her guard down, but this was her last line of defense. What about after they got married? Ping'an, don't you? Ing was so nervous she could barely form coherent sentences. And just as Ping'an carried Ing to the bedside, she had already closed her eyes tightly. Seeing how nervous Ing looked, Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, is it really that serious? Do you really think I'd make a move on you right here? Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing remained silent. If possible, she wanted to save herself for their wedding night. But if he insisted, then she'd just give in. Silly girl. After teasing her, Ping'an had Ing lie across his lap and said, we'll be married in just a few days. I can wait that long. Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing rolled over and hugged him, whispering, my period hasn't ended yet. Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an froze for a moment. He really wasn't good at keeping track of dates. He truly had no idea when Ing's period was due. After all, they were still in a pure, engaged relationship, and Ing couldn't very well just blurt that out. Ping'an asked quietly, how many days left? Hearing Ping'an's question, Ing felt a bit embarrassed. Today is the 5th day. Then why did you just jump on top of me? Aren't you afraid of a leak? Ping'an didn't know what to say. He tapped her forehead and said, wait. Chapter 38, If Only I'd known then what I know now. Pingyan went out for a bit, stood at the courtyard gate for 10 minutes, and then returned to the house. When he came back, Pingyan was holding a pack of sanitary pads. These were promotional giveaways. Aside from usage instructions, there were no other markings on the packaging. When Pingyan returned to the room, Ing was still sitting quietly on the bed. The kind you're using now is outdated. This is high-quality stuff from the south. Pingyan handed the sanitary pads to Ing and said, "Take a look and see if you can figure out how to use them. If you can't, then I'll just have to do it myself." As Pingyan spoke, a look of reluctance flashed across his face. Hearing Pingyan's words, Ing patted him on the shoulder. "Looks like you're getting the short end of the stick here. Go out first," Ing said softly. "Are you planning to peek at something this embarrassing?" Pingyan had no intention of peeking, so he obediently went outside. Ing wasn't stupid. She figured out what was going on just by glancing at the instructions. After unpacking it and taking a look at the finished product, she quietly undressed and put it on. After fiddling around for 10 minutes, Ing finally opened the bedroom door and walked out, her face flushed with embarrassment. Pingyan was sitting in the living room. Seeing Ing come out, he smiled and asked, "How does it feel?" Hearing Pingyan ask such an intimate question, Ing rolled her eyes. "Don't ask. What kind of decent person asks someone about such things? Not just engaged couples, even married couples shouldn't ask that." But Pingyan could tell from Ing's expression. He said, "Don't tell anyone. Just keep it for yourself. Not many people know about this thing right now." Ing nodded and asked, "Did you get this from Sister Chiao?" Ing hadn't seen this item at the state-run store, so she guessed Pingyan might have gotten it from his master. Master Chiao was a veteran long-haul driver at the textile factory. It made sense that he brought this back from somewhere else. Pingyan neither confirmed nor denied it, so Ing took that as a tacit admission. There certainly weren't many of these around. It was best to keep it to herself. She'd only gotten it through a connection. Knowing too much wouldn't do her any good. That's about it. "Let us head home," Pingyan said. "It's getting late. You should go home and have dinner." Ing replied, and the two walked out. After locking the door, Pingyan and Ing strolled all the way back to the Tang household. Once Ing arrived home, Pingyan turned and headed toward his uncle's house. All the way there, he felt a lightness in his step. Pingyan hadn't expected to resolve the situation with Guifan and Jiabao in this way. Although it wouldn't kill them, he knew it would be more painful for them than simply being killed. Aside from Guifan's bloody head wound, the emotional wound inflicted by her son's betrayal ran even deeper. Especially since she used drugs to frame someone. At the very least, she was facing a prison sentence. As for Jiabao, he was about to be sent to Zishuangbana to enjoy himself, where he was guaranteed to wish he were dead every single day. As for Pingyan himself, he was about to start living the good life. The house was already tidied up. All that was left was to enjoy the best of both worlds. Before long, Pingyan arrived at his uncle's doorstep. Outside the courtyard stood a disheveled middle-aged man. Chang. The moment Pingyan saw his father saw him too. They locked eyes for a moment, and finally, Pingyan walked over. Looking at his father, he said, "Are you here to blame me for sending your wife and kids to prison?" Chang shook his head and sighed. "Do you think I'm just an old fool?" Pingyan? Isn't that exactly what he is? Look at the state the family is in. His own son was kicked out of the house. Wasn't that with your tacit approval? Pingyan said nothing, but Chang understood. He gave a bitter laugh. "Once there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather, just as I expected. It's my own doing. I can't blame anyone else." Guifan won't be sentenced for a few days. Jiabao should be fine when he's released. He'll go straight to the countryside in Zishuangbana. Lin is also heading to the countryside in a few days. Chang's face took on a bitter expression as he looked at Pingyan and said, You should move back." Hearing his nephew say this, June remarked, "Your father's pretty innocent in all this. It's just that marrying a wife like that dragged him down." "I know. He was only 24 or 25 back then. After my mother passed away, he wanted to remarry. That's perfectly normal," Pingyan said. "But his behavior really annoyed me. Still, I've managed to treat him as the biological father of an ordinary family. Ping-an had no intention of repaying evil with kindness even with his own father. Maintaining a semblance of respectability was enough. Seeing each other when he had time. Beyond that, he couldn't do more. Chapter 39, Can't Get Pregnant. After dinner, Ping-an replied, then continued, my dad just stopped by. He said Jiaba will be released in a few days and sent to the countryside. Furniture might be a bit pricey, but getting all the daily necessities, pots, pans, and the like would only cost about a month's salary. Then there were clothes, bedding. Ping-an ran through the list in his head, calculating which items he could afford without looking too flashy. Click. Just as Ping-an was deep in thought, Lin pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing this, Ping-an quickly activated the silencer. Lin. Ping-an glanced at Lin and said with a smile, you're here? Lin moved closer to the bed and crawled right next to Ping-an. Ping-an, my period might start tomorrow. Tonight. I want to stay here with you a little longer. Hearing Lin's words, how could Ping-an not understand? Tonight, they were going to spend a little more time together. Soon, Ping-an took out the item he had obtained earlier. Lin paused for a moment. Ping-an, you have clothes like this? Ping-an handed them to Lin, of course. Lin had already tried this once before, so she was even less reserved now. Time passed slowly, and dawn was approaching. Ping-an knew it was getting late, so he decided to call it a night. Lin, Ping-an said softly, are you ready? Ping-an, I'm so happy. Lin hugged Ping-an and said happily, I wish my period would never come. Then we could be like this every day. Ping-an tapped Lin on the forehead and said, what are you thinking? The only people who don't get their period are either too young, too old, or pregnant women. Ping-an asked, which category do you think you fall into? Hearing Ping-an's words, Lin's face flushed. She didn't fit into any of those categories. But soon, Lin grew worried again. Ping-an, we've done this so many times together, I won't get pregnant, will I? I'm being careful, Ping-an said, dead serious as he spouted nonsense. My teacher told us in school that now is the safe period. Lin had dropped out after elementary school. She'd never heard of anything like fertile or safe periods. But since Ping-an had said it, Lin didn't argue. She murmured, I certainly won't dare get pregnant right now. We'll have our chance later, Ping-an reassured her. When the time comes, Lin, you'll have to give me a smart, beautiful baby. The two exchanged a few more affectionate words, and Lin soon went back to her room. Ping-an tidied up the house a bit, then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Ping-an left the house after breakfast. The new place had already been cleaned up, so Lin didn't need to rush over. After eating, Lin took on the task of doing the laundry. Ever since she'd moved in, she'd taken complete charge of Ping-an's laundry. Whether it was outerwear, underwear, or socks, she was the one handling it all. It wasn't just that Fong objected. Even if Ping-an had objected, it wouldn't have made a difference. Ping-an picked up Ing from the Tang family's place to go to work. On the way, Ing whispered to Ping-an, after I got home last night, my parents brought up my job again. They brought up again that they want me to give my job to my younger brother next year, so he won't have to suffer in the countryside. That was agreed upon long ago, it's only natural. Ping-an wasn't surprised and replied, did they also say that if you can find him another job, you don't have to give him the one at the textile factory? Huh, how did you know? Ing asked with a hint of curiosity. My parents actually said exactly that to me. They said it's hard for you to support the family on your own, and that it would be great if I could have a job too. Chapter 40, I'll lend a hand, but I won't take it all on. Just as I thought. Listening to Ing's words, Ping-an said, with your job, your silly younger brother probably won't be able to handle it. He'd just end up as an apprentice, coasting through the days. Since they know your brother is only slightly better than Jiaba, they're really struggling with the idea of him becoming a textile worker. Ping-an said thoughtfully, they probably want him to go to places like steel mills, canneries, vehicle factories, or tile factories, right? Although those are a bit more physically demanding than textile mills, given your brother's muscular build, there is still some room for advancement. You've got that all wrong. Listening to Ping, Ing said with a smile, "They want my brother to learn cooking at a state-run restaurant, work as a cashier at a state-run store, be a projectionist at a film studio, or work as a storekeeper at a factory." That really is listening to Ing. Ping shook his head. Parents all want a bright future for their children. Ping understood his future-in-law's perspective. They were saying this to Ing, hoping that Ing and Ping could help their son get the job done. But understanding was one thing, it didn't mean Ping could actually make it happen. In Ping's mind, his cousin Chen Jiangwo still held a higher standing than his brother-in-law Tang Xiaozuan. He was now asking his uncle to help his cousin find a job, preferably a decent one. If money was tight, borrowing or simply giving him the funds wouldn't be a problem. As for his brother-in-law Tang Xiaozuan, Ping figured it would be good enough just to find him any job at all. It's not that he doesn't want to help him, it's just that securing a top-tier position isn't that easy. Besides, with Tang Xiaozuan's IQ barely scraping by with a combined score of 100 across several subjects, would he even be capable of handling a good job? "We still have a whole year left," Ping said. "My salary is enough to cover both of our expenses. You can save your pay to give to your parents. Maybe next year they can buy your younger brother a job too. Then you won't have to quit your job. Doesn't that hurt your wallet?" Ing asked, listening to Ping. "I know what my parents are thinking, but every time this comes up, it really pains me to part with that money." "What good does it do to feel that way?" Ping replied. "If your mom hadn't given you that job a few years ago, wouldn't you have had to go to the countryside as an educated youth? Let us just call this a favor returned." After all, Ing's family was a dual-income household. Supporting 4 people on their combined salaries wasn't actually that difficult. Even after setting aside a portion of their income each year for Ing's grandparents, they still had quite a bit left over. In the past, Ing's parents had earned the money to support the family. Now, it was Ing and her father who were supporting the household. If they really wanted to use their savings to secure a job for their child, they absolutely could afford it, but buying one would drain their savings completely. They were only saying this because they hoped Ping and Ing would lend a hand over there. Should they help out? Yes, they should. Should they take on the whole burden? No way. His wife's annual salary was less than 400 yuan. When his brother-in-law needed a job, giving him 200 yuan as a subsidy would be more than generous. Anything more would require them to sign an IOU. Back at the factory, Ping didn't rush to get to work. He found a spot and began inspecting the new items that had appeared in his storage space. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining clothes inside 20. Not bad. There are quite a few, enough for everyone around him to use. Corsets had been gradually replaced by underwire bras and corsets during the Republican era. The ones Ping had just obtained through check-in were slightly more advanced in design than underwire bras, but they still looked quite conservative. The large sizes would work for Ing, and the small sizes would be perfect for Lin. As for the medium sizes, he defined an opportunity to split those between his cousin and Xiao. Even though Lin is already 18, she hasn't developed much yet, so she can only wear the small size for now. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining pork 100 gene. That's great, it saves money in meat ration tickets. I'll set aside half a gene each day. I can take some home tonight for my aunt to use in a stir-fry. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining refined grains 100 gene. Half rice, half flour, all practical items. If I get a chance today, I'll send 10 gene to Ing's family or my master's family. When I get back tonight, I'll pack a bag for my uncle's family. The rest I'll take to the new house. I won't have to worry about food for a long time. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining fabric 20 bolts. 20 bolts of fabric, for each in blue, gray, black, and green. The rest are various patterned fabrics. Judging by the styles and materials, they're typical of this era, so they won't look out of place. I'll see if I can bring a bolt back and have Auntie make some clothes for everyone. Everything is quite nice, every item is practical. If there is one thing to be disappointed about, it's that I didn't get any furniture. After all, furniture is what is most urgently needed right now. But there is no time for musings now. Pinyin has to get to work. When Pinyin checked today's work assignment, he discovered that his master was heading out on another long journey. "Master, where are you headed this time?" Pinyin struck up a conversation, stepping closer to his master. "How long will you be gone this time?" "It won't be too long, just about a week," Xiaohao said, looking at his apprentice. "You've been pretty busy these past couple of days. Have you managed to sort everything out?" As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. News of Pinyin having Guifan and Jiabao arrested yesterday at noon had already spread within a small circle. As Pingin's mentor, Xiaohao naturally kept a close eye on matters concerning his apprentice. Yesterday, he had made a point of inquiring and had learned quite a bit. He felt some sympathy for his apprentice. "Of course," Pinyin replied. "There's a lot on my plate, but it's all under control." "That's good," Xiaohao nodded. "I don't have much on my plate this time. I'll bring you back some fruit we don't get around here." "Thanks, master," Pinyin replied gratefully, smiling. "Don't worry. I'll pop by your place a couple more times these next few days. If your wife and Xiao need anything, just leave it to me." Xiaohao replied. There really wasn't much at his home that needed help. His son had already gotten married and moved out, leaving only his wife and daughter at home. What could possibly go wrong? Still, since Pinyin visited his home often, this was just an extra layer of assurance. Before long, the master's long-haul truck was fully loaded. The master and apprentice waved goodbye, and Xiaohao drove off. Meanwhile, loading had begun for the short-haul shipment Pinyin was about to make. This time, Pinyin wouldn't have to make stops all over the city, but he would need to drive out of town to deliver the goods to a county seat on the outskirts. There wasn't much cargo, but since he'd be heading outside the city, this round trip would take up his entire day. Just as they were loading, Niu Ben came over. "Pinyin." Chapter 41, Side Job. Before Niu Ben could speak, he handed over a cigarette. Pinyin didn't hesitate and took it. Although he never developed a smoking habit in his life, he still kept the habit of saving cigarettes to give to his elders. "Niu Ben," Pinyin said, "is there something you need? I heard you're heading to Gai County today. My mom has been craving pears. Could you swing by my uncle's place on your way back and help pick up some?" Niu Ben said with a sheepish grin. "I was actually thinking of swapping shifts with you, Pinyin, but I've got plenty on my plate too. Just do me a favor, Pinyin." As he spoke, Niu Ben handed over a piece of paper. It contained a letter and an address, along with a 10 yuan note tucked inside. Pinyin took out the money and asked, "Is this for your uncle?" "No way," Niu Ben replied. "I'm asking you to go out of your way, so I have to give you some travel money." The travel money was just an excuse. Usually, even a few cents was considered generous when asking someone for a favor. Pinyin thought for a moment and said, "Forget the money. Just give me a few pears when the time comes." With that, Pinyin handed the money back to Niu Ben. "Pinyin, you're really putting me on the spot." Niu Ben protested. "If you bring back pears, how could I not share a few with you? You're already giving me pears. If I take travel expenses on top of that, that's just not right." Pinyin insisted on refusing and pushed the money back. "If you'd just given me a single coin, I would have accepted it. But you've given me so much, how could I possibly accept it? If my fellow travelers found out, they'd look down on me. A gentleman may love wealth, but he must acquire it through proper means. Asking for too much is simply inappropriate." Pinyin worried that if he accepted too much, he wouldn't feel comfortable refusing Niu Ben the next time he made a difficult request. The two of them haggled for a while, but in the end, Niu Ben relented. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling that the lessons his father had taught him weren't working out so well in practice. After Niu Ben left, Pinyin went to the textile factory workshop to tell Ing that he wouldn't be joining her for lunch. Although Ing was reluctant, there was nothing she could do. She said, "Did you fill your water bottle? Be careful on the way there. Go eat at the state-run restaurant for lunch, don't skimp on yourself." She chattered on and on, but Ping-an didn't find it annoying. He waited until Ling had finished her instructions before turning to leave. When he returned to the warehouse, the truck Ping-an was supposed to deliver with was already fully loaded. Without hesitation, Ping-an checked that the vehicle was in good condition, the tank was full, and the cargo inventory matched up, then drove off. Ping-an didn't mind driving to the surrounding counties. In fact, he quite enjoyed it. A round trip to the counties took a whole day, which was much easier than running back and forth between several places in the city. Before long, Ping-an was driving out of the city. Too bad there is no music, Ping-an grumbled as he drove. It'd be great if there were some DJ playing along the way. But Ping-an knew that unless he signed a contract to have a DJ just for himself, he could forget about it. Nothing can stand in the way of your longing for freedom. A life of boundless imagination. Your heart is free of all cares. Singing along as he drove, Ping-an soon left the city behind. It wasn't his first time going to Gye County, so he navigated the route with ease. It was only 25 kilometers even with the bumpy road and slow speed. Ping-an reached his destination in just over 40 minutes. When Ping-an arrived at the state-run store in the county seat, he got out of the car and said, "The goods have arrived." "Oh, it's Comrade Chang." Seeing Ping-an arrive, the manager of the state-run store immediately came out. "I didn't expect it to be you today." As he spoke, the manager handed Ping-an a cigarette. Ping-an took the cigarette and put it away, then chatted with the manager. "Sales have been pretty good around here lately, huh? You brought in this much fabric all at once?" "Oh, thanks. There is a difference between the county and the city. The best goods naturally go to the garment factories to produce products for export and earn foreign exchange. The next best grade is reserved for consumption in various parts of the city. Only the worst quality ends up here in the county seat. Don't get me wrong, these aren't defective fabrics, but we'd be embarrassed to sell them alongside the good stuff." "Manager, I'd like to ask you for directions." Ping-an pulled out an address and asked, "Do you know how to get there?" Manager Lu glanced at the address Ping-an had given him and immediately pointed the way. Although the directions were a bit convoluted, he understood exactly where to go on the first try. Once he was certain, Ping-an nodded in understanding. Before long, the staff from the state-run store had finished unloading the goods from the truck. After verifying everything was in order, the manager signed off, marking the job complete. "Young Mr. Chang." Just as Ping-an was about to leave, Manager Lu grabbed his arm and said, "I've got a job, I don't know if you'd be willing to take it." Hearing Manager Lu's words, Ping-an paused for a moment before replying, "Tell me about it." Manager Lu glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then said, "I have 20 burlap sacks here, and I'd like to ask you to transport them to a relative of mine in the city." Hearing Manager Lu's words, Ping-an immediately caught on. Although Ping-an didn't know what was inside the burlap sacks, he knew this job would definitely be lucrative. "Sure, I can do it," Ping-an said. "Is everything okay with the goods?" "Of course it is," Manager Lu replied. "They're all in my backyard. Here's the address and the fare." As he spoke, Manager Lu quietly handed Ping-an an envelope. Ping-an opened it and took a look inside. The address wasn't unfamiliar, he often passed by that area. As for the freight fee, 2 100 yuan bills. Just as he'd expected. This was a shipment bound for the black market. Ping-an wasn't particularly fond of dealing with the black market, but he understood that this was a potential source of extra income for drivers like him. Usually, he'd ask acquaintances to run these errands, but he hadn't expected Manager Lu to already consider him an acquaintance. In reality, Ping-an had only been here 5 or 6 times. "All right," Ping-an said. "I'll deliver the goods for you, but if there is any danger, I'm the first one to call the police." "No problem, absolutely no problem," Manager Lu replied, then immediately added, "I'll go ask for time off right now. Lunch is on me." But he didn't ask too many questions. After sitting down, he said, "Manager Lu, you've really gone out of your way for this meal. Comrade Chang and I hit it off right away." "This is nothing," Manager Lu said with a smile. "As long as you don't mind, that is all that matters. Next time you come, I'll treat you again. With all this delicious food, I'd have to come back." Apart from the dumplings, which needed to be cooked fresh, the rest were ready-to-eat dishes. As the two chatted, the cook had the meal all set. Ping-an didn't just sit and wait, he helped Manager Lu bring everything to the table. Just then, Manager Lu took out the items from the bag he'd been carrying. A bottle of funjo and a bottle of mutai. Manager Lu opened the funjo right away and poured a glass for each of them. "Comrade Chang, please." Ping-an could hold his liquor, but he wasn't an alcoholic. He also understood the principle of don't drink and don't drive after drinking. So when he saw Manager Lu pour the liquor, he merely pretended to take a sip and then stowed the rest away in his spatial pocket. "With my spatial pocket, not even 900 tons of alcohol could get me drunk." The two of them had only one glass of liquor. Manager Lu packed up the unopened bottle and the remaining half bottle and handed them directly to Ping-an. Ping-an understood that this was Manager Lu's travel allowance. Ping-an accepted it without hesitation, got in the car, and drove Manager Lu to his place to load the cargo. When Ping-an arrived at the destination, he saw 20 burlap sacks. Each sack contained over 100 pounds of goods, totaling well over a ton. Through the burlap, Ping-an could smell a faint scent of pears mixed with the somewhat foul odor of chicken droppings. 20 sacks of pears and chickens? "Comrade Chang, that's all of it," Manager Lu said. "Just deliver this to my relative, you don't need to worry about loading or unloading." "No problem." Ping-an didn't ask any further questions and simply had them load the cargo. Once the loading was complete, Ping-an waved goodbye to them. "Something is fishy here." Ping-an couldn't help but frown as he set off. Fruit prices currently ranged from 5 to 15 fen per jean, and pears in the city cost about 12 fen per jean. As for chickens, they went for 2 or 3 yuan each. All told, the goods on this truck were worth only about 300 yuan. Although Ping-an didn't know much about the black market, even if they sold everything there, it wouldn't fetch more than 400 yuan, right? Yet Manager Lu had already spent 40 yuan just on his meal, travel expenses, and drinks. After all that hassle, am I, the driver, supposed to foot the bill? How are they supposed to make a profit? Ping-an was puzzled, but before long they arrived at Neo Ben's uncle's house. Ping-an knocked on the door and called out, "Hey, is anyone home?" "Woof woof woof." Before anyone answered, a dog began barking from inside. Shortly after, someone opened the door a crack and asked, "What's up?" "I'm a friend of Neo Ben's," Ping-an said cautiously, listening to the voice on the other side. Neo Ben said his mom was craving pears and asked his uncle to bring some over. "All right, got it," the person inside replied, opening the door and adding, "Pull the car up a bit so it's easier to load." Ping-an had been curious just how many pears there were enough to make the trip worthwhile. But when he saw them, he fell silent. Just how much did Neo Ben's mother love pears? She had her uncle prepare 10 burlap sacks full of them. Seeing this, Ping-an couldn't help but realize this was clearly some kind of under-the-table income. Still, Ping-an didn't pry into the matter and simply let the man load the goods into his car. Neo Ben's uncle naturally noticed the items in Ping-an's car as well, and remarked nonchalantly, "Don't mix them up, or it'll be hard to sort them later." Ping-an replied, "Your burlap sacks are different sizes, and the ropes tying them are different colors, they won't get mixed up." Ping-an knew full well that deer antler was quite valuable, but he also knew that if he took it, the other party would inevitably come looking for him. Ping-an wasn't afraid, but he couldn't rule out other complications. A mere piece of deer antler wasn't worth the risk. Besides, the antler was of no use to him anyway. Its main function was to tonify the kidneys, but Ping-an's kidneys were the best in the world. Did he really need tonifying? After confirming the condition of the goods, Ping-an used his spatial ability to pack the rope back up exactly as it was. He got in his car and headed toward the city. Once back in town, Ping-an first delivered Neo Ben's items to the address he'd been given. The woman receiving the package was in her 40s, but Ping-an could guarantee she was definitely not Neo Ben's mother. He couldn't be bothered to care who she was and simply drove off. Before long, Ping-an arrived at Manager Lu's delivery location. The person inside had a similar vibe to the one he'd met before, clearly not someone with a legitimate job. "Manager Lu asked me to deliver this. Please take account." Chapter 43, When the master has work, the disciple bears the burden. Ping-An wasn't afraid of the man. Pointing at the goods, he said, "There are 20 bags in total. Is that okay?" "No problem, thanks, young man." The man took a quick look, then called over 2 others to start unloading. While they were unloading, he took the bag containing the beef back inside. Ping-An understood the man was inspecting the deer antlers. Before long, the man came out. After all the goods had been unloaded, he handed Ping-An a pack of cigarettes. "Thanks, kid." "No problem." Ping-An replied, got in his car, and drove off. Both of these groups were just engaged in profiteering. Although such activities weren't permitted in this era, they weren't exactly major criminals. In fact, the police were well aware of their existence, but as long as they didn't go too far, the authorities turned a blind eye. Ping-An was just an ordinary citizen. He couldn't be bothered to report anything. What if the person using the deer antler was a factory director, a bureau chief, or even the mayor? That would just be asking for trouble. Having finished his work for the day, Ping-An was in no hurry to go home. He planned to buy some daily necessities, and while on his way, he happened to notice a group of people heading toward his master's house. "Ha!" Ping-An didn't recognize them, but driven by curiosity, he pulled over at the intersection. Just then, he saw them striding menacingly toward the entrance of his master's courtyard. When the master has a problem, the disciple must step in. Ping-An didn't hesitate. He headed straight for his master's house. If they were just paying a visit, that would be one thing, but if they were looking for trouble, Ping-An would have to step in and settle the matter. Just as Ping-An reached the gate, he heard an old woman cursing and ranting from inside. A string of expletives too vulgar to repeat was hurled out, leading Ping-An to classify her as a shrew on par with Guafan. It took only a few choice words for Ping-An to confirm the woman's identity. The person shouting as soon as she walked in was his master-in-law, his son's mother-in-law. And the purpose of their visit was also regarding his sister-in-law Li Mei's job. The two sides had already started arguing, so Ping-An didn't stand on ceremony. He pushed the door open and walked right in. Bang! Ping-An's door slamming was a bit loud, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Master's wife, Sun Yan, and his younger sister, Xiao Qiu, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Ping-An enter. The shrew leading the group glanced at Ping-An and said indifferently, "Comrade, we're dealing with some family matters here. Please step aside." Stepping aside is out of the question. Ping-An walked in, plopped down in a chair, and declared, "This is my master and master's wife's home. I'm practically half the owner here. Even if you ask me to leave, I'm not going anywhere." "I don't care about your master-disciple nonsense." Seeing that Ping-An wasn't leaving, Yu Huihua turned to Sun Yan. "I'll call you mother-in-law one last time. Did you trick my daughter into selling her job? What gives you the right?" "Wei." Sun Yan tried to speak, but Ping-An cut her off, turned to face Yu Huihua across the room. "You're the mother-in-law of my sister-in-law, Li Mei, aren't you? I bought that job for my younger sister. What's the matter? Do you have a problem with that? Objections? I have plenty of them." Yu Huihua hadn't expected the man in front of her to be the real deal, so she decided not to hold back and said, "That job belongs to our family. No one else has the right to sell it." "You're wrong. My master used his connections and paid to secure the job for my sister-in-law." Ping-An had known about the job all along and had already coordinated with Brother Chiu and his wife on how to handle the situation. The job cost a total of 1,000. "I'll give you 450 up front, and the rest in 5 yuan installments every month until it's paid off. If you want it back, hand over the 1,000. "On what grounds?" Yu Huihua erupted into a tirade. "You're a fucking loser." Before Yu Huihua could curse further, Ping-An kicked the young man standing next to Yu Huihua. "I don't usually hit women unless I can't help myself," Ping-An said with a calm, half-smiling expression. "But if you dare to curse at me, I'll kick your son. Let us see who loses their temper first." Hearing Ping-An's threat, Yu Huihua not only didn't shut up but lunged at him, claws out. Ping-An wasn't about to put up with it. He grabbed Yu Huihua, spun her around, and shoved her onto her son, who was lying on the ground. After all, she was brother Cho's mother-in-law, so Ping'an didn't want to injure or maim her. But giving brother Cho's brother-in-law a slight lesson was perfectly fine. You lot had better pray she doesn't start cursing again. Ping'an glanced at the other three standing nearby and said calmly, if I manage to hold back from lashing out at her next time she curses, I might just kick you guys instead. Hearing Ping'an's threat, the three of them helped Yu Huihua to her feet while urging her to keep her mouth shut. Among them a daughter, a son-in-law, and a niece. None of them wanted to take the brunt of Yu Huihua's wrath. As Yu Huihua reluctantly stood up, Ping'an said coolly, can you speak like a normal person? Which job belongs to my daughter? Yu Huihua snarled. You can't sell it. Even if you did, the money should go to me. Didn't you hear what I just said? Ping'an raised an eyebrow. That job has absolutely nothing to do with your Li family or your Yu family. Ping'an cracked her knuckles and ankles, saying calmly, if you don't understand reason, I know a thing or two about a good fight. You. Hearing Ping'an's threat, Yu Huihua said coldly, you're ruthless. With that, she turned to leave. Don't even think about causing trouble for my brother Chio and his wife. Ping'an said calmly, if you dare cause trouble for them, I'll dare cause trouble for you. You can go ask around at the neighborhood office or the police station to see who ends up at a disadvantage in the end, Ping'an said leisurely. By the way, my name is Ping'an. You can go file a complaint against me at the station, too. Hearing Ping'an's words, Yu Huihua left without a word. Only after they stepped outside did the son-in-law speak up, Mom, we can't cause trouble anymore. You might not have heard of this Ping'an, but I've heard he beat his stepmother and younger brother so badly they were sent to the police station with bloody heads. Master's wife, Cho. After the group had left, Ping'an turned to the master's wife and her husband and said, the matter is settled. If they dare come back, have Cho send word to me, I'll handle it. Ping'an, thank you. Hearing Ping'an's words, his master's wife, Sun Yan, said with shame, I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. It's my sister-in-law's family that is at fault. You can't be blamed for this, Ping'an said nonchalantly, then added, if there is nothing else, I'll be going now. I just got back from driving and haven't gone home yet. Brother Ping'an, let me walk you out. Cho tugged on Ping'an's hand and shook it. With my dad and brother Ping'an backing me up, the factory director should be willing to give me the easiest jobs. Ping'an. She actually had a point. If Cho finished school and waited to retake the college entrance exam, she might be able to get into a vocational college or a regular university. Lily had a future if she studied hard, but as for Cho, she could actually find another way to make a living. Talk to master and mistress, Ping'an said. As long as master agrees, I'll teach you to drive without hesitation. Ping'an decided to let master make the final call. If master gave the go-ahead, he wouldn't mind teaching this little junior sister a thing or two. After all, his job was simple. He could just have Cho ride along with him on a daily basis. Hearing that Ping'an hadn't agreed outright, Cho looked disappointed. She spoke in a soft, pleading voice, Big brother Ping'an. Ping'an hadn't expected Cho to act so coy, but since they were close, he wasn't falling for it. This isn't up for negotiation, or else nothing will work out. Fine, then. Cho said with a pout, deciding to go deal with her mother first. I'm off. Ping'an opened the passenger door, pulled out a bag, and handed it to Cho. Here is something I brought for you. Take it home and have a look. You'll figure out how to use it. Cho gave a listless reply and took the bag from Ping'an. Her dad would bring Ping'an things when he went on business trips, and Ping'an would bring things to their house too. Cho was used to this, so she took the bag and went back to her room without any further small talk. Ping'an watched the young girl walk away, then got in his car and drove off. By then, Cho had already returned to her room. She opened the bag Ping'an had given her, curious to see what was inside. But when she saw the bras and sanitary pads, her face flushed involuntarily. Why on earth would brother Ping'an give me these things? How perverted. After leaving the Cho household, Ping'an drove to a state-run store, went inside, and bought a pile of everyday essentials like pots, pans, and utensils. A new home needs furnishings to be livable, and since he had some free time today, he figured he might as well buy them. a wash basin for 2.53 yuan, a tin thermos for 5.4 yuan, an aluminum pot for 5.57 yuan, a towel blanket for 11.2 yuan, a double bedsheet for 8.45 yuan. The 20 yuan manager Lu had given him wasn't enough, so Pinyin had to chip in over 30 yuan of his own, plus some industrial ration coupons, to cover the cost. And even that might not be enough. He'd just come back for more whenever he felt the need. After buying everything, Pinyin stowed the items in his spatial pocket while loading them into the car. Once they arrived at the new house, he took the items out of his spatial pocket. Wasting physical energy when you have a pocket is just putting on a show for others. When there is no need for outsiders to see, of course, you do things as simply as possible. Just like now, Pinyin symbolically carried a few pieces of furniture to the car, while everything else was transported using the spatial pocket. Once everything was settled, Pinyin got in the car and headed toward his uncle's house. He happened to have some free time today, so he had to bring all his things over. Seeing Pinyin carrying things into the house, Fong quickly stood up and asked, "Pinyin, are you done with work today?" "Yeah, I'm done," Pinyin replied, then continued moving things. Pinyin only took the items from his home that were too broken to be of any value. Anything useful was left behind. He knew his uncle and aunt were too attached to their belongings. They wouldn't throw away anything old unless it was truly irreplaceable. Before long, Pinyin had brought all the furniture he brought with him upstairs. As for the items destined for the scrapyard, he stowed them in his storage space when loading them into the truck. Pinyin worked until evening and finally returned the truck to the factory. He cleared out most of the useless stuff from the room today. Now all he needed was some furniture, and he'd be ready to move in. He could take the rest of his belongings to Ing's place later. He hopped on his bike, with the two newly acquired puppies in the basket, and found Ing. Ing saw the two puppies and asked curiously, "Is this today's haul?" "Yeah, I saw them while making a delivery, and the owner just gave them to me." Pinyin didn't mention that he'd paid for them. "Once we move in," he said, "I'm worried there won't be enough people around. It wouldn't be a bad idea to keep a couple to guard the place." "You want them to guard the house?" Ing smiled helplessly. "They're probably only a little better than mice." Pinyin led Ing toward the Tang family's house. He didn't mention delivering goods for manager Lu today. He only said he'd happened to come across some nice things. Ing didn't ask. She knew there would definitely be something for her among those goodies. She looked at the cloth bag hanging from the handlebars and asked, "Is it in there? Is it something to eat or something to wear?" "It's more like clothing," Pinyin replied. "But unfortunately, you can't wear that outfit for me to see just yet." Chapter 45, Chef Tan. "Why not?" Ing asked. "I'll wear them to work tomorrow and show you." "Are you sure?" Pinyin asked slowly, then shook his head. Never mind. You'd never agree to that." "Don't underestimate me," Ing declared boldly. "I mean what I say. I'll wear the new clothes for you tomorrow." With that, Ing turned and headed home. Pinyin watched Ing go, and once she was out of sight, he hopped back on his bike and rode toward the state-run restaurant. Now there was another bag on his bike. It contained the same items he'd just given to Ing, the only difference being the size. Since he'd given some to Cho, Pinyin naturally had to give some to Lin and his cousin as well. Plans never go as expected. Pinyin had originally intended to set aside some grain for his wife, but today's business trip and the arrival of the puppy had thrown a wrench in his plans. He'd saved that grain for another time. After all, the state-run restaurant was a public institution, and that shrew, Yu Huihua, didn't have the guts to cause a scene there. Their goal was to reclaim the job, and if they offended the restaurant, they wouldn't be able to work in peace even if they succeeded. When Pinyin came to pick up Lin, she had no idea what was really going on behind the scenes with this job. But Lin hadn't finished her shift yet. She still had a bit of work to do. Pinyin didn't want to cause any trouble, so he found a table and chair to sit down and wait. The state-run restaurant had strict closing hours, regardless of whether customers still wanted to order. It wasn't even 7 o'clock yet, but the staff had already wrapped up for the day. "Comrade, here to pick up your partner from work again?" The chef had long noticed the strange look in Lin's eyes when she looked at Ping'an. Before leaving, he sat across from Ping'an and began to gossip. Little Zhou is a good comrade, reliable and hardworking. Lin is indeed a good person. Ping'an nodded, not bothering to correct the chef. He handed the man a cigarette and asked, "Comrade Tan, does anyone ever bother Lin on a regular basis?" "Don't worry, no one does." Chef Tan assumed Ping'an was worried someone might be harassing his partner, so he added, "This is a respectable workplace. If anyone dares to cause trouble, I'll report them to the police right away." Chef Tan didn't smoke either, so he tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "Then I'm very grateful to you, Comrade Tan," Ping'an said. "I'm a truck driver. How about I bring over 20 pounds of meat another day? You could go to the trouble of stewing it for me. We'll split it 50-50. A truck driver. Hearing Ping'an's words, Chef Tan's eyes lit up. Being a driver is a great job, traveling all over the country. The benefits are excellent. Who wouldn't want that? Chef Tan didn't doubt for a second that Ping'an could get his hands on some meat. He said, "All right. I'll provide the seasonings and the cooking skills, and you bring the meat. We'll split it 50-50. Just for being so generous, I'll give it my all when I stew that meat." On the surface, it seemed like Ping'an was losing out by providing the meat and only getting half. But in reality, Chef Tan wasn't getting the better end of the deal at all. Spices, firewood, tools, doesn't every single one of those cost money? And he was contributing his culinary skills, too. Just compare any deli with a butcher shop, and you'll see 1 pound of cooked meat is worth 3 pounds of raw meat. Apart from the shrinkage, the rest is all the value of the processing. The two whispered their plan, settling on the idea of stewing meat together. Ping'an had 100 pounds of meat in his storage space. He'd have to stew it out gradually. He could bring some over tomorrow when he picked up Lin, not too much at once, nor too little. He'd have to find the right balance. Just as Chef Tan had his eye on the meat, Ping'an certainly had his eye on the other recipe. Before long, the state-run restaurant closed for the day. Chef Tan waved a warm goodbye to Ping'an, who hopped on his bike and rode off with Lin. Lin was surprised. "You've already become close with Comrade Tan?" "Yeah," Ping'an nodded. "I just told him I was looking for work, but he was so friendly. Some people excel at modeling, some at economics, and some at execution. Ping'an's modeling skills were top-notch, and his economic sense wasn't bad either. Even if his execution left something to be desired, he'd still managed to become close with the old chef. He brought out 20 pounds of meat, and after stewing it to perfection, he shared half with the other party. It was a win-win situation. How could Chef Tan possibly refuse? But Lin didn't understand any of this. All she knew was that Ping'an was really impressive. He'd become close with Chef Tan in just a few words. On the way home, Ping'an said, "Lin, if anyone comes to the state-run restaurant to cause trouble, you've got to protect yourself. If anything happens, hide." As he spoke, Ping'an recounted what had happened today when Yu Huahua went to his master's house to stir up trouble. Although Ping'an had intimidated that family for the time being, there was no guarantee they wouldn't hold a grudge and come to the state-run restaurant to cause trouble. When it came to business deals, anyone with common sense knew the matter was settled. But Ping'an wasn't sure if Yu Weiflower would try to make a fuss, so she had to take extra precautions. Of course, since Ping'an and Lin were in the right on this matter, they weren't afraid of the other side making a fuss. What they feared was them playing dirty and taking it out on Lin. Lin understood immediately what was going on and tightened her grip on Ping'an's shirt. "Ping'an, they aren't as bad as my mom, are they?" Ping'an. He never would have imagined that in Lin's mind, Guifan had already become the very embodiment of evil. "They probably aren't that bad," Ping'an said after a moment's thought. "Do you really think they dare force you to marry their son just to snatch a job? That's impossible. The whole family would end up in jail." Though he said this, Ping'an was still a little worried deep down. No, this issue had to be resolved as soon as possible. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Uncle S' house. "Brother, you're back." Before Ping'an had even stopped the car, Lily ran over and said, "Before you got back, someone delivered a bag of pears to our house. The person said they were your co-worker. Go ahead and eat them." It was Nyo Ben, right? Hearing Lily's words, Ping'an nodded knowingly and said, "Go ahead and eat them. Don't be shy." Ping'an had previously refused Nyo Ben's money, telling him to just share some pears with him instead. Now that Nyo Ben had returned from his delivery run, he indeed brought the pears over. That was fine, it was a way for Nyo Ben to repay him for the transportation costs of carrying the pears. However, Ping'an felt that Nyo Ben was a novice, not quite smooth enough in his dealings with people. If he kept this up, it wouldn't be long before he got caught. He hoped Nyo Ben would improve, otherwise, Ping'an wouldn't be carrying things for him anymore. As for getting involved in the black market himself, Ping'an really didn't have that in mind. How much money could he make on the black market anyway? As long as he keeps checking in diligently, he'll have everything he needs. Oh. Lily nodded in agreement as she listened to her cousin's words. She'd been eyeing those pears with envy for a while, but since Mom said they'd wait until her cousin returned to decide what to do with them, she hadn't touched them. Woof woof. Just as the three of them were about to go inside, the two puppies started barking. Oh, it's the puppies. Lily couldn't help but glance at the basket in the car and asked, "Cousin, did you bring these back?" "I did," Ping'an replied. "I picked them up while delivering goods out of town today, but since Auntie is allergic to animal fur, I didn't let them out when I got back." "What are we going to do then?" Lily asked. "Where are you planning to keep the puppies?" Chapter 46, A Plan for Work? "I'll keep them in a box for now and take them to our new place once we move in a few days." Ping'an had already made up his mind. "Don't worry, I won't let Auntie get an allergic reaction." Lily volunteered, "I'll take care of them during the day." You should focus on your studies." As they spoke, the three of them had already gone back inside. Lynn went to wash her hands, while Ping'an brought out a box and put the two puppies inside. He also placed a small bowl of water inside as for food, that could wait until later. Ping'an had already fed them once earlier, so there was no rush to give them food right now. There was no need to make a big deal out of Ping'an helping with the delivery, and there wasn't much else to talk about today anyway. Lily, on the other hand, had left a small piece of steamed bun uneaten during dinner. She planned to feed the puppies later. She couldn't let them starve to death on their very first day. After dinner, Lynn helped his aunt with the chores. Ping'an handed the bag to Lily and said, "These are the things I brought back today. You and Lynn can split them. Go back to the room and pick what you want." "Huh?" Lily responded to her cousin's words. Ever since her cousin had returned, her attention had been drawn to the two puppies. As for the bag, she hadn't really noticed it. And now was no different. After taking the bag back to her room, Lily immediately grabbed the half-eaten steamed bun she'd saved and went to find the two puppies. She'd just arrived home, and she wanted to be a good owner. Once Lily had left, Ping'an looked at her uncle and asked curiously, "Uncle, what's wrong? Is it not going well with finding a job for your cousin?" June sighed and shook his head. He'll find a job. I've been looking for one these past few days. Jobs aren't that easy to find. Half a year ago, June had actually come across a job opening, but the salary was too high. His family simply couldn't afford it. Now that he is thinking about it again, how easy is it to find one? Although his nephew was willing to help, he just secured a job for Lynn. How could he possibly find another one so easily? One problem was not finding the right person, and the other was the cost. "Keep asking around," Ping'an suddenly said. "Uncle, are there any childless elderly people at your factory?" Hearing Ping'an's words, June asked, "You mean those without heirs?" Those without heirs refers to people who have no descendants. Many were injured in the wars before the founding of the People's Republic or never married, so they had no descendants at all. Some who had no biological children still had nephews or nieces, or perhaps relatives living farther away. But there was also a small group who had lost every single relative. "That's exactly it," Ping'an said. "Many of them have no one left to care for them, so staying in their jobs is a way for them to contribute what they can. If you could take over their work and drop by during holidays to keep them company, so they don't feel lonely, they might actually be willing." "That makes sense," June nodded as he listened to Pingin. Some of these older folks are nearing or have already reached retirement age. If you offer to take care of them in their old age, they might actually agree. Take care of them in their old age? Pingin hesitated. It can't be that serious, can it? That's nothing. June waved his hand dismissively. If it means getting your cousin back, forget about taking care of them. I wouldn't even mind if he became their godson. At this point, June paused. He looked at Pingin and said, "Do you think those old men are stupid? They're sharp as tacks. They're all well off. Do you really think a few nice words will get you a job? To buy a job from those old men, besides money, you have to put in some genuine effort. Because they're not short on cash. Working can also help fill the emptiness in their hearts. Why wouldn't they do it?" June hadn't considered elderly men living alone before, mainly because he wasn't familiar with them. The older men he knew all had wives and children. But now that his perspective had broadened, paying money and offering a little something extra to find a job for his son wasn't out of the question. Come to think of it, there might not be openings at their factory, but surely he could find one at another factory? With money and the added bonus of becoming godparents, surely he could land a job? If this route didn't work out, they could always look for other options. But for now, this really was a great choice. "I'll start looking tomorrow," June said to Pingin. "Pingin, you have a wide network. If you're free tomorrow, take a look at the situation at your factory too." "Sure," Pingin agreed. This was definitely something they needed to take seriously. If they waited a few more months, my cousin might have been taken advantage of. After they finished discussing it, June went back inside to talk it over with his wife. Just then, Lily came out, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Cousin, why did you buy this?" "I didn't buy it. The delivery person gave it to me." Pingin made up a story with a straight face. "The delivery person said it's good for girls' health. I didn't really understand, so I just accepted it without thinking. If you don't like it, just give it all to Sister Lynn." Humph. Lily rolled her eyes at Pingin and turned to leave. "Free stuff, might as well take it." In the evening, Pingin lay in his room, thinking about a suitable older man. Unfortunately, Pingin didn't know anyone who was childless. If all else fails, maybe I could ask my dad to step up? Suddenly, a heartwarming thought popped into Pingin's head. His dad, Chang, had lost his wife and children, and his cousin was technically his nephew. If he could help. Forget it. Pingin quickly banished this impractical thought from his mind. Pingin didn't get along very well with his own father, but he couldn't do something like that. His father was only in his 40s. He still had more than a decade before retirement. With his wife and children gone, his job was his only solace. If he really gave that up, he'd likely lose all will to live. Pingin began considering other candidates, but before long, Lin walked in. "Lin," Pingin said, activating the silencer as he spoke, "have a seat." Lin's period had started that afternoon, so Pingin's sex life would naturally be on hold for a while. That was why he hadn't expected Lin to come over. There was absolutely no need for any kind of bloody battle. Pingin, wasn't that kind of person. Lin sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "I usually come over to keep you company, Pingin. I'm not feeling well today, but I felt like something was missing if I didn't come." Pingin chuckled softly. "It seems you can't live without me, Lin." "That's right." Lin gently untied her robe and said, "Pingin, do you think I look good in this?" Chapter 47, Body and Soul. Lin had already put on the item Pingin had just given her. She felt it was much more comfortable than the previous one, and it looked better, too. Lily had just gone to bed, so she couldn't wait to come over and let Pingin admire it. "It really is quite nice." Pingin gave an affirmative answer and said, "It would look even better with stockings." Pingin's answer was also honest when it came to bras, they looked better on than off. Hearing Pingin's words, Lin's face lit up with joy. "As long as you like it, Pingin." "As long as it's you, Lin, I'll always like it." Pingin gave Lin a hug and said, "But I believe you'll make me like you even more and more." Lin nodded earnestly. I'll work hard to become the kind of person Ping'an likes. Now that's what you call being completely head over heels in love. Whatever Ping'an says, she's willing to follow to the letter. For now, just focus on putting on some weight, Ping'an said. Eat more meat, work less, and get all pretty. Taking Ping'an's advice, Lin snuggled into his arms and said contentedly, Ping'an, you're so good to me. Ping'an nodded. You're calling me Ping'an now, how could I not be good to you? Ping'an and Lin exchanged sweet nothings aside from empty promises like I only love you. Everything he said was something he could actually deliver. Wooing a wife isn't just about physical intimacy, it has to come from the heart. Lin was a girl plagued by self-doubt and a lack of security, and Ping'an could give her everything she needed. Although they didn't do anything that night, the words they exchanged were enough to make Lin happy. However, without the boost from the dual cultivation skill, once he cheered her up, he still had to send her back to her room to sleep. This time, Lin left with an even more loving and reluctant look on her face. Ping'an felt that even if he were to go kill someone, Lin would be willing to hand him the knife. The next morning, Ping'an woke up early, while Lin had slept in after having a lovely dream. When she got up, she was already wearing the clothes Ping'an had given her, feeling quite pleased with herself. Ping'an looked calm and composed, just as usual. After breakfast, he said goodbye to everyone and left. Ping'an came to pick up Ing as usual. Ing hopped onto his bicycle as she always did, but the expression on her face was clearly a bit awkward. Ping'an knew she was feeling shy because he had given her a bra. When he left last night, Ing had sworn she would wear it for Ping'an to see. Would she dare to wear it now? Would she dare let Ping'an see it? Ping'an said nothing either. He simply took Ing to the textile factory as usual. After dropping Ing off at the factory, Ping'an made his way to his workstation at a steady pace. There was plenty of work today, requiring him to go out and haul in some materials. He left with an empty truck and returned with a full one. Ping'an was quite used to this routine. Just as he was about to get to work, Nyo Ben came over again. Ping'an, about yesterday, I'm really sorry. Nyo Ben handed Ping'an a cigarette and said, Are you free today? My dad wants to treat you to dinner tonight. Hearing Nyo Ben's words, Ping'an hesitated for 2.5 seconds before replying, All right, let us get to work first. We'll go together after we finish. All right. Hearing Ping'an agree, Nyo Ben couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He handed Ping'an another cigarette, then left. His job today was the same as Ping'an's, hauling raw materials. The two got in their cars and drove out, one behind the other. After quite a while, they arrived together at the loading site. Ping'an quickly calculated the time and said, Nyo Ben, you load your truck first. Ping'an, thanks. Hearing Ping'an's words, Nyo Ben thanked him and drove his truck over to load up first. Loading first meant getting back first, and getting back first meant finishing work earlier. Ping'an was such a down-to-earth guy. Ping'an didn't mind at all. He let Nyo Ben load up and leave first. By the time he returned to the textile factory, it would be just in time for lunch. Then, he'd have time to grab lunch with Ing. While waiting, Ping'an sat in his truck with his eyes closed, resting. Entertainment options were still too scarce these days. Ping'an didn't even have anything to pass the time. Before long, Nyo Ben's truck was fully loaded and departed. Ping'an drove his truck up to the loading area and had the employees start loading. This shipment consisted of cotton fibers. Ping'an watched the workers load the cargo while chatting with the supervisor and verifying the quantity. As long as the numbers matched and there was no damage during transport, his work would be flawless. If there were defective items inside the packaging, that wouldn't be his problem. Director Zhang, Ping'an asked, multitasking as he inspected the goods, Are you short-staffed here? Hearing Ping'an's words, Director Zhang immediately understood what he meant. Unfortunately, Director Zhang shook his head regretfully. Comrade Chang, aside from a handful of permanent employees, most of our staff are temporary workers. And even among the temporary workers, we're actually overstaffed. Hearing Director Zhang's words, Ping'an felt a pang of regret. He tried again, asking about other positions in a roundabout way. Director Zhang sighed and said, Comrade Chang, you're looking for a job for a family member, aren't you? Unfortunately, we really don't have any openings here. I understand your purpose, but I honestly don't have any connections in that area. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Ping sighed, continuing his conversation with Director Zhang. It didn't matter if it didn't work out, he still needed to make small talk and build connections. Who knew when they might need each other's help? When that time came, the assistance they could provide wouldn't be measured in money. Before long, the car was full. Ping waved goodbye to Director Zhang and left. Brother. Not long after Ping had left, a woman standing 170 centimeters tall and weighing more than 170 kilograms ran over. Didn't you say the folks from the textile factory were coming today? The woman was plump, not exactly ugly, but certainly not beautiful either. She tugged at Director Zhang and said, I was hoping to pick out a boyfriend from among the drivers. They've already left. Director Zhang looked at his sister with a headache. Zhangling, what time is it and you're just getting up? Where are you going to run into drivers from the textile factory now? Then why didn't you wake me up earlier? Hearing her brother's words, Zhang Ling looked thoroughly displeased. Zhang Wei. Are you trying to keep me from getting married? Zhang Wei glanced at his sister and said, Don't you know exactly how much I want you to get married? I'd love for you to get married. But your standards are too high, you wouldn't settle for just anyone. Zhang Ling wasn't exactly stunning, but she came from a wealthy family and had a steady job, so plenty of guys at the factory wanted to marry her. But Zhang Ling was looking for someone handsome with a good job, and that wasn't exactly easy to find. They'll come back later, right? Zhang Ling's eyes darted around as she spoke. I'm going to grab a bite to eat now, and I'll be right here waiting for them to make a second run. Chapter 48, She's got curves in all the right places. Ping had no idea there was a woman at the materials factory looking for a partner, so he drove on ahead. He kept driving forward, and after more than half an hour, Ping's car slowed down. He saw Niu Ben's car parked up ahead. It looked like it had broken down on the road. Ping parked his car, got out, and walked over to ask, Comrade Niu Ben, what's the matter? Niu Ben was sweating profusely from all the fuss, and hearing Ping's voice was like hearing the voice of an angel. Ping, Niu Ben said, as if he'd found a savior, rushing over to him. I don't know what's wrong with my car. I'm really worried. I can't find the problem anywhere. Is that so? Ping thought for a moment before saying, Let me take a look. As he spoke, Ping walked over and gave the car a thorough inspection. It's a bit of a hassle, Ping said. Here's what we'll do, let us tie the two cars together with a rope and tow it back first. No, Ping, Niu Ben said urgently upon hearing Ping's suggestion. Ping, if anyone else finds out about this, I'm done for. Niu Ben wanted to advance, but his car repair skills weren't up to par. No one knew about this yet, but if the truck was towed back, wouldn't that be like putting all the evidence right in front of everyone's eyes? By then, it would be even harder to get promoted to a higher driver rank. Here's what we'll do, Ping said. I'll tow it back first. Once we're in town, I'll let go. I'll unload the cargo and come out to fix your truck, and you can drive my truck to pick up the next load. I took a look earlier, the remaining cargo should fit in one trip, Ping said to Niu Ben. By the time you finish your second trip, I should have the truck fixed. Then we'll swap back to our original vehicles and drive back. Hearing Ping's plan, Niu Ben was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Ping. I will never forget your great kindness. Ping didn't expect him to remember it, he just wanted to save himself a trip. He said, Wait here. I'll go get the car. Before long, Ping drove up to the front. Niu Ben had already taken out the tow rope and secured one end to his own car, then quickly tied the other end to the car in front. Once everything was set up, Niu Ben said, Ping, all set. With that, Niu Ben ran back to his car. Ping saw that Niu Ben had turned on his hazard lights, started the engine, and began driving forward. By noon, Ping had driven into town. Ping said, You can find a place to eat. I'll come out after I unload the cargo. Ping, I'll just grab a quick bite. Niu Ben had already unhitched the tow rope and said, Don't go hungry. Please eat first before coming out. As he spoke, Nyoben handed over a 1 yuan note, along with his grain and meat ration coupons. I don't really have anything to thank you with, so please don't refuse this. All right. Ping and didn't press the issue and drove off toward the factory. With the truck here, Nyoben didn't dare wander far and could only wait nearby. Before long, Ping drove back to the textile factory. He parked the truck and signaled the workers to unload the cargo, then went to finding to have lunch with his wife. The money and tickets Nyoben had given were quite generous, so Ping and Ing ordered 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable for lunch, with money to spare. Although Ing knew Ping wasn't short on money, seeing so many meat dishes still made her feel a little guilty. It's delicious. Ping placed a chicken drumstick in Ing's bowl and said, "You've gotten so thin from hunger." "I haven't lost any weight." Ing stood up straight, lifting her chin to show off her curvaceous figure to Ping and said, "I'm curvy in all the right places." That's good. Ping glanced up and knew right away that Ing was wearing the bra he'd given her. He just didn't know if he'd be lucky enough to catch a glimpse today. After all, going back on one's word is a woman's privilege. If Ing didn't want him to see, there was nothing he could do about it. Besides, Ing's relatives hadn't left yet. What good would it do if he did see? "I don't have much to do this afternoon," Ping said as he ate. "Are you busy this afternoon? Will you be able to leave work early?" How could we textile workers ever leave work early? Hearing Ping's words, Ing retorted irritably, "It's good enough if we don't have to work overtime." "All right, then," Ping said. "I'll find a place to rest and wait for you to get off work." As he spoke, Ping picked up another chicken drumstick and handed it to Ing. "Eat up. Don't let yourself get skinny from hunger." "If I eat it, won't you go hungry?" Ing said, trying to push the chicken leg back. "Driving a taxi is hard work too." "I want to eat more veggies for lunch today," Ping said, making up an excuse on the spot. "Nyoben is treating me to dinner tonight, so I need to save room." "Oh, I see." Ing understood and began eating without hesitation. As she ate, she asked, "Will you still be able to pick me up tonight?" "I'll just go home on my own." "I'll try my best." Ping said as he munched on green beans, "If I have to leave early, I'll let you know in advance." The two chatted, and the meal was over before they knew it. That was the one downside of working at the factory. There wasn't a suitable place for the young couple to sit together and talk for a while. Sigh. After spending a little time together, Ing headed home. By the time Ping had seen Ing off and returned to the warehouse, the cargo had already been unloaded. "I'm heading out," Ping said to the warehouse manager. "See you later." After finishing the handover, Ping drove away from the textile factory. When he found Nyoben again, the man was in his car, drinking water to stave off hunger. Seeing Ping return, Nyoben's face lit up with surprise. "Ping," he said. "Let us grab a bite to eat before we go pick up the shipment," Ping suggested. "I'll fix your car first." "I'm not hungry," Nyoben shook his head. "Ping, I've got work to do. We can eat together tonight. If you're not hungry, then that is fine." Seeing Nyoben's attitude, Ping didn't press the matter. The two exchanged car keys. Nyoben drove off, while Ping began working on the car. Car repairs are one of those things where it's easy for those who know how, but difficult for those who don't. The problem with Nyoben's car wasn't particularly serious. It was just that he hadn't been able to pinpoint the issue for quite some time. Ping wasn't in any hurry to fix the car. Seeing that no one was around, she simply stowed it away in her spatial pocket. It was just past the lunch rush, so Ping headed straight to Lin's workplace. Lin was still on duty, but she had very little to do. She was a newly hired cashier, earning less than half of Ping's monthly salary. But her job was easy. For her, it was practically a low-stress, close-to-home job. Ping. Seeing Ping arrive, Lin was delighted and asked, "What would you like to eat?" "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" Ping replied. "Just whip up 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, plus 2 bowls of rice, and come eat with me." Well, that doesn't seem quite right. Chapter 49, Jubbo is released. After all, it was work hours, and Lin really felt bad about skipping work to eat. But Ping'an insisted, so Lin eventually gave in. Ping'an chose the table closest to the food pickup counter. If someone came to pick up an order, Lin could just stand up and go take it. The other staff members in the restaurant didn't mind much as long as Lin didn't neglect her work. They couldn't care less. Before long, Lin brought the food over. "Ping'an, go ahead and eat." Still thinking of Ping'an, Lin said, "Eat plenty of meat, you have a heavy workload." "Most of this is for you to eat," Ping'an said, picking out the meat from the dish and offering it to Lin. "Like I'd ever go hungry?" Lin chuckled. "Working in a restaurant, I'm the last person who'd go hungry. You eat your share, but I'm the one feeding you." Ping'an kept picking out the meat from the plate. "Until you reach 100 gene, you're going to eat like this every day." "Oh." Lin knew Ping'an liked her to have a little more meat. To reach the 100 gene goal, Lin decided to try even harder. She picked up her chopsticks and began eating the few pieces of fatty meat left in her bowl. Ping'an had already eaten until he was half full earlier. Now he was mainly there to eat with Lin. He didn't eat much during this meal. It was about the same amount Lin usually ate in a day. Lin, on the other hand, was stuffed. She'd eaten more meat in this single meal than she had in a whole month at the Chun household. Ping'an nodded approvingly. "That's the way to do it." Over the past few days, Lin had already gained more than 2 pounds. Ping'an didn't want Lin's weight to skyrocket overnight, but gaining 2 or 3 pounds a week was perfectly fine. He just wasn't quite sure where all that meat was going. He hoped it was her chest. After the meal, Ping'an prepared to head back to fix the car, but on his way, he suddenly spotted 2 figures. Chang and Jiabo. Has Jiabo been released? A thought crossed Ping'an's mind. He activated the silencer and followed them from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. The silencer's effective range is 5 meters in all directions. Ping'an was 7 or 8 meters away from Chang and Jiabo. Unless they turned to look at him, they wouldn't notice him at all. He was curious to see what these 2 would do next. After learning that Guifan had betrayed him more than once and with more than one person, Chang had even begun to doubt whether Jiabo was his own child. Anyway, he still had his biological son, Ping'an. As for Jiabo's affairs, he didn't want to have anything to do with them. But since Chang was now Jiabo's sole guardian, the police wouldn't let him ignore the situation. Fortunately, Jiabo was leaving for Zishuangbana tomorrow morning to work as a sent-down youth. After that, the 2 of them could go their separate ways and never see each other again. On the way home, Chang didn't say a word. Jiabo, meanwhile, alternated between complaining and pleading, "Dad, I don't want to go to the countryside. Please help me, okay? Give me your job. If I have a job, I won't have to go to the countryside." Chang said nothing, clenching his fists. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself and would beat this beast to death. "Give my job to you, a bastard whose father I don't even know? What a pipe dream. Do whatever you want." After a long while, Chang grew tired of his son's whining. He finally spoke up, "I've already packed all your things for the countryside. If you don't go, just wait for the neighborhood committee to send you off to a labor camp." After saying this, Chang strode off. Jiabo hurried after him, begging Chang to spare his life. For ordinary educated youth, going to Zishuangbana was no different from surviving in the wild. But for a useless bum like Jiabo who couldn't even take care of himself, what was the difference between that and seeking death? Jiabo begged for mercy as they walked, but unfortunately, Chang wouldn't give him a single chance. Ping'an watched the 2 head home, a faint smile crossing his face. Jiabo's probably as good as dead, Ping'an thought to himself as he turned and walked away. Following this father and son had completely derailed him from his original destination. Now, he had to get back and fix the car first. The spot where Ping'an had parked earlier was a deliberately chosen deserted area, and when he returned, it was still completely empty. Ping'an summoned the car from his spatial pocket and began repairing it with great care. It took him no more than half an hour to fix the car. Meanwhile, Niu Ben had finally gotten something to eat. Zhang Ling wanted to find a promising partner, and the person her brother Zhang Wei had picked out for her was none other than Ping'an. He was good-looking, had a great job, and was well-mannered and sociable. Zhang Wei felt that a brother-in-law like this was more than enough for his lazy, good-for-nothing sister. That's why, after confirming that Pingyan would be coming to pick up a shipment today, he arranged a chance encounter for the two of them. But his sister had been so excited last night that she overslept this morning. Around noon, after waiting and waiting, the textile factory's truck finally arrived. Zhang Wei checked the license plate to confirm it was indeed Pingyan's car, then said to his sister, "This is the guy I recommended to you. I'll hide for a bit, you take him out for a meal so you can get to know him." With that, Zhang Wei turned and walked away. Zhang Ling nodded repeatedly, thanking her brother. "Brother, thank you so much. Whether it works out or not, I'll buy 2 pounds of sponge cake for my nephew when I go home today." Zhang Wei paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Typical of his little sister, food was the only way she knew how to show her gratitude. He hoped Pingyan would become his brother-in-law. He'd have to teach her a thing or two. Before long, Niu Ben pulled up in his truck at the loading area. Just as he was getting out to find the supervisor and take over the shipment, Zhang Ling ran over. "Comrade, you're here to pick up the goods from the textile factory, right?" Niu Ben looked at the burly woman standing before him and couldn't help but nod. Zhang Ling glanced at Niu Ben. He was 2 or 3 centimeters taller than her, of average build, and his looks were, at best, ordinary. He wasn't nearly as good-looking as her brother had described. He didn't live up to her expectations, but he was still better than the men at the factory who were pursuing her. After all, he was a driver. "Comrade, let us load the cargo later," Zhang Ling said, hoping to make a connection. "I'll take you to eat first, and we'll load it when we get back. How does that sound?" "I'd rather load it first," Niu Ben said, but his stomach couldn't help but growl. Hearing Niu Ben's stomach rumble, Zhang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. "You're this hungry? Forget about loading for now. Let us go eat first. You need to fill your stomach before you can work." With that, Zhang Ling turned and headed toward the cafeteria. Niu Ben didn't see Director Zhang anywhere, and figured that even if he waited here, work wouldn't start. Gritting his teeth, he followed Zhang Ling toward the cafeteria. Chapter 50, Finding a Job for My Cousin. Pingyan had been resting in the car, waiting for Niu Ben to arrive. He waited until the afternoon before Niu Ben finally showed up. Pingyan couldn't help but frown. The dumb ox, did he get into some trouble with the car again? Before long, Niu Ben parked the car. As they exchanged places, Pingyan noticed a faint smile on Niu Ben's face. Pingyan asked, "Comrade Niu Ben, what has gotten into you?" "Hee, Pingyan," Niu Ben chuckled awkwardly. I think I'm in love." Hearing Niu Ben's words, Pingyan was at a loss for words and said, "Let us head back first." Hearing Pingyan's words, Niu Ben immediately got into his own car. After switching cars, the two drove off toward the factory together. Once the car was parked, the warehouse manager began checking the unloaded cargo. Niu Ben leaned over to Pingyan and recounted what had happened earlier. "When I went to pick up the cargo just now, a lady over there said Director Zhang was busy and couldn't make it, so she invited me to lunch. I didn't really want to go, but I was so hungry I ended up going with her." We have pretty similar tastes," Niu Ben said with a smile. "She liked everything I ordered, so we had lunch together. When I left, I found out her name was Zhang Ling. She's really pretty." Listening to Niu Ben, Pingyan felt he sounded a bit like a clueless teenager head over heels in love. Was that right? Niu Ben came from a well-off family, the kind with both money and influence. Unlike Pingyan, who had to find his own way into the factory to become a driver, Niu Ben had learned to drive and come straight here to work as 1+, with his dad serving as deputy director at another factory. Finding a girlfriend shouldn't be that hard. Why does he act like he has never seen a woman before? Pingyan found it a bit puzzling, but he didn't pry. He wasn't Niu Ben's dad, after all. No need to meddle in his love life. They chatted for a while, and the cargo was finally unloaded. Once the paperwork was signed, Pingyan was officially off duty. Niu Ben parked the car a short distance away, then leaned over to Pingyan and said, "Pingyan, I'm going out for a bit. I'll pick you up later and take you to my place." Hearing Niu Ben's words, Pingyan nodded. They'd already discussed going to Niu Ben's place that evening, so he had a rough idea of what was going on and didn't refuse. Since Ping'an had nothing else to do at the moment, he decided to go check in with the older guys at the factory. He needed to see if there was anyone at the factory who could make a job available for his cousin. His uncle had already said it would be fine for his cousin to take on a godfather. The conditions were getting more lenient, the bar was being lowered, and that made his search a bit easier.
Old Juan?
No good, he has got 3 sons.
Old Zhang?
No good, he has got 4 daughters and 1 son.
Aunt Lu? No good, she.
Ping'an went through the factory as older men and women over 48 one by one, looking for a suitable candidate. In the end, Ping'an realized there were no elderly people living alone at the factory, but he did find 3 suitable candidates. One was Wang Xiong, the gatekeeper. He had a son, but the boy had left to serve in the military. Working at the factory alone, he was there merely to support himself and pass the time. If the money was right and he could be persuaded to retire 2 years early, there was still a chance.
Another was Zhang Suihua, the cleaning lady.
Her children were unfilial and had neglected her ever since they got married. If his cousin was willing to act as her adopted son and take care of her, he might just be able to secure the job. The third is Chen Dajiang, a kitchen helper. He has a daughter who works as a nurse in the textile factory's infirmary. His current job is simply to earn a little extra money to support himself in his old age. However, he has no son, and relatives back home are always trying to get him to chip in. Having a godson at this point could solve quite a few problems.
Especially since Chen Dajiang's surname is Chen. Sharing the same surname makes things much easier to discuss. Ping'an jotted these details down, intending to discuss them with his uncle when he got back.
After getting the full picture, Ping'an realized it was already quitting time. Niu Ben hadn't come looking for him yet. He must have been held up by something, but Ping'an didn't mind. He hopped on his bike to go find Ing. By the time Ping'an reached the entrance to the textile factory workshop, people were already trickling out. He waited at the door for quite a while before Ing finally emerged, looking a bit reluctant.
Wow, she must be the very last one.
Ping'an waved at Ing, and she reluctantly came over and sat on the back of his bike. To outsiders, they looked like a young couple having a spat. Ping'an rode his bike out of the compound, saying softly, "Ing, are you still debating whether to let me see your new outfit?"
Don't say that.
Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing twisted her finger around his waist. "You're hitting on a girl. If there were a crime for harassment these days, you'd be good for a prison sentence." Ing had been agonizing over this all afternoon. The closer it got to quitting time, the more worried she became. Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle. "You're the one who said you wanted to show it to me.
How can you say I'm hitting on a girl?"
"It's all because you set me up on purpose." Now that she'd gotten it off her chest, Ing felt less shy. "If you kept me in the dark about what the outfit was, I never would." Ve agreed. That was the truth, after all.
They weren't even married yet. Who wears a bra for their partner to see?
Ping'an had intended to tease her a bit more, but seeing the crowd growing around them, she decided to keep quiet. She'd wait until there were fewer people around before speaking again. "Ping'an, Ping'an." Just as Ping'an was pulling out of the textile factory's main gate, he heard someone calling his name. Ping'an recognized the voice immediately. It was Niu Ben. Ping'an slowed down and rode his bike over to Niu Ben.
"Hi, Ping'an."
"Hi, sis-in-law," Niu Ben greeted them both, then said, "Ping'an, my dad's almost done with work.
Let us head over now."
"I'll drop your sis-in-law off first," Ping'an replied.
"It's not far anyway, just a few minutes."
"That makes sense." Niu Ben didn't think there was anything wrong with that and said, "Ping'an, my place is at No. XX in the tile factory dorms. I want to hang around here and get in the way." With that, Niu Ben rode his bike away from the two of them. Ping'an watched Niu Ben leave, then got on his bike and took Ing to her home. Niu Ben's home wasn't on the way to Ing's, but it wasn't too far out of the way either. It wouldn't take Ping'an more than a few minutes to swing by after dropping Ing off. Since someone was waiting for him there, Ping'an naturally couldn't say those intimate things. Ing felt as if she'd survived a close call, yet she also felt a tiny bit of disappointment. If he had insisted on seeing her, she probably would have gone along with it, half-heartedly. Before long, Pingyan had dropped Ing off at her doorstep. Pingyan wasn't disappointed a day earlier or later was no big deal. Ing, on the other hand, suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Should she find an opportunity to let him see? That way, she wouldn't be the one breaking the promise. Chapter 51, The Nyo Family. The Nyo Household. By the time Pingyan arrived, dinner was already prepared at Nyo Ben's house. Unlike the rice porridge and wheat and cornflour buns found in ordinary households, the Nuban's dinner featured top-quality white rice as the staple, accompanied by 4 meat dishes and 4 vegetable dishes. There was even a plate of fruit, holding several pears. Add to that the 2 bottles of Finjo wine sitting nearby, and it was truly a feast fit for royalty. Even for 3 people with substantial incomes, this meal was exceptionally lavish, the kind that would require a lengthy explanation if someone were to report it. It was simply too extravagant. Comrade Nyo, Pingyan greeted him politely, handing over a pack of cigarettes and a can of food. I'm just passing through this as a small token of my respect. Comrade Chang, you're too kind, Nyo said with a smile upon seeing Pingyan arrive. We're all family here, no need to be so formal. Please, have a seat. Pingyan acknowledged the invitation and sat down next to Nyo Ben. It seemed to be a simple family gathering today. Aside from Nyo and his son, no one else had been invited over. Nyo Ben helped pour the wine from the side, and the 3 of them began drinking and chatting. Nyo did most of the talking, expressing his gratitude to Pingyan in various ways. You're a bit older than my son, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Little Chang, Nyo said, looking at Pingyan. My son here, he has all talk and no action. He has caused you quite a bit of trouble, hasn't he? Not at all. Comrade Nyo Ben is actually very diligent, Pingyan replied. We both became drivers at the textile mill around the same time, and all this time, he has been diligent and hasn't made a single mistake. That's him, Nyo said, glancing at his son. He was just bailed out. Pingyan didn't respond to Nyo's remark. It was one thing for him to scold his own son, but as an outsider, Pingyan couldn't join in. If he were to speak ill of Nyo Ben, Nyo would surely be the first to lose his temper. Pingyan hadn't achieved much in his previous life, but as a commoner, he knew how to read the room. The group chatted amiably, covering a wide range of topics. Nyo acted like an elder, sharing words of wisdom with Pingyan. As the deputy director of the tile factory, a mid-level manager primarily responsible for logistics, his words held considerable value for both Pingyan and Nyo Ben. Pingyan and Nyo Ben listened, nodding occasionally. These were hard-won insights, the kind of wisdom money couldn't buy. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, the 3 of them polished off the entire spread. Come on, who leaves leftovers in this day and age? Throughout the entire meal, Nyo didn't mention the incident where he previously brought pears for Nyo Ben. Naturally, Pingyan didn't bring it up either. They simply pretended it had never happened. When it was time for Pingyan to leave, Nyo walked into the door. Little Chang, if you ever need anything in the future, just let me know. If there's anything your Uncle Nyo can do to help, I won't turn you down. Alright, Pingyan chuckled. If I ever need anything, I'll definitely be bothering Uncle Nyo. After saying that, Pingyan rode off on his bike. Whether that polite remark would ever be put into practice depended on Pingyan's value to Nyo and on how difficult the request might be. There was one thing Pingyan was certain of: Nyo knew about Nyo Ben transporting those pears. He just couldn't quite figure out why the Nyo family with their money and stable jobs would risk venturing into the black market. Maybe I'm overthinking it, Pingyan mused, considering another possibility. Perhaps Nyo had asked Nyo Ben to collect something for the tile factory. But that was the Nyo family's business. As an outsider, Pingyan didn't need to concern himself too much with it. It was getting late, so Pingyan hopped on his bike and headed home. The streets were already deserted. Pingyan thought that since Lin had just started her period, there wouldn't be much for her to do back at home. He decided to take a spin on his bike to clear the alcohol off his breath. Before he knew it, Pingyan had found himself heading toward the Ng family's house. When he stopped his bike in front of Ng's house, Pingyan heard the sound of an argument coming from inside. Pingyan listened closely. It was clearly someone there to borrow money. He could faintly hear Ing's father-in-law shouting, "No way," while the other person persisted. "Brother, you can't just abandon Shanghai. If he has finished, I won't live either." "Then go to hell." "You. Brother, is this how you treat a brother?" "Fine, just wait. There'll come a time when you'll need me." With that, the Tang family's door was kicked open, and two figures stormed out of the house, fuming. Ping-an pretended to be a passerby, standing at the doorway watching the two walk away. Just then, Ing, who had come out to close the door, spotted Ping-an. She said a few words to her parents, then walked toward him. "Hey!" Ing tapped Ping-an on the shoulder and said, "Family matters don't go spreading them around." "I only saw the end of it." Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an asked curiously, "Who were those two just now?" In her previous life, by this point, Ping-an had already been reluctantly packing her things and preparing to go down to the countryside. Back then, she had already brought up breaking up with Ing, but Ing hadn't agreed. However, she had never mentioned anything about those two people coming to the door. "Oh, them? My third uncle and my cousin." Mentioning the two, Ing's eyes held a hint of disgust. "My cousin lost some money gambling and couldn't pay it back, so he came to our house to borrow some," she explained. "So they're gamblers." Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an understood. In his previous life in Hong Kong, Ping-an had also dabbled in drinking, carousing, and gambling, and naturally, he'd been a gambler for a while himself. However, he'd only ever gambled until he couldn't afford to eat. He'd never gone so far as to pawn everything he owned. Ping-an was well aware of the dangers of gambling. "Ing," he said, "you'd better warn your family to be careful. It's better to spend the money than give them even the slightest opening. They didn't get the loan today, but who knows what tricks they might pull next." "I know." Listening to Ping-an, Ing nodded. "If they'd asked for $3 or $5 or even 10 or 20, my dad might have agreed. But they asked for 500 right off the bat. Where on earth would our family get that kind of money? 500? Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an looked surprised. "Your cousin sure plays for high stakes." "Oh, right." Ping-an suddenly spoke up. "Ing, do your third uncle and your cousin have jobs?" "Jobs?" Hearing Ping-an's question, Ing immediately understood. She replied, "My third uncle is a level 3 worker at the tile factory, and my cousin is a temporary worker there." "Well, if they come back, just have them trade their jobs for the money." Ping-an looked at Ing and said, "An opportunity to get your brother a job, you can't pass that up." Chapter 52, still about money. "No way." Hearing Ping-an's words, Ing replied, "I've already thought this through, and I almost mentioned it to my dad just now. If my third uncle were to sell a job, it wouldn't come cheap. But my family just doesn't have that kind of money." A third-level worker at the tile factory earned 43 yuan a month. 500 yuan might seem like a lot, but in reality, it was equivalent to her third uncle's annual salary. If they didn't gamble and scrimped and saved, her cousin's 18 yuan monthly wage would be enough to support a family of 3. "I recall your father is the second born, right?" Ping-an seemed to think of something and asked, "Don't you have an older uncle and an older aunt? Don't they help out at all? Who wants to get involved with gambling? But once they leave our house, they'll definitely go ask my eldest uncle or my grandfather." Ing frowned. "As for whether they'll pay any attention, I have no idea. Anyway, my family isn't paying a dime." Suddenly, Ing looked at Ping-an. An idea formed in her mind: why not just tackle the problem at its source? With that, Ing turned and ran toward her house. "How exactly are you going to solve it at the source?" Ping-an was a bit skeptical. Just as he was debating whether to leave or follow her, he suddenly noticed Ing waving at him. Ping-an got the hint and pushed his bike to Ing's front door. After locking the cart, he went inside. Seeing the 4 people sitting in the room, he greeted them one by one: Uncle Tang, Aunt Tang, Ing, Xiaochuan. Li Min saw Ping-an arrive and pointed to a chair. "Xiaocheng, have a seat." Tang's mother, Xiaopan, smiled at Ping-an, stood up, and said, "I'll go get you something to eat." As she spoke, she nudged Tang Xiaochuan, motioning for him to follow.
Zhao Pan was the daughter of a wealthy family's concubine.
Although by today's standards her background would be considered undesirable, she had actually enjoyed over a decade of good living more than 20 years ago. Thanks to her mother's good genes, Zhao Pan was the factory beauty before Ing joined the textile mill. Zhao Pan's social background was unfavorable, so she had been forced to marry Li Ning back then. However, the two had lived a fairly happy and fulfilling life over the past 20 years. Though she no longer possessed her former air of nobility, she still appeared more elegant than the average woman. "Dad," Ing looked at her father and said, "what do you think about using money to buy Uncle San's job for Xiaozuan? It won't work." Hearing his daughter's suggestion, Li Ning shook his head. He has only come to borrow money because he is short on cash. He wouldn't sell his job just to make back 500 yuan. That's the noble working class who would sell their job unless absolutely necessary. I was hoping to solve my brother's job problem. Hearing her father's words, Ing sighed. But Uncle San came today, and who knows if he'll come again tomorrow or the day after. Why don't we just spend the money? Listening to his daughter, Li Min said exasperatedly, "Are you suggesting we use it to buy you a lavish dowry? That way, you won't have to pay it back later? This girl, she hasn't even gotten married yet, and she is already looking out for herself. It's better for me to spend it than to lend it to Uncle San." Ing showed no self-awareness whatsoever as she spoke up. "It's better to keep the money in the family. Since we can't buy Uncle San a job right now, it won't be long before Pingyan and I can use our salaries to buy a job for Xiaochuan." Hearing his daughter's words, Li Min didn't argue, he just looked at Ing. He was worried she was just making empty promises, and when the time came to actually need the money, she wouldn't be able to come through. Pingyan looked at Li Min's expression and had already figured out most of it. Ing was no brother-supporting demon. Apart from the care a sister should show her brother, Ing wouldn't do anything beyond her means. The idea of draining her in-law's resources to support her brother would never cross her mind. Watching the father and daughter exchange words, Pingyan found himself at a loss for how to interject. If he spoke up now, wouldn't it look like he was taking advantage of the situation? Since you're so reluctant to part with it, why not let Pingyan hold on to it for safekeeping? Tang drafty little cotton coat, Ing spoke up again, addressing her father. "Dad, take all the family's money and give it to Pingyan to keep. Have him write up an IOU. That way, we won't have any money left to help Uncle San with his gambling debts." Hearing his daughter's words, Li Min couldn't help but let out a wry smile. "My girl, you really are. This money belongs to our family. Even if it isn't passed down to me, it's still meant to be spent on the four of us," Ing said matter-of-factly. "If we lend it to Uncle San, do you really think he'll be able to pay it back? And if he can't, what about my brother's job next year?" Hearing his daughter's words, Li Min was at a loss for words. In his heart, his daughter was more important to him than his younger brother, let alone his son. If he were to sacrifice his own son just to pay off his nephew's gambling debts, that would truly be ruining the family. "You've got a point." Li Min slammed his hand on the table and turned to Pingyan. "Pingyan, I'll give you all the family's money. Will you hold on to it for me until next year?" Hearing Li Min's words, Pingyan nodded and replied, "Uncle Tang, of course that's no problem." Pingyan wasn't short on cash and had no intention of coveting the money his future father-in-law had set aside for his son. Simply holding onto the cash for safekeeping posed no harm to him. "Uncle Tang, I won't touch this money," Pingyan said. "Deposit it in the bank, then hand the passbook over to me. Without the PIN, I won't be able to access it." All right. Hearing his future son-in-law's words, Li Min nodded. This was a good solution, it was much safer this way. "Dad," suddenly, Ing spoke up again. "If you put the money in the bank, you'll earn interest. Since Pingyan is holding it for you, shouldn't you pay him interest?" Hearing his daughter's words, Li Min sighed helplessly. Fine. I'll pay him." This daughter is hopeless, all she ever does is scheme to get money from the family. No, I need to marry her off sooner rather than later. Otherwise, who knows, I might end up giving away my own retirement savings. After settling the money matter, Li Min said, "Xiao Chang,
you came over this late at night, surely it wasn't tea just to visit an old man like me? Is there something you want to talk to Ing about?
Ping-yin gave an awkward smile and said, I just ended up coming over without even realizing it.
He, without realizing it is good.
Hearing Ping-yin's words, Li Min chuckled. Coming without realizing it means you're following your heart. That's much better than making a special trip with a specific purpose.
With that, Li Min got up and went back inside.
For a moment, only Ing and Ping-yin remained in the room. As for Zhao Pan and Tang Xiaozuan, who had left to fetch food, they hadn't come out at all. Ing looked at Ping-yin, and her face flushed involuntarily.
Feeling a bit uneasy, she whispered, You didn't come over just to look at the outfit I'm wearing underneath, did you? Ping-yin. How am I supposed to answer that? Chapter 53, The Fate of Guifan and Her Son.
Seeing Ping-yin's expression, Ing knew exactly what he meant. You pervert.
But he was the man she'd chosen after all. Was she really going to let him go? No way, absolutely not.
Not to mention, there were plenty of other temptresses at the textile factory. If she fell out with Ping-yin today, 10 suitors would be knocking on her door tomorrow.
How could she, Ing, let those little sluts have her man? You won't be able to see this dress today. Ing took a deep breath and said, You should go home. Come on, I'll walk you to the door. With that, Ing stood up and led Ping-yin toward the exit.
Soon, the two reached the courtyard. It was pitch black inside the courtyard. Only a few streetlights flickered along the road. Ping-yin had already mounted his bike and said to Ing, it's getting dark.
You should go home and rest too.
Ping-yin hadn't come to Ing's house to see the dress she was wearing underneath in the first place. Now that he couldn't see it, he naturally felt no disappointment whatsoever. He said, We have plenty of time ahead of us.
We'll have plenty of chances. Something snorted and said, I'm going back now.
You should. Before Ing could finish her sentence, she wrapped her arm around Ping-yin's neck. She pulled him toward her with all her strength and, in a flash, pressed her lips against Ping-yin's.
Smack. It was just a brief touch. Ing quickly let go. Come on, you should go home. With that, Ing ran back into the house.
Watching Ing's retreating figure, Ping-yin couldn't help but chuckle.
Goodbye, good night.
Ping-yin made a heart shape with her thumb and index finger toward Ing, then turned and rode off on her bike. A few minutes later, Ping-yin arrived back at his uncle's house. Ping-yin had told Lin he was going out to eat today, so she naturally reminded his uncle and aunt not to wait for him when she returned. By the time he got back, the whole family had already finished dinner. Only his uncle was still waiting for Ping-yin in the living room. Seeing Ping-yin return, Jun finally felt at ease.
You're back? Jun said to his nephew. Go wash up and get some sleep. I should be heading to my room too. Uncle, wait a minute.
Seeing Jun about to go to his room, Ping-yin spoke up.
I went to the factory today to check on the situation.
Ping-yin recounted what he learned at the factory to his uncle, saying, Only a few people there are suitable for everyone else. It's going to be pretty tough.
You've gone to a lot of trouble. That's very thoughtful of you.
Listening to his nephew's description, Jun nodded slightly and replied, I asked around at the factory too, and it's even harder there than where you were. Hearing his uncle's words, Ping-yin nodded in understanding. The situation at his uncle's end was even more dire than at the textile factory. Securing a job there would be an even greater challenge. Before coming back, I stopped by the Tang family's place. Ping-yin brought up the Tang family again and said, Third Uncle Ing's cousin has gotten into gambling. He has lost a lot recently and can't pay back his debts. Her Uncle San is a permanent employee at the tile factory, and her cousin is a temporary worker.
Maybe we could try to secure that position. The tile factory?
That's actually a pretty good place, Jun said, listening to his nephew.
But since it's your wife's uncle's family, asking for a job right now might seem a bit like taking advantage of their misfortune.
It's going to be incredibly difficult.
Besides, doesn't Ing have a younger brother? Doesn't he need a job too?
I'm aware of that, Ping-yin said.
I've done some calculations. The Tang family can't afford a permanent position right now.
At best, they can aim for that temporary job.
we'll just keep an eye on it. If the opportunity arises, we might as well take it. Why let the money go to strangers?
Listening to his nephew, June thought for a moment but ultimately couldn't find a reason to object.
His nephew had a point.
If the other party was truly in desperate need of money, they might as well buy the job. The uncle and nephew discussed it briefly, and June took the matter to heart. He planned to think it over carefully that night, while Ping-An went to wash up and retire to his room. As expected, Lin arrived half an hour later. The two simply held each other and talked for a while. After a brief moment of tenderness, Ping-An told Lin to go home and rest. The next day, Ping-An's life went on as usual, but things were quite different at the Chang household.
Jiabao was being sent down to the countryside. Chang packed up all of Jiabao's belongings and shoved him and his luggage onto the train. Dad! Dad, you can't do this. Jiabao was dragged onto the train, crying, I don't want to go to the countryside, I beg you. Let me stay. Hearing Jiabao's words, Chang didn't show the slightest sign of sympathy.
He still wasn't sure if Jiabao was his son, so he simply refused to acknowledge him. After all, he had his eldest son, Ping-An, to carry on the family line. He didn't need a younger son.
Chang looked at Jiabao, his expression impassive. I've given you every penny of your subsidy for going to the countryside, and I've packed all your belongings onto the train.
From now on, you have only one mother, a woman named Guifan.
As for who your father is, I don't know. In any case, I'm disowning you. Whether you live or die from now on has nothing to do with the Chang family.
Chang looked at the weeping Jiabao and continued, don't bother contacting me, I won't respond anyway. If you can't make it on your own, just get married and have children there.
None of it has anything to do with me. With that, Chang ignored the sobbing Jiabao and turned to leave.
Who is Jiabao?
I don't know. It has absolutely nothing to do with me anymore. After seeing Jiabao off, Chang rode his bike back to the police station.
He spoke with the officers to get an update on the situation. Guifan's interrogation had already concluded. For purchasing illegal drugs on the black market and 2 consecutive attempted assaults, she was sentenced to 10 years in a labor camp in the northwest under a combined sentence for both crimes. Compared to Jiabao, this son of some unknown man, Chang still felt a tiny shred of marital affection for Guifan.
That was all that remained, just a tiny shred.
He came to see her one last time after this. They would have nothing to do with each other. I've already put Jiabao on the bus, Chang said, looking at the detained Guifan. From now on, he is your son, he has nothing to do with me.
Nothing to do with you?
Guifan's eyes widened in fury as she roared, Chang, he is your son too.
Chang remained unmoved, replying coldly, who knows?
Ever since he learned that Guifan had been unfaithful, selling her body multiple times after marriage to buy food for Jiabao, Chang had lost all trust in her.
Who knew if similar things had happened before this?
This woman had no boundaries, her word was completely untrustworthy.
Let us get a divorce, Chang said.
I'll go file the papers today. From now on, you have nothing to do with the Chang family.
With that, Chang ignored Guifan's screams and turned to leave. Comrade Chang, wait a moment.
Chapter 54, Slander stems from jealousy at its core, it is a form of admiration. Just as Chang was about to leave, Li Long from the Public Security Bureau called out to him, although Guifan deserves what she gets, your son Ping-An was also in the wrong for hitting someone.
Comrade Li.
Hearing the mention of his eldest son, Ping-An, Chang hurriedly protested, my son was purely acting in self-defense.
That doesn't count.
Mr. Chang, please don't get so worked up, Li Long said calmly. I know Comrade Ping-An feels a bit wronged, but that doesn't change the final verdict. Ignoring Chang's agitation, Li Long continued, according to the ruling, Comrade Ping-An must pay a 10 yuan fine to cover Guifan and Jiabao's medical expenses.
What do you think?
I'll cover the cost. Hearing it was only a 10 yuan fine, Chang stopped arguing. He pulled 10 yuan from his pocket, handed it over, and said, Officer, I'll pay this on my son's behalf.
He is busy with work, please don't bother him.
Looking at the 10 yuan Chang had handed him, Li Long nodded slightly and finally said, then please sign here.
Chang didn't hesitate, he signed his name immediately.
A stepdaughter and a son of unknown parentage were already being sent away. He certainly didn't want his own biological son to be tarnished by this either. After signing, Chang turned and left the police station. As he walked away, he felt much more at ease. Although he had lost a great deal, aside from feeling a bit heartbroken at first, he was already doing much better. Except for a sense of emptiness and loneliness. As expected, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. After a few days of the story circulating, quite a few people at the factory had already heard about Ping and S achievements. When he arrived at the factory today, he actually overheard quite a bit of gossip. But Ping and didn't care. He didn't need a good reputation as long as his bad reputation wasn't enough to get him fired. That was fine. After all, in these chaotic times, even fathers and sons, husbands and wives, snitching on each other was commonplace. What was it, really, that Ping had sent his stepmother to a labor camp? He was acting in the greater good, even at the expense of his own family. Of course, that was just how Ping saw it. As for everyone else, if they weren't pointing fingers at him, that was already a sign of good relations. Ping wasn't worried, but Ing was getting a bit anxious. At lunch, Ing kept serving Ping food. Eat more. Don't pay them any mind. I couldn't care less about them. Hearing Ing's words, Ping chuckled softly. Come to think of it, I get the feeling you care more about all that gossip. Hearing Ping's words, Ing couldn't help but roll her eyes. I'm worried about you. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't give a damn about their situation. Don't worry, I'm fine, Ping said as he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placed it on Ing's plate. As long as you don't look down on me because of this, everything is fine. What's there to look down on? Ing retorted. You're ridding the people of a menace. I can't wait to treasure you. The two chatted and ate, ignoring everything else around them. However, just as Ping and Ing were ignoring everything else, they discovered that word of this incident was spreading far and wide. Even plant manager Lu Fengyao had already heard about it. Comrade Tang. Just as Ping and Ing had finished eating, someone from the security department came to inform them, there's a man named Li Min outside claiming to be your father. He is here to see you. Thank you, I understand. Hearing this, Ing quickly caught on. She looked at Ping and whispered, my dad said he went to the bank to deposit money this morning. He must be here to bring me the passbook now. Ping nodded, finding Ing's explanation quite reasonable. He said, we're done eating. I'll go with you. Ing nodded, and the two walked out of the cafeteria together. The security officer who had delivered the message couldn't help but remark upon seeing how close Ing and Ping were, Comrade Ing, you'd better keep your eyes open when choosing a partner. Some people are all show on the outside but rotten on the inside. Ing's face flushed with anger, and he snapped, what business is it of yours who I date? Ing, don't say another word. Ping stopped Ing from arguing with the man and said, can't you see? Slander stems from jealousy at its core, it's a form of admiration. Ping led Ing toward the exit, speaking calmly and deliberately, some people envy me, so they slander me this way. It's simply because they can't beat me in any other way, so they resort to this to satisfy their twisted psyche. Ping's voice wasn't exactly quiet, at least a dozen people nearby could hear him. Hearing Ping's words, the expressions on those people's faces turned grim. Their gossip did indeed stem from jealousy toward Ping. They envied his youth, his looks, his career, and his attractive girlfriend. When they couldn't measure up in any other way, slander was all that was left. As it happened, Ping had recently provided a perfect target for their attacks. Of course, this wouldn't have happened without certain people fanning the flames behind the scenes. As they walked down the street, Ing said irritably, why do these people love to gossip so much? Besides slander, some people are actually out to cause trouble on purpose. As they walked, Ping thought of a possibility and said, Ing, didn't we get that apartment? Yeah. Hearing Ping mention it, Ing first looked around to make sure no one was nearby before saying, that place is so big and nice, I don't even want to tell my family about it. But there are sharp-eyed people at our factory who already know about it. Noticing Ing's expression, Ping said, forgot? When we went to clean up the place earlier, someone came looking for trouble.
Hearing Ping and S explanation, Ing immediately understood. Her eyes widened as she asked, "Are you saying they're behind this?" "Even if it wasn't them, it's probably someone eyeing the house," Pingyan said with absolute certainty. "Last time, it was just some unknown person's family trying to scare us off. This time, they're likely trying to pressure me so the factory can reclaim the big house. Humph, we'll fight these evil forces to the end." Hearing Pingyan's words, Ing's resolve hardened. All reactionaries are paper tigers. No matter who's pressuring us from the shadows, I won't give in. They reached the car. Pingyan unlocked it, helped Ing in, and drove off. It must be some low-level nobody. After all, everyone prefers to live in apartment buildings, and those are reserved for leaders or those who made significant contributions. The other houses are meant for us young people. No matter who it is, I'd guess their job rank doesn't exceed level 3. As they talked, they soon reached the gate. What neither of them expected was that the person at the gate wasn't Li Min, but Li Min's third younger brother, Li Qiang. Chapter 55, Li Qiang, you don't want people to find out about your son's gambling, do you? Li Qiang was at his wit's end. His family's money had long been secretly taken by his son for gambling, and in the end, he lost a huge sum. He borrowed from every relative he could, but in the end, he only managed to scrape together 20 yuan. If he couldn't get any more money, those men probably wouldn't let his son off easily. After much deliberation, he finally turned to his second older brother's family for help. Li Qiang had just been to the rubber factory where his second older brother worked but couldn't find him, so in the end, he had no choice but to come here to find his niece. Although it was a bit humiliating, it was better than losing his life. When Li Qiang saw his niece come out, he immediately started to approach her to beg. Ing quickly stepped back, seeking protection from Pingyan. Pingyan stepped forward even faster, standing directly in front of Li Qiang. "Comrade, what are you doing?" Pingyan placed his hand on Li Qiang's shoulder and said, "Bullying our people right at the entrance to our factory, that's not right, is it? This is a family matter. Move out of the way." Li Qiang didn't recognize Pingyan and tried to push him aside. But Pingyan was tall and strong, simply standing there was enough to block Li Qiang's path. Seeing he couldn't break through the barrier, Li Qiang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ing, my dear niece, please save Uncle San." As he spoke, Li Qiang, casting aside all sense of propriety, dropped to his knees on the ground. "Hey, you!" Watching her uncle's shameless behavior, Ing felt embarrassed. But since he was, after all, an elder, she couldn't just stand by and watch him kowtow to her. Feeling somewhat anxious, Ing decided to turn a blind eye. Just then, Pingyan grabbed Li Qiang and yanked him to his feet. "Comrade, don't try to pull any tricks here." "Security team!" Pingyan bellowed toward the interior. "Come on out. You can't just stand by and watch our own sister get bullied, can you?" Hearing Pingyan's words, the security team who had been watching the spectacle stopped idling inside. One by one, they emerged wielding batons. The leader said, "Comrade, you're not from our textile factory, are you? Please leave this place." "Comrade, I'm here to find someone," Li Qiang said, no longer caring about saving face. Pointing at Ing, he added, "That's my niece. I need to talk to her about something." "Comrade," Pingyan cut him off before he could make a scene, "you just called out using Comrade Ing's father's name. Who can vouch for your good intentions? You must be my niece Ing's boyfriend." Li Qiang sized Pingyan up with a quick glance. He heard his niece had a promising suitor, but he never actually met him before. Looking at Pingyan, tall, imposing, and handsome, Li Qiang thought he'd certainly be a good match for his niece. With that in mind, Li Qiang spoke up, "I'm Ing's third uncle. If you don't offer a sufficient dowry, I won't let Ing marry you. How much dowry I give Ing is a matter between our two families. What does it have to do with you, her so-called third uncle?" Pingyan first shouted, then whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Do you want everyone to find out about your son's gambling, and have the police get involved? You!" Hearing Pingyan's threat, Li Qiang's face betrayed utter disbelief. He pointed his finger at Pingyan. He kept saying "you" but couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence.
This man not only knew his son was in gambling debt but wasn't he afraid to make it public.
But while Ping-Yin dared, did Li Qiang dare?
If this were made public, his son would likely be detained.
Even if he were released, he'd still be threatened by those people. How many of the ones who set up these gambling rings don't have connections? They were just ordinary folks. Besides accepting their losses, how could they possibly dare to provoke the other side?
Seeing Ping-Yin blackmailing him like this, Li Qiang knew he wouldn't get a single benefit from staying here.
Just you wait,
Li Qiang said through gritted teeth, then turned and hurried away. Watching Li Qiang leave, Ping-Yin showed not the slightest sign of letting up. He understood the gambler's mindset, and he knew how ruthless the bookies could be. The bookies would surely keep pressuring Li Qiang and his son, and Li Qiang would likely continue to cause trouble for Ing's family. With this in mind, Ping-Yin took out a few packs of cigarettes and handed them out to the security guards. "Comrades, thanks a lot.
I appreciate you keeping those criminals out. Comrade Chang, you're too kind."
As long as Comrade Chang and Comrade Zhou are safe, that's all that matters. The men, grateful for the cigarettes, offered their compliments without expecting payment. At the very least, everyone had saved face. Ping-Yin and Ing returned to the factory grounds but didn't venture far. Ing knew her father had gone to deposit some money and might show up at any moment. Since it was break time anyway, they might as well find a shady spot near the main gate to rest. The two didn't go far. They simply found a spot under a large tree to rest. Ping-Yin quietly activated the silencer, so their voices wouldn't carry out. "Ing, the situation with your third uncle hasn't been completely resolved yet,"
Ping-Yin said. "Once you get back, you'd better talk it over with your dad again. See how we can get the other side to give up on the idea. What kind of decent person is a gambler?" Ping-Yin suggested reporting it directly to the police.
But Ping-Yin also knew that they were Ing's third uncle and cousin. Reporting them to the police would mean becoming mortal enemies. Ping-Yin had sent Gu Weifan off to the farm. She wouldn't be back anytime soon. Besides, even if Gu Weifan died over there, Ping-Yin wouldn't feel the slightest bit of remorse.
He had absolutely no qualms about tormenting her. But Ing's cousin was just a gambler.
Even if they reported it to the police, aside from a fine, the worst that could happen was a short stint in detention. And if they really did report it to the police, Ing's family would also be implicated and blamed. Ping-Yin couldn't resolve things so rashly.
Forget about it? Hearing Ping-Yin's words, Ing frowned and said, "Besides not lending them the money, what else should I do?"
"That depends on how much your third uncle's family values this son of theirs," Ping-Yin said slowly.
"Don't forget, your father has a father of his own. Could your grandfather really stand by and do nothing about your cousin's gambling debts?"
"That's exactly the problem." Ing shook her head helplessly and said, "My grandfather dotes on Uncle Sam the most. By extension, he naturally favors my cousin as well.
Right now, they're only asking my father and me for money.
I don't know if they haven't gone to my grandfather yet, or if he simply can't come up with the money." As these thoughts crossed her mind, Ing's expression grew increasingly bitter. This matter was truly difficult to resolve.
With the crushing weight of family ties and filial duty bearing down on her, how could the problem possibly be easily solved?
"It seems you're quite troubled by this as well." Seeing the look on Ing's face, Ping-Yin couldn't help but furrow his brow.
"If that's the case, then we'll just have to tackle the problem at its root." Chapter 56, The Rumor Monger. Who was the root of the problem? The bookie? Of course not. Ping-Yin had no connection to the bookie. Why would he go after him?
For him, the answer was obviously Ing's cousin. As long as he could get Ing's cousin to move to the countryside, the matter would be settled. As for the possibility that her cousin wouldn't kick his gambling habit even after moving to the countryside, by then, Ing would already be married to him. Even if he gambled, it wouldn't affect Ing. As for Ing, she might not even help pay off her own brother's gambling debts, let alone those of a cousin. Just as Ping-Yin was pondering how to send the man to the countryside, he noticed someone new at the security guard post.
"Let's go over there."
Ping-Yin pointed toward the guard post and said, "Your father is here."
"Okay."
Ing spotted her father and hurried over. Ping-an tucked away the silencer and deliberately lagged behind. As he approached, he just caught Ing listing her third uncle's misdeeds. Hearing his daughter mention that her brother had actually come here to ask her for money, Li Min was unusually furious. That Li Qiang has no shame at all, showing up at his own niece's workplace to cause a scene. Li Min muttered to himself, determined to give the man a good scolding. Just then, he spotted Ping-an. He pulled a passbook from his pocket, handed it to Ping-an with a solemn expression, and said, "Ping-an, hold on to this. This is my passbook." Ping-an opened the brand new passbook and glanced inside. The savings balance column clearly read 350 yuan. In addition, a 10 yuan note was tucked inside. "That's quite a bit," Ing remarked, though she wasn't particularly surprised by the amount. "Is this 10 yuan note for safekeeping fees?" "Yes." Li Min looked at Ping-an and said, "Ping-an, please keep this safe for me until next year. You're the only one I trust." "Uncle Tang, don't worry." Ping-an took the passbook with a sense of relief, handed the 10 yuan note to Ing, and said, "I'll write up an IOU when I get back, and Ing can bring it to you." Hearing Ping-an's words, Li Min nodded and said, "You two go back to work. I'll handle that good-for-nothing younger brother of yours." With that, Li Min got on his bike and rode off. Ping-an looked at Ing with a puzzled expression and asked, "Ing, how do you think your dad plans to handle this?" "I really don't know." Ing shook her head. "My dad isn't exactly the model of brotherly harmony, but he is definitely a loving father. As long as my grandfather doesn't speak up, he won't back down. Judging by his attitude, he is probably planning to go teach my third uncle a lesson. I hope he gives him a good one." Ping-an felt that relying solely on his future father-in-law wouldn't solve the problem. "I don't have much to do tonight. I'll swing by your place after work." Ing knew Ping-an was worried something might go wrong, so after a moment's thought, she didn't object. She suggested, "Why don't you tell your family you're coming over for dinner tonight?" "Sure." Ping-an didn't object. After all, what was the big deal about not going home for dinner or even not going home to sleep? Back at the factory, Ping-an wrote out an IOU for 360 yuan and handed it to Ing, saying, "Give this to your dad when you get home. This is my proof of the loan." "Why did you write 360? Ing frowned at the number. "The last 10 yuan is a storage fee. I'm giving it all to you, why would I need a handling fee?" Ping-an looked at her sleeveless vest and said, "I'm going to spend that 10 yuan on you anyway, so why make such a big deal out of it?" He was merely holding on to his future father-in-law's money for safekeeping. How could he possibly charge a handling fee? But since she offered it, Ping-an could only return it in a different way. Ing looked at the 10 yuan in her hand and thought for a moment, "All right, then." In her mind, the rightful owner of this 10 yuan was still Ping-an. Since he'd given it to her, she might as well spend it on him. She had already started thinking about how to use the 10 yuan food or clothes. Ing glanced at Ping-an and decided clothes would be more appropriate. That afternoon, Ing went about her work as usual. Ping-an, on the other hand, was surprisingly free that afternoon. He spent half the day resting in the break room, without a single city-based mission to handle. But Ping-an wasn't surprised. As a driver, life was really easy when there was no work. Perhaps because drivers were in short supply and enjoyed high wages, he hadn't heard any gossip about himself circulating around here. After resting in the break room for a while, Ping-an grabbed a thermos and wandered around. He claimed not to care, but he had to track down whoever was bad-mouthing him behind his back. People who tarnished workers' reputations and undermined factory unity had to be exposed and given the punishment they deserved. Ping-an walked around every corner of the factory he could reach. 99% of the people wouldn't be gossiping about him during work hours. After all, it was just a minor incident. Ping-an wasn't significant enough to be the main topic of conversation. In comparison, they were far more interested in stories like old Lu's wife having an affair, old Wang's impotence, or old Chen being blocked at the gate. At this point, the only people still talking about Ping-an turning Guifan into the police were those who held a grudge against him. In other words, the so-called rumor mongers. Ping-an had assumed the gossip would come from a woman, but to his surprise, he eventually tracked it down to a loading dock worker.
When Ping'an found the man, he was still actively spreading the word about how brutal and unfilial Ping'an was. Can't you see that nobody around here even bothers to pay you any mind? A man, and yet he can be this talkative and gossipy. Comrade. Just then, Ping'an placed a hand on the man's shoulder and said, spreading rumors like this here is going to stir up trouble in the factory. Guo Mao felt someone tap him on the shoulder, and the very first thing the man did was pin the blame on him, causing Guo Mao to shudder in fear. He grew even more nervous when he turned his head and realized it was Ping'an. Who could stay calm when caught doing something wrong? What are you doing? Guo Mao shook off Ping'an's grip, trying to break free, and snapped, what's the matter? Want to fight? Everyone around here can vouch for it, you've been bad-mouthing me from start to finish. Ping'an remained calm. Now that the real culprit has caught you red-handed, you actually dare to argue back? As Ping'an spoke, he glanced at the people nearby who were about to step in to mediate. I suspect his purpose here is to undermine unity within the factory. My job is as a driver, if something goes wrong, it might just disrupt the factory's logistics. Oh, and yesterday another factory vehicle broke down on the road. Ping'an immediately pinned a baseless accusation on his opponent. We have to report this to the factory director. We absolutely must report this to the factory director. What if he is an enemy spy? Our factory would be finished. Chapter 57, Seizing the Moral High Ground. Hearing Ping'an's words, those who had previously been on friendly terms with Guo Mao immediately stopped in their tracks, too afraid to speak. Spreading a rumor and it's been escalated to an enemy spy? Even though 99% of them knew Ping'an was spouting nonsense, who dared to gamble against the seriousness with which such matters were treated? We can't take him on, we absolutely can't. The crowd began to back away. Someone looked at the supervisor and asked, why don't we let the plant manager handle this? The supervisor was also at a loss. Regardless of whether there was actually a problem, once the label of spy was thrown around, the situation was bound to spiral in an unpredictable direction. You go fetch the plant manager right away. The supervisor pointed to someone and said, if there's any issue, we'll let the plant manager decide. If necessary, we'll bring in the security team. Hearing the supervisor's words, Ping'an remained calm, but Guo Mao was so terrified he collapsed onto the floor. He just spread a rumor. How had this turned into such a huge commotion? Seeing Guo Mao's state, Ping'an shouted again, look, he has got a guilty conscience, let us surround him, we mustn't give him a chance to escape. Hearing Ping'an's words and observing Guo Mao's current demeanor, some people actually believed his nonsense. Whether permanent employees or temporary workers, one by one they glared at Guo Mao with hostile expressions. A few of the more radical ones had even begun searching their surroundings for anything that could serve as a makeshift weapon. Time ticked by, and plant manager Lu Fengyao walked in from outside. If this had merely been an internal dispute among the workers, there would have been no need for him to intervene. But since Ping'an had escalated the situation to the level of accusing someone of being a spy, he simply couldn't stay away. Lu Fengyao strode over and asked calmly, what exactly is going on here? Director, you're finally here. Upon seeing Lu Fengyao arrive, Ping'an pointed at Guo Mao on the ground and exclaimed, it's him, it's definitely him. He is questioning a case that the Public Security Bureau has already closed and ruled on, and he is even spreading rumors all over the factory. He is undermining the Public Security Bureau's authority, damaging the reputation of our factory workers, and obstructing our work. Ping'an didn't embellish his account, he simply repeated Guo Mao's words verbatim, though he did add some subjective twists to the narrative. The surrounding employees, upon hearing Ping'an's words, sensed something was off but couldn't pinpoint any specific inconsistencies. Because everything Ping'an said was true. As Lu Fengyao listened to Ping'an's account, his expression grew increasingly grim. He had already heard about Ping'an sending his stepmother and younger brother to the police station, and he knew that when they were taken in, both had blood all over their heads, the kind of injuries that required serious medical treatment at the hospital. At the time, he had thought Ping'an had gone a bit too far, but he never expected to hear such a different account now. Lu Fengyao turned to the foreman overseeing the unloading and asked, is that correct? Hearing Lu Fengyao's question, Chang Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, why yes. And you? Lu Fengyao turned to Guomao and asked, "Do you have anything to say in your defense?" I'm innocent, I'm innocent. Guomao shook his head repeatedly. Director, I am not a spy or an agent. Humph. Hearing Guomao's words, Lu Fengyao couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't really believe Guomao was a spy or an agent either. How could someone so stupid be a spy or an agent? But it was a fact that Guomao had been spreading rumors in the factory, disrupting operations. Send someone from security. Lu Fengyao turned to the employee who had just come to fetch him and said calmly, interrogate him thoroughly. Find out what trouble he has been causing lately. The employee immediately took his leave, while Lu Fengyao called Ping An aside and asked, this whole affair you're behind it, aren't you? The moment Lu Fengyao heard Ping An's name, he knew the man couldn't escape involvement in this matter. However, since Ping An wasn't the source of the problem, he didn't hold him accountable. Director, there are indeed some doubts about this, Ping An whispered as he listened to the director's words. Did you check the time Comrade Niu Ben and I returned yesterday? Don't you find that suspicious? The car Niu Ben was driving was always in perfect working order, yet yesterday it broke down on the road. Ping An spouted this nonsense with a straight face. After we got the car back, I had to find an empty lot and spend a long time fixing it. We must be on guard against this. Hearing Ping An's words, Lu Fengyao's expression turned serious. In the entire factory, aside from the machinery, the most valuable assets were the few cars. If a car had a problem, it couldn't possibly be a minor issue. The timing of your car's return was reasonable, but Niu Ben's car only made a single trip and didn't come back until the afternoon. It's certainly hard not to be suspicious. Lu Fengyao looked displeased as he spoke. Did you notice anything while you were fixing it? Notice anything? Ping An had been making it up on the spot, but he hadn't expected the factory director to take it so seriously. He paused for a moment, then replied with vague, evasive words, the problem was in a somewhat hidden spot. The repair itself wasn't difficult, the challenge was finding it. The challenge was finding it? Hearing Ping An's words, Lu Fengyao immediately headed outside. There were still a few drivers left at the factory. He wanted those two to check their cars as well. Did he actually believe that? Seeing this, Ping An felt a flutter of unease. He'd really just been speaking off the cuff this time. He hadn't expected the factory director to actually take it seriously. But soon, Ping An relaxed. They were all old, well-worn vehicles. Which one didn't have its share of glitches, big or small? Go ahead and inspect them, go right ahead. Ping An didn't believe it for a second. Surely they find something wrong with the factory's vehicles? Since Guomao had been taken away by the security department, the related rumors naturally died down rapidly. It wouldn't take more than a day for the gossipmongers to be drawn to something new. Ping An knew he no longer needed to pay much attention to the rumors circulating about him at the factory. It wasn't until after work that Ping An hopped on his bike and took Ing home. Seeing the unhappy look on Ing's face, he knew she was still troubled by those rumors. Don't worry, Ping An said. I've pretty much taken care of the situation. Ping An briefly recounted what had happened that afternoon, emphasizing that Guomao, the ringleader, had been arrested and there wouldn't be any further issues. Hearing this, Ing felt much more at ease. Still, she was a bit upset. I just don't like it when other people say bad things about you. Yeah, I don't like those rumors either. Ping An nodded and said, so, Guomao was taken away by the security department right away. Ing nodded and replied, the more they try to take our house, the more we have to make sure they don't succeed. Ping An, let us go take a look at our new place. Chapter 58, Our Own Home. The new place wasn't furnished yet, but they did have some daily necessities. The two hadn't come here to pack up, they just wanted to take a look at the place and find a little comfort during this rough patch. You've already bought so much stuff. Ing, unaware that Ping An had already purchased pots, pans, and the like, said, I was actually thinking of trading a few tickets to buy some. Just leave these things to me. Ping An said, I've already arranged for the furniture, we'll just go pick it up when the time comes. You probably haven't gotten the quilts yet. Ing suddenly interjected. For Jean, 6 Jean, 8 Jean, and 10 Jean double quilts, plus the mattress pads, they're all ready.
Brand new cotton and brand new quilt covers. My mom started preparing them for me years ago. Cotton is very expensive even without ration tickets. The price of the cotton alone is over a yuan per jean. Add in the brand new fabric, and the material costs alone would be over 40 or even 50 yuan. The dowry Ing's mother-in-law had prepared for her was truly generous. Why did you prepare so much? Pingyan asked, somewhat surprised. Will the two of us even be able to use it all? There are 4 seasons: spring, summer, fall, and winter. Ing turned her head away, her face flushing involuntarily. You can never have too many quilts. Of course not, of course not. Pingyan leaned close to Ing and said with a smile, so, did your mother-in-law prepare a red wedding gown for you? Hearing Pingyan's question, Ing's face flushed instantly. I don't know. A red wedding gown had indeed been prepared, and she even secretly tried it on. But how could she possibly bring herself to tell Pingyan that? After speaking, Ing took a couple of steps forward and began looking around the house. It wasn't for any other reason, she just didn't want to stand next to Pingyan and feel so awkward. Ing looked around as if surveying her own territory, muttering to herself, this is the living room, this room is the kitchen, this area is the master bedroom, and this is where Lin will stay. There's one room left, we'll have to fill that one up too. Is an 80 square meter house small? Not in the least. Even the smallest room here is bigger than the one Pingyan has at his uncle's place. Keep in mind, the room Pingyan lives in now could easily fit 2 people. And here, the rooms are spacious. Not only could Pingyan, Ing, and Lin all live here, but there'd even be room for 2 more people. Of course, that would make it feel a bit cramped. Why not turn the last room into a bathroom? Pingyan had a sudden idea and said, instead of racking our brains over what to do with it, why not use cement and tiles to build a bathroom where we can take a bath? Then we can put up a mirror and set up a sink here. Build a bathroom and set up a sink? Listening to Pingyan, Ing pictured it in her mind. It actually seemed feasible. But that is so extravagant, Ing exclaimed. Other people's living spaces are cramped, and you're actually thinking about putting a bathroom inside the house. I was even thinking of putting the toilet inside, Pingyan said. Too bad we can't flush waste out from down here, otherwise, we could done it all. Forget the toilet, but the bathroom idea is great. The more Ing thought about it, the more practical it seemed, and she couldn't help but say, we could make the bathroom 4 square meters. Even if. Hearing Ing's voice trail off, Pingyan laughed. Even if the 2 of us lay down in there, it'd still fit us both. After Pingyan finished speaking, Ing nodded slightly. That was exactly what she had in mind. Whether she and Pingyan lay in there together to bathe, or she invited Lin to join them, it seemed like it would work. While lost in these daydreams, Ing went over the layout of the rooms once more. Ever since learning that this was the wedding home the factory had assigned to the 2 of them, Ing had been thinking over and over again about what each room should be used for. This house would be their home for a long time, so she felt it was essential to plan it out properly. Whether it was her parents and younger brother or anyone else, she wouldn't let anyone take it away from them. It wasn't that Lin ranked higher than her parents in Ing's heart, she simply understood that Pingyan wanted Lin to have a place to stay. Besides, Ing knew that if she were to get married, the textile factory would never allocate such a large house. Most of this house was compensation the factory had given Pingyan, so the final say should naturally be his. Since you don't object to the bathroom, I'll find time to get it installed, Pingyan said. Installing a bathtub inside isn't hard, the tricky part is draining the bathwater. I'll just have someone run a drain pipe outside and hook it up. Pingyan paused for a moment before continuing, by the time the bathroom is finished, we should be able to buy some furniture too. Pingyan hadn't gone out to buy furniture yet, though he knew where to find it. The main reason he hadn't bought any was that he was hoping to earn it through his own efforts. But he wasn't in a rush. If the bathroom was finished in a few days and he still hadn't unlocked the furniture through his daily check-ins, he'd just go buy it. Once the bathroom and furniture were sorted out, he'd be ready to marry Ing. Thinking about getting married, Pingyan felt a surge of excitement. Ing, however, had already sat back down on the bed in the master bedroom. Swinging her long legs, she said, Pingyan, think about what else we're missing.
Appliances? Ping-an asked. We can run wires for ceiling lights and a desk lamp. If we get hot, we can get a fan. Other than that, I don't think there's anything else.
It's too early for appliances, Ing said after a moment's thought.
Just get a ceiling light. A desk lamp and a fan are a bit of a luxury. Ing wasn't sure what was missing either.
She felt like everything was missing, yet at the same time, she felt like so many things weren't necessary.
The main thing was that they were short on money.
Ing wanted them to spend their money wisely. Stop worrying about it, Ping-an said, sitting down beside Ing and tugging at her arm.
If something is missing, we'll just take it slow.
We can buy it after we get married at LLB just the same.
Mm-hmm.
Ing linked her arm through Ping-an's and leaned against him.
Just thinking about us getting married makes me feel so happy.
But when I think about our life together later on, I worry we'll be missing things.
The key is getting married. It's not scary to be missing things.
Ping-an thought to himself, then said, right now, all I'm thinking about is getting the marriage certificate.
Even before the wedding ceremony. Do you just want to get the certificate, or do you want to be officially married once you have it?
Ing didn't move, but her right arm wrapped around Ping-an's waist. I'll go ask my parents for the household registration book as soon as I get home tonight.
Why don't we go get the marriage certificate in the next few days? Of course, no problem. Hearing Ing's words, a look of delight spread across Ping-an's face.
I already retrieved my household registration when I was handling the paperwork earlier, so we can get the certificate anytime. The two leaned against each other, exchanging many sweet nothings. They didn't just talk about love, they even thought through how many children they have and what names they give them.
Time passed slowly, and it was time for them to head home.
Ming said suddenly as she stood up, Ping-an, I'll consider it a broken promise that I didn't let you see it yesterday.
I'll make it up to you today. Do you want to see? Chapter 59, how about tomorrow?
Even though Ping-an had seen his fair share of things, hearing Ing's words still made his heart race uncontrollably. The room was quiet, and Ing was pressed against him. At that moment, she could even feel the thud of his heartbeat.
You really do want to see?
Ing thought to herself. Steeling her resolve, she closed her eyes and said, if you want to see, then let us see. Just as Ing was waiting for Ping-an to take the initiative, Ping-an gently guided her body down onto the bed. Ing didn't stop him, letting Ping-an do as he pleased. Just as she thought her clothes would be undone, her soft, pink lips were suddenly covered.
Mum.
The kiss lasted a long time. Ing felt as if she'd forgotten how to breathe when Ping-an finally let go. She gasped for air for what seemed like an eternity. Ing, Ping-an said, looking at her from beside her.
What were you going to let me see? It would have been a sight to behold, but what good would it do now?
You're still wearing the sanitary pad I brought you especially. Ing didn't answer Ping-an's question. She simply wrapped her arms around him and said, I really want to marry you sooner.
A thought crossed Ping-an's mind, and he suggested, how about tomorrow?
Ing thought that sounded good. She'd go home tonight and ask her mom for the household registration book.
Let us go, Ing said. I should head back.
As she spoke, Ing sat up on the bed.
Seeing that Ping-an hadn't moved, she asked, what's wrong?
Ping-an didn't say a word. He was in full battle mode right now.
Ing was still puzzled when she accidentally caught sight of a small tent.
Remembering what her mom had warned her about earlier, she instantly understood what was going on.
So, I'm the one to blame, huh?
Ing looked at Ping-an and said guiltily, I can't help you today.
Ahem. Hearing Ing's words, Ping-an cleared his throat and said, it's fine. I'll be okay after resting for a bit. Even though, well, you know.
But Ping-an felt it was best not to taint Ing with that kind of stuff. Seeing that Ping-an said a short rest would do, Ing nodded slightly. She sat quietly to the side, afraid that any movement might prolong this short while. After a long time, Ping-an finally emerged from her state of exertion.
Ing, Ping-an said, I'll walk you home.
Mm-hmm. Ing nodded slightly, but just as she was about to reach out to take Ping-an's hand, her hand froze mid-air.
Maybe I should hold off on that for now.
Hee Ping-an chuckled softly, taking Ing's small hand.
Let us go, he said.
On the way, Ping took Ing to the restaurant where Lin worked. He ordered 2 meat dishes to go and said, Lin, I'm going to Ing's place for dinner later.
Let your uncle and the others know when you get home.
Mm-hmm. Lin nodded slightly and replied, Ping, I got it.
Good to know. While waiting for the food, Ping asked, did you eat a proper lunch today? I did.
Hearing Ping's question, Lin replied, I had an extra bun for lunch.
Excellent.
Hearing Lin's answer, Ping nodded with satisfaction.
Have another bun tonight, and that'll be even better.
Lin hadn't planned on doing that, but since Ping had suggested it, she naturally agreed. Once the 2 dishes were packed up, Ping said goodbye to Lin and left. Before long, Ping brought Ing back to her home. Before they even stepped inside, they heard loud voices coming from within. Xiao Tang, an elderly woman sitting nearby in the shade, said upon seeing Ing return, You have visitors. It looks like your grandfather and your uncle. Grandma Wang, I know, Ing replied gratefully, then turned to Ping and said, It seems my third uncle called my grandfather in as backup. That must be it, Ping nodded.
There's no escaping this anyway. Let me walk you inside.
After all, the money was in his possession. Even if Ing's grandfather and third uncle wanted to take it, they'd have to pay a price.
Ing opened the door and led Ping inside.
The sound of the door opening drew the attention of everyone inside. Several pairs of eyes turned toward them at once, making Ing feel a little intimidated.
Ping stepped forward to block their gaze and said, Uncle Tang, I've brought Ing back.
Mm-hmm.
Li Ning nodded slightly upon seeing his daughter return. She couldn't have picked a worse time to come back. So this must be my niece's fiancé. Li Qiang recognized Ping immediately. He grinned and said, If you want to marry our Ing, how much are you planning to pay as a dowry? Li Qiang. Li Ning snapped coldly. She's my daughter. What business is it of yours? Second brother, why are you getting so upset?
Li Qiang, confident in his father's backing and completely unafraid of his older brother, retorted, We're all brothers, we should support one another.
Support one another? Humph. Li Ning snorted coldly.
I haven't seen you support us at all.
All you do is bleed your brothers dry. Now you're not just after your brothers, you've even set your sights on my niece.
Ping listened to their argument and glanced at the broken items on the floor. Clearly, they'd been smashed before they arrived. He looked at the displeased old man standing nearby and knew immediately that he was taking sides.
Ing, you're becoming more and more disrespectful. The old man, Tang Jiguang, shot his granddaughter a disapproving look. You've been inside for ages and haven't even bothered to say hello. Hearing her grandfather use his seniority to pressure her, Ing reluctantly called out, Grandpa. Tang Jiguang was satisfied. He then turned to Ping and asked, You're Ping, my granddaughter's fiancé?
Ping motioned for Ing to go into the inner room, then sat down beside his future father-in-law, Li Min, and said, That's me.
Hello, old man.
Tang Jiguang sized Ping up and said, If you want to marry my granddaughter, put up a 500 yuan dowry.
Tang Jiguang had been invited over by Li Qiang to borrow money.
Since it was difficult to get it from his son, he might as well borrow it from his future son-in-law. After all, it wouldn't be good to strain his relationship with his son too much.
Dad.
Hearing his father's words, Li Min's face betrayed his displeasure.
He could clearly see what his father was up to.
If this weren't his own father, he would have lost his temper long ago. Ping saw the look on Li Min's face and knew he was on his side.
Since that was the case,
Ping looked at Tang Jiguang and said with a smile, Old man, since you know I'm Ping, I wonder if you've heard any stories about me lately?
Oh? Hearing Ping's words, Tang Jiguang couldn't help but glance at him, asking curiously, What stories?
Nothing major, Ping said nonchalantly. Just sending my stepmother to a labor camp in the far west and sending my younger brother down to the countryside in Zishuangbana.
Chapter 60, Ping's intimidating presence. Oh, right.
Ping added, as if to clarify, before sending them off, I also cracked their heads open with a table and a chair.
Yeah, just like this table. Ping pointed to the table in front of them and said, "Can you believe it?"
When it smashed into someone's head, the table broke, but the head just bled.
Hearing Ping's words, Tang Jiguang and Li Qiang's expressions tightened.
They had, of course, heard about this incident, but they didn't know the specific names or the exact details. Yet hearing the person involved describe it right in front of them still filled them with a sense of dread.
Tang Jiguang looked at Li Min and asked, "Second son, did that really happen?"
Seeing that his father-in-law was frightened, Li Min nodded.
"It's true. Just go ask around at the police station over there."
"You fool!"
Tang Jiguang slammed his hand on the table. "Second son, how could you marry your daughter off to?" Tang Jiguang's words trailed off mid-sentence. The person in question was right there. "How could you marry your daughter off to someone like me, with a violent streak?"
Ping shot Tang Jiguang a half-smiling, half-sarcastic look and said, "Old man, I've got a reputation for being a tough guy and you still dare to blackmail me?" Ping gave him a thumbs up and said, "You're quite a character yourself."
"No, I didn't do it." Tang Jiguang waved his hands frantically, terrified that Ping might suddenly flip the table and smash it over his head.
He was merely borrowing money for his youngest son. He certainly didn't want to meet his end here. Seeing Tang Jiguang cowering in fear, Ping casually picked up a nearby stool and said, "Uncle Tang, I see this stool of yours isn't very sturdy. How about I bring you a new one tomorrow?" After speaking, Ping narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze back to Li Qiang. Li Qiang shuddered in fear. He felt as though Ping was sizing him up, ready to smash the stool in his hand over his head at any moment. "Brother, second brother, I just came to borrow some money. We're blood brothers. After all, it doesn't have to come to this." Li Qiang didn't dare meet Ping's gaze. Instead, he looked at Li Min and hurriedly said, "Second brother, my second brother, say something."
"Say what?"
Li Min hadn't expected his son-in-law to intimidate the other man so easily. He spoke up, "It was you who just demanded a dowry from Ping." Gulp. Li Qiang swallowed hard, his heart filled with fear.
No.
Li Qiang waved his hands frantically and said, "I was just joking. Ping listened to what the other man was saying and set the stool down on the floor. His gaze wandered to other items, looking to see what in the Tang household might be worth replacing. They had cleared out their new home, and there was plenty of furniture there that could be used as replacements. At that moment, he was picking out a few items while also threatening and intimidating the shameless father and son across from him, killing two birds with one stone. But the more Ping looked, the more anxious the two men became.
Li Qiang couldn't take it anymore.
He looked at his father and said, "Dad, let us go."
"Right, let us go." Tang Jiguang nodded repeatedly and stood up to leave. Just then, Ping called out to them, "Wait." Hearing Ping's voice, the two froze in their tracks. Tang Jiguang turned around, a forced smile on his face. "Comrade Chang, I want to lend him the money." "Comrade Tang, please sit down."
Seeing that he had intimidated them, Ping said with a smile, "Whether or not you lend him the money is a separate matter.
Can you tell me how you plan to resolve this situation?"
As Ping spoke, his gaze shifted to Li Qiang.
500 yuan, that can't be all your son lost, can it? Hearing Ping's words, Li Qiang turned his head away.
500 certainly wasn't the total. It was what remained after he scraped together every last penny he had. If he had more money, who would have wanted to swallow their pride and ask for a loan?
Comrade Chang. Hearing Ping's words, Li Qiang gave an awkward smile. "I still need 500 to bail my son out." 500 yuan, you make it sound so easy.
Ping looked at Li Qiang and said, "Comrade, so it's not your own money, and you don't care, is that it?" Hearing Ping's words, an unnatural expression flashed across Li Qiang's face. He wanted to argue back but couldn't. He wanted to get angry but didn't dare.
500 yuan is no small sum. Ping said. "Comrade Tang, even if you manage to get it, how do you plan to pay it back?" Hearing Ping's words, a flicker of hope crossed Li Qiang's face.
He turned to look at his biological father beside him, hoping he would speak up for him. Tang Jiguang avoided Li Qiang's gaze, offering not the slightest response. It was him who owed the money at most. he might show his son some favor, but he certainly wouldn't go out of his way. Seeing his father ignore him, Li Qiang spoke up, "Comrade Chang, if you're willing to lend it to me, I'm willing to pay it back slowly with my salary. I make 43 yuan a month. If I pay you back 20 yuan a month, I'll be able to pay it off in just over 2 years.
You won't get a loan that way."
Ping shook his head, not bothering to beat around the bush. 500 yuan, I'll buy this job at your tile factory.
No way.
Hearing Ping eyeing his job, he immediately refused. Not to mention Ping and even his son's creditors had already asked him for a job several times. They'd all promised that if he gave them the job, his 500 yuan debt would be wiped clean.
But he'd been working for over a decade. Did he really need to be told how important the job was to him?
Selling it off now would be like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ping wasn't the least bit surprised by Li Qiang's refusal. If he'd been willing to sell, he would have spoken up long ago. Although Ping was getting a bit impatient, the worst that could happen was a bit of intimidation. Any real threats would land him in the police station.
He said, "Comrade Tang, what about your son's temporary job?"
Noticing the change in Li Qiang's expression, Ping casually remarked, "If you're willing to sell that job, I'll pay 100. The benefits and working conditions for temporary workers were nowhere near those of permanent employees, but as long as he had a job, he wouldn't have to be sent down to the countryside. Seeing that Li Qiang wouldn't agree, Ping decided to settle for the next best thing. Once he got his hands on it, whether he gave it to his cousin or his brother-in-law, it would at least be something to show for his efforts. Hearing that Ping was only offering 100, Li Qiang shook his head again. That temporary job isn't much, but I spent 200 yuan and treated them to a meal just to get it for my son.
Even the creditor offered 150. You think I'd give it up for 100? You must be dreaming.
Besides, even if he had 200 yuan, it wouldn't be enough to buy his son back. We'll talk about it another time, then. Seeing Li Qiang's reluctance, Ping chuckled and said, "If you ever want to sell a job, you can contact me.
But if I'm not short on jobs, then you'll be wasting your time."
With that, Ping said no more. Li Qiang hesitated for a moment, then followed his father out. Li Min stood up and saw them out the front gate. After they left, Li Min gave a wry smile.
"Ping, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." "Uncle Tang, why would you say that?" Ping replied, "They're them, and we're us." Chapter 61, Let Us Get Married Tomorrow.
After the two had left, Ying emerged from the inner room with her mother and younger brother. Ying and her mother went to clean up the trash on the floor, while Tang Xiaozuan looked at Ping with admiration. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. You scared them off with just a few words."
"Am I really that impressive?"
Hearing Tang Xiaozuan's words, Ping wore a helpless expression. In the eyes of outsiders, Ping was a ruthless thug who dared to beat his own mother and younger brother and had even sent them to labor camps in the far west in Zishuangbana. Not only had he beaten his opponents until they were bloodied and bruised, but the police hadn't even bothered to arrest him.
What kind of ruthless monster was this?
Many had heard the rumors about Ping beating his mother and younger brother, but they only had a superficial understanding and had simply spread misinformation. In Li Qiang and Tang Jiguang's eyes, Ping had probably become an even more vicious thug than Li Qiang's own creditor.
To put it bluntly, it was all just a scare tactic.
After all, Ping wasn't some lawless outlaw. He wouldn't just go around beating up Li Qiang and Tang Jiguang for no reason, would he?
Stop fooling around and get to work.
Tang's mother, Zhao Pan, patted her son on the shoulder and added, "Ping, thanks for your help today.
Don't leave just yet, stay for dinner tonight."
"Sure, Aunt Tang." Ping had come over for dinner anyway, so he wasn't about to refuse. "I'll just grab a few things." Watching Ping head for the door, Zhao Pan said, "Old Tang, why don't you chat with Ping for a bit?
Ying and I will go make a few more dishes."
"Mom, no need to trouble yourself," Ying interjected. "Ping and I bought 2 meat dishes on our way back. That's plenty for dinner." Not enough, Zhao Pan replied, listening to her daughter. "What Ping brought is a gesture of his goodwill, and we haven't shown our appreciation yet. Come help me out, I'll whip up a couple of dishes." Zhao Pan took her daughter to the kitchen to cook, while Ping walked in carrying 2 boxes of food.
He set them on the table and said, "Uncle Tang, what do you think will happen next?" Your brother probably won't give up that easily, will he? Next.
Hearing Ping An's question, Li Min replied, he'll definitely try to borrow more. If he can't, he'll probably have to sell his job. Li Chang told me just now that the debt collectors are still at his place, Li Min said.
With his two sons right under their noses, does he dare not pay back the debt? Or dare to report it to the police? The debt collectors certainly fear the police, but the debtor fears their retaliation even more.
This is just a simple debt dispute, but if they really did report it to the police, who knows how many of his brother's family would survive? Li Min didn't harbor any ill will toward his younger brother, but he truly couldn't stand his nephew. That Tang Xiaoai had been good for nothing since childhood. He managed to land a temporary job but didn't work hard at it, and on top of that, he gotten into gambling. If this were his own son, he probably want to chop him up right then and there.
Uncle Tang, Ping An said, do you think someone like your nephew will be able to pay off his gambling debts this time?
Hearing Ping An's words, Li Min hesitated for a moment before replying, I don't think so.
A leopard can't change its spots. Quitting gambling isn't going to be that simple.
So, he has got plenty of trouble ahead of him, Ping An said calmly.
Uncle Tang, this time I just scared your brother off, but next time might be different.
You're right.
Li Min nodded. If it were anything else, I'd help. But gambling debts are a bottomless pit. I can't let one nephew drag the whole family down. He could afford to lose a nephew, but he couldn't afford to lose his wife, daughter, son, job, or house, not a single one of them. Hearing his father-in-law's firm stance, Ping An felt considerably more at ease. He'd been worried the man might have a soft heart, giving 3 or 5 yuan this time, then 10 or 8 the next. Little by little, it could add up, and who knows what might happen. As the two men talked, Zhao Pan finished stir-frying the vegetables. Zhao Pan hadn't known Ping An was coming, so she prepared the congee and wheat and cornflour buns in advance. In addition to the 2 meat dishes Ping An had brought, Zhao Pan had also stir-fried 4 more dishes. Stir-fried potatoes, scrambled eggs, stir-fried cured pork, and cabbage with tofu. Combined with the green pepper and shredded pork and twice-cooked pork that Ping An had brought, the spread was anything but meager. Auntie, you've cooked so much.
Seeing the dishes on the table, Ping An said, that is too much. We won't be able to finish it all. It's not too much, not at all, Zhao Pan said with a gentle smile. You don't come over for a meal very often. Of course I had to prepare a little extra. They all sat down and ate together. Ping An's meals had been getting better and better lately, so he didn't rush to grab any of the meat. Ing, on the other hand, kept serving him a bite every now and then. The way she acted, it was as if she was afraid he'd miss out. Li Min and his wife didn't object after all. It wasn't the first time their little cotton coat had gone out, and he was well prepared for it. There was plenty of food, but the group had hearty appetites. Before long, the clean plate campaign was over. While Ping An and Li Min were chatting, Zhao Pan sent her son to wash the pots and dishes, then went back into the house.
2 minutes later, she came out holding the household registration book.
Ping An, Zhao Pan said, looking at him. We were supposed to have you and Ing get married before the new year, but who knows what kind of trouble might pop up in our family right now, and if you don't mind, how about you and Ing get married early?
Get married? Is that really okay? Hearing Zhao Pan's words, both Ping An and Ing lit up with joy.
Ping An had been waiting to get married for ages. All that was missing was some furniture. Ing was just as eager. She had already planned to ask her parents for the household registration book tonight to get married. She hadn't even opened her mouth yet, and her mother had already brought it up on her own.
Mom!
Ing snatched the household registration book and exclaimed, You're so kind. Seeing her daughter's eagerness to get married, Zhao Pan couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated.
Can't you be a little more reserved?
Reserved? I've known Ping An for over 10 years. Ing said with a touch of pride, he knows exactly what I'm like.
What's the point of me trying to hide it anymore? That was certainly true. The two had been in the same class since elementary school. From then until now, describing them as childhood sweethearts would be perfectly accurate.
There is just no dealing with you, Zhao Pan said, glancing at her daughter before turning to Ping An.
Ping An, what do you think?
Auntie, I'll take a day off tomorrow to get our marriage license.
Ping said. Get the license first, and once the house is ready, we'll have the wedding. Zhao Pan, having received confirmation, nodded slightly.
She took her daughter's hand and headed toward the bedroom. There were still some things she needed to discuss. Watching his wife and daughter go back inside, Li Ming turned to Ping An, these days, no one really does the whole dowry and bride price thing anymore. Let us just spruce up your little home, and the two families can sit down together for a meal. How about that?
Chapter 62, Ing's Dowry.
It was only 1973. The dangerous period hadn't even passed yet. The whole business of dowries and bride prices was best handled privately. Doing it openly would just invite trouble. Ping An and Ing had been setting up their own little home all along, and they knew their in-laws couldn't really help much at the moment. Ping An spoke up, Uncle Tang, that's putting us on formal terms. Our two families have known each other for so long. I know you're all looking out for us, so naturally we wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. Ping An spoke up, you know my salary situation, and I don't have any bad habits.
I'll definitely make sure Ing never goes hungry.
If she is with me, I won't let her suffer any hardships. Thinking this to himself, Ping An took out a sewing machine voucher and handed it to Li Ming, saying, I'll use this as the betrothal gift.
What do you think, Uncle Tang?
Seeing what Ping An had produced, Li Ming's eyes widened in surprise. A sewing machine voucher. This was a rare item. He never expected Ping An to have something like this.
Take it back, Li Ming said, pushing the voucher away. Save it for when you get a sewing machine for your own home. We're both working. Who has time to use that?
Ping An chuckled and said, Uncle Tang, just take it. If you need one, buy a sewing machine. If not, you can trade it for something else.
As long as you don't give it to your younger brother's family, it's fine either way.
Hearing Ping An's words, Li Ming hesitated for a moment. Finally, he said, all right, then I'll take it.
Li Ming had a son, too.
He had to think about finding him a job and saving up for a dowry. Ping An was well off. He managed to find such a wonderful wife for his daughter.
But would his son, Tang Xiaochuan, get a house when he got married? Would he find a wife who didn't ask for a dowry? It was tough.
While he was still able to work, he'd better make some extra preparations. With today's matters mostly settled, the loan shark had been scared off, and the marriage registration tomorrow was confirmed. Ping An no longer needed to stay. He planned to wait for Ing to come out, say his goodbyes, and leave. But as Ping An and Li Ming chatted idly, Ing didn't come out for ages.
Ing is getting married, too.
Inside the bedroom, Zhao Pan looked at her daughter, feeling a bit sentimental. I still feel like you're so young.
Ma Mingkud then said, I'm getting married, not dying.
I was planning on coming back to Mama's place often to scrounge for free meals. Hearing her daughter's words, Zhao Pan suddenly stumbled.
What a mood killer.
Zhao Pan thought for a moment, then dug into her trunk. Before long, she pulled out a slightly rusty tin box from the bottom. It was twice the size of a lunchbox and looked like the kind used for pastries. Ing had no recollection of this tin box, but she didn't ask about it. By then, Zhao Pan had already opened the box. Small yellow croakers. It was actually half filled with small yellow croakers. And besides the yellow croakers, there were 2 bracelets wrapped in a handkerchief on top. These are things my father left me back in the day, Zhao Pan said, looking at the contents as if reminiscing about the good old days. She took out one of the bracelets and handed it to Ing. This is for you. The other one is for your future sister-in-law. As for the yellow croakers inside, they're my and your father's retirement savings.
Mom.
Ing looked at the yellow croakers and said in disbelief, I never imagined you still had these.
Shoo.
Zhao Pan covered Ing's mouth and said, I have nothing here.
You didn't see anything.
Hearing her mother's words, Ing nodded slightly.
I understand.
Our family has nothing. This bracelet is my most treasured dowry. An ordinary person is innocent, but possessing a precious gem brings guilt. Ing understood this principle well. Without these things, their family had managed to survive. So there was no need for them to exist. If no one spoke of them, there would be no risk. But if word got out, it would surely bring trouble to the household. Ing had made up her mind, until her mother gave her permission, she wouldn't even tell Ping'an. Just as she hadn't mentioned that her new home with Ping'an was 80 square meters, she intended to keep it a secret from both sides. Before, she'd been afraid her parents would trade their home for a bigger one for her younger brother's sake. Now, she was worried Ping'an might let something slip and bring disaster upon the family. Just as Ing was lost in these worries, Zhao Pan had already put the items away. She de-smoothed over any visible traces, so it looked as if nothing had been touched. Ing, keep this safe. Don't you dare take it out to show off, Zhao Pan said to Ing. Our family doesn't have much money. Aside from this bracelet and those betting sets, we can't provide you with any other dowry. Mom, this is more than enough, Ing said, hugging her mother. When my other classmates got married, their families practically begged the groom's family to keep the dowry, sending their daughters off with nothing but the clothes on their backs. What you've given me is more than enough. Zhao Pan held her daughter close and patted her gently on the back. Her daughter had grown up and was about to get married. Mother and daughter sat in the room, lost in melancholy, for quite some time before Ing finally emerged. By the time she stepped out, however, she had returned to her usual self. She smiled at Ping'an, and from the shape of her lips, it seemed she was saying, "We'll get the marriage certificate tomorrow." Ping'an nodded slightly, clearly pleased by this. It's getting late, I should head back. Holding 2 clean lunchboxes, Ping'an said, Ing, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Ing walked into the door. After watching Ping'an leave, she could no longer contain her excitement. We're getting our marriage certificate tomorrow. Everything went so smoothly. Meanwhile, Ping'an left Ing's house and headed straight for his uncle's place. He was home late today, but Uncle June was still waiting for him. June breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his nephew return safely. Perhaps it was just a parent's habit. Even though Ping'an was already 19, he still waited for him whenever he came home late. Uncle, Ping'an said as he sat down. I just went to Ing's place. Her parents said we should find time tomorrow to go get our marriage license. Get a marriage certificate? That's great news. Hearing his nephew's words, June said with a smile, you two were just waiting for the textile factory to assign you an apartment. Now that you have a place, it's the perfect time to get married. June paused for a moment before continuing. I heard from your aunt that you haven't gotten any furniture yet, right? I know a furniture maker. I'll have him put together a set for you. No need, I'll handle it. Ping'an declined. Uncle, I have the money for the wedding, and I've already picked out the furniture. I'll just go pick it up in a few days. You still need to help my cousin find a job. You can't waste all your money on me. You're my nephew. Spending money on you isn't a waste at all. June glanced at his nephew and said, I've got a lead on a job for your cousin. I plan to write him a letter tomorrow and ask him to come back for a visit. A letter takes too long. Ping'an interjected. Uncle, just send a telegram. Chapter 63, Getting the Marriage Certificate. Congratulations to both of you. The next day, Ping'an and Ing took the afternoon off to get their marriage certificate. These days, a marriage certificate is just a simple piece of paper, nothing nearly as formal as the 2 little booklets they receive in the future. But for Ping'an and Ing, it was proof that they had officially formed a little family of their own. Holding the marriage certificate, Ing was overjoyed. Once we get home, I'm going to hide it away safely. Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an smiled and asked, under the trunk? Or under the bed? Or maybe under the quilt? That's none of your business. Ing had indeed just thought of those exact spots. Aside from those, there wasn't really anywhere else to hide it. Let us go. As they walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Ing suggested, the factory cafeteria is probably closed by now. Shall we go eat at Lin's place? Sure, Ping'an replied, then added, if she hasn't eaten yet, we can invite her to join us. With that, Ping'an hopped on his bike and rode off with Ing toward the state-run restaurant. Ha! On the way, Ping'an suddenly stopped the bike. What's wrong? Ing asked curiously. But as she followed Ping'an's gaze, she understood what was going on. It was a police van transporting prisoners, and inside was a familiar figure.
Gu Weifan. Her case had been settled, and now she was being sent to a labor camp in the far northwest. The woman, who wasn't even 40 yet, had always been lazy and gluttonous, making her look much plumper than the average person. But after just a few days in detention, she had already grown old and gaunt. She had lost all trace of her former arrogance and now looked as if she were on her deathbed. How can I feel so happy that she has ended up like this? Watching Gu Weifan being driven away, Pingyan felt not a shred of sympathy, only a sense of vindication. It felt even more satisfying than when she killed her in her previous life. That villain, she got off way too easy. Ing watched the car carrying Gu Weifan away and said, I hope she works hard in that place. Let her be worn out after 9.5 years, then hear the terrible news about Jiabao and die right there. Haha. Hearing Ing's words, Pingyan couldn't help but say, you're not letting her off the hook either. Ing snorted and replied, why should I let her off? Ing glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then whispered, too bad I don't know any magic spells. Otherwise, I'd torment her body and mind every day without letting her die. Hearing Ing's words, Pingyan tapped her on the forehead and said, you can't just go around spouting superstitious nonsense like that. You might end up joining her in re-education camp. You're not going to report me, are you? Ing said, her voice growing softer and softer, let us not talk about this. Let us go eat. Pingyan mused for a moment, then said, I'm going to check on Comrade Chang. With that, Pingyan rode his bike to the corner across the street. Pingyan had just noticed Chang following their car. After all, a day as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. It was only natural for him to give Gu Weifan a ride. However, the moment he spotted Pingyan and the others, he hid himself, too embarrassed to step forward. Pingyan didn't hold it against him. They were all flesh and blood human beings. It would be abnormal to be so heartless as to refuse to see even a former bedmate. Just like Pingyan in his past life, after his father died, he had also returned to pay his respects. Dad. After parking the bike, Pingyan looked at the man as slightly aged appearance and said, we meet again. Pingyan. Seeing his son arrive, Chang seemed a bit flustered. I just came to take a look. I didn't speak to her. Pingyan shook his head slightly, not really caring about that. He said, Ing and I got married. Remember to come over for a drink sometime. You got married. Hearing his son's words, Chang's eyes lit up. A look of surprise and joy flashed across his face. Congratulations! Congratulations! As he spoke, Chang reached into his pocket, looking for a gift to give his daughter-in-law. No need, Pingyan interrupted just then. Gifts aren't important, it's the thought that counts. After saying that, Pingyan prepared to leave with Ing. But then he remembered something and added, by the way, Jiabao has gone to work in the countryside, and Lin doesn't have to go. She has a job now. Tonight, I'll take her home to pick up her things. Lin? Hearing his son mention her, Chang nodded. Although he was curious about how Lin had found a job, he didn't ask too many questions. Lin was, after all, his stepdaughter. Now that her mother was gone, it really wasn't appropriate for her to stay at his place. Alright, I understand. Chang didn't intend to press the matter and said, well, then, why don't you come over for dinner tonight? No, thank you. Pingyan shook his head. Lin doesn't want to go back. I'll come by on my own another time. Although Chang was disappointed his son wouldn't be coming tonight, hearing that he was willing to visit another day instantly lifted his spirits. Alright, I understand. Chang nodded repeatedly. When you do come, I'll make plenty of your favorite dishes. With that settled, Pingyan said, we'll be heading out now. See you tonight. With that, Pingyan left with Ing. Chang watched his son's receding figure, a look of joy spreading across his face. My son is getting married, and he is still willing to come home and have dinner with me. That's wonderful. Chang felt there was still hope in his life. He waited until he could no longer see his son's back before turning to go inside. As he walked, he began to calculate. I'm a grade 4 worker, earning 52.8 yuan a month.
I only need 10 yuan a month for myself. I'll have to save the rest carefully for my grandson's future.
Suddenly, Chang paused in his tracks. Did Pingyan find a job for Lin?
Chang spun around abruptly, a certain possibility flashing through his mind.
Children and grandchildren have their own destinies.
Chang shook his head slightly.
Let them do as they please. Lin.
By the time Pingyan pulled up at the state-run restaurant, Ing had already gone inside.
She found a table, sat down, ordered enough food for 3 people, and said, "Come over in a bit, let us eat together."
"Sister Ing, I'm still busy right now," Lin said hesitantly.
"I'll eat later, when there are fewer people."
Lin paused for a moment before whispering, "Although the manager usually turns a blind eye to this, if we go too far, we'll get scolded." This was something Chef Tan had reminded her of yesterday to avoid eating in front of customers whenever possible. A job may be secure, but if she didn't perform well on a daily basis, she wouldn't have a chance to be promoted in the future.
"Ing, don't be too hard on Lin."
Pingyan walked over at that moment and said, "She has just started and hasn't gotten to know everyone yet.
Give it some time, and things will be fine." "Pingyan."
Lin smiled when she saw Pingyan come in.
"Congratulations." Chapter 64, Lin's Progress.
Lin had found out last night that Pingyan was going to get his marriage certificate with Ing today. Although she was disappointed that she wasn't the one, she sincerely wished Pingyan and Ing all the best. Sister Ing was better than her and more deserving of marrying Pingyan. As for her, as long as she wasn't kicked out, she'd be happy.
"Thanks." Pingyan sat down and said, "I just saw my dad. We're going back there tonight to move your things out." Hearing Pingyan's words, Lin gave a brief reply.
Lin knew what going back to move her things meant. Her mother had already been sent to a labor camp. Lin wasn't pleading for her mother's mercy, she only hoped her mother would work hard there and start over.
As the 3 of them were talking, someone else walked in.
Lin resumed her impassive expression and, acting strictly by the book, let the other person order. Seeing that Lin had to get back to work, Pingyan and Ing didn't feel right about holding her up any longer. The 2 sat at their table waiting for their food, making small talk. Before long, Lin brought out the dish Ing had ordered.
When the others saw this, they immediately protested, "Hey, comrade, why hasn't anyone brought our food yet? State-run restaurants have no obligation to serve customers." Lin retorted bluntly. "You have 2 hands and 2 feet. What gives you the right to order me around? You."
The man started to say something, but suddenly realized he didn't have a leg to stand on.
Lin has really come a long way here.
Hearing what Lin had just said, a smile spread across Pingyan's face. "That's good, she won't get pushed around by others anymore." "That's true," Ing nodded in agreement and added, "she is too easygoing, she tends to get taken advantage of." The next dish was ready, and Pingyan went over to bring it over herself. Lin wanted to help, but Pingyan refused. Not only that, but when the last dish arrived, Pingyan even pulled Lin over to sit down.
"Go ahead and eat."
"No one's here right now," Pingyan said.
"Once customers arrive, you can go back to work."
As he spoke, Pingyan served some food to both Ing and Lin. Due to company policy, Pingyan couldn't treat everyone equally. But he would do his best to look out for Lin, letting her know he cared about her. He might have failed as a water carrier, but he was determined to excel as a time management master. Although Lin was worried she might get scolded by her boss, once she sat down and tasted the food Pingyan had served her, she felt it would be worth it even if she did get reprimanded. As the 3 of them ate, Lin brought up the topic of Pingyan and Ing's marriage. With her sister there to offer input, Ing found herself discussing it with even more enthusiasm. It was just a pity that Lin had to step away to work the register from time to time, making their conversation a bit choppy.
"Comrade Chang."
Just as Pingyan and the others had finished eating, Chef Tan walked out. He said somewhat sheepishly, about that braised pork we talked about earlier, I've already prepared the seasoning." Chef Tan had already made arrangements with Pingyan, but since Pingyan had come to the restaurant the past couple of days without bringing it up, he wasn't sure if Pingyan had forgotten or simply didn't want to go through with it.
"Is that so?"
Hearing Chef Tan's words, Pingyan replied, "That works out perfectly, I'm almost ready on my end."
Comrade Tan, I'll bring the meat with me when I come to pick up Lin tonight. Alright.
Chef Tan nodded repeatedly and said, if you can come tonight, I can finish stewing it tonight. I'll have it ready for you tomorrow. When it came to braised pork, Pingyan only needed to provide the pork, while Chef Tan had to take care of the rest.
We'll see how it goes, Pingyan said. We've got to get back to work now. See you tonight.
After that, the two went their separate ways.
Didn't know about the braised pork.
On the way back, Pingyan said, Chef Tan's ancestors were imperial chefs, so his cooking skills are top-notch and his braised pork is absolutely unbeatable.
It was already delicious enough at the state-run restaurant, right?
Actually, that's nowhere near his true level. I'm planning to get some meat and have him stew it up.
We'll satisfy our cravings then.
I see. It was the deputy director who handled the daily work assignments.
I've already finished my morning tasks.
This afternoon, I only have to make a delivery to 3 department stores, Nyoben said.
I've already discussed this with my supervisor. He said if you agree, we can switch. Pingyan paused. He had absolutely no reason to refuse.
Running around to 3 department stores in the city was the easiest job there was. Pingyan didn't hesitate any longer and immediately followed Nyoben to report to the deputy factory director. The deputy factory director at the textile mill and Nyoben's father were both at the deputy director level and had a good personal relationship, which was why he specially arranged this light workload for Nyoben. But now that Nyoben was asking to switch, he had no reason to refuse. After a brief exchange, the two easily swapped their work assignments for the day. Pingyan drove off to the warehouse to load the goods, while Nyoben, before leaving, pleaded, Uncle Wang, please make sure to assign me more work at the materials plant from now on. Whether I can get married soon depends entirely on you.
So that's what it's all about. Hearing Nyoben's words, Deputy Director Wang immediately understood. Don't worry, leave it to me. Back in the workshop, an acquaintance spotted Ing and greeted him. Hey, Comrade Ing, you're back. Huh? Ing was taken aback. How did you know I was getting married today? Acquaintance, who asked you that? Chapter 65, the car really did break down. Pingyan's afternoon shift was a breeze. Between loading and unloading the cargo and making the delivery, the whole job was wrapped up in just 2.5 hours. What's more, Pingyan didn't just make a delivery on this trip, he also picked up some food and household items from 3 department stores along the way. He got the notebooks and pens Lily needed, the glutinous rice sticks Ing loved, a hair clip for Lin, and some vegetables for the family. Pingyan had planned the route in advance. On the way home, he took a slight detour down a side street and arrived at his uncle's house. Pingyan took a 20-jean bag of flour and a bolt of cloth from his storage space, along with the freshly bought vegetables, pens, and notebooks, and brought them all back home. Fong quickly realized that Pingyan had used his work as an excuse to come home, but she didn't scold him. She just looked at the flour and vegetables he brought back and said, "We still have some at home. Why did you buy these?" "It was on my way," Pingyan replied. "I got the flour for free after delivering something for someone else. The fabric is defective fabric the factory gave me as a reward. The vegetables I picked up from the store while making a delivery and the pen and notebook are for Lily." Pingyan casually made up the origins of the items to put his aunt at ease. Just as he was putting them down, Lily ran out. When she saw the pen and notebook, she quietly accepted them. "Thanks, big brother. You still remember that your cute little sister is a student?" "Of course." Pingyan ruffled Lily's hair and said, "Study hard. Maybe the school will recommend you for college. Then you'll be the first college student in our family." Given Lily's age, she would graduate from high school just as the turmoil ended, and she'd be eligible for the college entrance exam the very next year. Pingyan certainly couldn't mention the college entrance exam outright, but a mention of a recommendation would give her just the right amount of motivation. Hearing her cousin's words, Lily nodded earnestly. She didn't think she'd actually get a recommendation, but improving herself through her studies could never be a mistake. After sending Lily back to her room, Pingyan turned to his aunt and said, "Auntie, Ing and I got married today."
Pingyan reached into his clothes spatial pocket and pulled out the marriage certificate to show his aunt, then said, "Let us pick a date soon. We'll just have both families sit down for a meal together that'll count as the wedding." "Oh, sure." Looking at her nephew's marriage certificate, Fong was overjoyed. Although Pingyan wasn't her biological son, he had grown up with her since childhood. What difference was there between a nephew and a son?
"Pingyan, keep this safe." Fong handed the marriage certificate back to Pingyan and said, "You and the Tang family can decide on the date. We'll definitely be there." Pingyan nodded and put the marriage certificate away again. He said, "I'm heading out now. I might be back a bit late tonight." Fong assumed Pingyan wanted to go on a date with Ing now that they deregistered, so she nodded and said, "Do you have enough money? I'll give you some." As she spoke, Fong started to go back inside to get some cash. "I've got enough."
"I have money here," Pingyan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Auntie, I'm heading back now."
With that, he ran out the door.
After returning to the factory and parking his car, Pingyan considered his day's work done. It was still a while before the official end of the workday, but no further tasks were scheduled. If Pingyan felt bored, he could have gone straight home. However, Ing was still at work and Lin was at the restaurant, so there was no point in him leaving just yet. He decided to find a spot to rest and watch the others inspect their cars. This was an instruction from factory director Lu Fengyao, asking everyone to check the cars they drove on a daily basis. The plant manager hadn't mentioned suspecting spies or anything like that. After all, even if such a thing were true, it couldn't be made public, and besides, it was most likely just a rumor. The factory staff were simply conducting routine checks on their cars. Yesterday and today, whenever they had a break, they'd go take a look at any issues. Most were just minor glitches that could be fixed on their own. However, one person actually discovered a major problem with their car. "How are we supposed to fix the damage on this car? Do we have to replace the engine? But how did the engine break down like this? Could this happen from normal driving? Repairing it is difficult. Go to a repair shop?" Hearing the veteran mechanic's suggestion, Lu Fengyao couldn't help but frown. He didn't want to go to a repair shop not because he was worried about the cost, but because he didn't get along with the manager of the city's only repair shop. If he could avoid going there, he'd be willing to pay double the repair bill. "Let me think it over," Lu Fengyao waved his hand and said, "Since this car is dangerous, I won't drive it for now. Master Zhang, please use another car for the next few days." "Ugh." Hearing the director's words, Master Zhang let out a wry laugh. One broken down car would inevitably increase the workload for everyone else. After speaking, Lu Fengyao turned to leave. But just then, he remembered something else. Take a look. Was the car damaged through normal use, or was it deliberate sabotage? Hearing the plant manager's words, the group exchanged glances. Finally, Master Zhang spoke up, "I can't be sure. I didn't see any signs of deliberate damage on it. But I really can't figure out how anyone could drive it in a way that would wreck the engine like this." "Is that so?" Lu Fengyao nodded and said, "I see." With that, he headed over to the security office to give them a heads up. It wasn't clear if Guo Mao was innocent, but he had to make sure the security team kept a close watch to prevent any incidents at the factory. Watching the plant manager leave, Master Zhang began reassembling the parts he'd just taken apart. Pingyan didn't step in to help. Seeing that it was nearly time, he turned and went to the workshop to find Ing. The workshop hadn't closed yet, so Pingyan parked his car and waited at the entrance. Before long, the workshop supervisor emerged from inside. Seeing him, Pingyan lowered his head, pretending not to notice. This supervisor was Ing's direct superior, and he had some reservations about Pingyan frequently coming to pick her up, as it affected Ing's work. At their textile factory, overtime is voluntary, and workers receive a 10-cent overtime pay. However, Pingyan often comes to see Ing and, most of the time, discourages her from working overtime. This has made the workshop supervisor quite unhappy. After all, this is an era where women hold up half the sky. In the supervisor's eyes, Pingyan's behavior is hindering Ing's progress. If Ing had worked her normal hours, she would have been promoted from level 1 to level 2 this year. But now, well, that's anyone's guess. The workshop supervisor had certainly noticed Ping'an, but she paid her no mind. She didn't care for this person on a regular basis, and after hearing all the talk in the workshop today about Ing's wedding, she disliked her even more. Anyway, their work had little to do with each other, so ignoring one another was best. Ping'an watched her walk away and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid of her, he was just worried she might make things difficult for Ing. Once she was gone, Ping'an continued waiting there. A few minutes later, the textile factory finally let off work. Ping'an watched as the textile workers filed out one by one. Some who looked familiar even came over specifically to greet him. "Comrade Chang, congratulations! Congratulations, congratulations!" Hearing their words, Ping'an knew exactly what they were congratulating him on. He and Ing had registered their marriage today, and these people had heard the news. Ping'an simply smiled in response. "I'll treat you to some sunflower seeds sometime." Ping'an offered this casual pleasantry, and the crowd didn't take it seriously. Getting married was a big deal, but these days nobody was well off. As for wedding candies or sunflower seeds, it was already a blessing if a few close acquaintances got a share. They were just co-workers at the same factory. Most people weren't that bold. As a few people stepped out, Ping'an finally spotted Ing. The moment she saw him, she ran over, moving 3 times faster than usual. "Let us go," Ing whispered as she sat in the back of the car. "I'm going home to show off my marriage certificate to my mom." "Okay." Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an let her out. As they rode, Ping'an said, "I've got some glutinous rice sticks and a can of food in my bike basket. You can take them home later." Those 2 things together cost more than a day's wages. Ing playfully slapped Ping'an on the arm and said, "I'll take the glutinous rice sticks, but don't show off the canned goods. Save them for the wedding." "That won't do," Ping'an protested. "We registered our marriage. I have to go over there today to announce the change of surname." Listening to Ping'an's banter, Ing just smiled without saying a word. It's a big day today, so if he wants to take them over, let him. Anyway, she'll get paid next week, and by then she'll be able to take all the money back to her own little home. "Mom, we're back." As soon as they reached the door, their voices carried into the house. Ing's voice was clear and loud, so the neighbors could all hear it. They glanced over to see that it was Ing returning, then went back to their own business. Ing stepped inside first, followed by Ping'an carrying the items. Once inside, they found only Tang's mother at home. Seeing them return, she smiled and said, "You're back. Ping'an, come sit down." "Mom." Ing held out the marriage certificate to her mother and said with a smile, "From now on, Ping'an is your son-in-law." "You cheeky girl." Xiaopan said this, but the moment she saw the marriage certificate, a smile never left her face. She looked at it for quite a while before handing the certificate back to her daughter. "Ping'an," Xiaopan turned to her son-in-law and said, "Since you just got your certificate today, why don't you stay and eat here?" No, Ping'an replied. "Auntie, I've got some things to take care of later." Whether it's getting the certificate or the wedding itself, who spends their first night at their in-law's house? Hearing Ping'an call her auntie, Xiaopan felt a little disappointed, though she didn't show it. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, then. Let us get both families together for a meal another day." "Sure, sounds good," Ping'an replied, then chatted with Ing and her mother-in-law for a few more minutes. Xiaopan did most of the talking, while Ing said very little. Seeing that it was about time, Ping'an stood up and said, "Auntie, Ing and I are going to head out now." "All right." Xiaopan stood up and walked Ping'an and her daughter to the door. Watching her daughter and son-in-law leave, Xiaopan couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the commotion at her younger brother's house, they wouldn't have let their daughter get married at this time. At the very least, they should have waited a few days to combine the marriage registration and the wedding banquet into one day. Xiaopan muttered under her breath, "Ugh, it's all because of your third uncle." Chapter 67, Moving In. After leaving his mother-in-law's house, Ping'an and Ing headed toward their new home. "I brought the meat back this afternoon and left it here," Ping'an said after parking the car. "Wait here for a moment. I'll go inside to grab the meat, then we'll head to the restaurant."
Okay, Ing nodded. Go ahead. I'll watch the car here. Ping nodded and went inside, emerging less than half a minute later. When he came out, Ping was carrying a bag.
It looked quite heavy, and Ing knew at a glance that it contained meat.
Let us go.
It was already past 6 o'clock, and the restaurant would close in less than an hour. After arriving at the restaurant, the two ordered a few dishes and waited quietly. When Chef Tan found out Ping was there, he went all out in the kitchen. Before long, he had finished stir-frying the dishes Ping had ordered. Ping and Ing pulled Lin over to sit down and eat with them. They noticed there was actually a bit more food on the plates than when they'd eaten there before. Chef Tan was quite the character, using company supplies to do a favor for his own people. But Ping didn't mind after all, he wasn't the one losing out. While the three of them were eating, Chef Tan stole a glance at Ping from the window. He noticed the bag at his feet and realized Ping had brought the meat. Chef Tan loved to eat and knew how to eat well. He wasn't short on money, but he was short on meat. Don't let the fact that he is a chef fool you. He could easily fill himself up with whatever he grabbed from the shop, but he didn't have many meat ration coupons, so buying meat was a major challenge. To get a few extra bites of meat, he managed to gather quite a few fine ingredients this time. Besides the common seasonings like scallions, ginger, and garlic, there were 18 spices: star anise, cinnamon, cardamom, angelica root, nutmeg, black cardamom, hawthorn, and dried tangerine peel that could only be found at Chinese herbal shops, not just the grocery store. On top of that, there was the most crucial ingredient: sugar. Sugar required ration tickets to purchase. As for the meat stewed at state-run restaurants on a daily basis, he hadn't even used a third of the spices. After agreeing with Ping on 20 gene of meat, Chef Tan was ready to stew this batch using his family's secret recipe. Just buying these ingredients cost him 4 yuan. That is why he'd been getting a bit anxious these past few days that Ping hadn't mentioned the meat yet. Wasting food was one thing, but he was genuinely craving that authentic braised pork. As a chef, not being able to eat meat that lived up to his own standards every day was truly frustrating. Now that he saw the meat Ping had brought, Chef Tan knew he was in for a real feast. Just thinking about it made his mouth water. Before long, the last customer besides Ping and his two companions had left. Chef Tan emerged from the kitchen and sat down at a table near Ping and the others. He didn't say a word, just stared longingly at the bag beside Ping. Epsilon equals Omicron psi. Ping sighed. Seeing Chef Tan's expression, he suddenly felt that the recipe which he originally planned to haggle over for ages might actually be easy to obtain. However, Ping didn't let his guard down. Until he had the exact recipe in hand, he wouldn't relax. Comrade Tan, this is it. Ping said, 20 pounds of pork belly. The quantity is absolutely no problem. Ah, that is great. Chef Tan laughed. Comrade Chang, it's been a pleasure working with you. How about I bring your portion of braised pork to the shop tomorrow? I'll come pick it up. Ping replied. I'll head over early tomorrow morning, that way I can have it first thing in the morning. Sounds good, Chef Tan replied, giving Ping his home address. It's south, so close. Hearing Chef Tan's address, Ping said with a smile, what a coincidence, the courtyard diagonally across from where you live is exactly where we live. Really? That is truly a coincidence. Chef Tan said after hearing Ping's words, that'll make it much easier for me to cook whatever you want in the future. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ping suddenly remembered something and asked, Qingshan, do you have any leftovers in the kitchen today? I'd like to have a couple more dishes stir-fried to take home. Yes, plenty. Hearing Ping's small request, Chef Tan replied without hesitation, just wait a moment, I'll start cooking right away. Chef Tan immediately went back to the kitchen to cook, and in no time, he had prepared 2 more meat dishes. When it came time to pack the food, Chef Tan simply grabbed the takeout containers usually used for customers. Thank you so much, Ping said gratefully, then asked, how much is it? I haven't paid yet. Just 1 vegetarian stir-fry, Chef Tan lied through his teeth, just give Comrade Lin 50 cents. 2 meat dishes for 50 cents. Chef Tan was truly using his position for personal gain. But since Ping was the one benefiting, he certainly wasn't going to be polite about it. He handed Lin 50 cents and motioned for her to put it in the cash box. After paying, Pingyan led the two women toward the exit. By now, it was getting darker and darker, and they had to help Lin move.
Are you going back first? Pingyan asked from the doorway.
Lin doesn't have that much stuff, the two of us can handle it. Ming paused for a moment before replying, today is sort of my first day as a new bride here, so it wouldn't be right for me not to go back for a bit.
All right, then.
Hearing Ying say this, Pingyan replied, in that case, you two can both hop on.
I'll ride the bike and take you over, and we'll use it to carry the stuff on the way back. The two women heard this and didn't object.
With Ying in front and Lin behind, Pingyan rode the bike, leading the two of them forward. For a brief moment, he felt as though he were enjoying the sensation of having a woman on each side. However, Pingyan knew this position wouldn't be comfortable, so he rode the bike as smoothly as possible and tried to pick up some speed. Before long, Pingyan arrived at the Chang family home with the two women. When they reached the gate, Pingyan saw his father waiting there, his eyes straining to spot them. A smile spread across his father's face when he saw Pingyan's bike approaching.
Pingyan, Lin, Chang said as he saw them.
You're here.
Pingyan
parked the bike and helped the two women dismount.
Dad, we're here.
As Pingyan spoke, Ying and Lin chimed in together, Dad.
Ah.
Hearing the two girls call him Dad right after his son, Chang was overjoyed.
Dad, Pingyan said. We're here to help Lin move. All right, Chang replied.
Come inside first, come inside. The four of them went inside together, and Pingyan noticed the slightly crooked table and chairs. Pingyan remembered that those were the weapons he had used to beat Jiabao and Guifan. They had been broken back then, but he never expected his father to have fixed them. Chapter 68, Lin, I want to get married. I want to stay with Pingyan and Sister Ying for the rest of my life.
Lin, Pingyan said, looking at the two women. You two go back to the room and pack your things.
The two women nodded. They knew Pingyan had something to say to his father.
After the two had gone back inside, Pingyan handed his father the food he'd just packed. You haven't eaten yet, have you?
Here, have this.
This for me?
Chang stared blankly at the food his son was handing him. In the past, his son would come over for a meal on the 1st and 15th of every month, but he'd always come empty-handed. This was the first time he'd ever brought him food. Seeing the look on his father's face, Pingyan said, if you don't want it, I'm taking it back.
I want it. Of course I want it.
Chang took the food from his son's hands and said, I'll eat it right now. As he spoke, Chang set the food down and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks.
Chang scooped the fragrant dish into a bowl, then looked at Pingyan. Pingyan, what about you guys?
We've already eaten, Pingyan replied. This is just for you. Chang nodded vigorously, then lowered his head to eat. As he ate, tears suddenly welled up in Chang's eyes.
So he could actually be this close to his son?
Then what had those past years of separation from his son been all about? It was all Guifan's fault. It was that venomous woman who had severed the bond between father and son. Ever since Guifan had been taken away, Chang's resentment toward her had only grown. Meanwhile, Lin and Ying had already packed everything up. Lin didn't have much, just a few pieces of clothing and some bedding. Actually, what Lin wanted most was the bloodstained sheet from that night with Pingyan. But she hadn't had the heart to mention it to Pingyan, and she didn't know where he'd put it. She searched for ages without finding it, which made her a little anxious. What if her mom or dad discovered it? How would she explain it? Little did Lin know, however, that Pingyan had already stored the sheets in his spatial pocket. Even if she turned the house upside down, she would never find them. As for the other items, they all belonged to Lin's mother, Guifan. She didn't want them and hadn't touched them. The two listened to Pingyan and Chang talking outside, and they sat together chatting. Lin, you must have had a hard life before, didn't you? Ying looked at the room's furnishings, the narrow wooden bed and the scattered belongings, and said softly, from now on, we'll be living together.
Sister Ying.
Hearing Ying's words, Lin's body trembled involuntarily, and tears nearly fell from her eyes. Sister Ing was the second person, besides Ping'an, who truly cared about her, not just out of obligation to Ping'an, but out of genuine concern. There, Ing hugged Lin and whispered, "From now on, with your brother and me backing you up, you have nothing to fear." Hearing Ing's words, Lin nodded. "With Ping'an and Sister Ing here, I'm not afraid of anything." "That's right. No more crying, okay?" Ing said. "Today Ping'an and I are getting married, and you're moving into two happy events happening at once. We should be happy about this." I won tea cry. Listening to Ing, Lin wiped away her tears. I'm just happy. That's the spirit. The three of us can all earn money, and life will only get better and better." Ing looked at Lin and said with a smile, "For now, just settle in with us. Get a job and save some money. If you ever meet someone you like, your brother and I will help you talk to them." No way." Hearing Ing's words, Lin shook her head vigorously, refusing. "I'm not getting married. I want to stay with Ping'an and Sister Ing for the rest of my life." "Silly girl, don't say things like that." Ing stroked Lin's little face and asked, "Do you really want to spend the rest of your life with us?" Lin nodded earnestly and whispered, "I have a job that pays the bills, and I have Ping'an and Ing, who truly care for me. Why would I want to get married?" "Ing, you've met such a good man, and my brother someone you've known inside and out for over a decade. If you're going to marry, just marry him." A smile spread across Lin's face as she spoke. "I have a job and don't have to worry about food or shelter. Why would I rush to marry someone else? The odds of marrying a good man are so low. But if I marry into a family of gluttons and slackers, would that be getting married or going to bail them out of poverty?" At this point, Lin took Ing's arm and said, "Sister Ing, from now on, besides food and shelter, I'll pay 10 yuan a month for room and board. Please don't kick me out, okay?" Some of these words were taught to her by Ping'an, and some were her own thoughts. She just wanted to spend the rest of her life as Ping'an's unofficial mistress. As long as her salary was enough to keep her fed and clothed, she'd hand over any surplus to Ping'an and Sister Ing. As for anything else? Sorry, but a love-struck girl doesn't need anything else. What are you talking about? Ing patted Lin on the arm and said, 10 yuan a month for rent? Do you think you're living in a mansion? If you really don't want to leave, do you think I could make you go? Even if I let you, your brother won't allow it. The two were chatting in the room when, after a while, Ping'an opened the door and walked in. Ing, Lin, have you packed your things yet? Ping'an, we're all set. Lin stood up and asked, are we leaving? Yeah, let us go. Ping'an replied with a smile, taking the bundles from their hands. The three of them walked outside. Ping'an loaded the bundles onto the car, then turned to his father and said, Dad, we're heading out. We'll come over for dinner sometime. Chang watched the three of them walk away and said with a smile, all right, drive safely. After exchanging farewells, Ping'an pushed the car, with his two wives in tow, heading toward their new home. As they walked along the road, Ing and Lin linked arms. They chatted and laughed, creating a truly harmonious scene. Before long, the three of them arrived home. Ing and Lin carried the luggage they just brought back into the spare bedroom. This would be her room from now on. Meanwhile, Ping'an looked around the house, considering whether it would be feasible to stay there tonight. Ping'an had originally planned to wait until the furniture arrived before registering their marriage and moving in, but with Ing's uncle's situation hanging over them, he feared the man might cause trouble, leaving them no time to get married later. While they were getting their marriage certificate today, Ping'an had also been pondering where they would spend the night. There was no way they could sleep apart. On such a joyous occasion, a newlywed couple naturally had to sleep together. Earlier, he'd been debating whether to stay at his uncle's place or here, but after giving it some thought, Ping'an decided they'd stay here tonight. However, he hadn't mentioned this to his uncle yet. He'd just explain the situation later when he dropped Ing off. Just as Ping'an was wondering if they could have a lovely evening, Ing and Lin emerged from the guest bedroom. Lin was holding a small bundle, likely containing a change of clothes. These past few days, she'd been alternating between the outfit she'd brought and the one Ping'an had bought her later. I'll take a clean set back today so I can change tomorrow. Ping and Ing said, Lin's things are all put away.
We should be going.
Ping and replied, Ing, I'll take Lin back first, and then you and I can stay here tonight.
Chapter 69, The Troublemaker is Back. Are we staying here tonight? Ing blinked, making sure she hadn't misheard.
I thought we were going to stay at Uncle S' place first. It is our wedding night, after all.
It's more appropriate to stay here. Ping and nodded. But if you think staying at Uncle S is better, we can go there too.
I'll stay here after all. Ing replied without hesitation.
I'll just pop home to grab a quilt. We'll make do here for the night. Let us head out together then. Ping and didn't object.
It's a bit late, but today is technically the new bride's first night in the house. Let us go to Uncle S' place to say hello first, then head to your house to get the blankets. All three were people of action. As soon as they finished speaking, they locked the door and headed out. Before long, the three of them arrived at the Chun household together.
It wasn't too late yet.
Aside from Lily, who was studying in her room, June and Fong were in the living room, waiting for Ping'an and the others while chatting about how they managed to bring their son back. When they saw the three of them return together, gentle smiles spread across their faces.
Ing is here.
Fong stepped forward, pulled Ing to sit beside her, and, like a kind mother-in-law, asked, Have you eaten?
Would you like me to make you something else?
Ing smiled gently and replied, Auntie, we're full.
Just as they were talking, Lily darted out of her room.
She was about to speak, but catching her mother's glance, she immediately sat down on the other side of Ing and asked, Sister Ing, can I call you sister-in-law from now on?
Ing smiled and replied, Yes, and you'll be my sister-in-law from now on.
Uncle, Auntie, Ping'an said.
Today is the day Ing and I got our marriage certificate.
It wouldn't be appropriate for us not to live together. So, we'll be staying over there tonight. Compared to the marriage certificate, people nowadays place greater importance on the wedding ceremony. These days, many couples get married without registering their marriage. It's considered quite good if they manage to get the certificate within a week of the wedding. Couples like Ping'an and Ing, who have registered but haven't held a formal wedding ceremony yet, are truly few and far between.
However, since they've registered, they're considered married, so living together now isn't a big deal.
It's certainly better than those who jump into bed before even registering.
June and his wife understood and gestured for them to just move in. June said, Go pack a few things then.
You don't need much for tonight, just enough to get by.
I'll get the rest of your stuff tomorrow.
There's really not much to move, Ping'an replied.
Uncle, I'll just take a couple of outfits. As for moving everything else, I'll come over whenever I have time.
Apart from a few clothes, there wasn't really any need to take anything else right now.
Whenever he had time in the next day or two, wouldn't it be easier for him to just drive over and pick it up? Seeing his nephew say this, June didn't press the matter. He went back into the house for a moment and came out again shortly after.
He handed Ping'an 5 100 yuan bills and said, I didn't really help you much with your wedding. Take this money, consider it my contribution.
Uncle, what's this for?
Looking at the money his uncle was handing him, Ping'an quickly pushed it back. I remember all the kindness you've shown me over the years. You've helped me more than enough. You've been more of a father to me than my own dad. Ever since Ping'an came to live with his uncle, he'd always eaten and lived off their household. His uncle had even paid for his middle school tuition. Even after he started working, he kept all the money he earned for himself. It wasn't that Ping'an didn't want to contribute to the household expenses, it was that his uncle and aunt wouldn't accept it. Because of this, Ping'an usually just bought Lily some pens, notebooks, and snacks, and occasionally brought home some vegetables and meat for them to share. In Ping'an's eyes, his uncle was truly the best. If anyone could surpass his own uncle, it would probably only be Xinxiang's uncle, Yang Jian. Ping'an pushed the money back and said, I'm not short on money. Why are you giving it to me? It's actually you who's in a bind. Getting my cousin back is quite a hassle. June wanted Ping'an to take the money, but Ping'an refused to accept it from his uncle. Fong couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up, All right, you two uncle and nephew, stop making a spectacle of yourselves. Since neither of you wants the money, just give it to me. As she spoke, Fong took the money from their hands. Then she placed it in Ing's hands. Ing, take this.
Consider it a name-changing fee. Change? A name-changing fee?
Ing froze for a moment.
Were name-changing fees this extravagant these days?
But she quickly realized that this money was a gift from her uncle and aunt to their niece-in-law. It was given to her because of her nephew. Seeing that it was about time, Pinyin stood up and said, "Uncle, I'm going to go pack my things." Meanwhile, Ing stayed seated, chatting with the others. After returning to his room, Pinyin grabbed a few changes of clothes. He'd already stowed his important belongings in his spatial pocket, so all he needed now were 2 sets of clothes to change into over the next couple of days. When he came out, Pinyin said goodbye to his uncle's family. Apart from Lin, who was hiding her disappointment rather well, everyone else seemed quite happy. But Lin quickly cheered up at Woon Ti long before she moved in there too. Pinyin drove Ing to her home, and the two exchanged only brief words along the way. Listening to Ing's voice, Pinyin could tell she was a bit nervous. Tonight was bound to be a sleepless night. Before long, Pinyin pulled up in front of Ing's house. He parked the car and looked at the lights inside. Pinyin could tell right away that something was up. Ing asked curiously. "What's wrong?" "Ing, you have a guest at home," Pinyin said as he locked the car. Without even taking his own bag, he continued, "In a moment, just go back inside like you always do. Leave what's happening outside to me and your dad." "Huh?" Ing froze for a moment, but quickly caught on. "You mean my third uncle is here?" By the time she finished speaking, Pinyin and Ing had already reached the door. Pinyin opened the door and was startled to see a small child dressed in morning clothes kneeling on the ground. Beside the child stood Li Qiang, his face etched with worry. With just one glance, Pinyin recognized the child as Li Qiang's youngest son. Who would have thought? Li Qiang has completely lost all sense of dignity just to borrow money. Forcing a child to wear morning clothes just to borrow money, how could he even think of such a thing? Li Qiang glanced at Pinyin and Ing as they entered, and his body trembled involuntarily. But he quickly regained his composure. He looked at his second older brother, who was seething with rage, and said, "Brother, just agree to lend me the money. You don't want a funeral at Ing's wedding, do you?" Smack! Chapter 70, A Brutal Beating. Just as Li Qiang spoke, Pinyin slapped him across the face. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on Li Qiang's cheek, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of his mouth. The blow left Li Qiang completely stunned. Had he really just been hit? It took him a while to come to his senses. He clenched his teeth and swung his fists, fighting Pinyin with all his might. Unfortunately, Pinyin was far too strong for him. He caught Li Qiang's incoming punch with his left hand and countered with a blow to Li Qiang's stomach. Thud! The punch sent Li Qiang crashing to the ground, writhing in pain and unable to get up. Pinyin had actually held back while hitting him at Woon Ti due to end up in jail on his wedding day. Li Qiang lay on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. He pointed at Pinyin and said, You what?" Pinyin cut him off before he could finish. "What? You tried to ruin my wedding, and now you're telling me I can't hit you?" Li Qiang snarled, "I want to let Ing marry you." "You've got some nerve." Pinyin retorted. "You're just a fucking relative, do you really think you're all that?" As he spoke, Pinyin began to stretch his limbs. It was a habit left over from his days as a gangster in his past life. After loosening his wrists and ankles, he was ready to beat him half to death. "Brother!" Li Qiang sensed the threat from Pinyin. He lay on the ground and looked up at his second older brother. "Aren't you going to do anything about this? Step in?" Li Min was so furious he grabbed a cup from the table and hurled it at him. "You son of a bitch, you're using Mama's portrait to threaten me, and you expect me to take your side?" Hearing his father-in-law's words, Pinyin finally noticed that the young man in mourning was still clutching a photo. His father-in-law's damn portrait? No wonder Pinyin had walked in to see the kid in mourning clothes, yet his father-in-law had only been angry and hadn't laid a hand on him. So Li Qiang had pulled out the big guns.
Last time he brought his own father, this time he is planning to summon the dead? You really have no shame at all. Ping-an looked at Li Qiang. This guy, he has quite a character. To be this shameless, 99.99% of the world's population would have to admit defeat. Little guy. Ping-an patted Li Qiang's youngest son on the shoulder. Seeing him on the verge of tears, he reached out to pull the photo from his hand. No, don't. Xiaozhou clung to the portrait, refusing to let go, and said, if I lose this photo, my dad will beat me to death. Let go now, and I guarantee he won't dare to beat you to death. Ping-an alternated between coaxing and threatening, if you don't let go, I guarantee you won't walk out of this room alive. Xiaozhou froze for a moment, and Ping-an immediately snatched the photo from his hands and handed it to his father-in-law, Li Min. He turned to look at Li Qiang and said coldly, you really aren't afraid of dying, are you? Li Qiang felt sick to his stomach under Ping-an's contemptuous gaze. He struggled to his feet and roared, you go ahead and beat me to death if you dare. Smack! Ping-an landed another slap, leaving the right side of Li Qiang's face red and swollen. Dad! Ping-an turned to Li Min and asked, do you still want this relative? If not, I'll take him straight to the police station right now. Li Min stroked his mother's portrait and gritted his teeth. Take him. I'll go with you. Ever since that bastard Li Qiang had the nerve to send his kid dressed in mourning clothes and carrying Mama's portrait, I've stopped recognizing him as my brother. All right. Ping-an had been waiting for exactly those words. Without another word, he grabbed both of them and headed for the door. What are you doing? Hearing that Ping-an was actually going to hand him over to the police, Li Qiang finally panicked. He dared to do this precisely to play the sympathy card and get his second older brother to lend him money. He knew his second older brother valued family ties and wouldn't let him get arrested. But that bastard Ping-an was actually going to hand him over to the police without a second thought. Second older brother, you've got to stop him. Li Qiang panicked, pleading, second older brother, we're blood brothers. No matter how much Li Qiang wailed, Ping-an showed no sign of backing down. He dragged him toward the door, looking every bit as if he intended to kill him. As for Li Min, he felt utterly heartbroken. He had completely given up on this younger brother. As for whether his father, older brother, or older sister would blame him, he no longer cared. If they were going to hold this against him, then he truly had nothing to say. Hearing the commotion, quite a few people came out of their houses to watch the spectacle. In fact, many had already known about the situation in Li Min's family. Now that the noise had changed, they immediately came out to see what was happening. Oh my, what is going on here? Didn't they say the Tang family's daughter was getting married? Why is the Tang family putting on this show? That son of a bitch wore mourning clothes to my wedding to jinx me. I'm going to have them thrown in jail. Ping-an offered a quick explanation and said, everyone, go home. There is nothing to see here. If you want a spectacle, go straight to the police station. He had to explain. How could he not care? How could his in-laws not care? With that bastard Li Qiang stirring things up, how are they ever going to live here anymore? Hearing Ping-an's words, the neighbors who come out to gawk all fell silent. Go to the police station to watch the spectacle? Are you crazy, or are we? Ping-an dragged Li Qiang and his son toward the door. Li Qiang struggled every which way but couldn't break free. Smack! Behave yourself. Smack! If you don't behave, I'll beat you to death. Along the way, Ping-an found Li Qiang struggling so violently he could barely hold on, so he landed a hard punch on him. After each blow, Li Qiang would settle down for a while. 20 minutes later, Ping-an dragged the two of them into the police station. Li Long, who was on duty, saw the commotion outside and hurried out. Whoa, what is going on here? Officer, Ping-an said, dumping the two men on the ground. It's my wedding day, and these two bastards showed up at my wife's house in mourning clothes, clutching a dead man's photo, just to cause trouble. What? Li Long was stunned by Ping-an's words. This guy is out to make a mortal enemy. Li Long narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Li Qiang, who was battered and disheveled. Officer, Li Min spoke up, I'm Ping-an's father-in-law. Let me handle the rest here. My son-in-law needs to go back and take care of my daughter.
All right. Li Long didn't object.
He glanced at Ping An and said, Comrade Chang, you can go back first. I'll take a statement from your father-in-law here. You'll be back in a few minutes.
Thank you, Comrade Police Officer, Ping An said politely, then turned and walked out. But just as Ping An reached the entrance of the police station, he suddenly spotted a lovely figure.
Ing. Chapter 71, The Red Wedding Gown.
Ping An quickened his pace, took a couple of steps forward, and stopped in front of Ing.
Ing, you're here? Of course I'm here to pick you up. Ing hugged Ping An and asked, Where's my dad? He is here to give a statement. Ping An explained, I didn't mention your cousin's gambling.
At most, your uncle will be detained for a few days over this. It was Tang Xiaohai who was gambling. Even if they arrested Li Qiang, it wouldn't do any good.
Whether he spoke up or not, it wouldn't extend Li Qiang's detention.
The only question was whether the other gamblers would beat up Tang Xiaohai now that Li Qiang had been arrested.
Probably, right?
After all, they're just after money. They definitely wouldn't kill him.
Let us go home then. Ing was relieved her father was safe. As for how Uncle Li Qiang would ultimately be sentenced, that wasn't her concern.
Just for having the nerve to send a child dressed in mourning clothes and carrying a photo of his grandmother to her house today, she'd have killed him if it weren't for the sound legal system.
Ping
An replied, hopped on his bike, and rode her home. Before long, the two were back. By then, Zhao Pan had already packed out 2 sets of clothes and some bedding for her daughter. Some were on the bed, and the rest were being tied onto the bike by the two of them.
Sis, brother-in-law, you're back. Tang Xiaozuan smiled when he saw them.
Mom said we should at least make the trip, so she asked me to help haul some stuff over. Ing glanced at the large bundle and smiled.
Xiaozuan, thanks for your help. No problem, Tang Xiaozuan replied.
Sis, brother-in-law, there's another small bag inside the house. You should go get that too.
Okay, got it. Ing replied, taking Ping An's hand and heading back into the room.
After speaking, Ing and Ping An walked back inside.
Zhao Pan had already laid out Ing's clothes on the bed, and the most eye-catching item among them was, without a doubt, that red dress.
It was the dress her mother had made for her wedding.
What are you thinking about?
Seeing Ing staring off into space, Ping An waved his hand in front of her face and said, Want to wear it?
Why not put it on when we get home tonight? Hearing Ping An's words, Ing blushed and whispered, Fine, I'll wear it. Hearing Ing's reply, a faint smile touched Ping An's lips. That was fantastic.
Hearing Ing's words, Ping An immediately became even more diligent.
The two of them picked up their things and headed outside.
When they reached the door, Ping An saw his mother-in-law and brother-in-law waiting there. Ping An tied the quilt to the crossbeam, while Tang Xiaozuan helped out beside him. Meanwhile, Zhao Pan was whispering instructions to her daughter nearby. Her voice was so soft that Ping An could only catch a few words. It seemed to include phrases like tonight, don't be afraid, and just bear with it. All right, Ing said as she watched Ping An secure the quilts on the bike.
Mom, I got it. We're heading out now.
With that, Ing hugged her wedding gown and climbed into the back seat of Ping An's bike. Ping An rode ahead, while Tang Xiaozuan followed behind on her father's bike. Watching the three of them ride away, Zhao Pan's face was filled with guilt. My daughter's marriage, it's all so rushed. It's all Li Qiang's fault. Just as Zhao Pan was venting her anger, she saw her husband return. Zhao Pan shot her husband a glance and turned to walk back into the house. If it weren't for his terrible relatives, how could her daughter's marriage have ended up like this?
Did he really think she didn't know?
That younger brother-in-law just thought she was a capitalist's daughter with valuable assets hidden at home, so he came over brazenly to pick a fight, trying to force her to give in.
Borrow money? Ha!
If she lent him money this time, there would surely be a second, third, 10th, and 20th time, wouldn't he there? When her husband saw his wife go inside, he didn't think much of it. It wasn't until he returned to their room that he felt a sense of emptiness.
So this is my brother-in-law and sister's new home,
Tang Xiaozuan said with admiration after dropping his sister off.
It's huge. It's none of your business how big it is.
Ing snapped at her brother's remark.
Alright, this doesn't concern you. Go home.
Sis, I was just marveling, I wasn't eyeing your house or anything. Seeing his sister get angry, Tang Xiaozuan quickly added, you and my brother-in-law should get some rest. I'll head home first. With that, Tang Xiaozuan hopped on his bike and rode off, as if worried his sister might lose her temper and give him a beating. Ing watched her brother's retreating figure, then turned to Ping'an and said, Ping'an, my brother might be a bit of a wimp, but he doesn't have any bad intentions. Ing had kept it a secret from her family before because she was worried her parents would try to persuade them to move for her brother's sake. But after she found out about her mother's secret stash of cash, she stopped worrying completely.
Mama's got plenty of money.
If she is too scared to touch that gold now, would she really dare to make a big deal out of moving into a bigger house? She is still worried about being reported as a capitalist and having the family targeted.
Right now, it's best not to do anything unnecessary.
Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an smiled, I know he won't up to anything just now.
Don't worry, I'm not holding it against him.
As for her brother-in-law, he has no redeeming qualities, he is a complete mama's boy. The biggest difference between him and Jiabo is that Jiabo enjoyed Guifan's unconditional, boundless doting, while Tang Xiaozuan grew up under his parents' dual guidance of both stern discipline and gentle encouragement. He might not amount to much in the future, but he'll likely lead a quiet, uneventful life without causing trouble. That's why Ping'an was planning to find him a job before he reached the age for the down-to-the-countryside movement and set him up with a livelihood after the reforms. If he had even a shred of the mischievous streak Jiabo had, Ping'an would have just found him a job to repay the debt Ing owed the family.
Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
They'd only just gotten married, and already so many upsetting things had happened at home. She genuinely worried that her brother's earlier behavior had upset Ping'an. All right, Ing, Ping'an said soothingly.
It's already 10:30.
Let us hurry up and get our things ready, we still have our wedding night to look forward to.
Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing remembered.
Now wasn't the time to worry about her clueless younger brother, they only just registered their marriage today, and tonight they still had their wedding night to look forward to. Ing hadn't brought much luggage, so the two of them quickly laid everything out on the bed. They spread the mattress and bedding directly on the bed, followed by a brand new bright red quilt. Just as she was waiting for Ping'an to boil water, she suddenly remembered they didn't even have a stove here yet. But Ping'an wasn't at a loss. Ing, wait here for a moment, Ping'an said, picking up the kettle and basin he bought and heading outside. 5 minutes later, Ping'an returned carrying a basin of hot water. However, Ing had already changed into a stunning red wedding gown.
Chapter 72, The Wedding Night.
As the factory beauty of the textile mill, Ing's figure and looks were, of course, beyond reproach. Without a doubt, she perfectly matched the aesthetic standards of the general public at that time. Now that Ing had changed into a red wedding gown, she looked even more captivating. Even though Ping'an was already accustomed to her beauty, he still found himself momentarily transfixed. So beautiful she truly lives up to being my wife.
Ing looked at the hot water in his hands and asked curiously, where did you get this?
From the neighbor, of course. Ping'an snapped back to reality and replied, this basin plus having him fill a kettle it cost a dime in total. As he spoke, Ping'an poured half the water from the basin into another basin. A dime for such a small amount of hot water was certainly a bit pricey. But since Ping'an and Ing needed it tonight, they couldn't be picky. Ing also thought it was a bit expensive, but after a busy day, they needed to wash up and go to bed. Never mind a dime for hot water, even if the neighbor had asked for 2 dimes, they would have had to grit their teeth and pay it. With that basin of hot water, the two of them washed their hands, faces, and feet. When Ping'an went out to pour out the water, he brought back a kettle of freshly boiled water. He poured hot water into their enamel cups, and by the time he returned to the bedside, Ing was already sitting there quietly. Ping'an could hardly wait any longer and sat down beside her.
Ing, you're so beautiful.
Ping'an gazed at his bride, his heart racing with more than just excitement. Ing replied softly, then said, Ping'an, let us rest. All right, Ping'an answered, his hands trembling as he began to untie the sash of Ing's red wedding gown. Before long, the two lay together. Red candles cast flickering shadows through the gauze window. Silk curtains hang low, concealing the scent of love. Shy fingers trace the spot where the mandarin ducks entwine. Spring tides rise quietly in the moonlit west wing. Night, the bridal chamber. This was Ping'an and Ing's first time in this life, and, as fate would have it, their only time in their past life had also been on this very day. After their lovemaking, Ing was too exhausted to move. Ping'an was about to get up to clean up the mess, but Ing was lying on his arm and wouldn't let go. "Don't move just yet. Let me rest for a bit." She was a little tired and wanted to rest.
Ping'an. A few minutes later, Ing looked at Ping'an and said, "It shouldn't hurt anymore, right?" "Probably not," Ping'an replied. "If it hurt every time, not so many people would like it." "That's good." Ing let out a sigh of relief. She hadn't enjoyed the first part at all.
"Ping'an, I'm going to rest a little longer," Ing said.
"Shall we continue in a bit? Is today still okay?" Ping'an was a little worried.
He hadn't used the dual cultivation skill just now, so Ing hadn't had a chance to rest properly. "I should be okay in a bit," Ing thought for a moment before saying, "but right now, I want to clean up."
Ping'an replied, then added, "I'll take care of you."
With that, Ping'an got up to pour some water. Ing rolled over and felt a sharp, tearing sensation throughout her body. She hadn't realized it until she moved. She thought she was fine. But the moment she shifted, Ing realized she overestimated her own endurance. Still, she already agreed to it, and Ing wasn't the type to go back on her word. Her body swayed slightly as she tucked away a blood-stained white handkerchief. Looking at that splash of bright red, Ing couldn't help but chuckle.
"Is this what marriage feels like? It's wonderful. What are you pondering?"
Hearing Ing's mutterings, Ping'an, who had already brought over some warm water, said, "Don't move.
Let me wash you up." Ing gave a soft reply, offering no objection.
Right now, she certainly didn't have the strength to clean herself. As Ping'an tended to Ing's hygiene, his hand paused involuntarily. Back when he'd just been reborn and had been with Lin, he hadn't shown a shred of tenderness.
"What am I thinking?
Jerk.
Right now, it's all about Ing."
Pushing those thoughts aside, Ping'an finished cleaning Ing up. After putting the items down, he quickly crawled back under the covers. Ping'an didn't rush to go again. He simply held her gently and said, "I'll take a few days off from the factory tomorrow. You should rest for a while."
"You have to take time off,"
Ing murmured, then added, "Ping'an, I'm all set."
Hearing what Ing meant, Ping'an sprang into action. After their lovemaking. It's true. Ing's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ping'an. "It really doesn't hurt."
At that, Ing muttered under her breath, "If I'd known this, I would slept with you 3 years ago."
"I heard that."
Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an teased, 3 years ago, we were close, sure, but we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend yet." Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing's hand slid restlessly across Ping'an's abs a couple of times, and she said, "If I hadn't chased after you, we might not even be boyfriend and girlfriend now."
"That's not true." "That's not true." Ping'an retorted. "I was the one chasing after you. How could you say I was the one chasing you? Isn't that right?" Ing watched Ping'an squirm and said, "Then do you remember when we started working at the factory?
Back when you were a textile worker, we weren't even in the same workshop, yet we kept running into each other. And at mealtimes, we always seemed to end up sitting together by chance."
"Huh?"
Hearing Ing's words, Ping'an couldn't help but realize the truth. Once or twice might have been a coincidence, but when there are too many coincidences, it must be someone's deliberate plan. So, it wasn't just that they were childhood sweethearts, it was that Ing had been taking the initiative step by step.
"I understand everything now."
Ping'an pulled Ing into his arms and said, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I'd known, I definitely would been more proactive." "I was afraid of scaring you," Ing said softly, feeling the warmth of Ping'an's embrace.
"What if you only saw me as a friend?"
"I was afraid that once you knew I liked you, you'd start to distance yourself from me."
"How could I?" Only a fool would distance himself from you. Ping-in kissed Ing again.
Thankfully, it's not too late. We're married now, after all. Ing gave a soft reply, then said, Ping-in.
I'm here.
After they were done, he held his wife close as they fell asleep.
Time flew by, and the next day arrived quickly.
When Ping-in woke up, it was only around 6 o'clock. Most people were still having breakfast.
Ping-in said, Ing, you rest at home. I'll go get breakfast. Ing nodded and replied, go ahead. I'll clean the house. Okay. Ping-in responded, grabbed a large pot, and headed out the door. Chapter 73, 72 Legs, the furniture is complete.
Ping-in's house was just across the street from Chef Tan's, a straight line distance of only about 30 meters, so there was no need to ride a bike.
When Ping-in arrived, he knocked on the door. Comrade Tan, is Comrade Tan home? Coming. Soon, an elderly woman opened the door.
The woman was somewhat plump.
She looked at Ping-in and asked, Comrade, are you here to see old Tan? Hello, Auntie, Ping-in replied. I'm here to see Comrade Xingshan.
Xingshan was, in fact, Chef Tan's real name.
Comrade Chang, come on in.
Just then, Xingshan emerged from the house and invited Ping-in toward the kitchen. I've already prepared those 20 pounds of meat from yesterday, Xingshan said, pointing to the pot. Most of it is braised pork, a small portion is stewed pork, and I used a bit of the pork belly to make twice-cooked pork. We had that for dinner last night. It smells so good, Ping-in said, looking at the braised and stewed pork. Just for this aroma alone, that pig didn't die in vain.
Ha ha! Xingshan chuckled and asked, Comrade Chang, do you want just the braised meat, or a mix of braised and stewed? A mix, please, Ping-in replied. We'll split the remaining braised and stewed meat 50-50.
No problem, Xingshan replied, first scooping out half the braised meat. Then, he split the large piece of stewed meat down the middle. Though they agreed to split it evenly, when Xingshan was selecting the pieces, he still gave the slightly larger portions to Ping-in.
As raw meat cooks, moisture is released. 20 pounds of meat would yield just over 16 pounds once cooked.
At this point, Ping-in had received about 9 jin of meat. Comrade Tan, Ping-in said, glancing at the meat in his own pot and then pointing to the braising liquid in the other's pot.
Give me a little more of the broth.
With this flavor, I can make delicious braised eggs and braised greens when I get home.
No problem, I love eating it that way too.
Seeing that Ping-in wanted the braising broth, Xingshan didn't refuse. He simply picked up the pot and poured it into Ping-in's pot. Before long, Ping-in's pot was filled with the braising liquid. However, all of Xingshan's seasonings were at the bottom of his own pot. Not a single drop had been poured over. Ping-in wasn't surprised by this. Before he got the recipe, he had to take things slowly.
But until then,
just because they were all eating meat together, whenever Ping-in went to eat at the state-run restaurant in the future, they'd have to serve him full portions. Even if they couldn't give him a discount, for the same price, Xingshan would have to give Ping-in a third more, wouldn't he?
Thanks, Ping-in said. Comrade Tan, I'm heading home now.
Take your time, Xingshan replied. I steamed a pot of buns this morning. Take a few home with you, it'll save you the trouble of cooking. As he spoke, Xingshan stuffed 6 buns into a bag. Here you go.
Well, thanks.
Ping-in didn't make a fuss. He thanked the other person and walked out the door with the bag in hand. On the way home, Ping-in checked the items in his spatial pocket.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the 72-legged complete furniture set.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Peach Blossom Rune.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Wealth Rune. Peach Blossom Rune, automatically claimed after leaving a 5-star review, ensures a steady stream of romantic opportunities for the next year. Wealth Rune, automatically claimed after leaving a 5-star review, doubles your income for the next year. Ping-in hadn't even had a chance to look at them properly when the Peach Blossom Rune and Wealth Rune vanished.
Did I use them?
Ping-in felt like he hadn't used them yet, but the 2 runes were already gone. Still, Ping'an didn't mind he'd just have to work hard to check in from now on.
Who knows, maybe he'd get them again someday.
Ping'an wrapped his arms around Ing, closed his eyes to rest, and then began inspecting the furniture. This complete set of furniture, with its 72 legs, included 2 double beds, 2 large wardrobes, 3 nightstands, as well as a coffee table, a sofa, a 5-drawer chest, a desk, a set of tall and short cabinets, a square table, and 4 chairs. The material wasn't the rare golden thread Nanmu wood, but just ordinary hard pear wood. The material was common, but the craftsmanship was exquisite. The furniture had finally arrived. Ping'an planned to bring the furniture home on his way back from driving today. He had already told his family that he'd found a good craftsman to custom make the furniture, so now that the paperwork was done and the items were ready, it was the perfect time to bring them in. With that, the place was officially ready to live in. If there was anything missing, it was just that the master craftsman hadn't returned from his long-distance trip yet. The two had already obtained their marriage certificate, so once the master returned, they could hold their wedding banquet right at home.
Ing, I'm back.
Upon entering, Ping'an said, I brought back a lot of food. By then, Ing had already made the bed and finished her morning routine. Smelling the meat Ping'an had brought, she said, it smells so good.
Is this the braised pork Chef Tan made?
Yes. Ping'an carried the food into the kitchen and said, I'll set some aside first. Later, I'll take some over to them. Ing knew exactly who Ping'an meant by them: Ping'an's uncle, his master, possibly his father, and her own parents' family. I'll handle the portioning, Ing stepped forward and said. You go wash up first.
All right.
Ping'an replied, I borrowed 2 lunchboxes from the restaurant yesterday. With ours, that should be plenty.
Just divide it so each family gets half a pound of meat. Half a pound per family was already quite a lot.
That amount of meat was roughly what an ordinary family would eat in a month.
Ing nodded and cut the meat she'd just taken out into even smaller pieces.
Before long, Ping'an had finished washing up. By then, Ing had already packed 4 lunchboxes. She was now holding a piece of meat, chopping it into small pieces to eat with steamed buns later. Eating white flour buns with braised pork first thing in the morning, Ing had never indulged in such luxury in her entire life. But since they were newlyweds, treating themselves to something nice was perfectly fine. There was so much meat it would be a shame if it went bad. Soon, the meat dish was ready. The two placed the food on the original cabinet in the room and happily began to eat. This meat really smells delicious, Ing said as she ate. I used to think I was getting the short end of the stick by letting Chef Tan have half, but since it tastes this good, I guess it wasn't such a bad deal after all.
Go ahead, eat up, Ping'an said with a smile. All 3 of us can earn money. We make over 100 a month.
We'll never finish all this food anyway, so we might as well treat ourselves to something nice. Ing wanted to argue, but realized Ping'an was right. In the end, she decided not to say anything, tore open a steamed bun, and began eating the meat sandwiched inside.
The custom furniture I ordered should be ready by now.
While eating, Ping'an spoke with a straight face, though he was clearly making things up. If their SA truck heading out today, they can bring it back on the way. Then our place will really start to look like a proper home.
Really? That's great.
Hearing Ping'an's words, Ing, who was in the middle of eating, smiled and said, then it'll feel even more like a home. All we're missing is a bathroom, Ping'an said.
I'll find someone to come help set it up today. We'll have your little brother act as the foreman. No problem.
Ing agreed without hesitation to this minor task. She still had a natural authority over her dim-witted younger brother. It wouldn't be a problem to feed him a meal and have him work for a day. Besides, it was just supervising, watching others do the work.
Chapter 74, Delivering Meat.
After breakfast, Ing stayed home to pack up. Ping'an, meanwhile, hopped on his bike and headed out with 4 lunchboxes. First stop was his father-in-law Limin's house, the closest to his own. When Ping'an arrived, his mother-in-law was busy preparing breakfast.
Ping'an, you're here.
Xiaopan saw her son-in-law arrive and asked, why are you here so early?
Is something wrong? Mom, I brought you something.
This time, Ping'an addressed her directly as Mom.
He opened the box in his hand, grabbed a bowl from the kitchen, and poured the meat inside. Meat? Seeing such a large piece of meat, Zhao Pan exclaimed in surprise, "Why bring this over so early in the morning?" "I brought it because it's food." Pingyan chuckled and said to his mother-in-law, "Mom, we're family, don't be so formal." "What kind of family eats this much meat in a single day?" Zhao Pan didn't refuse it, but with so much meat, they'd have to stretch it over 2 days. "Enough chatting, I've got to go." Pingyan waved and immediately headed out the door. Watching her son-in-law's retreating figure, Zhao Pan couldn't help but smile. Her own daughter had married better than she had. She lowered her head to inhale the aroma of the large piece of meat, and suddenly realized, this is Master Tan's handiwork. After all these years, I never expected him to start braising meat this fragrant again. Before liberation, Zhao Pan had also enjoyed fine food. Her father used to buy meat like this for the family all the time. But later on, Master Tan refused to make it no matter what. He just served up substandard goods to fool people. Meanwhile, after leaving the Tang household, Pingyan soon arrived at the Chiu residence. Since his master wasn't home, Pingyan couldn't just barge in as he pleased. He stood at the door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. After knocking, Pingyan waited by the door. Soon, Chiu came to the door and asked, "Who is it?" With just the two of them, mother and daughter, at home, they were usually quite cautious. When Pingyan heard it was Chiu at the door, he said, "Chiu, it's me." After confirming it was Pingyan, Chiu immediately opened the door, a delighted smile on her face. "Brother Pingyan, you're here." Pingyan saw Chiu and pinched her little cheek. "Chiu, your brother Pingyan brought you some good food." As he spoke, Pingyan handed her the box. "Don't hold back, finish it all with your teacher's wife today." "Is it neat?" Before he could even open it, Chiu had already lifted the lid. "Wow, it's so big." She didn't finish her sentence before covering her mouth. Chiu quickly pulled Pingyan inside and asked, "Brother Pingyan, you brought such a huge piece of meat again, doesn't your family eat any of it?" "You call me Brother Pingyan, how could I leave you out?" Pingyan said with a smile. "Take it. Go ahead and enjoy it." "Oh." Chiu replied, taking the lunchbox back to the kitchen. After handing the meat to her mother, who was cooking, she washed the lunchbox and brought it back. "Brother Pingyan, thank you." "You're welcome," Pingyan replied. "Master will be back in a couple of days, and that's when Sister Ing and I will be holding our wedding. You should all come over then." "Pingyan, you're here." Just then, Master's wife, Sun Yan, came out of the house. Seeing Pingyan, she smiled and said, "Pingyan, come in and sit down. Have breakfast here today." "Master's wife, I've already eaten," Pingyan said with a smile. "I'll leave it at that." "Master's wife, I'm heading out now." With that, Pingyan turned and left. Next, he was headed to his uncle's house. "Xiu," Sun Yan called out to her daughter. "Stop staring. Let us go back and eat." Mom Chiu looked unhappy and said, "Brother Pingyan got married." "Pingyan is of marriageable age, it's only natural for him to get married." Sun Yan glanced at her daughter and said, "Chiu, stop overthinking things. Pingyan is already married." Sun Yan knew exactly what her daughter was thinking and patted her on the shoulder. After all, her daughter was still so young. When the two had met 3 years ago, her daughter was still in elementary school. If her daughter had been just a little older, she might have suggested they give their relationship a try. Sigh. "I'm back." Once Pingyan returned to his uncle's house, he felt completely at ease. He greeted his uncle, Aunt, Lin, and Lily as he made his way to the kitchen. He dumped the meat from his lunchbox onto a plate, then carried the dish to the dining table. "Chef Tan braised this last night, it smells amazing. Everyone, dig in." "Thanks, Pingyan." Lin looked at Pingyan and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "Don't worry about me, I've already eaten." Pingyan waved his hand. "I just came by to drop something off." "Don't bring all the good stuff over here," Jun said. "You two need to make a living too. If you bring too much, your wife won't be happy." It's fine, Ping-An replied.
Ing 1T mind she's the one who packed this meat.
Lin, Ping-An handed Lin the 2 lunchboxes and the bag they were in, adding, the boxes are from the restaurant, and the bag is from Qingshan. Remember to take them with you when you go to work later.
Uncle, Auntie, I have to go, Ping-An said. The furniture's ready.
I need to find time this afternoon to move it back. Then we'll be able to move into the house. With that, Ping-An left.
Dad, Mom, let us eat, Lily spoke as she served a piece of meat to each of them with her chopsticks. When it came to herself, she took the smallest piece and said, my cousin brought the meat for us to eat.
If none of you eat it, wouldn't that be a waste of his kindness? We'll all eat it, June replied, urging everyone to start eating.
As Lin was eating, she suddenly said, Uncle, Auntie, Lily, this afternoon, I'm moving over to Ping-An too. Hearing Lin's words, June and the others all paused for a moment.
Fong spoke up, Lin, are you moving over there too?
Lin nodded earnestly. Auntie, Ping-An is closer to where I work.
He has saved a room for me there.
Everyone knew about this, but none of them had expected Lin to leave so soon.
Sis Lin, are you leaving already?
Lily stole a glance at Lin and said, I was hoping you'd stay and keep me company for a while longer.
Lin nodded. I have to go. Only by moving over there can the 3 of us live together. Is this all you're having for breakfast?
Finally, Ping-An arrived at the Chan household. When he got there, he found Old Man Chang munching on 2 steamed buns.
They looked like leftovers from yesterday.
Aside from that, there was nothing but a bowl of plain water. The quality of this breakfast had truly plummeted.
This is actually pretty good, Chang said with a satisfied smile. There are plenty of families who can't even afford this. You're living on your own now, making over 40 yuan a month. Ping-An said. Treat yourself to something nice every now and then.
Even if you spend just 1 yuan a day, you'd save over 100 yuan a year.
I'm all alone, what do I need that much food for?
Chang didn't mention that he wanted to save the money to support his son and future grandchildren.
Instead, he said, I think this is just fine. Whether it's really good or not, you know best.
Ping-An didn't try to persuade him. Instead, he opened the last lunchbox and poured the half-pound of meat he brought into Chang's bowl.
Eat when you should, drink when you should.
As long as you take good care of yourself, that's better than anything else. Seeing his son bring him food again, Chang smiled and nodded.
All right, I'll eat. It smells so good. Chapter 75, The Furniture Arrives.
Ing was very hard-working. By the time Ping-An returned home carrying a bag of sunflower seeds and candy, she had already tidied the house spotless.
Did you finish all this work? Ping-An peeled open a big white rabbit candy and fed it to Ing, asking, Aren't you going to rest for a bit? I feel great now, why would I rest? Ing waved her hand dismissively.
All that nonsense about a woman being too weak to get out of bed on her wedding night is just a myth.
Hearing Ing's words, Ping-An paused for a moment. The healing power of dual cultivation skill really is quite remarkable.
But seeing that Ing was completely fine, Ping-An felt reassured.
Seeing Ping-An lean in, Ing pointed to the pot and said, This meat broth smells delicious. How about we use it to cook a dish for dinner?
I'll pick up some eggs later, Ping-An replied. We can have braised eggs or braised vegetables.
But we'd better finish the meat as soon as possible. There is so much of it the 3 of us will have to really dig in.
As he spoke, Ping-An scooped out a piece of meat, cut it in half, and placed each half into a separate lunchbox.
If I'm at the factory for lunch, we'll use this as a side dish. If I'm not, you can take 1 portion to have a little extra. Are we really going to eat that much meat for lunch?
Ing never thought she'd say something like that.
It's extravagant, way too extravagant. Yeah, go ahead and eat your fill. Ping-An nodded.
Since we're bringing our own meat, we can skip ordering a meat dish for lunch.
I guess so.
Ing replied, eventually agreeing.
It was best to eat the meat as soon as possible.
Ping-An had been running around for a while and it was time for him to head to work. While coaxing Ing out the door, he stowed the remaining meat in his spatial pocket. It would spoil quickly if left out for too long, but in his spatial pocket, it could be stored for as long as needed. After locking the door, Pingyan led Ing toward the textile factory. As they entered, Pingyan spotted an unfamiliar face in the security office. He knew that the two people who had been taken away earlier had already been released. This man was the new addition to the security team. Come to think of it, Pingyan had once considered getting his cousin a job in the security department. But since that wasn't something the factory director could decide, he eventually gave up on the idea. Once they arrived at the factory, Pingyan walked Ing to the entrance of the textile workshop. He said, "Take these. Share them with whoever you're close to. We're not inviting our colleagues to the wedding, but at least let everyone share in the joy." "Just the sunflower seeds will do," Ing said, looking at the candies. "I'll grab a few of these, and you can take the rest back." They were just ordinary co-workers handing out some sunflower seeds for a bit of fun would suffice. Candy was so expensive if she actually brought it out to share, how many people could she really give it to? Whether she gave out a lot or a little, someone was bound to be unhappy. It was better not to give anything at all and just set aside a piece for her close friends. Seeing Ing say this, Pingyan replied, "All right then, I'll just take these candies back." As for his fellow drivers, sharing cigarettes was more practical than sharing candy. The two said their goodbyes, and Pingyan hopped on his bike and rode off in the other direction. Happy events lift one's spirits. Pingyan had just gotten married and was in high spirits today. As soon as he arrived, he handed out cigarettes to a few people. Pingyan didn't smoke, so naturally he didn't buy cigarettes. Usually, he saved the cigarettes others gave him and passed them on to his uncle and his mentor. Today was only the second time Pingyan had handed out cigarettes to others. The last time was when Pingyan started working as a driver. He bought a pack of cigarettes to build good relations with his senior colleagues. This time, of course, they were wedding cigarettes. As he handed out the cigarettes, Pingyan asked his senior colleagues, "Do we have a lot of work today?" "Not really," someone replied. "Didn't you and Nyo Ben just bring back some raw materials?" "We'll have to wait for the folks in the weaving workshop to turn them into finished products before we get any big jobs." "It looks like your job today is delivering goods to the surrounding counties." "To the counties?" Pingyan nodded. "Thanks, I get it. The county is great. A round trip takes most of the day, and that's the work done for the day." Pingyan acknowledged the reply, got up, started the car, and drove to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Pingyan's trip went smoothly. No one turned into a speed bump along the way. When he returned after finishing his work, he first parked the car at the entrance, then loaded some furniture into it, pretending to be moving, and carried the various pieces back into the house. Since it was all just for show, Pingyan naturally only brought back the lighter pieces of furniture. Just as he was working, a neighbor doing laundry nearby asked, "Comrade Chang, have you bought some new furniture?" "Ah." Pingyan nodded and replied, "I'm getting married, so of course I have to replace the furniture at home." Pingyan gave a casual reply and continued moving things. "Your place is pretty big, isn't it?" The neighbor, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was intruding, spoke up when she saw Pingyan come out. "How many people live in your household?" Pingyan couldn't be bothered with this middle-aged woman and said, "Comrade, just stick to washing your clothes. How many people live in my house has nothing to do with you." "What's the big deal?" Hearing Pingyan's reply, the middle-aged woman muttered, "I was just asking." "Is that so wrong?" Pingyan ignored her and kept working. Before long, he had carried all the small pieces of furniture inside. After finishing the move, Pingyan hauled the old furniture back out. The completely dilapidated pieces had already been sold for scrap, and the ones meant to replace his uncle's had already been hauled over. The rest were originally intended for his father-in-law's house. However, after visiting his father yesterday, Pingyan remembered that he had damaged two pieces of furniture there. Since he had the exact replacements here, he could swap them out. Once everything was loaded onto the truck, Pingyan went back to the two bedrooms, packed up the old beds, and replaced them with the new ones from the storage unit. After Pingyan's simple rearrangement, the entire house was now filled with top-quality new furniture. With the new beds in place, the home felt even better. Now all that's left is the bathroom and the kitchen. Once everything was settled, Pingyan took a look at what remained. Actually, the kitchen just needed a gas cylinder. Once he installed it, the kitchen would be ready for cooking. As for the bathroom, he still had to find a worker to come and set it up. It wasn't too much trouble, and he had the right contacts in his network. Paying for labor, plus buying cement and tiles, it wasn't too much of a hassle and could be handled easily. After a quick look around, Pingyan confirmed everything was in order, locked the door, and left. With the work finished, Pingyan now had to deliver the furniture to his mother-in-law's house. Before long, Pingyan had parked the car. He got out and knocked on the door. "Mom, I brought over some furniture. Xiaoshuan, come help me carry these things." Chapter 76, A Gift from the Mother-in-Law. When Tang Xiaozuan saw the pile of furniture, neither brand new nor worn out, yet better than what they had at home, he was as happy as a kid. He hopped into the car to unload the goods, not holding back at all. Meanwhile, Fong pulled Pingyan aside and asked, "Pingyan, they just delivered meat this morning. Why did they bring so much furniture this afternoon?" "Mom, I had brand new furniture custom made for the wedding." Pingyan pulled her mother-in-law aside and whispered, "But later, the factory allocated me an apartment, and there was quite a bit of old furniture left in it. Since I'm using the new stuff now, rather than throwing away these pieces that are still in decent condition, I thought I'd give them to you, my uncle, and my dad. So here's a portion of it." "Really?" Seeing that her son-in-law didn't seem to be lying, Zhao Pan said, "Then let us count these items as part of your dowry for ring." "Your father put the money in the bank, didn't he? Once it matures and we withdraw it, I'll add another 50 to Ing's dowry." "Mom, you're treating me like an outsider now." These items were simply a pleasant surprise. Pingyan hadn't intended to use them to make money off his mother-in-law. He said, "You don't have to give me anything. I'm happy to have given these things." How could that be acceptable?" Seeing her son-in-law's generosity and carefree attitude, Zhao Pan worried he might think the dowry her daughter brought was insufficient. After all, on the surface, there were only those few sets of quilts. For a moment, Zhao Pan even considered going back inside to fetch a small yellow croaker to make it up to her son-in-law. But she knew she couldn't act rashly with those things, so in the end, she held back. She couldn't give them away. If word got out, it wouldn't be good for her family. After all, she was the daughter of a landowner's concubine. If someone reported her, she might very well be sent down to the countryside. After thinking it over for a while, Zhao Pan actually did come up with something. "Pingyan, wait a moment," Zhao Pan said as she went back into the house. Pingyan, not knowing what was going on, went to the truck to help his brother-in-law unload the furniture. "Don't take those two down," Pingyan said as he watched his brother-in-law move the two items at the very back. "I'll take these two to my dad's place later." Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaozuan nodded in understanding and obediently jumped down from the truck. "Bro-in-law," Tang Xiaozuan asked, "this furniture looks pretty nice. You're not going to keep any of it?" "No, I'm not." Pingyan waved his hand and said, "Xiaozuan, I'm planning to install something at my place tomorrow. Why don't you come and keep an eye on things for me? It'll take a day or two at most. Besides treating you to lunch, I'll give you 2 yuan as payment afterward." "Really?" Tang Xiaozuan's eyes lit up at such a generous offer. But he quickly waved his hand. "Bro-in-law, talking about money between brothers will only strain our relationship. Just treat me to lunch. I don't want the money." Pingyan raised an eyebrow and asked again, "You really don't want it?" Tang Xiaozuan waved his hand and said, "No, not a single penny." "All right then." Pingyan didn't press the matter. Since Tang Xiaozuan didn't want the money, he'd just have to make up for it with better meals. While the two were chatting, Zhao Pan came out of the house. She sent her son off to the side and motioned for her son-in-law to come into the inner room. "Pingyan, I don't have much to give you," Zhao Pan began. "I'm leaving this for you and Ing. If you have the means in the future, it'll be far more promising than continuing to work as a driver." As she spoke, Zhao Pan handed a piece of paper to Pingyan. Pingyan reached to open it, but his mother-in-law stopped him. "Take it home to look at it. It's best if you memorize it and then burn it." Hearing his mother-in-law speak with such caution, Pingyan nodded slightly and slipped the note into his pocket. But as he did so, he quietly stored it away in his spatial pocket. After saying goodbye to the two of them, Ping An drove over to the Chang family's place. Old man Chang was still at work at the time, so Ping An opened the door and carried the two pieces of furniture inside. After leaving a note explaining the situation, Ping An drove off to find a concrete worker.
Ha! Is that Comrade Cheng here? Wei Zhou asked curiously upon seeing Ping An arrive. Did you come to see me today? Comrade Wei, I'm here to ask for your help. Ping An greeted Wei Zhou and said, Are you busy lately?
I'd like to hire you to do some renovations at my place. Wei Zhou was a construction worker. About a year ago, while driving his car, he had come across Wei Zhou, who was being mugged on the road. Ping An had a gun in his car. He fired a shot into the air, scaring those thugs away. It was thanks to Ping An's help that Wei Zhou, though injured by the gang of robbers, managed to survive. With Ping An having saved his life, the two naturally became friends.
Comrade Chang, what kind of renovation do you need?
Wei Zhou said with a smile.
As long as it's within my capabilities, I guarantee I'll get the job done beautifully. If I can't do it myself, I can find someone else who can handle it.
Wei Zhou might not have many other skills, but renovation was his specialty. I need to install a bathroom in the house, Ping An explained briefly. Just like the ones in public bathhouses, but a small, home-sized version. As he spoke, Ping An pulled out a rough sketch. The sketch was indeed quite rough, just a simple rectangle with some approximate dimensions marked on it. As Wei Zhou looked it over, he needed Ping An to explain it to him. True to his professional expertise, Wei Zhou understood the situation just by listening to Ping An. Not only that, but he already figured out how to improve the design. Sure enough, in Wei Zhou's description, it sounded even better than Ping An had imagined. It's not a difficult job, Wei Zhou said after listening. However, in addition to the tiles, we'll need red bricks and quite a bit of cement and sand.
I can get all those materials.
It's just the cost with all the materials. It'll probably run a 60 or 70 yuan.
As for the specifics, I'll need to see the actual site first. Cost isn't an issue. Ping An replied. Comrade Wei, I came to you because I trust you. You handle the materials and labor. How about we start work tomorrow morning?
In 1972, the price of number 400 slag silicate cement from the Guiyang cement plant was 48 yuan per ton, with a clear stipulation that the price would increase or decrease by 4 yuan for every 100-point change in strength grade. The walls around the indoor bath need to be reinforced with cement, and when you add in the tiles and drainage work, 60 yuan 1T even cover the material costs.
All right.
Wei Zhou agreed, saying, I'll start arranging the materials today and have them delivered tomorrow morning. Thank you very much, Ping An said, then pulled 50 yuan out of his pocket and added, Here's a deposit. I'll pay you the rest once the work is done.
No problem.
Wei Zhou agreed readily upon seeing the deposit. I'll make sure this job is done perfectly for you.
Chapter 77, A Lingering Problem.
After saying goodbye to Wei Zhou, Ping An still had one last thing to take care of.
Gas.
Both the gas stove and the gas cylinder required paperwork at the gas plant to be obtained. Aside from purchasing the stove, a deposit was also needed for the cylinder. Ping An had taken care of these things on his way there today, so it was practically nothing. The main reason was that it hadn't been on his way earlier, otherwise, he would have taken care of it all at once during the move.
But it wasn't too late now. Ping An made a quick detour and got everything sorted. After delivering the items home, today's tasks were finally wrapped up.
Ping An got in his car and headed toward the textile factory. When Ping An returned to the textile factory, there was still an hour left before the end of the workday. Not in a hurry to leave, Ping An struck up a casual conversation with some of the other drivers. It was then that Ping An learned something from them. Their factory director, Lu Fengyao, was still agonizing over the issue of that car that was neither fully broken nor fully functional. Whether to repair it or not, he was caught in a dilemma and had no idea what to do. Unfortunately, none of them could fix it, and whenever they advised the factory director to take it to an outside repair shop, he would always reply, I'll think about it some more. Come to think of it, why is our factory director taking so long to decide?
Ping-An didn't quite understand, so he asked the senior colleagues beside him, "Our factory director isn't a stingy person, is he? I've never seen him so indecisive when buying other things for the factory before." Master Zhang looked around to make sure no one else was nearby before whispering, "Back in the day, our factory director and the current auto repair shop manager were rivals for the same woman. And he was the one who lost." "Ha?" Hearing Master Zhang's words, Ping-An perked up immediately. "There's actually a story like that?" Ping-An pulled out some sunflower seeds and handed them to Master Zhang, saying, "Comrade Zhang, tell me all about it. The factory director's scandalous love life, how could I not listen to that?" "Well, I'll tell you the whole story." Master Zhang was bored out of his mind anyway, and seeing that someone was interested, he decided to spill the beans. "Our factory director Lu and director Wu from the auto repair shop used to be really good buddies. Besides the two of them, there was also a female colleague who was close with them. It must have been around the time before the founding of the People's Republic, when factory director Lu suddenly confessed his feelings to that woman. But even though she agreed to be with him, within a few days, she was back with director Wu. It was a simple love triangle. In Master Zhang's story, factory director Lu was the one who got cuckolded. And that's exactly why he refuses to let anyone from the factory take their cars to the auto repair shop." Ping-An was skeptical about the story, because he always felt there were some inconsistencies in Master Zhang's account that didn't quite add up. But then again, it was just a story, what did it have to do with him? It wasn't until nearly quitting time that Master Zhang finished his story. Ping-An had heard enough, so he hopped on his bike to pick up Ing and head home. Since Lin still had a while before her shift ended, Ping-An took Ing home first. As soon as Ing walked in the door, she spotted the new furniture inside. "Wow!" Ing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the new furniture. "You brought it all over?" "Of course," Ping-An replied. "I originally just told old Lu to get a few pieces of furniture, but I didn't expect that once it came out of his mouth, he went and got the whole set, all 72 legs. Actually, more than half of this stuff was meant for another couple getting married," Ping-An said, running his hand over a table. "But that family ended up not wanting to pay that much and turned it down on purpose. They were waiting for old Lu to lower the price, and that's exactly when I came along. Old Lu threw in a few extra pieces, and once it was all set, I hauled it all back here." "That's really great." Listening to Ping-An, Ing found herself liking it more and more. When she returned to the master bedroom and saw the large bed, she was even more satisfied. The bed was 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. Once the bedding was laid out, even just looking at the headboard gave it a grand, imposing feel. "It's nice," Ing nodded with satisfaction and asked, "So, is everything ready now?" "Just the bathroom left," Ping-An replied. "I've contacted Comrade Wei Zhou and asked him to come over tomorrow to set up the bathroom. I've also contacted your brother to have him help supervise." "Then there's really nothing missing." Ing gave Ping-An a hug and said, "I'll go cook dinner. Will you pick up Lin from work?" "Sure." Ping-An nodded. When he'd come back to put away the gas cylinder, he'd already taken out the meat he'd stored in his spatial pocket. Not only that, but he'd also retrieved a bag of flour and a bag of rice from the pocket. He put the packaging back, then poured the rice and flour into the containers meant for storing grain. The timing was perfect. While Ing cooked at home, he'd go pick her up. After giving Ing a kiss on the cheek, Ping-An turned and headed out to pick up Lin. When Ping-An arrived at the restaurant, he found that the customers were as usual, but Lin didn't seem as cheerful as he normally was. "Lin," Ping-An said, sitting down on a stool. "What's wrong?" Lin shook his head slightly and replied, "Ping-An, I'm fine. Comrade Chang," Chef Qingshan called out from inside at that moment, "today, Li Mei's mother came here with her daughter, son-in-law, son, and nephew to cause a scene. They hurled insults at Comrade Lin and threatened her to give her job back to them. When Comrade Lin refused, they demanded she marry their son. In the end, I kicked them out and had to threaten to call the police before they backed down." "You Wayflower?" Hearing Qingshan's words, Ping-An knew exactly who he was talking about. That Yu Wayflower wanted her daughter Li Mei to become a brother-supporting demon, propping up their entire extended family.
But Li Mei was level-headed. She had absolutely no desire to be dragged down by her maternal family. She'd be happy to help out normally, but she wouldn't stand for being taken advantage of. She just hadn't expected that Yu Huihua would first cause a scene at her master's house and then come to Lin's workplace today to make trouble.
Lin's work is completely legitimate.
Pingyan reassured Lin, then said, if she wants to cause trouble, I'll see if her family can actually afford to do so.
Xinshan, thanks so much for this. If something like this comes up again, let us team up.
Earlier, when Pingyan had offered to give up 20 pounds of meat and split it with the other party, he already intended to find Lin a powerful ally.
And now, it had come in handy.
If it were just Lin, a defenseless woman, she'd likely be no match for Yu Huihua's entire family. Xingshan knew exactly what Pingyan was getting at, nothing more than continuing their partnership to share the meat next time.
He smiled and said, then I'll be waiting for Comrade Chang.
Lin, you stay here and work. I'll go to my master's house to check on the situation, Pingyan said.
If I'm not back by 7, just go home on your own.
Don't worry, Pingyan reassured Lin. I'll keep you safe.
Lin nodded.
She still had a lot of faith in Pingyan.
Chapter 78, Running into Them.
After leaving the restaurant, Pingyan made a trip to his master's house. Since Yu Huihua and her gang had been bested by Pingyan last time, they hadn't dared to show up at his master's place openly since then. As a result, his master's wife and Xiao had managed to avoid any trouble.
When Pingyan arrived, the two were actually a bit curious. Pingyan asked, Master's wife, I'm here to ask, where does that Yu Huihua live?
What?
Did Yu Huihua go looking for trouble at your place?
Master's wife Sun Yan heard Pingyan's words and snapped angrily, just you wait, I'll go and give her a piece of my mind.
Master's wife, I'll handle it.
Pingyan explained what had happened when Yu Huihua went to the state-run restaurant today, and Sun Yan was left speechless.
That bitch.
Hearing Pingyan's words, Sun Yan was so furious she could barely speak. However, she didn't forget why Pingyan had come, so she immediately told him about Yu Huihua's family situation. Yu Huihua didn't have a job, but her husband did, and so did her son-in-law. Don't be fooled by the fact that Yu Huihua is the one making the scenes. The one who is truly sneaky and malicious is her husband, Li Delong.
Sun Yan said. Come to think of it, Li Delong actually works at the same place as your dad and the others. He is a worker at the rubber factory too, but he has got a wife who doesn't work and 2 kids at home.
I figured they had enough money to put food on the table, Sun Yan said. But they have a lot of kids, and 2 of them are about to be sent down to the countryside.
2? Pingyan asked curiously. Yu Huihua's 2 daughters are both married, isn't there a son still at home?
3. The one who came by last time was the eldest son. There are 2 younger ones after him.
Sun Yan explained.
If this eldest son has a job, they'll be fine for the time being. But if he doesn't have a job, they'll be in trouble soon enough.
I see. Pingyan took in the family's situation and said, so, the main reason they're so desperate for this job is because they're worried about their children being sent down to the countryside?
Pingyan sorted out the situation and said, alright, Master's wife, I understand. Pingyan had learned another piece of information, giving him a bit more confidence. After saying goodbye to Master's wife, Pingyan turned and walked out. As he walked, he considered what approach would best solve the problem. After all, things in China aren't like they are abroad. Many underhanded tactics simply can't be used. The presumption of guilt, Pingyan had checked the time when he left his master's house and knew that Lin would be finishing work in just a few minutes. Without wasting any time, he hopped on his bike to intercept Lin on his way home from work. What Pingyan hadn't expected, however, was that Yu Huihua would be so brazen as to bring a few people along to ambush him. Pingyan activated the silencer and followed behind the group.
He took the opportunity to eavesdrop on their conversation. Mom, do you think I can get that job back?
Yu Huihua's son, Li Zhuan, asked.
Should we look for other options? Other options aren't easy to come by. Yu Huihua snorted coldly and said, I've looked into it.
Lin's biological mother was sent to a labor camp. Her younger brother has been sent down to the countryside in Zishuangbana, and she has already moved out of her stepfather's house.
You could say she is completely on her own now. Last time, I was intimidated by Lin's half-brother, but he beat up Lin's mother and brother. He can't be a good person.
Yu Huihua continued, if that Lin still refuses to hand over her job, just drag her to the registry office and get married. After you're married, make her work to support you that way, you still won't have to go to work.
That's a great idea.
Li Zhuang listened to his mother's words and said, Mama's the smart one.
Getting a job is secondary. If I can marry a city girl with a job, then I won't have to go down to the countryside.
Of course. Li Zhuang's older sister, Li Tao, chimed in.
Brother, just do as mom says.
Big sister's job should be yours.
That's right, cousin, his cousin chimed in from the side.
If that Lin dares to steal your job, she should work for your family for the rest of her life. Ping couldn't stand listening to this anymore.
These people were truly out of their minds.
How on earth did they come up with such twisted logic?
Li Mei grew up in a family like this. She really was a rare gem among such rotten bamboo.
You've got some nerve. Just then, Ping's voice rang out from behind them.
Do you even know that what you're doing is against the law?
Just as they turned their heads, Ping gave his bicycle a sudden burst of speed and barreled straight toward Li Zhuang.
Thud. Ping had no intention of holding back. He rammed right into Li Zhuang's groin.
He didn't even slow down after the impact, continuing to pedal furiously. The front wheel scraped against Li Zhuang's pants as Ping pedaled forward with all his might.
Li Zhuang screamed in pain, ah! Ah!
Just then, the front fender of the bicycle caught on Li Zhuang's crotch. As Ping kept pedaling, 2 inches of Li Zhuang's crotch were pulled upward.
Ah!
Li Zhuang's screams startled his relatives awake. Some rushed to save him, while others tried to stop Ping. Ping had already stopped and was backing up half a step while holding the bike. Ping knew that just a bike will couldn't possibly cripple Li Zhuang's third leg. He hadn't expected much anyway at most, he just wanted to make him suffer a bit. Ping parked the bike, looked down at Yu Huihua, and said, Old hag, did you go and cause trouble at my sister's workplace?
You? Ping.
Yu Huihua recognized Ping's face and couldn't help but startle. This Ping had a fearsome reputation. But she quickly regained her composure. Ping, how dare you run over my son?
I'll fight you to the death.
As she spoke, Yu Huihua lunged forward to attack Ping. Ping grabbed Yu Huihua's arm, twisted it, and sent her crashing into Li Zhuang.
Can't you see the situation?
Several young men standing nearby didn't dare lay a finger on me, yet you're the one charging at me. The few people Yu Huihua had brought with her didn't dare utter a word, and the onlookers naturally didn't step into meddle. Although no one came forward, the crowd of spectators grew larger and larger.
I heard everything you were discussing just now.
Ping said with a fierce expression.
It seems you really aren't afraid of me.
Ping, don't do anything rash. Yu Huihua recalled the rumors that Ping had injured Guifan and Jiabao. Shaking with fear, she stammered, but this time, you were the one who rode your bike into my son first. You're in the wrong.
I'm in the wrong?
Ping snorted derisively. But don't forget you were just plotting against my sister a moment ago. Ping looked at the group and said calmly, come with me to the police station to talk this out.
Chapter 79, Breaking and Entering.
So first you went to their home to cause trouble, then you went to the state-run restaurant to make a scene, and finally you schemed to get her to marry your son?
Li Long looked at Li Zhuang standing beside Yu Huihua and asked coldly, what were you thinking?
Just moments ago, Ping had arrested Li Zhuang and taken him to the police station to file a report. Yu Huihua, worried about her son, came running over crying, but the others, sensing trouble, fled immediately. Ping didn't really care about that after all. His real targets were Yu Huihua and Li Zhuang. The others hadn't committed any substantive crimes aside from a verbal reprimand. They wouldn't even be detained. Once they arrived at the police station, Ping immediately began detailing the crimes committed by the mother and son. He didn't embellish a single word. Telling the truth alone was enough to secure a conviction. As Ping spoke, Yu Huihua tried several times to interrupt, but failed each time. Since Pingyan was telling the truth, even if she wanted to argue her way out of it, she had to consider where she was.
Lying to the police would only make her punishment worse. Li Long looked at Yu Huaihua and her son and said calmly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Yu Huaihua grew flustered and blurted out, "Comrade police officer, Pingyan deliberately rode his bike into my son."
"I admit it," Pingyan said without a hint of guilt. "Officer, I heard this mother and son, along with a few others, loudly plotting to do something bad.
I acted on impulse and ran into them."
Pingyan put on the full act of a victim, speaking with such righteous conviction. "I'm willing to pay them 2 yuan for medical expenses, but I hope you'll also punish that mother and son for their multiple offenses."
"What? You want to punish us too?"
Yu Huaihua was about to explode with anger at Pingyan's words when Li Long tapped his finger on the table twice and said, "Quiet." Upon hearing this, Yu Huaihua immediately fell silent. Yet the look she shot Pingyan was clearly filled with rage. Pingyan, however, showed no fear and glared right back. "Yu Huaihua, given that the circumstances of this incident are relatively minor, you will be detained for 7 days." Chu Fei, standing beside Li Long, finished taking notes and said, "I'm warning you one more time, Comrade Lin's actions are fully compliant with the law. If you cause any more trouble, it won't be as simple as 7 days." Yu Huaihua opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. 7 days had already passed, and she feared that if she said anything else, the police would impose a harsher sentence. By now, she could tell that the 2 police officers before her were somewhat biased in Pingyan's favor. But she dared not speak up. Seeing that the 2 had been sentenced, Pingyan continued, "Comrades of the Public Security Bureau, the state policy allowing educated youth to go to the countryside is truly an incredibly correct provision. Look at this man, he has long passed the age limit, yet he is stubbornly clinging to the city and refusing to leave." Pingyan pointed at Li Zhuang and said, "If he had gone to the countryside, none of this would have happened." Hearing Pingyan's words, Yu Huaihua was so enraged she was about to charge forward and fight him. Li Zhuang was even more furious. He didn't care that they were in the Public Security Bureau and was about to strike out. Seeing this, Pingyan used a grappling technique to pin him down. Having practiced the dual cultivation skill repeatedly during this time, Pingyan's physical condition had improved day by day. He easily overpowered the puny Li Zhuang. Li Zhuang struggled on the ground, roaring, "Let me go! Let me go right now! Let my son go!" Yu Huaihua, seeing her son pinned to the ground, tried to rush over to help. But Chu Fei acted quickly, grabbing her and holding her back. "Comrade, look." Pingyan looked at Li Long with a troubled expression. "Can I let him go?" "I'll handle it." Li Long sighed and handcuffed Li Zhuang himself. "It seems a mere detention isn't enough to make you realize your mistake," Li Long said, locking both of them up. For the crimes these 2 had committed, 7 days of detention was practically the maximum punishment. If the punishment were to be any harsher, it would be beyond their authority to handle. But then again, "Li Zhuang, aren't you old enough to go work in the countryside now?" Li Long looked at Li Zhuang and said, "Once you get out, go sign up for the rural assignment. Don't cause any more trouble." Hearing the police officer's words, Li Zhuang's lips trembled. He had no intention of going to the countryside, and no amount of persuasion from this young officer would change his mind. Anyway, this officer wasn't in charge of the rural assignments, so he wasn't going to pay any attention to what he said. As for this, both Pingyan and Li Long, all 3 of them knew exactly what was going on. Li Long just wanted peace and stability, so he was simply pointing them in the right direction. Pingyan, on the other hand, would actually go and urge the Educated Youth Office to come down and issue quotas. The higher-ups would occasionally issue work directives to the Educated Youth Office, and they'd have to scramble to get people sent over. If there weren't enough volunteers, they'd have to team up with the neighborhood committee and go door to door looking for eligible young people. Pingyan didn't even need to say much. All he had to do was give the youth in the countryside office 10 yuan, and they'd chase Li Zhuang relentlessly to get him to sign up. A win-win. Leaving the Public Security Bureau, Pingyan hopped on his bike and headed toward Li Delong's home. Having obtained the address from his teacher's wife, Pingyan was certainly going to put it to use. By the time he arrived at Li Delong's house, Yu Huaihua and the other she brought with her had already explained the situation to Li Delong. Listening to their account, Li Delong was so furious he started pounding the table, that Ping'an is really a pain in the neck. He's asking for trouble. If you're unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thud. Just as Li Delong was issuing his threat, Ping'an kicked the front door open and walked right in. The door flying open startled Li Delong and the others. At that moment, Li Tao recognized the intruder and pointed at Ping'an, exclaiming, "Dad, that's Ping'an. It's him. He is the one who took my mom and little brother to the police station." Though she spoke, her body was retreating backward, as if she were afraid Ping'an would rush over and beat her up. Ping'an, however, ignored her and plopped down right in front of Li Delong. "You're the one pulling the strings behind you Huahua's back, aren't you?" Hearing Ping'an's words, Li Delong stubbornly denied everything, saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. It doesn't matter if you know or not, it's enough that I do." Ping'an paid no heed to his evasion and continued, "You've messed with me, and I'm pretty upset. But beating people up is against the law, what a dilemma." As he spoke, Ping'an kicked the table in front of him, sending it crashing to the floor. Clang! Clatter! As the table toppled over, Li Delong was furious. Pointing a trembling finger at Ping'an, he stammered, "Hey, are you not afraid I'll report you to the police?" "Go ahead." Ping'an sneered contemptuously. "I specifically asked when I left the police station just now. This one get me detained at most, I'll have to pay for the damage. How about I smash something worth $20 today?" Chapter 80, The God of Wealth Statue. Hearing Ping'an's words, Li Delong actually calmed down. He looked at Ping'an and asked, "What do you want?" "What do you mean, what do I want?" Ping'an slapped the stool beside him and retorted, "I'd rather ask you what does your Li family want?" Hearing this, Li Delong roared, "How dare you take my daughter's job? My sister-in-law Li Mei's job was bought with my master's money, and I paid him to buy it from him." Ping'an reminded him, then said, "What business is that of yours? You want the job? Fine." Ping'an held out his hand and said, "Pay up." Pay up? Not a single penny. Li Delong's salary had to support 5 people. Aside from Yu Huahua and Li Zhuang, who were currently in detention, he also had 2 younger sons. That meager salary barely covered food and drink for the whole year, and even then, he occasionally had to rely on his 2 married daughters for financial help. Li Mei, however, wasn't susceptible to manipulation, so she'd only send her parents a few cents worth of gifts during major holidays. Li Tao, on the other hand, had been raised to be practically a brother-supporting demon. Hearing Ping'an demand he pay for a job, Li Delong's first instinct was to argue. Where was he supposed to get that kind of money? If he actually had it, he would bought the job from his daughter long ago. Or perhaps, he would simply looked for work elsewhere. Why go to all that trouble? Ping'an watched Li Delong, fuming but too afraid to lash out, and couldn't help but chuckle. Is that all? Li Delong was nothing more than a bully at home. He claimed to be instigating Yu Huahua from behind the scenes, but wasn't that just because he didn't dare to step forward himself and could only resort to these underhanded schemes? Li Delong. Ping'an stepped forward, slapped Li Delong's face, and said, "Today I just ran into your son with my bike. Guess what I plan to do next time? Use it." What? It. With the last 3 slaps, Ping'an hit harder and harder. Especially on the final word, his palm left a bright red mark on Li Delong's face. But Li Delong didn't dare resist in the slightest. He backed down. A man who is a bully at home fears nothing more than someone even tougher than him. He couldn't fight back, and he didn't dare to argue, especially since Li Delong was in the wrong. Other than taking the abuse here, he didn't dare to resist in the slightest. What good would resistance do? For a minor offense like this, at most he'd get a verbal warning from the police and a fine. But what about afterward? Ping'an would definitely come back for revenge. That's it for today. Ping'an stood up and said, "I'm keeping an eye on your family, and I'm keeping an eye on." Ping'an glanced at Li Tao's incompetent husband, a flash of contempt crossing his eyes. Ping'an didn't continue with his threats, he simply walked out. Only after Ping'an had left did Li Delong explode in fury,
damn it. You're just a lowly junior, yet you dare to treat me this way.
Dad, don't get so worked up, Li Tao's husband, Zhang Chunwang, stepped forward to soothe him.
We won't let him get away with this.
Li Delong blared fiercely at his son-in-law and snapped coldly, if you're going to make his life miserable now, where were you just a moment ago?
Zhang Chunwang gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Pingyan had been right there just a moment ago, how could he have dared?
Li Delong was also a worker at the rubber factory. In terms of seniority, both Pingyan and Ing's father would have to address him as big brother. However, despite his long tenure, Li Delong's skills were mediocre.
His salary was on par with Chang's and Li Min's.
Today, being confronted by a younger generation member of Pingyan's family left him feeling an indescribable sense of injustice. He glanced at his son, daughter, and son-in-law. Not a single one of them dared utter a word after Pingyan walked in.
Li Delong took a deep breath and said, Chunwang, your family lives next door to the Changs, right? Do you happen to know what his weaknesses are?
Hearing his father-in-law's words, Zhang Chunwang replied with a sense of grievance, Dad, Pingyan has been a lawless troublemaker since he was a kid. The older he gets, the harder he is to handle. Zhang Chunwang didn't dare tell the truth. Pingyan was 3 years younger than him, yet as a child, he'd been beaten up by Pingyan quite a few times.
Ah!
Li Delong sighed, pondering how to get his revenge.
Pingyan left the Li household without causing any trouble. Mainly because he just had a falling out with the Li family today. Anything he did openly right now would easily arouse suspicion.
It was better to stir things up quietly. At the very least, he couldn't let anyone suspect him. When Pingyan returned home, Ing and Lin had already prepared dinner and were waiting for him. As Pingyan walked in, Ing, who had been anxiously waiting, rushed over, wrapped her arms around his neck, and said, You're finally back.
Pingyan patted Ing on the back and whispered, Sorry to keep you waiting.
Lin stood behind Ing, looking a bit at a loss.
Pingyan held out his right hand. The implication was clear.
Lin's heartbeat quickened slightly as she quietly squeezed Pingyan's hand. It felt incredibly clandestine.
All right, that's enough. Pingyan released Lin and Ing and said, I'm back now, so let us eat.
Okay.
Ing and Lin replied in unison and went to the kitchen to bring out the food.
As for Pingyan, he simply went to wash his hands and face, then waited for dinner. Ing had prepared a delicious meal. In addition to congee, she made some wheat flour flatbreads. As for the braised pork from that morning, she sliced up a whole platter of it. With a side of greens, the combination of meat and vegetables made for an exceptionally hearty spread. Lin had already told Ing about today's events after returning home, and while they ate, Pingyan filled them in on what had happened afterward.
Why are the Li family and Yu Hua so annoying?
Ing said as she listened to the details.
Pingyan, is there a way to deal with this once and for all?
There was, but it couldn't be done today. Pingyan simply replied, Don't worry. I'll take care of them in the next few days.
After all, Yu Hua and her son were still locked up at the police station, so Li Delong would surely keep a low profile for the time being. It would be better to wait until Yu Hua and her son were released before carrying out the retaliation.
However, Ing wasn't entirely satisfied with Pingyan's words. A sudden idea struck her, and she came up with her own plan for revenge. Before long, the group had finished their meal. Lin volunteered to clear the table, but when Ing offered to help, she was turned down. Lin spoke up, Sister Ing, just let me handle this little task. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty. Ming felt a bit embarrassed and suggested, I get off work early.
How about I cook, and you wash the dishes?
Okay. Lin nodded in agreement. She didn't mind this arrangement at all. She was just happy to have a place in this family. Doing a little extra work was only natural. Seeing Lin take the initiative to help, Pingyan simply pulled Ing back into the room. Hey, wait. Ing saw Pingyan dragging her back and hurriedly said, It's only just getting dark.
Aren't you rushing things a bit?
Click. Pingyan closed the door and asked, Ing, has your mom ever mentioned any recipes at home?
Huh? What recipes?
Ing looked puzzled.
I've never heard of any.
When I went to your house to drop off some things today, your mom gave me a piece of paper. Pingyan took it out and handed it to Ing. It contained a secret herbal formula.
Its purpose: weight loss and skin whitening. I've never heard of it. It's probably something my grandfather used to have. Ing glanced at it briefly, lost interest, handed it back to Ping'an, and said, "You keep it." I think my mom meant that when the time comes, this could be a way to make money. Ing wasn't overweight and was already fair-skinned, so the secret formula was useless to her. I just wanted to let you know about this. Ping'an put the paper away and said, "Our mom is really good to us." Ming thought for a moment before saying, "So when there is something good to eat in the future, don't forget to share it with my parents." Of course. Ping'an agreed without hesitation. It was no big deal. With the serious talk over, it was time to get down to business. The newlyweds had just tied the knot. Now that they were back in the bedroom, how could they not continue? Before long, their bodies were entwined. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the God of Wealth statue. God of Wealth statue, get rich. Get rich. Get rich. Important things must be said 3 times. Automatically claimed after powering up with love. Windfalls will come your way non-stop for the next year. P class equals picture group ID equals 1 IMGSRC equals HTTP P3 reading sign.fq novelpick.com novelpicker 13893F9BCB2F32C0C87AF0CBFD5009BB TPLV LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 187292825 signature equals 30TS% 2FP4 BYWHPDPCJXAPL 304% 3D width equals 353 height equals 530 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. Chapter 81 Authoritative Veteran Driver. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining eggs, $99.99. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining fresh milk, 1 ton. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, veteran driver. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the exorcism rune. Div data fontia type equals image source equals user P class equals picture group ID equals 1 IMGSRC equals HTTP P3 reading sign.fq novelpick.com novelpicker 65F9CCA3224247AA31F742B8D931 TPLV noop.jpg. LK3S equals 8D9630991X expires equals 187292825 signature equals 2BLUM senior 0F% 2FKHSFYGVPI 68 Jo% 3D width equals for 28 height equals 641 alt equals media IDX equals 1 PDIV. Exorcism rune: banish seductive spirits, eradicate malevolent entities, and purify the aura. Slay evildoers, ward off schemers, and avoid gossip and strife. Those in need may claim it. Ing couldn't take it anymore. How could a good person snore like that? I'm tired, Ing pleaded. Ping'an, I need to rest. Okay, rest. Ping'an kissed Ing on the cheek and said, "You rest for a bit, I'll go get you a glass of water." Ping'an got up to pour Ing a glass of water, and while she was drinking, he changed the sheets. Ing was shivering. After finishing the water, she burrowed back under the covers and pretended to be dead. Ping'an watched her actions and smiled. A little scheme. So that when Lin is with him later, Ing won't be so resistant. Comrade Ing, you don't want to fail to satisfy your husband, do you? Why not have a sister help out? It wasn't the right time yet, so Ping'an didn't go next door to find Lin. He got up, washed up, and drew some water to give Ing a wash. Lin next door naturally heard the sounds from outside, not just the sound of Ping'an getting up to wash, but also Ing's voice. Those sounds made her blush and feel a bit anxious. When she was at Uncle Chen's house before, had she ever made such shy sounds? She wasn't sure. Meanwhile, after washing up for himself and Ing, Ping'an lay down. He held Ing close and began to examine today's provisions. The eggs and milk were rations, exactly what they needed. And no matter who else might suffer, the 3 of them certainly shouldn't go hungry or be deprived of good food. Ping'an wasn't someone who had always had plenty to eat. He, too, had once gone hungry and suffered from the cold. Or rather, people of this era all understood the importance of food and drink. Veteran driver was a skill that not only granted Ping'an the strongest driving skills but also repair skills. After all, as a veteran driver, it would be impossible to know how to drive but not how to fix a car. Just like last time, the exorcism rune had a prompt but the item was already gone. However, this god of wealth statue was still in Ping Yin's storage space. It's really nice, but I can't just take it out and display it. Looking at the god of wealth statue in his storage, Ping Yin realized he could only keep it to himself. To bring it out openly would take some time. But it didn't matter as long as it worked, that was enough. With pleasant thoughts in mind, Ping Yin wrapped his arms around Ying and drifted off to sleep. In reality, he wouldn't be sleeping for much longer. The next morning, Lin woke up early to prepare breakfast for the three of them. When she knocked on the door to wake them, it was Ping Yin who opened it. Ying was still sleeping in. Ping Yin shushed her and said, "Sister Ying is a bit tired, she'll get up in a little while." Lin understood and nodded slightly. She'd been through it herself, so she knew. Ping Yin washed up and joined Lin at the dining table. He set aside a portion of Ying's food and motioned for the two of them to eat. "Ping Yin," Lin asked curiously, "aren't you tired?" "I'm in good shape, your sister Ying one tea wore me out." Ping Yin chuckled and added, "It's you, Lin, you'll have to help lighten your sister Ying's load from now on." Hearing Ping Yin's words, Lin replied softly, I understand." Ping Yin had mentioned earlier that they needed to discuss this matter with Ying together. But now wasn't the right time. Ping Yin had already picked the right moment, it would be just a matter of a few days. After finishing his meal, Ping Yin got up and went out. He needed to pick up his brother-in-law and help Wei Zhou set up the bathroom later. Of course, on his way back, Ping Yin didn't forget to bring 20 eggs and a pound of raw meat. These were for Tang Xiaozuan, Wei Zhou, and the others. Since Tang Xiaozuan wasn't taking a wage, Ping Yin naturally had to make sure he was well fed. As for Wei Zhou and the others, who were helping with the work, he had to make sure they were well fed and watered. If they were just standing around watching, someone might get resentful, and the work might suffer. After all, it was just a matter of a single lunch, so naturally he had to make sure they ate well. If he hadn't been worried that drinking might interfere with their work, Ping Yin would have definitely gotten them a bottle of bulk baijiu. But with eggs, meat, rice, and flour, surely they'd be satisfied, right? "Brother-in-law, do you guys usually eat this well?" On the way home, Tang Xiaozuan looked at the things Ping Yin was carrying and couldn't help but say, "Buying so much stuff is a bit extravagant, isn't it?" "Oh, this," Ping Yin offered a casual excuse. "We've got you and Comrade Wei Zhou and the others to do the work, don't we? Don't be shy, just cook lunch at my place. Your sister and I want to be back in time for lunch, so we're counting on you guys to take care of things at home." "Bro-in-law, leave it all to me." Tang Xiaozuan readily agreed. He'd just been hoping to scrounge up a free meal. Who would thought there'd be so many goodies? "Xiaozuan," Ping Yin asked as they walked, "it'll be your turn to go down to the countryside next year, right? Have you thought about what you're going to do?" "Well," Tang Xiaozuan replied sheepishly, "my parents told me that when the time comes, my sister should give her job to me. But I feel like that's the job my parents intended for my sister, I shouldn't take it." Hearing this, Ping Yin mused, "But if you don't have a job, you'll have to go to the countryside." "Yeah, I don't want to go to the countryside either." Tang Xiaozuan sighed and said, "I asked around about how my cousin got his temporary job, and I want to ask him myself later. But they weren't hiring temporary workers. I talked my mouth off, but they still wouldn't take me. Even a temporary job would have meant he wouldn't have to go to the countryside." Unfortunately, Tang Xiaozuan didn't have the right connections, so he couldn't get one. While Ping Yin was looking for a job for his cousin, he'd also been thinking about his brother-in-law. It was hard to say if he'd find anything, but at least it would mean not having to go to the countryside. "If you had a choice," Ping Yin suddenly said, "what kind of job would you want?" "Of course, one of the 8 major positions." Hearing his brother-in-law's question, Tang Xiaozuan voiced his thoughts, then he added regretfully, "But our family doesn't have the connections. It's practically impossible to land such a good job." Ping Yin nodded in understanding. Just for the job his mother-in-law had set aside for Ying and the secret recipe from yesterday, Ping Yin felt he owed it to him to secure that position. It was indeed a challenge, but there was still a year left. He and his uncle had scouted so many jobs recently, surely one of them would be a good fit. Chapter 82, Bathroom Renovation Begins. When Ping'an brought Tang Xiaozuan home, Ying had just gotten up and was having breakfast.
Tang Xiaozuan had already eaten breakfast, but seeing what Ying was eating made him feel a little hungry again. Noticing this, Ying gave her younger brother half a bun and said exasperatedly, "Look at you, what a weakling. You're old enough, yet you're still such a glutton."
Hearing his sister's words, Tang Xiaozuan felt a bit embarrassed. These days, who isn't a glutton?
Especially when your meals are this good, sis.
Tang Xiaozuan finished half the flatbread in just a few bites and even managed to sneak a couple of bites of meat.
Just as they finished breakfast, Ping'an heard a car horn honking outside. "They're here." Ping'an got up and went outside, where she indeed saw Wei Zhou arrive with his crew in their truck. Tang Xiaozuan, ever the observant one, immediately followed along to see if there was anything he could help with.
Ping'an smiled. "Comrade Wei, you're here early.
Better to start early and finish early." Wei Zhou gestured for the others to start unloading, while he followed Ping'an inside.
"This is the room."
Ping'an led Wei Zhou to the space set aside for the bathroom. The room was about the same size as the kitchen, but it was more than large enough to serve as a bathroom. Wei Zhou took a look and said, "It's a bit bigger than I imagined, but it'll work perfectly according to Comrade Cheng's requirements." Wei Zhou took out a tape measure and began taking measurements, gesturing as he spoke. "Fortunately, I brought plenty of materials. We've got enough to work with, however, to install drainage here, we'll need to dig a hole."
"That's no problem," Ping'an replied.
"We have a sewer line in our courtyard, we can just connect the drainage directly to that." Ping'an hadn't discussed this with the others in the courtyard, but as long as the job was done properly and didn't interfere with anyone else's use of the space, it wouldn't be an issue. Wei Zhou nodded in understanding, took out the piece of paper Ping'an had given him yesterday, and made a few minor adjustments to the measurements with his pen.
"Luckily, we have a large crew.
We can finish building the pool in a single day," Wei Zhou said. "Comrade Chang, we can have it built today without a problem, but it will take a few more days before it's ready for use."
Of course, Ping'an nodded repeatedly and replied, "We won't touch it until the bath in this room is finished and ready for use."
As they spoke, the two walked out of the bathroom. Outside, the others had already brought the cement, sand, and tiles into the living room. "This is my brother-in-law, Tang Xiaozuan," Ping'an said, pointing at Tang Xiaozuan and addressing Wei Zhou. "I'm keeping him here today to keep an eye on things, and I'll have him cook lunch for you guys."
Wei Zhou smiled indifferently. "Then we'll be troubling Comrade Tang."
It was perfectly normal for the homeowner to have someone keep an eye on things while work was being done. Besides, he had no intention of cutting corners, so he didn't mind being watched. Right under Ping'an's nose, Wei Zhou assigned tasks to the workers, and they immediately sprang into action.
The first step was to dig out the drainage ditch.
Ping'an watched the men work for a while, but he couldn't make heads or tails of what they were doing.
Different trades are like different worlds. What the hell did he know about renovation?
Ping'an lost interest after a short while. Seeing that it was almost time to go to work, he packed 3 lunchboxes with meat and left with Ying and Lin. Actually, Lin still had some time before her shift started, but it wasn't exactly convenient for a young woman to linger around here.
"Lin, we're heading to work now." Ping'an handed a lunchbox to Lin and said, "It's still early.
You can go browse the department store or stop by Uncle Chen's place, whatever you like."
"Ping'an, I understand,"
Lin replied. Ever since she found out they were installing a bathtub at home today, she'd already decided where to go. First, she'd go to the department store to buy a few things, then pay a visit to Uncle Chen's house. They exchanged a few words and didn't part ways until they reached the intersection. Before long, Ping'an arrived at the textile factory with Ying. Ying went to work in the weaving workshop, while Ping'an headed to the driver's lounge.
Ping'an checked today's assignment. Another trip out of town. No big deal, just a quick run.
It was back to Gai County, the same place where he'd helped manager Lu last time and struck it rich.
He just wondered if he'd have the same luck this time.
Just as they were loading the truck, Ping'an noticed Factory Director Lu approaching with someone.
"Factory Director Lu, you seem to be in a great mood today." Ping'an looked at him and asked, "Is there some happy news?" Lu Fengyao replied, "Your master is coming back tonight." Now, Lu Fengyao had pinned his hopes for the car's repair on Xiao Hao. If they were lucky, they'd know by tomorrow whether the car could be fixed. "My master is coming back?"
Hearing the factory director's words, Ping'an was even happier. He was just waiting for his master to return so they could set a table at home and complete the final part of the wedding ceremony. "I've been so caught up in talking about this that I forgot about the rest." Lu Fengyao pointed to the young man he had brought with him and said, "Comrade Chang, this is Comrade Sun Yang. When you go out to deliver the goods later, please take him along."
"Comrade Chang, hello. I'm Sun Yang."
Sun Yang hurriedly greeted Ping'an and handed him a cigarette. Ping'an didn't know Sun Yang. He wasn't sure if he was from another factory or a relative of the factory director. But none of that mattered to him. Since Lu Fengyao had told him to take the man along, he'd do just that.
"No problem." Ping'an asked, "Are we taking Comrade Sun Yang to Gaiyi County?"
"More or less," Lu Fengyao replied. "He'll get off just outside the county seat. Don't worry about him after that, and you don't need to bring him back."
Ping'an understood and said, "Leave it to me.
I'll make sure he gets there." At this point, Ping'an spoke up, "Director, I'm planning to take marriage leave with Comrade Ng."
"Marriage leave? Have you two finished setting up your new place?"
Hearing Ping'an's words, Director Lu nodded and said, "No problem. But for leave requests, you'll need to go through the deputy director.
Go deliver the goods first, just let the deputy director know when you get back."
Taking marriage leave was perfectly normal. There was no reason for Lu Fengyao to refuse. When Ping'an brought it up, he agreed without hesitation.
Ping'an wasn't surprised by the approval.
Once the cargo was loaded onto the truck and he verified the quantities, he immediately picked up Sun Yang and drove out of the factory. As soon as they left the textile factory, Sun Yang handed Ping'an an envelope and said, "Comrade Chang, this is for you."
Ping'an didn't hesitate, he took it right away.
He knew the envelope contained travel expenses from Sun Yang, not much, probably just 50 cents or a yuan. It was an unwritten rule among drivers: taking someone along on a trip was a way to earn a little extra cash.
Chapter 83, The Thief. "Comrade Ping'an, thank you so much."
Halfway there, Sun Yang got out of the car. Gratefully, he said to Ping'an, "I've got some things to take care of, so I'll be heading out now.
Goodbye."
Ping'an waved to him and drove into the county town. Soon, Ping'an pulled up at the state-run store, where Manager Lu, the same one from last time, was there to greet him.
While unloading the cargo, Manager Lu leaned over to Ping'an and whispered, "Comrade Chang, could you help a friend out by hauling some fruit?"
Ping'an nodded and said, "Sure, but since we're old acquaintances now, there's no need to go all out this time. No need for a lavish meal, just give me the cash instead." Manager Lu had no objection to Ping'an's suggestion. The last time he treated him to a meal, it was because it was their first time doing this sort of thing. Now that they were on familiar terms, there was naturally no need for such a hassle. After all, he'd have to eat the meal anyway, which would be somewhat of a waste. It's better to just give cash that saves a little. "Comrade Chang, I still need to make some preparations over here." After the unloading was finished, Manager Lu handed Ping'an a brown paper bag and said, "Take this. Go to the address written on it in an hour and a half." This feels just like a secret agent making a contact. Ping'an thought Manager Lu was being overly mysterious, but he took the bag anyway. Once Ping'an was back in his car, he discovered that inside the bag, besides a 100 yuan note, there was also an address written on a piece of paper. The address wasn't the same as last time, but that was to be expected. The previous location had been a temporary setup. It was only natural to move to a new spot after each transaction. Since it was still early, Ping'an drove straight to a nearby state-run restaurant. He didn't need to eat as lavishly as last time, but he wasn't going to shortchange himself either. Before long, Ping'an arrived at a state-run restaurant. He parked the car and walked toward the restaurant. Just then, someone came out and bumped into Ping'an's shoulder. "Oh, comrade, I'm sorry," the person apologized to Ping'an and turned to leave. "Thief." The moment the man bumped into him, Ping'an had already identified him. The man had just tried to steal from him, slipping his hand into Ping'an's pocket. Unfortunately for him, Ping-Yin's belongings were all stored in his spatial pocket, so the attempt failed. "Comrade," Ping-Yin called out, giving the man a light tap on the shoulder.
"Don't you watch where you're going?" "Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to."
The thief had just stolen something from the state-run restaurant. Targeting Ping-Yin was just a side trip. Although he hadn't managed to steal anything from him, he still needed to hurry and fence the goods. Now that Ping-Yin had stopped him, he just wanted to act polite and get out of there as soon as possible.
"You didn't mean to? That one do."
Ping-Yin bantered with the thief, lecturing him while silently using his spatial ability to pick his pockets. By the time the thief was getting impatient, Ping-Yin had already stolen everything of value from him.
"All right, go on then."
Ping-Yin generously let him go, then went into the state-run restaurant to order and wait for his meal. Seeing that Ping-Yin had let him go, the thief immediately ran off.
"Damn it," the thief raged. "Where is my stuff?"
Not only were the items he'd just stolen gone, but even the valuables he'd been carrying on his person had vanished. Meanwhile, Ping-Yin was already sitting inside, eating. While he ate, he took a moment to inspect the items he'd just taken from the thief. 5 yuan, 3 jiao, and 7 fin in cash, a 5 jean grain ration coupon, and a 3 chi cloth coupon. Besides these, there were a few useless trinkets. It wasn't much, and it wasn't particularly valuable. But Ping-Yin wasn't picky. Something was better than nothing.
"Is this what you call a windfall?"
Ping-Yin thought of the God of Wealth statue he'd just acquired. He'd suddenly struck it rich today. Taking Sun Yang along was one stroke of luck, hauling goods for manager Lu was another, and this thief was yet another. Could it be that the God of Wealth had answered his prayers? If it were any other deity, Ping-Yin would have scoffed at the idea.
But the God of Wealth?
Ping-Yin was a devout believer. While eating, Ping-Yin suddenly sensed a shadow darting outside.
"Ha! They've tracked me down?"
Ping-Yin guessed the people outside were most likely the thieves' gang. But thieves are supposed to be sneaky. Who would dare show up in broad daylight? Besides, Ping-Yin was a driver. He carried a gun on long trips. What kind of military might could these petty thieves possibly pose? Before long, Ping-Yin had finished his meal.
He wasn't the least bit afraid and walked out openly and boldly.
Just as Ping-Yin reached the door, a group of thugs surrounded him. Among them was the thief from earlier, who said to a big bald man, "Big brother, it's him. It's definitely him who swiped my stuff."
"Kid, it's you." The big bald guy had only just started speaking when he changed his tone.
"It's you, young man, who has graced us with your presence." As he spoke, the bald guy had already started groveling. Ping-Yin had already drawn his gun and pressed it against the bald guy's chest. The bald man didn't dare take a chance on whether Ping-Yin's gun was loaded.
With a forced smile, he said, "Young man, we've got no beef with each other. It's this little punk who is stirring up trouble between us."
As he spoke, he slapped the thief across the face. The thief had intended to protest, but when he saw Ping-Yin ream the gun, he immediately backed down. Why risk your life for a few bucks? The group realized they'd bitten off more than they could chew, and now they were all as meek as lambs. Ping-Yin merely glanced at them, holstered his gun, and headed toward his car. This bunch was nothing but thieves and thugs. Even if he took them to the police station, they wouldn't last more than a few days in jail.
Haggling with them was a complete waste of time. Unless he could round them all up and lock them away.
Ping-Yin got into his car and headed for his destination. It was a bit earlier than expected, but Ping-Yin wasn't in a rush. Watching Ping-Yin drive away, one of the thieves leaned close to the bald man and whispered, "Boss, are we just going to let this slide?" Smack! The bald man slapped the thief again and roared, "Of course we can't just let this slide. Come with me, we'll find someone to teach him a lesson." With that, the bald man led his henchman away. The thief trailed behind, his eyes filled with venom. "So I'm just a thief who can only take beatings and never get a piece of the action, is that it?" Every time he stole something valuable, he had to hand it over to the bald boss, leaving him with a pitifully small share. "Just you wait," the thief vowed silently. "I won't let you get away with this." At that moment, the thief didn't harbor much resentment toward Ping-Yin, the man who had stolen from him.
It was the bald boss, however, whom he wished were dead. Chapter 84, Dumping the Body.
Meanwhile, Pinyin quickly arrived at his destination.
He was a bit early today, but since he didn't have a watch and wasn't sure exactly how many minutes early he was, he went straight over and knocked on the door. Soon, a cold voice came from inside. "Who is it?"
Pinyin replied bluntly, "I was sent by Manager Lu."
Squeak as the door opened from the inside, the man said, "You're early."
Pinyin was blunt, "I don't have a watch, so I could only guess the time." "Some of the stuff hasn't been delivered yet, but never mind," the man said. "Just load up what's here first." As he spoke, he directed 2 henchmen to load the items onto the truck. Pinyin looked at the items on the surface. They were similar to last time. He just didn't know if they slipped anything else in there this time. Before long, everything was loaded onto the truck. Pinyin closed the truck door and waited.
Manager Lu rode up on a motorcycle.
Seeing that everyone had already finished loading, Manager Lu hurriedly said, "Sorry I'm late." Pinyin responded politely, "Actually, I'm the one who's early." As he spoke, Pinyin glanced at the cloth bag hanging from Manager Lu's handlebars. Manager Lu didn't beat around the bush. He handed the item to Pinyin. "Comrade Chang, this is a gift for my younger sister.
Please take this with you on your way back."
Pinyin knew full well this was just an excuse, but as long as it wasn't contraband, he wasn't going to make a fuss about it.
He placed the item directly in the truck bed and asked, "Comrade Lu, is there anything else?"
Manager Lu waved his hand and said, "No, that's all." Pinyin nodded and replied, "All right, I'll make sure this gets delivered safely."
"Ha!"
Hearing Pinyin's words, Manager Lu sensed something was off again. He said, "Comrade Chang, you're implying something." "It's just that it's too dangerous around here."
Pinyin sighed.
"Last time I went out to eat with Comrade Lu, I didn't notice anything unusual. But today, when I went to the state-run restaurant on my own, I was ambushed by 5 thugs. If I hadn't drawn my gun in time, things might not have ended well." As he spoke, Pinyin pulled out a handgun.
"Thank goodness our drivers are allowed to carry guns outside the city. Otherwise, I'd be in real trouble today."
Hearing Pinyin's words, Manager Lu knew exactly what he meant. Someone had displeased this man and was using him to teach the other party a lesson. "It's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding," Manager Lu immediately assured him. "Comrade Chang, tell me what they look like, and I'll go mediate for you later." Pinyin paused to recall the details before speaking up. "Their boss is a big bald guy. He has got a few thugs hanging around him. They look pretty sleazy and aren't very tall." Manager Lu, who dabbled in the black market on the side, naturally had quite a bit of clout. Asking him to handle a few small-time thugs would be far easier than having Pinyin step in personally. Just like now, he merely mentioned it in passing, and Manager Lu was already considering doing him this favor. If the other side was just small fry, sending a few people to issue a warning would suffice. If they had a big shot backing them, Manager Lu would simply pretend he knew nothing about the matter. It was true that Pinyin could bring him benefits, but he also knew his limits. Just like now, as soon as Manager Lu heard Pinyin's words, he immediately identified which small-time thugs were involved. "Just a few small fry. Leave this to me," Manager Lu said. "Comrade Chang, just focus on driving. Our deal is set in stone. You don't need to worry about those guys. I'll have them in the station by tonight. Then I'll leave everything to you, Manager Lu." Pinyin offered a verbal thank you, got into his car, and drove off. Once the car had left, Manager Lu turned to the men beside him and said, "Old 3, you know who Pinyin was talking about just now, right?"
"I know."
The burly man known as Old 3 replied, then added, "Brother Lu, is this really how we're going to help Pinyin? Isn't that a bit of a slap in the face? What do you know?" Hearing Old 3's words, Manager Lu snorted derisively and said, "Do you have any idea how much money Pinyin makes for us with every single job? This little favor is nothing." "Got it." Old 3 replied, then added, "I'll go make the arrangements right away. Get Baldy locked up tonight." Pinyin's request to Manager Lu was merely a passing mention. It didn't matter whether he could pull it off or not. After all, in a safe area like the streets, The other guy wouldn't dare make a move. But in a secluded spot, Ping-an would be more than happy to oblige. Driving out of the county town, Ping-an headed straight for the city. But not long after leaving town, he noticed the road blocked by rocks and wooden stakes.
Is this a highway robbery? Seeing the setup, Ping-an immediately figured out what was going on.
In all his years as a driver, this was only the second time he'd encountered a highway robbery.
And last time, the robber hadn't even targeted him. I finally caught up with them.
Far from being worried, Ping-an felt a little excited.
A driver who has never encountered a highway robbery, does he even deserve to be called a driver?
Ping-an glanced at both sides of the road and knew they were waiting nearby.
He checked the area ahead and behind the car, confirming no one was approaching. What kind of perfect crime scene is this?
Ping-an stepped out of the car with his pistol in hand, walking calmly toward them and saying casually, "Come out.
I know you've been waiting for me."
Just then, a burly man emerged from the ditch beside the road, laughing loudly. "What a bold move, you."
Bang.
Before he could finish his sentence, Ping-an fired a shot.
Ping-an's aim wasn't particularly accurate, but the distance between them was so close.
Killing someone was truly a simple matter.
Ping-an sneered, "You talk too much."
As soon as the words left his mouth, Ping-an fired again.
Bang bang bang. 3 shots in quick succession killed the men surrounding the gang boss.
What?
The boss is dead.
Avenge the boss. Seeing their boss fall, some of the thugs raised their guns and opened fire on Ping-an. By then, Ping-an had already snatched a pistol from one of the dead bodies. As if nothing were wrong, he dodged the gunfire from behind and charged forward, firing a few more shots at the remaining men. In less than 2 minutes, over 10 people had been killed by Ping-an's gunfire. Among them were 4 armed men. As for Ping-an, the hem of his shirt was slightly soiled. That slight dirt had come from when he jumped into a ditch by the street to retrieve a gun. In reality, he hadn't suffered a single scratch. Just as Ping-an killed the last man, the victim stared at him in utter disbelief. Little did they know that every bullet fired at Ping-an had been absorbed into his spatial pocket the instant it made contact with him.
Dead, right?
Ping-an confirmed everything was in order and collected the bodies. He then found an open area and used the power of his spatial pocket to dig a 10-meter deep pit. He tossed the bodies inside, and the excavated soil was returned exactly as it had been. No one would ever suspect that 10 meters beneath the roadside lay a dumping ground for corpses.
Chapter 85, The Master Returns.
When Ping-an handed the items from the car to the recipient, the man thanked him profusely.
Ping-an merely nodded and drove away.
He had been paid before setting out, and he had already checked that the items he was asked to deliver contained no hidden surprises. As for the rest, that was none of his business. With nothing else to do, and thinking he had no other plans for the day, Ping-an drove straight back to the textile factory.
Master.
When Ping-an returned, he found that his master had already come back. At that moment, he was examining the broken-down car, scrutinizing it from every angle without saying a word. Hearing Ping-an's voice, he suddenly looked up.
Seeing Ping-an, he smiled and said, "Ping-an, have you finished delivering the goods?"
"I'm back." Ping-an happily walked over, glanced at his master, and said, "Master, I haven't seen you in a few days. You've lost some weight." For us drivers, losing a little weight from exhaustion is only natural.
Xiao waved his hand and said, "By the way, I heard you got married?"
"I registered the marriage with Ing, but we didn't have a wedding ceremony yet," Ping-an replied.
"We were just waiting for you to come back, Master. I plan to hold it tomorrow."
"You've got to bring your wife and Xiao along."
"Of course I'll be there," Xiao said without hesitation.
"Ever since I started teaching you how to repair cars, I've treated you like my own son. If you don't invite me to your wedding, I'll give you an earful." "Master Xiao," said factory director Lu Fengao, who had been listening to their conversation, "let us get back to inspecting this car." Hearing the director's words, Xiao, who had been goofing off anyway, replied, "Director, I just got back from a long drive and I'm not quite up to speed yet."
"How about I come back tomorrow to fix it?"
"That's right, Director." Ping-an immediately understood his master's meaning and chimed in, the car has been broken for a few days anyway, we're not in a rush. Sigh, alright. Director Lu glanced at the two of them and said, I know you two aren't really focused on this car right now anyway, so let us just call it a day.
Comrade Chang.
Director Lu turned to Pingyan and said, go to the Deputy Director's office.
I've already told him about you and taking your wedding leave. Go get it signed.
Wedding leave is 3 days, so naturally, there needs to be a record of the two of them being away from the factory for that period. Plus, their work needs to be prepared in advance and assigned to others. Hearing the factory director's words, Pingyan quickly offered a couple of thanks. Then he headed toward the deputy director's office to finalize the leave request. Once his apprentice had left, Xiaohao spoke up, Director, I'll be going now, too.
Go on, Factory Director Lu waved him off.
He had a pretty good idea that Master Cho wouldn't be able to fix this car either.
Giving each other a way out was best for everyone.
Meanwhile, Pingyan had already found the deputy factory director and finished processing his leave request. With the leave slip in hand, Pingyan politely offered a cigarette. Thanks, Director.
I'll be on my way. Go ahead.
The deputy factory director looked at Pingyan and said with a smile, Congratulations.
Hee, same to you. Pingyan said, walking happily toward the door. Just as he reached the doorway, someone was coming in from outside.
Pingyan and the other person nearly collided, but at the last possible moment, Pingyan narrowly dodged out of the way. Comrade, I'm sorry, Pingyan said, immediately heading back outside.
The man entering the office was also startled and muttered, What has gotten into Comrade Chang? He is so clumsy. Hee, the deputy factory director chuckled. He is getting married. He is just happy, that is all.
I see, the man nodded in understanding upon hearing the deputy factory director's explanation.
Comrade Chang and Comrade Tang make a fine couple. Master, I'm back.
Before long, Pingyan returned from his leave. By then, Xiaohao had already washed his hands. Sitting in the back of Pingyan's car, he said, Let us go.
I might as well ride back with you.
All right.
Pingyan gave the bike a hard kick and rode out.
Master, how did this job go? On the way, Pingyan asked his master about the job. You only had one co-driver this time, wasn't that a hassle? That is just how it is in our line of work, Xiaohao shrugged, not seeming too bothered.
You're cut off for long-haul runs, but it's a shame there is that Niu Ben.
Mentioning Niu Ben, the one who pulled strings to get the job, still left Xiaohao feeling a bit helpless. That was supposed to be his apprentice's chance. Master, I should say it's a good thing Niu Ben was there, Pingyan said with a smile.
Whoever wants to do long-haul runs can go ahead, I certainly don't. Just delivering goods in the city and the surrounding counties is more than enough for me.
A single long-haul trip takes at least several days.
Even if there is extra cash to be made, so what?
What he earned from working hard all night to clock in was more than the extra money he'd make driving for a whole year.
Don't say that.
Xiaohao, hearing his apprentice's words, took them as a way for Pingyan to console himself and replied, Don't worry. We missed out this year, but next time there is a chance, you'll definitely be promoted.
It's really not necessary. I'm quite content.
Pingyan knew his master was looking out for him, so he smiled and said, Master, I really do prefer short-haul runs, less work, more money, and close to home. I can go home every day, and the pay is good enough.
That doesn't sound like you. Xiaohao said. You used to be so ambitious. Has getting married changed you?
Xiaohao thought about the changes before and after. It seemed the only thing that had happened was getting married and registering the marriage. He couldn't help but say, Pingyan, a woman's home is a hero's grave. But I really do want to rest in peace in this land of beauties. Pingyan, of course, dared not say this aloud. Instead, she changed the subject. Ing and I both have jobs, and we don't have to support our parents or siblings. Even if we spend just 1 yuan a day on food and drink, we can save 40 yuan a month. With conditions this good, how could the average person compare? As for long-distance trips and such, let us leave those to others. Listening to Pingyan's words, Xiaohao fell silent for a long while. He really couldn't argue with that. His salary alone was enough to provide a comfortable life for a family of 3, while Ping'an and Ing's combined income barely covered the two of them. For Ping'an, there really was no need to drive long-haul routes, especially since they weren't exactly safe.
You've got a point.
Xiaohao thought for a moment before saying, contentment brings happiness.
You and Ing are doing just fine now.
Even if you have a son or a daughter in the future, you'll have more than enough to raise them. That goes without saying, Ping'an boasted.
Right now, I've got everything I need.
Chapter 86, What a Waste of a Driver. As they chatted, they soon arrived at Xiaohao's home. Ping'an didn't rush off but followed his mentor inside. Xiao had already started school, so with one less person at home, the place felt rather quiet.
Ping'an's here.
Sun Yan saw Ping'an come in and motioned for him to sit down with her husband. As she poured water, she said, Old Xiao, you really need to thank Ping'an. While you've been away, he has been a huge help to me and Qiu.
Master's wife, you're too kind, Ping'an said as he took the cup. We're all family here, let us not talk about such formalities.
Right, we're all family, no need for that.
Xiaohao said, then went back into the house.
A moment later, he came out holding a radio. Ping'an, take this.
It's a wedding gift. Wow. Looking at the radio, Ping'an said, did you strike it rich this time?
Xiaohao replied with a sigh, in our line of work, who doesn't make a fortune?
Both of them were drivers, so they naturally knew all about making extra money on the side.
Ping'an used to bring some food over to his mentor's house mostly for Qiu. In return, his mentor would get him practical things, like this radio. And when he bought a bicycle earlier, the ticket for that bike was arranged by his mentor. Ping'an and Xiaohao were closer than father and son. Seeing the item handed to him, he had no intention of refusing it. He'd accept it today and make it up to him later with food, supplies, or some other form of compensation. Then I'll take it, Ping'an said, setting the item down.
It's perfect, I'll pull it out to listen to when I get bored driving.
Oh, by the way, master. Ping'an recalled a previous incident and said, Qiu said she doesn't want to go to school anymore, she wants to be a female driver.
Do you know about this? A female driver? Her? Xiaohao snorted coldly. Does she know how heavy a steering wheel is? Does she know how dangerous sports cars are? And driving? Does she even know what she is doing?
Ping'an, don't spoil her, I'll have a word with her when she gets home from school. Even men get nervous behind the wheel, let alone a girl. If Qiu becomes a driver, it's not just the cargo that might get damaged, the chances of something happening to her are even higher. I've tried to talk her out of it, but she wouldn't listen. Ping'an wasn't the least bit surprised by his master's tone and expression.
I told her this is something you have to decide.
It's already decided, I won't agree to this.
Xiaohao said without hesitation.
I'm not short on money, and I never intended to send her to the countryside. Once she graduates, I'll just find her another job. As a driver, his connections and wealth gave him the confidence to keep his daughter from going to the countryside. Ping'an knew full well that his master was right, but he was clearly in a rage at the moment.
He said, Master, aren't you afraid Qiu will throw a tantrum? What tantrum could she possibly throw?
Xiaohao retorted.
Is she going to go off to the countryside as an educated youth just because I won't let her be a driver?
That is highly unlikely, but who knows how long she'll sulk.
Ping'an said.
Master, when it comes to raising children, you need to find the right approach.
The right approach? Hearing Ping'an's words, Xiaohao didn't say anything like you know how to raise children.
Instead, he looked at Ping'an and said, Ping'an, you two are about the same age. In a situation like Qiu's, how do you think she should be guided?
She wants to be a driver, right? Then let her try it out for a day.
Ping'an pointed at himself and said, when she is not in school on the weekend, I'll take her along on my delivery rounds and let her see that being a driver isn't all that easy.
Xiaohao looked skeptical. Will that really work? Let us give it a shot.
It doesn't cost anything, Ping'an said. Instead of trying to talk her out of it, it's better to let her see for herself how tough it is and back down.
So, shall we try it?
Xiao thought for a moment before saying, with you keeping an eye on her, I'll feel at ease. Hopefully, she'll give up after just one try.
Master, I've taken 3 days of wedding leave, you know. Ping said. The day I go back to work happens to be the same day Cho is on leave.
I've already asked the factory director to assign me the most tedious, boring, and difficult tasks that day. That way, the effect will definitely be even better. If once doesn't work, we'll try twice. If 10 times don't work, we'll try 20, Ping said. Once Cho realizes that being a driver isn't so simple, she'll give up.
You've got a point. Xiao listened to his apprentice's words and nodded.
Anyway, she still has a year left before graduation. I'm sure I can set her straight about her desire to become a driver. Xiao had the domineering streak of a parent, but he also possessed a father's tenderness. He earned enough money and had no bad habits. He certainly didn't need to rely on scolding his wife and children to feel important.
Ping's idea did make sense, so he might as well give it a try. If it failed in the end, so what?
His daughter just wouldn't pass her driver's test.
There are always more ideas than problems.
Ping chatted with his master and mistress for a while about Cho.
Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, he said, Master, Mistress, I'm heading home now.
Tomorrow night is Ying and my wedding banquet. It's just for us and our families, so make sure you all come. Hearing Ping's words, the couple agreed without hesitation. All right, we'll remember. Leaving the Chiu household, Ping rode his bike toward home.
Brother Ping.
Just as he rounded the corner, Cho, who had just gotten out of school, exclaimed in delight, Where are you headed? Cho, Ping said upon seeing her.
Your dad's back. I just came from your place. Oh, my dad is finally back.
Hearing that her father had returned, Cho didn't even notice that Ping had called her Cho. She said, Brother Ping, let us go, I'll go out with you.
Huh?
Hearing Cho's words, Ping asked, Your dad just got back.
Shouldn't you go home to see him? And you're actually married.
Hearing Ping's words, Cho looked at him with disdain and said, Brother Ping, my dad just got back today. His time right now belongs entirely to my mom.
You just came back from my house. Did my parents kick you out while you were there? Ping.
What a waste of a driver. Fortunately, Ping had only chatted for a short while at his master's house and hadn't taken up too much of his time. Since you don't plan on going home right now, I'll take you to my place so you can get your bearings. Ping motioned for Cho to get on the bike and said, That way, you can bring your parents along to my wedding banquet tomorrow.
Oh. Hearing Ping's words, Cho gave a listless reply.
But soon enough, she was sitting on the back of Ping's bike.
Brother Ping, do you think I have a good chance of becoming a female driver? Chapter 87, Too Beautiful You Can't Handle It. As Ping took Cho home, she asked from the back, Isn't it pretty hard to become a female driver? What do you think? Hearing Cho's words, Ping replied, You know how difficult it is now, right? Give it up while you still can. No. Cho refused. This is the job I've always dreamed of. How could I give up without even trying?
Unless I'm truly unfit to be a driver, I'm going for it.
Then give it a try.
Ping knew kids had a rebellious streak, so he said, I'll go ask your dad when we get home today.
If he agrees, I'll help train you.
Ping didn't mention that he'd already convinced his master he'd let Cho discover that little surprise on her own once she got home. As they chatted, they soon arrived home. Ping locked the bike, picked up the radio, and led Cho inside.
Brother-in-law, you're back.
As they reached the front door, Tang Xiaozuan ran out to greet them. But the moment she saw Cho, she froze in place. This girl is so beautiful, even more so than Wu Hui, the prettiest girl in our class. Feeling Tang Xiaozuan's gaze, Cho ducked behind Ping.
What are you thinking about?
Ping blocked Tang Xiaozuan's view, waving his hand in front of her face and asking, Why are you spacing out? As he spoke, Ping took the radio back inside and placed it on the table.
Oh.
Tang Xiaozuan snapped out of it and hurriedly said, Brother-in-law, Comrade Wei, and the others have finished the bathhouse and left with their crew.
The bath was set up smoothly, it was all cleaned up half an hour ago.
Tang Xiaozuan explained the situation and added, but Comrade Wei said it'll take a long time for the cement to dry completely.
Remember we can't use it during that time. Of course I understand that.
Pinyin nodded and went to the bathroom to check things out. The bath was quite nice, perfectly suited to modern practical needs. Even if he and Ying Lin both lay down inside, there was still enough room for them. In addition to the inner bath, there was a wash basin at the entrance. This wash basin was even connected to a section of the outdoor water pipe. Pinyin just needed to discuss it with the neighbors in the courtyard and then report to the waterworks to have a water meter installed, and this room would have direct access to tap water. However, that's the only place with running water. The kitchen hasn't been hooked up yet. For tasks like rinsing rice, washing vegetables, or cleaning pots and dishes, he'll still need to fetch water from over here.
Even so, this is still much more convenient than what the other households in the courtyard have.
Pinyin looked at the wall above the sink and said, this place is missing a mirror. Wei Zhou and his team were in the business of building and renovating houses. Installing mirrors wasn't part of their scope of work. Besides, Pinyin didn't really trust their taste to pick out a nice mirror. He had intentionally left this spot empty, waiting to buy and install one once the bathroom was fully functional. Brother Pinyin, your place is really luxurious. Xiao Qiu thought for a long time before finally settling on the word luxurious to describe it. Such a big house, such new furniture, and even a home bathtub. These were all things her own family didn't have. As for the house, it's good enough to live in, Pinyin said nonchalantly. Xiao Qiu, if you're thirsty, help yourself to some water. If you want a snack, help yourself to some sunflower seeds or candy from the cupboard. I'll do it, Tang Xiaozuan interjected as soon as he saw the situation. Bro-in-law, let me boil some water.
No need.
I'm not drinking or eating anything, Xiao Qiu waved him off.
Pinyin, don't bother with all that. I'll just look around here. Alright, then go ahead and make yourself at home. Pinyin gave a nod, then turned to Tang Xiaozuan and said, Xiaozuan, I need to settle the final payment with Comrade Wei. Shall I give you a ride home on the way?
Oh. Tang Xiaozuan replied, but couldn't he help casting a lingering glance at Xiao Qiu, who was standing nearby.
Pinyin led Tang Xiaozuan out the door. On the way, Tang Xiaozuan couldn't resist asking, Bro-in-law, is Xiao Qiu your master's daughter? What? Think she is pretty? Want to get to know her?
Pinyin could easily see through Tang Xiaozuan's thoughts and said with a laugh, don't waste your time on that.
You don't stand a chance. How come I don't stand a chance? Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Tang Xiaozuan protested, I haven't even tried yet. How can I not stand a chance?
Xiao Qiu comes from a better family, she is better looking than you, she is a better student than you, and even the job she'll land in the future will be better than yours, Pinyin said nonchalantly.
Do you think you have any advantages? Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Tang Xiaozuan replied, who knows what the future holds? Maybe I'll end up being better than her someday. Right. You're absolutely right, Pinyin said with a smile. But right now, she is better than you in every way. Why on earth would she be interested in you? Xiaozuan, it's good that you're not giving up.
Pinyin coaxed him gently. Since you still have a year before you have to go to the countryside, why not try to find a way to stay in the city? Tang Xiaozuan didn't have any major flaws, but he really didn't have any standout strengths either.
Pinyin genuinely hoped he'd do well in the future, but pursuing Xiao Qiu? Better not. Find a good job, then see if you can find a wife who is a good match for you and can manage a household, Pinyin said. As for the rest, what is the use of worrying about it too much?
Tang Xiaozuan listened to his brother-in-law's words without saying a word. He felt his brother-in-law was right, but he also felt a bit resentful.
Brother-in-law, if you can marry my sister, why can't I find a pretty wife? Tang Xiaozuan said. My sister is much prettier than Comrade Xiao Qiu.
Oh, a younger brother who thinks his older sister is pretty, that's really rare.
Pinyin couldn't help but tease him, saying, your sister is beautiful, but does that make me any less?
Besides, I've known your sister for over 10 years. We grew up together, innocent and carefree, with a deep emotional bond. Hearing his brother-in-law's words, Tang Xiaozuan was at a loss for words. He was average-looking, an average student, and didn't he even have a job. He'd known Xiao for less than 10 minutes, and they hadn't even exchanged a word. This is going to be pretty tough. Xiaozuan, Pingyan said, noticing Tang Xiaozuan had fallen silent. It's fine if you want to find someone pretty, but you can't expect a woman who is beautiful, smart, and has a job to fall for you, can you? You can't have your cake and eat it too. All right. Hearing his brother-in-law's blunt assessment, Tang Xiaozuan began to face reality. He asked, "Bro, what kind of girl do you think I should look for?" "Pretty, not too smart, and with a job that's not as good as yours." Pingyan thought for a moment, then added, "And most importantly, her parents need to be decent people." As they chatted, Pingyan walked his brother-in-law to the front door. When Tang Xiaozuan got home, he saw his mother cooking dinner. He couldn't help but ask, "Mom, what kind of daughter-in-law do you want me to find?" Zhao Pan, hearing her son's question, guessed he'd met a girl he liked and couldn't help but laugh. When it comes to marriage, of course it's all about what you like. As long as she doesn't come from a troubled family, nothing else really matters. Oh, and she shouldn't be too pretty, you might not be able to handle it. Chapter 88, Not Tonight. Brother Wei, thanks. Pingyan arrived at Wei Zhou's house and handed him a cigarette. He asked, "How much more do you need for that bathroom?" "I'll cover the rest." "No rush." Wei Zhou waved his hand and said, "The equipment is installed, but it needs to air out for a few days before we can use it. Once you've checked it over and everything is in order, you can pay the rest then." In their line of work, they had to wait until the final inspection was passed before settling the final payment. "I trust Brother Wei's craftsmanship," Pingyan said. "Brother Wei, I've brought the money with me. I'll just give it to you now." The reason Wei Zhou had finished the bathroom in a single day was because Pingyan had cut in line and asked him to prioritize his job. He'd already used up that favor, so it wouldn't make sense to owe him the payment for the work. Pingyan knew Wei Zhou wasn't struggling financially, but he wasn't used to owing people money. Seeing that Pingyan insisted on paying right away, Wei Zhou pretended to refuse a couple of times before pulling out a few receipts. They listed the quantities and costs of various items purchased, making everything clear at a glance. There was no way to fake this, since the actual materials were right there in Pingyan's home. How many tiles, what size bricks, how much cement and sand, even an elementary school student could figure it out. Pingyan looked at the quantities and prices listed and knew right away that Wei Zhou wasn't overcharging him. It was the labor costs, though. "Brother Wei," Pingyan said, "what about the labor costs? Why didn't you include them?" "Pingyan, don't say that." Hearing Pingyan's words, Wei Zhou replied, "We've known each other for years, how could I possibly charge you for labor?" Hearing this, Pingyan shook his head slightly. "Let us keep things separate. Even if you don't mind the labor cost, wouldn't others? It's just that you're covering it for me, and I feel bad accepting that." As he spoke, Pingyan pulled 30 yuan out of his pocket and said, "With the deposit in this, that should cover it, right?" With that, Pingyan handed him the money. "I don't need that much." Seeing that Pingyan was insisting, Wei Zhou finally accepted 25 yuan and returned the rest. Pingyan saw that he'd only taken 25 and didn't say anything else. After exchanging a few polite words, he turned and left. "We're just ordinary friends, why go through all this hassle?" After leaving, Pingyan shook his head in exasperation. From the change in Wei Zhou's tone and expression when he feigned refusal, Pingyan knew Wei Zhou was trying to make him owe him a favor so he could call in the debt later. But he hadn't played along thoroughly enough, it wasn't perfect. Too much scheming. Pingyan had seen through Wei Zhou's scheme, but he didn't call him out on it. After all, Wei Zhou had just had the bathhouse fixed up for him, he couldn't very well turn his back on him right away. As for the future, he probably wouldn't need Wei Zhou's help anyway. In the evening, Pingyan went to the state-run restaurant to pick up Lin. With just a few minutes left before Lin's shift ended, he approached Xingshan and asked, "Xingshan, I'd like to ask you to help me prepare a banquet tomorrow." "A banquet?" Hearing Pingyan's request, Xingshan replied, I can have it ready before I start work tomorrow morning, but I'll have to return to work by noon.
No need to go to all that trouble, Ping-An said. Just give me one serving of every dish the restaurant is serving tomorrow.
As long as it's ready by 11:30, I'll come by then and pick it up myself. Hearing that Ping-An planned to order directly from the restaurant, Xingshan smiled and said, that makes it even easier. The restaurant needed to prepare things in advance anyway, so with Ping-An's request, it would be even less work for him. However, there was a downside: the restaurant would pocket the final profit from this transaction. His plan to make a little extra on the side was now out of the question.
Noticing the change in Xingshan's expression, Ping-An whispered, Chef Tan, there are a lot of us, so could you make the portions a bit bigger?
As he spoke, Ping-An slipped a 1 yuan note into Xingshan's hand.
Keep this.
Tomorrow, use the state-run restaurant's ingredients to give me a little extra.
No need to be too obvious, just increase the portion size of each dish by about 10%.
Ping-An got a benefit, Xingshan got a profit, and the state-run restaurant's shortfall of 10% spread across a day's worth of meals meant that compensating 1% per dish was more than enough.
No one loses out.
Xingshan made sure no one was watching and quietly pocketed the money. Since he was benefiting from the arrangement himself, there was no need to condemn it.
Once they settled the details, Ping-An started chatting with Lin.
Since Yu Huaihua had already been taken into custody, naturally no one came to bother Lin. She was in a good mood today and exchanged a few quiet words with Ping-An. While chatting, the two even quietly held hands. When Lin's shift ended, Ping-An walked her home.
You're back? When the two arrived home, Ying and Xiao Qiu had already prepared dinner.
Seeing them, they said, wash your hands and come eat.
We've been waiting just for you.
Ping-An replied, and after washing their hands, he and Lin sat down at the table. The table was large enough for the four of them to sit comfortably. While they ate, Ping-An discussed the plans for tomorrow. A wedding banquet was essential. Even if they didn't invite outsiders, their immediate families still needed to be present. Ping-An, Ying, and Lin, 3 from each side, 3 from Uncle's family, 3 from the wife's family, 3 from the master's family, plus his own father. 13 people wasn't a grand affair, but it was plenty for them. As for everyone else, Ping-An had no intention of inviting them. Whether the relationship was close or distant, Ping-An didn't plan to invite them.
If they came, they'd have to take time off work and give a gift. What was the point?
I'll definitely be there tomorrow, Xiao Qiu said, listening to Ping-An. I'll come straight over after school. Ping-An said with a smile as he looked at the young girl. You're such a good girl.
Xiao Qiu gave a little nod, then started chatting with Ying and Lin.
She wasn't very familiar with either Ying or Lin, and the three of them rarely got together. Now, over dinner, it was the perfect chance to get to know each other better. Seeing the three of them chatting happily, Ping-An didn't want to interrupt them at all. What a lovely scene. After they finished eating, Lin and Ying cleared the table, while Ping-An got ready to walk Xiao Qiu home.
Qiu Qiu.
Before leaving, Ying said to Xiao Qiu, come visit us more often when you have time. Sure, Xiao Qiu replied. I'll definitely come by whenever I get the chance.
It's okay if you stay over when you visit.
Lin said with a smile, my bed is big enough we can sleep together. Hearing Lin's words, Xiao Qiu looked at Ping-An with hopeful eyes. Brother Ping-An, is that really okay?
Sure, of course, Ping-An replied.
Don't be shy, just treat this place like your own home.
Then tonight.
Before Xiao Qiu could finish, Ping-An interrupted, not tonight.
Chapter 89, A Pair of Watches. You said I could stay as long as I wanted, and now you're sending me away.
Sitting in the back seat of the car, Xiao Qiu pouted, if you weren't going to let me stay, you shouldn't have agreed in the first place.
Master just got back today. As his daughter, aren't you going to stay home? Ping-An asked. Won't Master be upset if you do this?
Probably not. Xiao Qiu thought for a moment. She didn't see any problem with seeing her dad tomorrow. However, Ping-An didn't agree and drove Xiao Qiu straight home. By then, Xiao Hao and Sun Yan had already finished dinner. As the two were chatting, Ping-An brought Xiao Qiu back home.
Dad, you're back. Xiao Qiu ran over to her father and said with concern, "Dad, you must be exhausted."
You little rascal. Seeing his daughter return, Xiao Hao turned to Ping'an and said, "Ping'an, thank you for looking after Qiu Qiu. It was no trouble at all." Ping'an shook her head slightly and said, "Master, I'll head back now.
Let us have a good drink together tomorrow at noon."
All right.
Xiao Hao smiled in agreement and said, "Drive safely."
Goodbye, master and mistress. Goodbye, Qiu Qiu.
Ping'an bid farewell to the three of them and left, not wanting to disturb their family reunion.
Dad Qiu Qiu looked at her father and whispered, "How about when you come back from business trips in the future, I stay overnight at brother Ping'an's house?"
What are you talking about?
Before Qiu Hao could say a word, Sun Yan playfully smacked her daughter on the head. Your dad's on a business trip, who knows how many days it'll be before he gets back.
Don't you miss him? And you're choosing to be away from home right now?
Qiu Qiu blinked and said, "But I have mom, don't I?" After leaving his master's house, Ping'an didn't rush home but instead stopped by his uncle's and his father's homes. His master and his in-laws knew about the wedding banquet tomorrow, but his uncle and father didn't. Since it was getting late, Ping'an decided to make a quick round trip. He just popped in to let them know and then headed straight home. When he got home, Ing and Lin had already finished packing. The two were sitting together chatting. When they saw Ping'an return, Lin immediately stood up, said a quick hello to them, and went back to their room. Ing watched Lin go back to the room, feeling both relieved and a little worried.
She hadn't slept well last night.
Ing, let us go to the bedroom, Ping'an said, picking Ing up and heading toward the bedroom. Ing wrapped her arms around Ping'an's neck and said worriedly, "Ping'an, we have the wedding banquet tomorrow.
Shouldn't we take it easy tonight?" Ing has a point.
Ping'an thought for a moment before saying, "Let us go to bed early tonight and continue after the wedding banquet is over tomorrow."
Ing. Is that what I meant?
Ing had intended to say they should call it a night, but she quickly gave in. Ping'an, of course, understood that Ing was worried about not getting enough sleep and feeling sluggish during the day.
But Ping'an could easily use the dual cultivation skill to restore her energy.
Just replace one sleep with another. Ping'an, being the gentleman he was, finally let Ing off the hook. Thinking she'd won, Ing said, "Fine, I'll let you off the hook for today." Ping'an glanced at Ing with a playful twinkle in his eyes. Once her energy was restored, she sure got cocky. But Ping'an didn't press the issue. Better to get some rest early. There were plenty of things to do during the day. Tonight's luck wasn't bad. Besides the 2,000 yuan, he also scored a pair of watches. These watches were from that era. Even with ration tickets, they cost around 200 yuan each at the friendship store. A watch was practically a symbol of status and prestige. Whether ordinary people actually needed one was another matter, but they certainly couldn't afford it. Ping'an actually needed a watch for his delivery work, but he never bought one before because he couldn't afford it. Once he had the money, he weighed the pros and cons and bought a bicycle instead. Now that he had two, his long-held wish to own a watch had finally come true. Plus, he could wear them at his wedding tomorrow. The next morning, Lin was up early as usual to make breakfast. Ping'an and Ing hadn't slept in, though they were wide awake when they got up. After they'd eaten their fill, Lin went to wash the pots and dishes, but Ping'an stopped him. "We don't have to go to work for the next 3 days, so leave these chores to me." "Ping'an, that won't do," Lin shook his head.
"Today is your wedding day with Ing.
How can you be doing this kind of work?"
"Why not?" Ping'an replied. "It's settled then. Leave these little tasks to me."
Without waiting for a reply, Ping'an snatched the bowls and chopsticks and headed off to wash them.
Ing smiled.
"Lin, if he wants to do it, let him.
It's a good chance for you to rest a bit."
As she spoke, Ing gently touched Lin's cheek and said, "Looking at your complexion, it seems you didn't sleep well." "Sister Ing," Lin glanced at the culprit and whispered, "I'm fine. It's not time for work yet. I'll just go lie down in my room for a bit." "All right then," Ing, completely unaware that she was the cause of it all, said, "All right, go rest. I'll come wake you up when it's time for work." "Okay." Lin nodded slightly and got up to go back to her room.
With no outside distractions, Lin fell asleep quickly.
Ping-An put the bowls and chopsticks away and saw that only Ing was left, wiping down the tables.
He walked over and said, "Why don't you go rest for a bit, too?" The wedding wasn't too complicated. The state-run restaurant was handling the cooking. He just needed to have everything ready by noon. Just one more table to go.
Ing said as she wiped the table, "If you're tired, go rest.
I'm full of energy right now anyway."
As she spoke, Ing raised an eyebrow at Ping-An. As if to say, "I wasn't worn out last night." Ping-An couldn't help but chuckle.
"Are you trying to provoke me now? Alright, then I'll go lie down in my room."
With that, Ping-An headed straight for the bedroom. Chapter 90, Taking Advantage and Still Acting Innocent.
Check-in successful.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the opportunity rune.
Alright, time to get up.
Ping-An gave Ing a light pat on the butt and said with a smile, "Your cheeks are so rosy right now you look even more radiant than with makeup."
Get lost. Ing playfully hit Ping-An and retorted, "You're being ungrateful after getting your way."
Hee, Ping-An chuckled. It was clearly her who insisted on it. But he didn't say that it was just a little spousal banter, after all. Ping-An had just activated the silencer, so naturally, no sound would carry outside. He got up, washed up quickly, and changed into clean clothes. Since the bathroom was still out of commission, Ping-An fetched some water for Ing and had her wash up in the room. He checked the time. It was almost time for Lin to go to work. He knocked on the door, and when he heard no response, he turned the doorknob. The door opened, and Ping-An stepped inside. Lin was still asleep in bed. Ping-An shook her gently and whispered, "Lin, wake up." Seeing how drowsy she looked, Ping-An bent down and kissed her on the lips. Lin's eyes snapped open. Just as she was about to push him away, she realized it was Ping-An. Her hand, already outstretched to push him away, turned into an embrace instead, wrapping around Ping-An's neck.
Awake?
Their lips parted, and Ping-An looked at Lin.
Did you get enough sleep?
Hearing Ping-An's words, Lin blushed, feeling a little embarrassed. She hadn't slept well the night before last, nor last night, and if she didn't catch up on sleep today, she really wouldn't be able to hold on much longer.
Ping-An asked gently, "Did we keep you up last night? Is that why you didn't sleep well?"
Lin was about to deny it, but Ping-An tapped her on the lips. "The other day, we argued so loudly that Ing couldn't sleep."
"Oh, well."
Hearing Ping-An's words, Lin froze.
"We argued so loudly that Sister Ing couldn't sleep? I wouldn't dare."
"Don't worry," Ping-An said.
"I'll talk to her about us in the next few days." Lin nodded slightly and asked, "Ping-An, are you sure this will work?" If it didn't work out, Lin would rather not say anything.
Ping-An gestured for Lin to relax and said, "Get up.
You should be heading to work." "Okay."
Lin got up, and Ping-An also stepped out of the room. As Lin was about to leave, Ping-An handed him the bike keys. "Lin, ride the bike to work.
When I go to pick up the food at noon, we'll come back together."
"Okay." Lin nodded, gave a brief reply, and headed out. At that moment, Ing was still washing up, and Ping-An fetched water for her twice more. After she finished washing up, Ing put on her red wedding gown. She'd only worn it once before when they registered their marriage, so naturally she had to wear it again for today's wedding banquet. Dressed in the red gown, Ing looked even more beautiful and captivating.
"You're so beautiful."
After pouring out the water, Ping-An sat down beside her. "I really don't know how many lifetimes of good karma I've accumulated to be able to marry you."
"I'm glad you know."
Ing never played modest when Ping-An complimented her beauty. Instead, she teased him with a touch of pride. "I'm the belle of the textile factory, the prettiest one among thousands." Right, Ing is the prettiest." Ping-An agreed, and he wasn't exaggerating at all. 90% of the textile factory's workforce was female, but there weren't many young, pretty women who could compare to Ing. Ing combed her hair in the mirror, trying to look a little more dignified. Ping-An rummaged through the cabinet and quietly pulled 2 watches out of his spatial pocket. He walked over to Ing and said, "Ing, put these on."
"Oh, watches." Ing looked at the watches Ping-An had brought out and asked in surprise, "You managed to get these too?"
"Yeah,
as a pilot, this kind of thing isn't hard.
Ping-An replied vaguely.
After all, we're getting married, we got to look the part.
You're right. Ing didn't stand on ceremony with her husband. She held out her right hand and said, Ping-An, why don't you put it on for me?
Sure.
Ping-An took Ing's hand and fastened the watch for her. As he touched her soft, fair hand, Ping-An noticed the calluses on her hands were starting to fade. Ing wasn't very old, but working in a textile factory had made her hands rough. It was only natural. Even with his daily care, her fingers weren't as smooth as they'd been before she started working. But now, things had improved significantly.
It must be the effect of the dual cultivation skill, right?
Ping-An thought to himself as he fastened the watch on Ing's wrist.
It looks so nice.
Ing showed it off a couple of times, then looked at Ping-An and said, Here, let me put one on you too. As she spoke, Ing picked up another men's watch and fastened it on Ping-An's wrist. With their hands together, the matching couple's watches looked so harmonious. After playing around for a while, Ping-An went to fill a kettle with water, while Ing brought out the cigarettes, alcohol, candy, peanuts, and sunflower seeds they'd bought earlier.
Time passed slowly, and Zhao Pan and Tang Xiaozuan were the first to arrive. Mom, Xiaozuan.
Ing rushed over with a look of delight when she saw her mother and younger brother arrive.
Ing.
Zhao Pan looked at her daughter, who seemed even more radiant than usual, and knew she was doing well here. Ing pulled her mother to sit down and pushed a plate of candies toward her. By then, Ping-An had already brewed the tea and poured it for his mother-in-law and the others.
Mom, have some tea.
Okay. Zhao Pan glanced at her son-in-law and nodded approvingly.
Ping-An, you should sit down too. Is there any work left to do at home? Zhao Pan asked, Why don't I cook something?
Mom, we wouldn't dream of making you work, Ing said with a smile.
Just come over today and enjoy the feast.
Ping-An has already taken care of the food and drinks, Ing added. Mom, you and Xiaochuan just sit here and eat.
That's right, Mom.
Ping-An added, I've already ordered the food from the restaurant. It's prepared by the head chef at the state-run restaurant where Lin works.
We'll just go pick it up in a bit.
That's quite convenient, Zhao Pan nodded, relieved to hear her daughter and son-in-law had everything planned. She didn't want to be a killjoy by complaining about wasting money. They earned their own money and spent it as they pleased, and as an elder, she had no business meddling. While Ing was chatting with her mother, her uncle and his family of 3 arrived.
Congratulations on your wedding, cousin.
As soon as Lily walked in, she gave Ping-An a big hug, then immediately ran over to Ing. You're so beautiful, sister-in-law.
Thank you.
Ing smiled and hugged her younger sister-in-law, saying, Lily is still young. She'll definitely be prettier than me when she grows up.
He.
The two exchanged compliments, while Fong sat down with Zhao Pan.
Ping-An and his uncle huddled together, chatting and waiting for the others to arrive. Xiaochuan.
Ping-An called out to Tang Xiaochuan, who was staring blankly at Lily, and said, Come on over.
Let us chat with my uncle, the two of us. Chapter 91, The Wedding Banquet.
Ping-An pulled his brother-in-law over to chat. Ping-An was fine with it, but Tang Xiaochuan seemed a bit uncomfortable. A little while later, the 3 members of the Chiu family, along with Chang and Li Min, arrived one after another. As soon as Chiu arrived, she went over to Ping-An and chatted for a few minutes, then ran off to talk with Lin and Lily.
Girls have more to talk about, after all.
Ping-An checked the time. It wouldn't be long before noon.
He said, Ing, you chat with the elders. I'll go to the restaurant to get the food.
As he spoke, he patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder. The two of them were the perfect ones to go serve the food. Lily and Chiu exchanged a glance. Chiu, let us go with them, Lily said.
Sure, Chiu nodded, getting up to follow them.
No need, none of you need to go, Ing said, noticing that not only Lily and Chiu, but even several of the elders were about to step in.
Dad, Uncle, we'll just wait here.
The two of them are more than enough. As she spoke, Ing poured a glass of water for each of the elders. She was not only the bride but also the lady of the house. She couldn't afford to skimp on any of the proper etiquette. The group watched Ing's every word and action, and they were quite pleased with her performance. No, more than just pleased. No mother-in-law to deal with, no need to worry about her father-in-law, a job of her own, a husband with a high income, a spacious home.
You could say Ing was a true winner in life.
Zhao Pan, Fong, and Sun Yan looked at Ing with a touch of envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, Pingyan rode his bike with Tang Xiaozuan toward the state-run restaurant. Before long, they arrived. They locked the bike at the entrance and walked inside together. As soon as they entered, Pingyan called out from the window, "Chef Tan, we're here."
Yeah, heard you.
Qingshan and Pingyan exchanged a quick greeting before continuing to stir-fry inside. Qingshan had already prepared several dishes whenever a customer ordered. He'd make extra portions and serve them alongside Pingyan's order. By now, 4 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes were ready in the kitchen. Combined with the pre-prepared chicken, fish, and pork hocks, more than half the meal was already prepared.
Pingyan.
Seeing Pingyan and the others arrive, Lin greeted him. Pingyan looked at Lin and asked, "Lin, how much does today's meal cost in total, and how many ration coupons?" "Qingshan has finished several dishes, but I'm not sure how much you'll want from the rest yet." Lin replied, "The ones ready now total 9 yuan plus 2 jin of meat ration tickets."
All right.
Pingyan handed the money and tickets to Lin. After Lin put them away, he took out the prepared dishes. These dishes weren't served on plates but in takeout boxes provided by the restaurant. Pingyan took the items and, together with Tang Xiaochuan, placed them in the bike basket. These items had already filled the basket of the car that had just pulled up, while the bike Lin had ridden to work that morning still looked a bit empty.
"Xiaozuan, take these things back first," Pingyan said.
"Ask your sister to help you transfer them to plates."
Seeing so many delicious dishes, Tang Xiaozuan was overjoyed.
He hopped on his bike and headed home. Upon entering the house, Pingyan noticed another dish had just come out of the wok. "Qingshan," he said, "6 more dishes and we'll be all set." "No problem," Qingshan replied readily. As a chef, he knew better than Pingyan the groom what dishes were appropriate for a banquet. A few minutes later, the 6 dishes were ready. None of them were purely meat or purely vegetable, they were mostly meat and vegetable combinations, both visually appealing and delicious. Pingyan handed the money and the tickets to Lin. After confirming everything was in order, she and her boss completed the handover. Lin had already taken the day off, so she was naturally free to leave with them. As for the few cents deducted from her pay, Lin didn't really mind. Today was the day Pingyan was officially getting her marriage certificate. How could she possibly miss it? "Here you go." Qingshan stepped out while the dishes were being stir-fried and handed over a bag of steamed buns. "Happy wedding." He made these at home. A wedding banquet couldn't possibly go on with just dishes and no staple food.
"Thanks, Qingshan." Pingyan took the bag and headed out.
Once they were outside, Pingyan placed the bag in the bike basket.
"Lin, hop on."
Pingyan motioned for Lin to get on, then set off toward home with her. Lin sat behind Pingyan on the bike and quietly hugged her.
Today was Pingyan's wedding day.
She was happy, yet she also felt a touch of envy. At the same time, she knew she'd have to come clean with Sister Ring in just a few days. She was more than willing to be Pingyan's second wife, but she wasn't sure if she could convince Sister Ring. Pingyan felt Lin's hand, but he didn't stop her. Getting things settled these past few days would be more effective than saying 100 kind words. Before long, the two arrived home. By then, the dishes Tang Xiaozuan had brought were already on the table. As Pingyan parked the car, a few people came out to help carry everything inside.
"You bought so much food."
Her father-in-law, Li Min, couldn't help but gasp when he saw all the things Pingyan had brought back. "That's way too extravagant."
"Luxury?"
"We've got so many people here," Pingyan said with a smile. "Look at all the people filling the house. If you do the math, it's not that much after all." By the time they finished speaking, everything had been brought inside. Their home had only one large table and a few chairs, which naturally wasn't enough. However, Pingyan had already borrowed some from the neighbors earlier. The usage fee, which included the table and chairs, was just a dime. Pingyan liked this straightforward, no-nonsense approach. No need to owe anyone a favor. As the food was served, everyone gathered in a circle. Pingyan and Ing sat in the center, with the groom's male relatives on one side and the bride's female relatives on the other. Once everyone was seated, Ping'an poured wine for the men, while Ling served drinks to the women.
We're all family here, no outsiders, so I'll skip the formalities.
Ping'an stood up, raised his glass, and addressed the group. Today is Ing and my big day.
Everyone, please eat and drink to your heart's content.
From now on, Ing and I will build a happy life together at home. Cheers!
Hearing Ping'an's simple words, several people clapped enthusiastically. Cousin, how does it feel to be married? Brother Ping'an, are you feeling really excited right now?
Ping'an, congratulations to you both.
Brother-in-law, may you have a lifetime of happiness together.
Ping'an was naturally overjoyed.
Smiling, he said, of course I'm excited to be married.
I've known your sister Ring for over 10 years.
Now that we've finally come together, how could I not be happy? Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content, don't hold back. Ping'an urged. We're going to eat and drink well today.
Not a single bite of the food on the table should be left behind.
Chapter 92, Stubbornness.
Everyone enjoyed the banquet in high spirits, and it was only an hour later before the wedding feast came to an end. They'd already obtained their marriage certificate today. With the presence of family and the banquet, their wedding was finally complete. The four men had to head off to work, while Lily and Chiu needed to return to school. The mother-in-law, the teacher's wife, and the aunt had nothing planned for the afternoon, so they pitched in to help wash the dishes. After wiping down the tables, Tang Xiaozuan and Ping'an carried the items back to return them to their neighbors.
Thank you so much, Ping'an said as he returned the tables and chairs to the neighbor, handing the woman a few pieces of candy. We've been so busy these past few days that we haven't had a chance to come by and say hello.
No problem, we're neighbors now, the neighbor's wife replied with a smile as she accepted the gifts. Once we get to know each other better, who knows when we might need to help each other out. Ping'an nodded in response, exchanged a few more words with her, and then left.
When he got home, the house was almost completely tidied up. The three women were chatting with Ing about everyday matters.
Ping'an didn't join in instead, he sat on the other side with his brother-in-law, sipping a drink and making small talk.
Xiaochuan, what are you thinking about? Ping'an asked. You've zoned out so many times today. Brother-in-law, Tang Xiaochuan hesitated before speaking up, is there any way to improve my luck with women? So Xiaochuan's looking for a wife, is he? Hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Ping'an couldn't help but chuckle.
Tang Xiaozuan was still a long way from marriage, but he was just beginning to discover romance. Watching Ping'an and Ing get married today, it was only natural for him to have such thoughts. I don't really know how to improve your luck with women either, Ping'an said, spreading his hands.
I've known your sister since elementary school. We went to the same school through middle school.
When we joined the workforce, we were part of the same batch at the factory. As for other women, I really haven't had much contact with them. Listening to his brother-in-law's words, Tang Xiaozuan didn't believe a single word of it. If you really have any ideas, Ping'an paused briefly before continuing, either spruce yourself up and look better, or get a job to boost your confidence, or read more books to become more cultured.
Appearance, financial stability, emotional intelligence, social status. To attract the opposite sex, you've got to have at least one of those, right?
Ping'an had it all, while his brother-in-law lacked in every aspect. It was safe to say that whatever Ping'an could do, his brother-in-law couldn't manage at all. As he listened to Ping'an's words, Tang Xiaozuan's expression grew increasingly bewildered. It seemed like he couldn't manage or achieve a single thing that his brother-in-law already possessed. Beside them, Zhao Pan and the other two had also overheard Ping'an and Tang Xiaozuan's conversation. Zhao Pan shook her head in resignation compared to her son-in-law. Her own son truly fell short in every way.
Fang and Sun Yan, standing nearby, wisely kept their mouths shut. As mothers of daughters themselves, they noticed Tang Xiaozuan sneaking glances at their daughters today. However, they certainly had no intention of having Tang Xiaozuan as their son-in-law.
So, they simply pretended not to notice.
Ing also noticed the change in everyone's expressions.
She suddenly spoke up, Xiaozuan, I remember you used to like that girl. Was it Wu Hui?
Or Zhang Wenya? Or Lu Yu? What happened with her? Hearing his sister bring up the past, Tang Xiaozuan couldn't help but blush. He replied, "Sis, I haven't been in touch with them for a long time." Tang Xiaozuan had long since lost contact with those classmates after graduation. It wasn't that he didn't reach out to them, it was that the girls didn't want to stay in touch with him. Of the 3 women his sister had just mentioned, one had been accepted into high school, one was preparing to take over the family business, and another was set to go work as an educated youth in the countryside soon. Tang Xiaozuan hadn't gotten into college, had no family business to take over, and didn't want to go to the countryside, so he basically had no connection with any of them anymore. "Well, you'd better make an effort then," Ing said with a smile. "Why don't you see who is still in town from your class and try to get in touch?" Forget it, Tang Xiaozuan waved his hands repeatedly. The 3 classmates he secretly had a crush on were already among the few decent-looking girls left in the class. As for the rest, they were even less attractive than he was. "You're still not satisfied?" Ing shook her head and stopped talking about her brother. Who her brother liked was his business. Saving a few yuan from her salary for a dowry was the limit of what she could do. Was she supposed to help him chase after girls, too? She'd be of less use than Ping in teaching him a few moves. Thinking of this, Ing suddenly realized something was off. Pingyan had never chased a girl before either. If she hadn't pushed for it, who knows when they would have gotten together. Could he really teach him? Clearly, it wouldn't be much help. They chatted for a few more minutes, then got ready to leave. Pingyan and Ing walked the 4 of them to the door and watched as they went their separate ways. Honey, Pingyan looked at Ing, dressed in red, and said with a smile, "Our wedding has been a complete success." Yeah. Ing linked her arm through Pingyan's and said, "And we still have 2.5 days of vacation left. We can do whatever we want." Hearing Ing's words, Pingyan raised an eyebrow. Smiling, he said, "What do you have in mind? A movie? Shopping? Rollerblading? Or maybe a stroll in the park?" Pingyan listed the few places in town suitable for a date, leaving the choice up to Ing. Ing chuckled and said, "Let us see a movie tomorrow and go to the park the day after, but for now. Come on, let us go back to the bedroom." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Ing grabbed Pingyan's hand and pulled him toward the bedroom. Once inside and the door locked, Pingyan and Ing were soon in each other's arms. As newlyweds still in the honeymoon phase, they were thoroughly enjoying their newfound intimacy and couldn't get enough of each other, longing to stay in bed forever. With no pretense of restraint, they quickly slipped under the covers, laughing together beneath the plum blossom canopy. Our passion runs wild, impossible to contain. 100 charms awaken spring. Our souls in disarray. Before the 3 peaks, our very bones melt away. To Pingyan, Ing was both inexperienced and playful. Half an hour later, Ing was defeated. But Ing refused to admit defeat, fighting on despite repeated losses. Pingyan didn't feel the slightest bit tired as his vitality was replenished, their physical condition was slowly improving. They were just too familiar with each other to notice. To an outsider, it would be obvious that Pingyan was growing increasingly robust, while Ing was becoming more and more radiant. Their battle continued until Lin returned in the evening. When Ing finally stepped out of the room, she needed Pingyan to help her walk. "I must have just been too hungry," Ing declared defiantly over dinner. "Once I get my strength back, I'll definitely beat you." Good grief, the only thing left of her was her big mouth. Chapter 93, Commotion at the Movie Theater. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining. All I can say is, Ing's mouth is exceptionally stubborn. Pingyan had checked in 5 times, yet she still refused to admit defeat. However, these check-ins did yield some decent rewards for Pingyan. For instance, fishing mastery, ice skating mastery, chess mastery, and mastery of shooting. These were all extremely practical. It never hurts to have more skills. There weren't many supplies, but she did check in for some money. That was pretty good for Pingyan. After all, money never goes out of style. Counting carefully, Pingyan and Ing had actually managed to check in 10 times since they started their marital leave. If it weren't for the dual cultivation skill,
Pingyan felt he wouldn't have survived 3 years. The land of tenderness, it really is tender. The two fell asleep in each other's arms. By the time Pingyan and Ing woke up, Lin had already left for work. After washing up and getting dressed, Pingyan asked, "Ing, shall we grab a bite to eat and then go see a movie?" "Of course, that's what we planned yesterday." Ing glanced at Pingyan and said, "We only have a 3-day holiday, we can't just stay cooped up at home the whole time, can we?" "It's not like we can't," Pingyan said nonchalantly, "it's pretty fun at home, too." "Oomph, no way." Ing flatly refused. Although she didn't feel any physical discomfort, she sensed that if they stayed cooped up at home for these 3 days, Pingyan would drive her absolutely crazy. Communication between a young married couple needs to know its limits. Seeing Ing's refusal, Pingyan didn't argue. It was only the 2nd day of their honeymoon, they had plenty of time left. After eating their fill and getting dressed, the two walked out hand in hand. Lin hadn't taken the bike, so Pingyan could give Ing a ride straight to the movie theater. As one of the few remaining forms of entertainment these days, going to the movies is a rare date night activity for couples. Pingyan and Ing had been to the movies before, but the focus had never been on the movie itself, it was always on the people watching it. That was true then, and it's true now. They chose the movie with the earliest start time and sat down on the benches outside to wait. The two chatted quietly, sharing their own little secrets. One moment they were discussing where to go for fun in the next couple of days, the next, what they wanted to eat. Before long, the movie was about to start. After checking in and entering the theater, they found their seats and sat down. After all, it was still work hours today, so the theater wasn't very crowded, and the seats around them were empty. However, Pingyan noticed that most people, like them, were just catching a movie on the side. The movie had barely started when the couple sitting just ahead of them on the left started hugging. A little while later, some people even started kissing. Later on, they even heard a rather jarring sound. Are they really that desperate? Just as Pingyan was silently condemning them in his mind, Ing tugged on his hand and shifted slightly. Pingyan turned to look at Ing and heard her say, "These people have no shame." "You're right." Pingyan agreed wholeheartedly. "They have absolutely no regard for the setting, it's outrageous." "It's ruining my movie," Ing said unhappily. "If they really have something on their minds, can't they just go home?" "Exactly." Pingyan chimed in, about to point out that most of them were probably just dating and not married yet, when he heard Ing say, "Pingyan, let us go." We won't stoop to their level. Pingyan. They encountered similar scenes when watching movies before, but they never dared to do anything so inappropriate in a public place. Besides, back then Ing was still a young girl and didn't understand such things today, just hearing the sounds was enough to upset her. "Let us go," Pingyan replied and pulled Ing toward the exit. When the two stepped out, Ing's face was still flushed. The ticket seller, who was used to such things, asked, "Comrades, aren't you going to stay and watch the rest?" "No, thanks," Pingyan waved her hand and let Ing out. By the time they left the theater, it was nearly noon. Pingyan asked, "Ing, shall we go eat now? Isn't it a bit early?" Ing furrowed her brows slightly and said, "We had breakfast late today, so I'm not hungry yet." At that, Ing suggested, "Why don't we change our plans? We were going to visit the park tomorrow, but why not go now?" It was already September, and the weather was cloudy today. Even if they went to the park at this time, it wouldn't be too hot. Seeing Ing's suggestion, Pingyan naturally agreed without hesitation. He hopped on his bike, picked up Ing, and headed toward the park. "Li Nin, is that him?" Inside the rubber factory, Chang looked at Li Delong in the distance and asked, "Is he the one who has been picking on Pingyan and the others?" "That's right." Li Nin nodded and said, "I checked it out, there's only one guy named Li Delong in our factory." Yesterday at the wedding banquet, while the group was chatting, Ing had mentioned how Li Delong had secretly instructed Yu Huahua to sabotage Lin's work. Seeing that the topic had come up, Pingyan chimed in with a few more details. By then, Chang and Li Nin were already a little tipsy, so they agreed without hesitation to help the kids get justice. While working yesterday afternoon, the two began asking their co-workers about Li Delong. After checking with multiple sources, they confirmed that this was the guy they were looking for. He'd been with the factory for quite some time, but his work was mediocre. He occasionally acted like a know-it-all, and almost no one liked to associate with him. By now, Chang and Li Min had him in their sights. Watching Li Delong leave the cafeteria after his meal, the two followed him without hesitation. Before long, they arrived at the restroom. As Li Delong entered the restroom, Chang and Li Min flanked him from left and right, placing their hands on his shoulders.
Old Li. Going to the bathroom all by yourself? Li Delong was startled by their actions.
He looked left and right, feeling that the two looked familiar but unable to recall their names.
Comrades, Li Delong asked cautiously, I'm not very familiar with you two. May I ask why you've come to see me?
Chang gave a cold laugh and said, just came to check on you, old Li.
Li Min patted Li Delong on the shoulder and said, what do you think could be the matter?
Hearing their words, Li Delong's first thought was that he must have offended someone. But although he was usually laid back, he really hadn't gotten into any conflicts with anyone at the rubber factory, had he? Suddenly, Li Delong remembered who they were.
He looked at them and asked, Comrade Chang? Comrade Li Min? Oh, you remembered us. Chapter 94, Strolling Through the Park, a Fish Walking into a Trap.
Li Min sneered and grabbed Li Delong. Chang, however, slapped Li Delong across the face.
Smack. The slap landed with a resounding crack. You!
Li Delong tried to fight back, but Li Min kicked him in the calf from behind. Thud with a thud, Li Delong fell to his knees.
Old man, you don't like this? Chang looked down at the kneeling Li Delong and said, when you were bullying my children, did you ever think we fathers would come to get revenge?
So you really did come to avenge Lin?
Isn't Lin just the daughter brought in by his second wife?
Is she really worth you and your son going to such lengths?
Aren't Guifan and Jeba closer to you than this girl with no blood ties?
Although Li Delong couldn't fathom why Pinyin and Chang were acting this way, he knew this was no time for excuses or resistance.
Comrades, I know I was wrong, Li Delong pleaded urgently. I won't do it again.
It was my wife's and my fault. Once she's out of jail, I'll go home and set her straight.
You'd better.
Chang gave Li Delong a sharp slap on the cheek and said, anyway, I've got my own kids to take care of.
Worst case scenario, I'll just retire with you.
Gulp. Li Delong swallowed hard and quickly assured them he wouldn't dare.
Threatening that little girl Lin was one thing, but thinking he could take on these tough guys without them stepping in? That was nothing but a pipe dream.
Humph. Chang and Li Min snorted coldly and turned to walk out. Li Delong shot them a resentful glance but ultimately chose to swallow his anger. He knew that even if he reported it to the factory director, the best he could hope for was a half-hearted attempt at mediation. Although he'd been beaten up, he was in the wrong. In the end, it would just be swept under the rug. If he wanted revenge, he'd have to wait for another opportunity. Chang and Li Min emerged from the restroom, their previously heavy moods considerably lighter.
Chang looked at Li Min and said gratefully, Li Min, thanks a lot. Don't mention it. Li Min waved his hand dismissively.
Pinyin is your son, sure, but he is my son-in-law too. How could I just stand by and watch him get bullied? The two exchanged a few brief words before parting ways and heading toward the workshop. A moment later, Chang turned his head and glanced in the direction Li Min had gone. A hint of guilt flickered in his eyes. It was true that Pinyin was his son, but the main purpose of this whole affair was to stand up for his stepdaughter and his other daughter-in-law. Tying Li Min up and forcing him into the car really did make him feel a bit guilty. While Chang and Li Min were giving Li Delong a lesson, Pinyin had already taken Ying to the park. Unlike the couple sneaking around in the movie theater, everyone here was out in the open, enjoying themselves. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, it wasn't easy to get up to anything out of the ordinary. Pinyin and Ying strolled through the park, stopping now and then to look at this or play with that. There weren't many amusement facilities back then, but the two of them were having a wonderful time. As the saying goes, a date isn't about where you go, but who you're with.
Ying spotted an unfamiliar tree and asked, Pinyin, what kind of tree is this?
The flowers on it are so beautiful.
It's a hibiscus.
They're pretty rare up north, but there are lots of them down south. Pinyin spotted something and replied immediately, besides white and pink, hibiscus also comes in red, yellow, and purple. But it looks like this park doesn't have any of those. Oh, look, a four-leaf clover. Ing spotted a four-leaf clover among the clover patch, quietly plucked it, and said, "When we get back, I'll make it into a specimen." "No problem." Pinyin kept watch and whispered, "But you'd better get up quickly, don't let the park staff catch us." That scared me to death, it was just a caterpillar. A moment later, Ing was startled by a caterpillar falling from a tree and hurriedly ran behind Pinyin. Pinyin found a stick and squashed the caterpillar flat. As for whether that was the right way to handle it, who cares? Since Ing was pretending to be scared of the bug, he couldn't very well let her down. The two walked and played along the way, and before long, they spotted some elderly people playing chess and fishing by the lake. These folks were all in their 60s or 70s, dressed in a mix of styles, yet they looked remarkably spry. Ing glanced at the chess game out of curiosity, then quickly lost interest. Her interest in chess was limited to knowing the basic moves. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Pinyin, on the other hand, watched a bit longer. He knew how to play chess, too. His skill wasn't particularly high to begin with, but after he worked hard to earn the chess mastery skill through daily check-ins, he actually become quite good. This chess mastery wasn't limited to any one specific game. It covered a whole range of board games, including but not limited to Go, Chinese chess, Western chess, military chess, and Ludo. As long as it's a board game, he is an expert. Although this mastery doesn't compare to that of true masters, in casual games played on the streets and in neighborhoods, he is still a force to be reckoned with. Pinyin watched as the elderly man playing red hesitated. By now,